Chapter 1. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. Trois. I whispered to myself to keep calm, as my dance teachers had taught me. I balanced on the beam as carefully as I could, and then began to run, maintaining a steady face and flipping at the last minute to grab hold of the pole. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted the swings in my mind before finding my angle, letting go, and beginning to corkscrew. I had done it 1,000 times before. Now, I just had to do it for the gold medal. Of course, that's when things went wrong. I missed my landing, and everything went blank from that point. I had no idea how I had messed up the move. Even now, 2 years after starting my new life, I still couldn't understand what had happened on that day. I turned my mind away from that and focused on balancing on my toes and doing a vertical split. 2 years in this body, and it still shocked me. When I first began this new life, I thought it was a dream. A day later, I realized it was anything but I still failed to recognize the situation I was in. It took the man I would come to know as my grandfather showing me a few tricks to stop my crying, for me to realize what was going on. When he tossed a fireball from hand to hand, he must have thought himself some sort of baby whisperer because all my wailing ceased, and I was struck with sudden understanding. All the words I had heard spoken suddenly began to make sense. Talk of the Fire Nation, ATLA, and BASing suddenly gained context. Fuck. I'm an avatar. And I'm from the Fire Nation. Fuck. I had lost consciousness soon after, and since that day, I had resolved to. Well, I still don't know yet. I just practiced the gymnastics exercises I knew children were made to do to train their flexibility. I had no idea what I wanted from this brand new lease on life, but I'd be damned if I gave up one of the few things I had ever actually enjoyed. And that's when things suddenly got interesting. I got up from my split end, focusing on my balance, landed a technically perfect cartwheel. Not the most impressive thing anyone would ever see, but still technically perfect. When I heard clapping from a corner of the room that I was sure was empty, I actually jumped out of my skin. Punching at the imagined threat, flames flowed from my fist. Both my grandfather and I watched the fire in shock before the old man's shock morphed into something much more recognizable. He laughed. He laughed and ran to me before placing me on his shoulders and spinning around the room with me. I laughed along with him, doing my best to pretend to be a child while my mind was racing. A firebender. That made living much easier, but it also dashed whatever plans I had of just disappearing into hiding. Of course, after that, my grandfather seldom let me have a moment to myself. When he wasn't showing me off to visitors, he was making me listen to him as he told story after story of our ancestors and the treasured bloodline I was bound to inherit. Apparently, our family went back almost 1,000 years and had served in the Fire Nation military for as long as it had existed. For 10 generations straight, not one of my ancestors had failed to reach the rank of general. It screamed nepotism to me, but who was I to say? I just found it highly unlikely that so many people from the same family managed to reach the rank that, at most, only a couple of dozen people in the entire military ever achieved. Either way, for generations now, we had led the war effort of the Fire Nation from the front lines. My great-grandfather personally orchestrated and completed the Air Nation genocide. That fact made me want to vomit and cry at the same time. And then things hadn't stopped there. My grandfather took pleasure in recounting his own exploits. By his own admission, he led the efforts in the South and was responsible for the shattering of the South Pole, a genocide nearly as total as what was completed in the air temples. The Southern Water Tribe had been turned from a sprawling metropolis to a collection of villages. He told the stories with pride, and the more he spoke, the more my heart sank. Whatever plans I had for life after the war began to dry up. My family was arguably more responsible for the war's atrocities than the royal family itself. Fuck. There was no way I was ever going to get the same good deal Zuko did. No. If the Avatar won, I would find myself strung up and shuffled into a similar cell as Oze. And if not me, then definitely my grandfather and father. I didn't care much for the latter, but I loved the former. So much so that I saw my future plans being made practically on their own accord. The Fire Nation needed to win. When I turned 3, my lessons officially began. And let me just say, being a noble sucked balls. Serious balls. When grandfather took me under his wing, I still managed to get a few hours every day to play as I wished under his supervision. All of that disappeared once he deemed me ready for my lessons. Speaking was easy. For some reason, my brain seemed to automatically understand the language they spoke and could reproduce it on its own. Reading and writing, however, that was a whole different can of worms. It was like learning a new language, and I thanked all the gods, Agni included, for the mental elasticity children were blessed with. It was the only reason I could begin reading scrolls and tomes without any assistance in only a few months of training. Once I learned to read, my inner bookworm awakened with vigor. My family, in our large mansion, had a library of epic proportions. One would assume that a family of warmongers like mine would have little appreciation for the written word, but from what I could tell, every generation of the family had a bookworm or two who contributed to the library. And across almost 1,000 years of a traceable bloodline, we had gathered quite a lot of scrolls on a variety of topics. A shocking amount of them related to tea preparation techniques, and an even more shocking amount were erotica. That was how I spent much of my early life, switching between reading everything I could find, moving from lesson to lesson, and firebending training, which seemed to consist of meditating with my grandfather while we both held flames aloft in our palms. The goal was to teach me endurance and control. I had to do my best to prevent my flames from flickering or going out and hold them for as long as I could. The training was tougher than it looked but also rewarding. It got visibly easier with each session. Of course, my idyllic lifestyle had to come to an end. It happened in 85 AG, just a bit after my 5th birthday. Grandfather had returned from a trip to the palace looking elated beyond all reason. That night, when we met to meditate, he spent the time before our lessons pounding one piece of information into my head. Ursa has given birth to a girl. Princess ATLA. The royal family has a princess, and you are to be her husband. I nearly choked at the news before I realized that it wasn't news. At least, not the last bit. He wanted me to marry the princess because our family had not seen a royal match since his aunt had married Sozin and birthed Agelan, the present Fire Lord. Of course, that made me and Agela cousins, distant, but still cousins. That was something he didn't care about. From that day, my lessons took a turn. He confided in me that he knew little about training young firebenders and told me he had secured the services of the best firebending instructor in the entire Fire Nation. Master Cuano would be arriving in a month, and I was instructed to prepare for my lessons and adjust my schedule. Oze would only marry his daughter to a powerful bender, my grandfather had said with a look in his eyes that told me he expected me to become that bender if it was the last thing I did. XXXX 85 AG, after genocide. I stood in the training outfit that grandfather had given me, doing my best not to fidget as Master Cuano examined me. And you can already bend? He asked. Yes, Master. Show me, he demanded. I gathered my inner flame and created a fireball that floated above my palm. It was virtually instant, I thought to myself with pride. Even the master was impressed, judging by how silent he became. Good. We will now work on your kata, he said after a minute or so. There are two major bending styles practiced in the Fire Nation. There is the Sozin style favored by the royal family and other nobility, and the military style favored by the military, as the name suggests, he said while making me move through step after step of the kata he had just demonstrated. I will be teaching you both. In the time we spend together, I will turn you into a master of both styles and a fearsome firebender in your own right, he said. Yes, Master. Good, now continue, he said. Punch after punch flowed into a kick, which flowed into a block. I used the word flow, but in truth, there was very little flowing involved. The Sozin style favored a strong base and powerful strikes. It was all about the powerful flames and movements that would tire anyone out in a real battlefield. That's why it had more use in Agni Kai among nobles. I wasn't calling up any fire with my moves, so I did look a little ridiculous, but my grandfather's encouraging smile was all I needed to convince myself to keep going. Stop there. Your hands are too wide. Watch your legs. Footwork is everything. Without a strong base, you will be knocked on your bottom in seconds, he said, moving to me and correcting some movements I had gotten wrong. It was the third time he was doing this in this lesson alone, but the corrections got fewer each time, so that was good. I was actually lucky that I had spent so much time training my balance and flexibility in preparation for gymnastics. That same balance, flexibility, and body control were paying dividends right now. Now, begin to call upon fire in your movements, he said. Yes, Master. I started focusing on my inner flame and began. However, I was very disappointed when my first punch created a disappointing sputter of flame. Neither of the men stopped me, so I just decided to continue. It was actually sad. In the end, my movements were barely even producing embers. I guess those evenings of practice were wasted. When I looked up at the master, it was to find him studying me with a hand on his chin. What do you think of when you call upon your flames? He asked, and I racked my head for an answer. What did I think when I used my flames? Nothing. I just searched for my inner fire and brought it out. I told him that, and he nodded and hummed as if he had discovered the secret to the universe. There's the answer to your predicament. Fire is the element of passion. Unlike the other elements, your power comes from within. The water and earth benders control what is around them, already existing. Even the air nomads had done much of the same. Unlike them, we create our flames. Every fire needs fuel, and you are that fuel. You must feed your flames with powerful emotions. Rage and hatred work best, in my experience, he said, waiting for me to grasp his words. I looked to my grandfather to see if he was in support of this message, only to see him nodding along. Hatred and anger? I settled my mind and tried to focus on the emotions. I didn't have much anger to speak of, but hatred? That I had in spades. I hated my old life. I hated myself for dying on the cusp of achieving my dream of becoming a gold medalist. I hated my old parents for never being supportive enough. They were the reason I wasn't a gold medalist at 19 like every other fucking prodigy. I had hatred to spare, and when I held the face of my ex-girlfriend in mind and punched the air, it looked like I had a flamethrower in my fists. Fuck. I lost concentration, and the flames died out, but I stared at my hand in amazement. Good, young lord, Master Cuano said to me. Now, keep going, he said, with a look in his eyes that I'm sure matched mine. It was insanity. All firebenders were insane. I had to admit that. XXXXXX, Winter, 85 AG. It took me 6 months of practice for Master Cuano to determine that I was good enough at the Sozin style to move on to the military style. I still remembered his words, your form is as perfect as it will ever be. I cannot train you in actual combat for now, until your body is a bit stronger and better suited. Instead, we will move on to the military style, and if you prove as much a prodigy with that as you are with this one, we will learn more and more of the older firebending forms, he said, before giving me a bow that I reciprocated. I could see what he wasn't saying, the suspicions he must have held. No one just technically mastered an entire martial art in 6 months. I'd have tried holding back, but the look of pride on my grandfather's face whenever I mastered a complicated maneuver or form was something I enjoyed too much for me to even seriously consider the idea of holding back and risking disappointing him. As a result, I copied Master Cuano's movements perfectly as he showed me the opening forms of the military style. Mixing the hand-eye coordination and body intelligence of a master gymnast with the mental elasticity of a child meant there were very few body movements I couldn't copy on the first try. In fact, it was getting to the point that even I was becoming a bit suspicious. The military style shared a lot with the Sozin style, but it focused less on sweeping powerful attacks that were beyond most firebenders and instead on swift jabs and movements. It also had way more blocks and defensive formations than the Sozin style, which was all offense and unrelenting attack, with each attack setting up the next in a continuous expression of circular motion. I moved with him, in and out, as we went through the moves. Come with me, my son, my grandfather said to me as I finally got the opportunity to rest after Cuano's 7th lesson on the military forms. I hurried to follow him as he marched straight to the library. I wondered what he was going to show me until he moved one of the shelves. I didn't know what was more shocking, the hidden passage or the aged man who just lifted a whole ass shelf like it was nothing. I walked in with him as we entered a dark cavern. He made a fireball float in his hands to give us some light, and I followed his lead. We had appeared in some sort of hidden study. I spotted the torch holders at the corners and set them on fire to improve the lighting. It was exhilarating, moving my small body around and sending fireballs around the room. At least, my aim was good enough that nothing caught on fire. Well done, Natsu, he said, using the name I low-key hated being referred to as. I remembered the Natsu from Fairy Tail, and the less affiliation I had with that idiot, the better. Thank you, grandfather. Where is this place? I'm sure in your explorations of the library, you noticed that there was a lack of firebending material. That was no accident. My own grandfather, fearing our enemies stealing our knowledge and using it against us, built this private area for our firebending knowledge to be kept safe. The secrets are traditionally passed from father to son, but while your father brings honor to our family on the front lines, I will take his place here, he said, and I nodded as he waved me forward and began to show me the scrolls. You see, our family has collected and gathered knowledge on diverse and divergent fighting styles for centuries now, and all that knowledge is yours to use. The Sozin and military styles can be good bases to learn even more advanced styles and forms, he said, drawing my attention away from the scroll that contained the forms for a style I could actually recognize. Ah yes. The dragon style, he said when he noticed the scroll in my hands. Obtained from the Sun Warriors themselves by my grandfather's grandfather. They preach a more deviant firebending philosophy but still one worthy of being learned. I barely heard him, focused as I was on another scroll. The Secrets of Combustion, it was titled. I will leave you now. Note that you may not remove any of the scrolls from this room, but you may copy any ones that catch your interest. There is a lever to automatically close and open the entrance on the shelf itself. I'll leave you the task of discovering it, he said, leaving me to my own devices in heaven. This was a treasure trove that had been right underneath my nose. I looked through it, searching for scroll after scroll. Pretty much all the information I would ever be interested in was here for my perusal. Even lightning. The secrets to generating lightning were here right before my eyes. The cold fire was mine to control. XXXXX86AG. Master Cuano swept a blast of fire at me, which I cut in half with my own comparatively smaller blast, allowing the two halves to pass by me as I jumped into the air and sent multiple fireballs at him. He blocked them with his own controlled fire blasts as I landed on the floor and swept my feet across the ground, creating an arc of fire to trip him up. A stomp of his feet extinguished my flames as they reached him, but I was already moving, doing my best to utilize the distraction to the fullest. I sent 2 fire blasts at him in quick succession. When he was forced to raise his hands to his head to block, I struck. I cartwheeled towards him, moving out of his line of sight, preparing to smash into him with a flying kick, only to have the air knocked out of me as he folded me in half around his fist. I fell to the ground in a slump from that miss. I have told you times without number. Your acrobatics have no place in combat. Maybe if you had been born an air nomad, I could have said differently, Cuano commented uncharitably as I struggled to return to my feet. Don't bother. Today's lesson will end there. You did well. You just need to get better at chaining your attacks. There is no shame in losing to me. You are only 6 years old, after all, he said, and I nodded, still clutching my midsection on the floor. He nodded and swept from the manor. When I finally regained my feet, it was to the library I went. Cuano had ended his lesson about an hour early, so I had time to study for a bit before dancing lessons would begin. Etiquette training still remained my least favorite part of being a Fire Nation noble. Well, apart from the Fire Nation part. It was still something else to accept that I would be the bad guy my favorite characters growing up would be forced to fight against. XXXXX87AG. This will be our last lesson, young Master Natsu, he said, and I watched the Firebending Master in shock. Let's not deceive ourselves. You've outgrown whatever I had to teach you. The only reason I still retain the upper hand in our spars is because of experience and power. 2 things I'm sure you will acquire on your own. Besides, I have been contacted by the palace. I have been placed on the short list for being considered to take charge of Prince Zuko's firebending education, he said, and I finally understood the rationale. I doubted Cuano gave much of a fuck about me learning anything or not. I'd seen the account statements. Grandfather was paying him a veritable fortune to teach me. No one was going to leave that kind of cash on the table unless they were getting a better deal. I nodded to his words. One final session, then. For old time's sake. I asked the man, and he nodded. I took my stance right in front of him, and he sent the signal for us to begin. A flash of my fists, and I sent a fireball screaming for his head. He leaned backward in a dodge, and I zoomed across the field, using fire blasts from my feet to move faster. He tried jumping backward to retreat, but there was no point. I kicked at his head with flames gathered on my feet. He blocked that attack with a confident raised hand and, gathering flames in an open palm, tried to blast me while I was mid-air. I stretched my hands and tore the flames from his control, forcing them to flow past me. I twirled in the air as I moved, sending 2 more arcs of fire at him before I landed in the traditional Sozin stance. Feet wide spread, and hands clenched into fists by my side. Punch after punch sent a blast after blast screaming at him. He dodged and weaved past them, blocking every second hit before another firebolt was sent to my head. A classic Matrix dodge led into a handstand that I used as a platform to blast him with my feet. I could already feel myself getting tired, so I tried to wrap things up as quickly as I could. I used the explosive nature of fire to blow myself into the air and twisted as I jumped right at him, aiming to use the element of surprise to my advantage. Of course, things didn't go according to plan as he sped up and caught my kick in midair with a kick of his own. I was sent flying back from the collision, and I landed on my arse. Taking that as an end to the battle, Master Cuano bowed, and I hastened to return his bow. Applause from the balcony had me turning back to the manor. There my grandfather stood with a white-haired man that any fan of the series would recognize in an instant. A/N, and that's the very first chapter of this story. What do you guys think? A/N, yup. Got struck by the bug and wrote out the first part of the first chapter of that Avatar SI I spoke about. What do you think about it? Really let me know how it feels to you, please. In my imagination, the Sozin style is the style Iroh uses, all strong bass and powerful blasts. We've got the next 5 chapters of this story, along with the next 5 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 2. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story, Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. The first thing you must learn about firebending is that fire is the element of passion. I hesitated to cut in and tell the master that I already knew that Cuano might not be half the firebender Zhang was, but that didn't make him an incompetent teacher by any means. You know this. But what you don't know is that the flames you generate show where the passion comes from. To a discerning eye, at least. Your flames are sharp, near uncontrollable. Hatred, I suspect. Or deep rage, at the least. The first thing we will do is unlearn that. What? Yes, sure. It makes you a more powerful bender in the short term. But in the long term, you will never reach your full potential, I stated at him, still doubtful. Wasn't this the technique the royal family and all the Fire Nation used? Was he going to tell me none of them ever hit their full potential? I didn't know too much about the canon lore beyond watching the series and the sequels, but I did know both Oze and ATLA were at least top 5 firebenders in the verse. I'm sure you're thinking of other firebenders you know who use such methods but are still great benders nevertheless. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you. I've watched every lesson you've undertaken in the last month. You enjoy learning. You actually enjoy bending, but when it comes time to call upon your flames, all that changes, he said, his look turning severe. No. You might become a powerful bender in your own right, but never what you ought to be if you continue like this, he said, and I chose to trust in his words and bowed. Please teach me, Master. Well, that's what your grandfather is paying me for. And quite handsomely, I might add. At this point, I suppose I am better paid than even the prince's tutor, he said, trailing off at the end before plopping to the ground in the lotus position and gesturing for me to join him. XXXXXX. A whole month under Admiral Zhang's tutelage, and I had done virtually no bending outside of my private practice. I was still growing, and my flames felt like they were changing. Not calling upon my deep self-hatred meant I was much less powerful, but I could still execute most of my moves to an acceptable degree, so that was acceptable for the time being. I'd trust in Zhang until he gave me reason to. Speaking of Zhang, a servant had told me he'd arrived, so I moved to join him in the garden set aside for my training. It said something about the home I lived in that beyond that garden, there were 7 more. When I entered, I found my master already meditating, so I moved to join him. This time, unlike our last few lessons, he bothered himself to speak to me. Today, you will be doing your first bit of firebending. And consequently, all your independent practice must stop. I wanted to rebel, to say no. To refuse. But grandfather trusted him. Even beyond that, he was one of the top 5 most powerful firebenders in the verse. I would trust his instruction. Yes, Master, I said through gritted teeth, and he nodded like my acquiescence was little more than a formality before producing a leaf from the pocket of his robes. He was fond of wearing them, and today's was a splendid shade of purple that caught the eye. He passed the leaf to me before opening his eyes and showing me another leaf. He set the middle of it on fire, but the fire remained where it was. It neither died out, nor did it progress any further. It remained right where it was at all times. Before you learn to burn, you must first of all learn how not to burn. We spent the last month meditating to purge your flames of the negative emotions you tainted them with. Flames powered by hatred would burn through this leaf in a second, impossible to control as they are. Now, you must be able to hold this leaf like this, neither consuming the leaf nor killing the flame, for an hour before we move on from this challenge to the next one. I held the leaf in my hand and tapped the center with a finger from my other hand and tried my best to will the flame not to spread. When it ignored me, I panicked and snuffed it out before it could take the entire leaf. Zhang just handed me another leaf with a sigh. When I ruined even that one, he just pointed me at a small tree growing in the garden before standing up. You will practice that day and night, every day. You must succeed in a month for me to continue to tutor you. Any longer, and I will decide my time is being wasted here and move on to other endeavors. XXXXX. It took me a week to learn how to stop the spread. And it took another week after that for me to be able to hold it for the hour that Zhang required. So 2 weeks in total. Far shorter than the deadline Zhang had given, and so short that he'd actually been struck dumb by my success when I told him about it during our lesson. I stared at the white-haired man, waiting for him to return to reality before he spoke out, "Show me." I smiled and took out a leaf from one pocket while flipping the hourglass a servant had helpfully procured for this lesson. We both watched the fire remain still, unmoving, but very much alive for the entire hour that the sand in the glass dropped for. "Excellent," he breathed out as I killed the flame, leaving the leaf mostly intact. "Well done, we will move to our next lesson now," he said, killing the excitement and shock that had been on his face. He reached into his pocket in agonizing slow motion and pulled out a leaf. "Oh. Just joking," he said, setting the leaf on fire and getting to his feet before stretching. "Just come at me. We'll fight till your bending gets better," he said, stepping backwards to lean out of the way of the kick I sent flying at his head. You're quick, he said, leaning backwards again to avoid another kick I sent. I was using a firebending style I'd picked up in the library. This one reminded me of capoeira in how it mixed a bunch of movements that honestly looked like dancing. It wasn't a complete one-to-one recreation of the Afro-Brazilian martial art, but it still replicated a lot of the dancing and spiritual elements. The dancing was what drew my eye to it. I'd done a lot, of dancing along with gymnastics in my first life to improve my flexibility and a way to cool down from my exercising. He moved closer and sent a blast of fire at my head that I bent away from before sweeping at his legs, forcing him to jump and dodge the attack. In the air, I rapidly fired multiple blasts of fire at his airborne form and he was forced to spin his hands in a circle to form a shield that absorbed all the blasts. I was sweating already. I felt for my chi, pulling on my inner flame and sending a blast at his head as he landed. He dodged out of the way, and I was sent flying from the impact of one of his fists flying. He rolled on the floor before jumping to my feet and sending another blast at him. Your flames are wasteful. You fight like a bender with much more power than you actually have. He said before bowing, signaling that the fight was over and also happening to dodge the very last blast that I sent his way. I returned the bow, even though part of me wanted to continue the fight to the end. He flopped down in the lotus position, and I just laid on the floor. Your flames lack passion. You pull on only the power within yourself. I didn't test it with my skin on the line. Ladies across the Fire Nation would weep if you dared harm this sexy visage, but I'd bet a good sum that your flames would fail to burn any firebender with even middling skill in the art. He said, pinning me to the ground with a severe look on his face. You're the one who told me to remove the passion, I said, affronted at his words. What? When did I say that? Literally our first lesson. Is your hearing deficient, brat? I told you to get rid of the hatred, not the passion. How will you bend without passion? He stared at me like I was an extraordinarily obtuse rabbit he'd found in the forest. The fuck yous were barely able to be kept from flowing out of my mouth and into the world. Passion need not be hatred. I find that the best bending comes from a desire to protect. When I fight on the front lines, my flames burn with the need to keep the war from reaching our borders. To spread the civilization of the Fire Nation across the kingdoms. When you find a reason to close your fists, then your flames will burn like never before, he said with a naked enthusiasm that I'd never have expected from the man. It reminded me of the Reddit post I'd seen in my previous life that basically stated that all the best benders were cracked in the head. I nodded my head at him, acting like what he said made perfect sense, and waited for him to leave before staring at my hands in confusion. Reason to clench my fist? Desire to protect? What did I desire to protect in this world? Myself? My life? That was profoundly selfish. Nothing like what the Admiral had just finished describing. Would the desire to protect my life over and above all give me the pure powerful flames he spoke about? Probably not. But I couldn't adopt his reasoning either. For one, I knew the war was bullshit. The Fire Nation might have been willing to feed its citizens with pure bull for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but I, for one, would not be eating it. If I couldn't believe in the Fire Nation, then what did I have to protect? Coughing from the balcony above drew my attention to my grandfather. I looked at the old man, and he just smiled down at me. Don't let me keep you from your meditation, Natsu, he said before taking another sip of the bitter tea that had prompted the cough. One of his friends was getting into the tea business and had provided samples for him to taste and give feedback on. From what I could tell, each brew was actually worse than the last. I definitely wasn't jealous of him. I'd hate having to deliver that kind of bad news to a close friend. Shit like that could get messy, but lying could end up even worse. I returned to searching for what I wanted to protect only for more coughs to distract me again. Grandfather, I thought with a sigh. No. Grandfather. Now, the thought came with amazement as I almost face-palmed. The only one I cared about in this world. The only one that had ever shown me what it was like to have an actually supportive parent. Grandfather. I'd protect that man with all I had. Would I lay down my life for him? I don't know. But I'd definitely take another's for his. I'd destroy half of this world for him. I just knew it. That had to be enough. I focused on grandfather's face and punched out. Needless to say, we lost a very expensive tree, and I lost my firebending privileges for a week. XXXX. Follow my lead, Zhang Zhang said as we went through several kata together, moving in sync and bending at dizzying speeds in complicated formations. A week ago, the Admiral had given up on teaching me any kata or movement, proclaiming me a martial arts genius. So now, we worked on my bending itself. Today was endurance training. I had to match the Master Firebender's speed, pace, and power for as long as I could and even longer. A fireball shot out of my fist before a fire blast from my left leg followed, and I dropped to the ground, spinning 2 arcs of fire. Another jet of fire from my palm joined the flames we created as we moved. My practice had since been moved from the garden. That tree had been one of grandfather's favorites, so now we practiced in a more sparsely decorated, less aesthetic garden. I had no idea why my firebending practice had been happening in such a beautiful garden in the first place, but I missed the view I could enjoy. Now, when my mind wandered, it just went to my thoughts. I only had 2 more months of Zhang Zhang's tutelage until his shore leave ended, and he was sent back to the front lines. After that, I didn't know how the last year of my home training would go, but I knew I'd be shipped off to the Royal Fire Nation Military Academy once I turned 10. Every member of my family for the last 2 centuries, the school's entire history, had attended and graduated from that academy. I would be no different, as grandfather never hesitated to remind me. As things were now, I doubted there was anything in a school designed to turn children into soldiers that would have to teach me that I'd find interesting or worthwhile, but we'd find out when the time came. XXXXXX. Your acrobatics. Let's turn that into a firebending style, Zhang Zhang said out of the blue one day while we meditated. I looked at him in shock. I don't honestly have much left to teach you, and I have seen your practices. Let's turn all that jumping and twirling into something worthwhile. You won't use it much on the battlefield, but it would be a useful tool in Agni Kai, he said, sweetening the pot as if I was ever going to say no. I'd found ways to implement my dancing into firebending, but never my gymnastics beyond the odd cartwheel or jump to reposition. Yes, Master Zhang Zhang, I said, agreeing with him. First of all, show me what you can do, he said, and I wasted no time in flipping off of my seated position and getting into a stance. XXXXXX. Our last lesson, boy. What do you want to do? The Admiral asked me as we meditated together. I couldn't actually believe a whole year had passed since I started learning to firebend from the Admiral. A year, and so much progress had been made. A spar? I asked him, doing my best not to make my excitement too obvious. After so long, I felt I was ready to give him a good fight at the very least. Are you sure about that? He asked me, smiling like there was something I didn't know about. Yes. Yes, I am, I said, feeling my cheeks stretch as I smiled in anticipation of the battle to come. Then yes. Show me what you have, Natsu. He finally said after going silent for a minute or two. I stood up, waiting for him to take his own stance before I moved on the attack, feet light and body quick. One thing that I hadn't taken long to learn was that bodies in this world were much different from what they were in my old one. No 8-year-old could do the things I could. Hells, I'd made it to the Olympics and was well on my way to winning gold in my past life, and this 8-year-old body would put my old one to shame in terms of strength, coordination, and flexibility. I ran across the space separating us, using the explosive properties of fire to accelerate my movement and boost my jump in a move similar to the jet propulsion the royal family would show off in the later seasons. In the air, and with fire helping me to maneuver, I had an easy time avoiding Zhang Zhang's opening salvo. He couldn't hurt what he could not touch. When I landed, I dropped to a split to dodge another blast of fire and switched to a handstand to send several spinning arcs of flames at the man as I twirled with my legs while my hands provided a stable base. The master just stood with his wide stance and lifted his hands to shoulder level sharply, creating a wall of flames that swallowed all my attacks. Pressing down on my body and coiling, I boosted myself into the air once again, sending several blasts at him from my new vantage point. The wall of flames bent and curved on itself to block even my airborne attacks. I tsked to myself. This was the first time Zhang Zhang was whipping out his wall of flames, and while I was conversant with the move from the series, I had no idea how to fight it. So, I'd just take it head on. I ran, moving with light steps and propelling myself forward with flames as I ran straight for the wall of flames. Of course, all my expectations were broken when the wall disappeared, and I ran headfirst into a massive blast of fire. Only an instinctive shield saved me from serious injury, but I was still sent flying by the explosion. When I opened my eyes, it was to Zhang Zhang standing above me. Did you get the plates of that train? I asked. What? Never mind. How long was I out for? No longer than a minute. Any longer and I suspect those servants would have run straight for your grandfather. And I wouldn't want to spend my last days on the shore running from a pissed-off butcher of. Ahem. A cough interrupted the charming admiral. I would prefer you didn't fill my grandson's head with tall tales, grandfather said before covering the space between him and me at a speed I never expected from the old man. He stood above me for a few seconds before bending to touch my clothes. Your bending control has improved, little firecracker. You didn't even burn his clothes, my grandfather said to Zhang Zhang. Thank you, master, the admiral replied. Wait. What the fuck just happened? The confusion must have been a sight to see on my face because both men burst into laughter. I trained Zhang Zhang a bit during my time in the military. Back then, the army and navy were far more fused, with the latter being more or less an offshoot of the former. A bit? Humility does not suit you, master. You taught me everything I know, the admiral replied, and I just watched both men as they bantered back and forth, resisting the urge to facepalm at the fact that I was just noticing the friendship. Zhang Zhang stayed behind more often than not to have tea with grandfather, and I'd never even questioned it. Disadvantages of getting stuck in my head so much, I guess. XXXXXX. So, who do you have for me this time? I asked, taking a seat across from my grandfather in the Caesar position. Zhang Zhang had left yesterday after he and grandfather had spent hours trading jokes, banter, and telling stories. It was the kind of thing that I counted myself lucky to witness and that I'd included in my list of treasured memories. Nobody, the old man said, and I watched him astounded as he sipped his tea. Surely, he didn't want to just leave me to flounder and waste time. I needed to get better. Cuano was useful for teaching you the basics of firebending. No greater master exists for turning coal into iron. Zhang Zhang took over where Cuano stopped, harnessing you and molding you from iron into well-forged steel. Right now, in terms of pure firebending technique, there are perhaps only 50 better than you. But in terms of things like power, experience, and endurance, you rank lower than even the lowest of commissioned officers in the military, he said, pausing to take a sip of his tea. I nodded along with his words. I was not surprised about any of his words. It all made sense. Some of it is due to your age. We cannot change that. We must work with the bodies Agni has gifted us, but some of it is also due to deficient instruction. Zhang Zhang has turned you into fine steel. Now, it falls to me to forge that steel and turn you into the finest sword the Fire Nation has ever seen, aimed at the necks of its enemies. While your father works to end the war with the Earth Kingdom, your role will be more simple. You will guide a unified world into the next century at the side of Princess ATLA, he said, and there were so many questions I had that weren't being properly answered. For one, where did Lu-10 and Zuko fall in this equation? Sure, I knew Lu-10 was doomed to a short life and a shallow grave, but he shouldn't. How would I lead the Fire Nation when the wife he sought for me was only third in the line of succession? Now, leave your head. You've spent more than enough time there already. We will begin your first lesson now. Tell me, where does power in firebending come from? He asked. Within. A firebender summons fire from his inner flame given to him at birth by Agni and uses it through muscles strengthened by his training, I answered, quoting a scroll from the library. Master Shifu's treatise on effective firebending, I suspect. He asked without asking, and I nodded. A good answer, but wrong. Our ancestor was both right and wrong. Yes, every firebender is blessed with an inner flame, but the flame is a weak thing. If a bender relied only on his inner flame, he would struggle to produce anything more than the faintest of embers, he said, and I struggled to follow his train of thought. Power in firebending comes from the breath. Not from within. The breath becomes energy in the body. It stokes the inner flame. The energy extends past your limbs and becomes fire, he said, demonstrating by taking a deep breath before literally covering the roof in flames as he did his best impersonation of a dragon. The heat made me move backward. Flames poured out from his open mouth, slamming against the marble ceiling and spreading. He cut it off after a minute, taking another deep breath. You do it reflexively. Every firebender does it reflexively, but knowledge of the breath is what will take your bending to the next level. Natsu, my boy, I will continue your education, and our first lesson will be breathing. After I teach you how to breathe, I will teach you how to fight. Is that fine by you? At the end, he was shouting. Yes, grandfather, I shouted back. When we train, you call me master. Yes, master. A/N, now, this chapter is complete. Time skip incoming. How's it looking? Can't believe I forgot to upload this yesterday. So sorry, guys. We've got the next 5 chapters of this story, along with the next 5 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 3. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. XXXX Summer, 88 AG. IN. Out. IN. Out. I followed along with grandfather's whispered instructions as we practiced breathing in tandem. The goal was to improve my ability to take in air from the surroundings, use it to stoke my inner flames, and then increase my firebending power. Firebending was actually a whole process, more complicated and complex than what I could have ever anticipated. It all started at the nose, or mouth for all y'all mouth-breathing fellows. Air comes in, travels to the lungs, expanding the lungs and going down to the stomach. The stomach was where the inner flame resided. It was where the real fire came from. Stoked by the inflow of air, it traveled down to the limbs and followed the firebender's desire. Grandfather was yet to teach me the breath of fire, as it was apparently a more complex move than watching him use it made it seem. But apart from that, we'd covered all forms of firebending moves. He trained me to breathe in at the right times for each movement and to exhale in the most economical way. The major goal of the first month of our training was just that, breathing in and out. Bringing an act that often happened unconsciously to my conscious awareness to give me any hope of controlling and improving it. He also taught me about what lack of the right kind of air could do to firebenders. We were notoriously weaker in colder weathers and higher altitudes, but it wasn't the cold magically reducing our power like kryptonite or something. It was cold air. Cold air quelled our internal flames the way warm air stoked it. An unprepared or unskilled firebender in the North Pole would scarcely be able to make more than a fire blast or two before tiring himself out. A skilled one could do more. Much more, but it took a master to bend in cold climates without experiencing any drop-off. The secret to that? The breath of fire. It was the same skill Zuko had shown off in the North Pole and the cooler in the boiling rock. It was also a skill that grandfather had warned me to avoid spreading willy-nilly. Even in the middle of a war against the waterbenders and their icy domains, the Fire Nation was wary of spreading the method of defeating, one of the few methods they had of keeping firebenders in line. Beyond breathing, grandfather and I also had theoretical lessons, and as he told me to exhale for the last time, that was clearly what was about to begin. When is a firebender at his strongest? Midday. Noon, when the sun is at its highest, I replied immediately, confident in my answer and approach. Yes. And when are we at our weakest? At night. Indeed. We rise and set with the sun. That is the greatest weakness of being a firebender, and it is one you must familiarize yourself with. Your powers will be diminished at night, but you will never be as strong as you will be under the midday sun. Except for Sozin's comet, of course, but that blessing only comes once in a lifetime. He said the last bit with a sigh, like it was an especially sad occurrence. But even at night, we are not truly at our weakest. No. Today, I will tell you a secret the Fire Nation has hidden for centuries. It is about the darkest day in Fire Nation history. The sages predict we will see it again within the next 12 years, at the turn of the century. A scarce few months before Sozin's comet's return. Come closer, my boy. XXXX90AG. You know why you are all here. Either by virtue of pedigree, talent, or some mixture of both. Usually more the former than the latter if you ask me, some wisest whispered by my side. You have been found worthy to continue your education here, in the Fire Nation Royal Military Academy, prized for producing the most commissioned officers of any academy. Also happens to be the only military academy in the entire Fire Nation, said Wises commented again, and this time I was forced to turn my eyes in his direction. Was he trying to get expelled or something? But like the last 3 times he'd opened his mouth, the instructor apparently didn't hear a word he said. We are proud of that history, and each and every one of you must match and measure up to that rich history. We expect the best from you. Benders and non-benders alike. Doesn't that just tickle his fancy? Wises commented again at the last phrase, and I could get the joke, even if I didn't find it to be a particularly good one. The Supreme Military Commander had released an edict 2 years ago, requiring all academies that fed officers into the military to accept an equal amount of non-benders as they did benders. Even as sheltered as I was, I noticed the uproar that had caused within the nobilities. Grandfather's drinking buddies had had more than a few choice words for the military commander and his edicts. It was the first time I was confronted with what was essentially racism in this seemingly idyllic world I'd been born into. Sure, Master Cuano had never had positive statements about residents of the other nations, but it was easy to blame that on war and propaganda. This, however. I knew we praised and honored firebending, but the way some of grandfather's friends had casually referred to non-benders like they were second-class citizens was something I struggled to swallow. I didn't confront grandfather. Sure, I could give 1,001 excuses, and some of them might even hold some weight or make sense, but the truth is, I didn't confront grandfather on his racist views for one simple reason. I was scared. He was family. The one family I truly had in this world, and I didn't want to be forced to change my opinion of him. If that made me a terrible person, then I would accept that weight. Those of you who fail to meet these expectations shall find yourselves sent back home in short order. Of course, we will, Wises spoke again, and this time, the instructor, a severe man with sharp sideburns and short spiky black hair, was less interested in ignoring the boy. Xenon. Is there something you have to share with us? Nothing. Absolutely nothing, sir. The man's eyebrows began to twitch. The Xenon boy's tone had been so obviously sarcastic that there wasn't even a vague attempt at pretending to hold anything resembling respect for the man in front of us. I see. Get out of the line and give me 40 laps around the grounds. The instructor said, his tone dripping with sadistic satisfaction. Sir, yes, sir. The boy spoke and took off near instantly at high speeds. I wanted to shake my head at the idiot. The grounds were large. The school itself was large enough to host over 1,000 students, and the grounds had room for at least 5 times that number. 40 laps were probably beyond what most non-Olympian athletes from my first world would have been able to manage. The punishment was preposterous, and the boy seemed to be taking it in stride. From there, the instructor had been quick to have us all shuffled off to our quarters. Older students had come out from the woodwork and taken charge of us first years. There were about 300 of us from all over the Fire Nation, so we were quickly being separated and herded to various wings of the hostel. Girls separated from boys first, and then the boys took our spaces in different areas of the hostel. It took me a bit to find my room. It was on one of the higher floors. Once I did, I went in to tool around. Thankfully, this school was an expensive private school that didn't want for funds, so the facilities were well maintained and suitable. There also weren't that many students, so I was only going to have to share my room with one other person. One Toji Zenin. Considering the person hadn't shown up yet, I was willing to bet it was the idiot currently committing suicide via exercise outside. All the boy had needed to do was apologize and back down, but the last name made that virtually impossible. I wasn't the most well-read on Fire Nation nobility, as grandfather considered it a waste of time to learn about century-old grudges and whatnot, but the Zenin family had come up more than once in my studies. They were old. Not as old as my family, but still old. Old enough that several of my ancestors had written in their memoirs about encounters with the family. They were also unquestionably wealthy. They owned steel, and because they owned most of the steel manufacturing, they were probably indispensable to the war effort. Made me wonder what one of them was doing here though. Oh. So you're my roommate? A voice said from the doorway in a tone that was neither here nor there. I turned back and was met with the face of Toji Zenin. I walked forwards and gave him a bow that he quickly returned. The boy's appearance was noteworthy in that he looked much like he had before he was punished. Apart from a few streaks of sweat, his uniform was still put together, and there were no stains on the red shirt and pants combo with the Academy's crest on the left chest. He was probably released from the punishment. Now, the only question on my mind was whether he begged to get out of it or his name did the begging for him. The Zenin clan was serious business. Welcome. I am Natsu, I said after a few seconds of contemplation. Yeah, I can read, he said, pointing back at the door, and I buried the flush that threatened to overtake my face. Of course, he knew who I was. It was inscribed boldly on the wall next to the door, after all. Besides, even if I didn't, few people could fail at noticing the Wu's family firebending prodigy. His words were delivered with casual sarcasm, but there was a glint in his eyes I didn't feel entirely comfortable with. My father told me you'd be here. Even told me you'd be the strongest of us all. Started bending at 2 when most of us were still pooping ourselves. Trained by the best of the best, with the Wu family's virtually infinite pockets of wealth, he said, stepping closer to me, moving forwards until we were face to face. More face to chin really. The boy was tall. I'd never felt conscious about my height until today. I was taller than most people my age, but the Zenin boy dwarfed me with ease. And? I asked, not backing down from him as he kept moving forwards until his chin was practically touching my forehead. I had no idea what was supposed to be happening here, but grandfather had been clear enough. I was never to back down. As a single heir of a single heir of a single heir, my family was less numerous than any other of the great ones, so I had much less room for error. I bore the entirety of 1,000 years of history and centuries of greatness on my shoulders. The Wu family could not afford to show any weakness. I could not afford to show any weakness. Oh, nothing. Just that I'm going to beat you, fancy boy. You, the strongest bender, will fall to me, the strongest non-bender. If there was any sentence that could send me reeling, it was that one. Non-bender? He was a non-bender? The Zenin family had made their wealth from steel, but the only way they'd found the secrets to steel itself was from their powerful firebending. When it came to firebending power and pedigree, they were only behind 2 others. My family and the royal family. Most of the encounters my ancestors had had with Zenins had involved combat of some sort, so them sending a non-bending child of theirs here was something else. You will try, I responded to the challenge, lest he think me some sort of pushover or something. It was only in the Fire Nation that what were more or less children were stressed with things like image and reputation. Here, it mattered. The homeland could be more cruel than any battlefield, grandfather had once commented idly. He laughed. An honest-to-God full-belly laugh that moved his whole body with it before he turned away from me and walked towards his bed. The room was quite large. Nothing compared to my accommodations back home, but back home was a literal mansion. Our beds were on opposite ends of the room. Not particularly large beds, but serviceable for 10-year-olds and the adults we'd be when we finally graduated from the academy. This was to be our room for the entire period, after all. The bathrooms were also good. En suite and clean. From my experience in boarding school in my first life, those 2 attributes were enough to make it more than serviceable. There were also 2 separate shower heads, like we'd ever actually take showers in the bathroom at the same time. Talk about creepy. I settled in and took out my luggage that had been moved to the room. It was a series of boxes, made of wood and lined with leather, while displaying my family crest in a stylistic representation. Luxury. I could see why Toji had referred to the family's wealth as infinite. It wasn't, but I could understand where the idea came from. The centuries had been kind to us previously, but once the war started, our wealth had grown to unprecedented levels. Even as a retired general of the Fire Nation, grandfather still earned a pension much larger than what some noble families had in their whole treasuries. And he received that stipend every year. I'd hate to get a look at the accounts from the royal family's perspective, as they bore the brunt of the costs, but from my family's, shit was good. Pensions and salaries at the levels of both my elders meant that we had a steady, solid inflow that far exceeded our outflows. We literally couldn't spend the money as quickly as we made it. Unless grandfather suddenly started introducing gambling in his pie show and drinking games, we'd be fine for the centuries to come. If we survived the war, that is. The Air Nation, the Southern Water Tribe, the Earth Kingdom. I mentally recited the reminder of my family's atrocities to myself. The Fire Nation had to win. I had no choice. Team Avatar would see grandfather spend years in prison for the actions of my family, or Zuko would see my family's wealth seized as punishment for our actions in the war. I breathed in and out as I heard the horn go off to tell us to report for dinner. During the orientation, apart from the grandstanding speech, we'd gotten a basic breakdown of what the timetable was like in the academy and what we'd be spending our time doing. Are you coming? Toji Zenon asked me as he stood in front of the door, acting like we didn't just finish having a standoff a few minutes ago. I nodded, playing along with the mentally unstable boy as we left our room together and reported to the mess hall for dinner. Wrong direction, I told Toji again as he took a wrong turn as we made our way to the hall. I saw why he waited for me now. The idiot hadn't been there when we'd gotten the directions and received our maps. Since I memorized mine in the time from getting them to finding my room, I didn't have it out with me. I wouldn't be giving it to the Zenon boy, though. It might be petty, but something about watching him flounder as he moved was profoundly amusing to me. Grandfather said the academy could be a dull place, so I'd take what amusement I could find. And when this stopped being funny, I'd crack open my chest and read one of the couple dozen books I'd claimed from the family library as I was packing up to begin my semester. The mess hall was just that. A mess. For a military academy, there seemed to be no one keen on enforcing discipline as children moved from table to table, freely mixing and interacting. It was more common with the upperclassmen. We freshers had little reason to talk to each other beyond the more outgoing ones. Speaking of outgoing ones, one of them was heading right for us now. Toji and I had claimed seats at the end of a particularly long table that was sparsely occupied. I did it because I didn't want to be disturbed. Toji followed my lead because I couldn't actually tell why. For some reason, though, he had his reasons. He had to. He couldn't be as insane as he seemed. Had to be an act of some sort, for some reason. The boy finally reached us, moving right into a bow. Hello. I am Li Zhua, from the colony of Udao. He introduced himself, and I had to stand up to return his bow before offering my own name. Natsu, from the Wu family, I said, and Toji just whispered his own name from his seat without standing up or even otherwise acknowledging our guest. Lovely to meet you, Natsu, Toji. May the dragon light our paths, he said with another bow. Yeah. Now if you wouldn't mind, Toji said, hinting his request for Li to get the hell out of here. Of course, before anyone could say anything about the taller boy's rudeness, another person jumped into our conversation. If it isn't the failure of the Zenon clan, a clearly older boy commented as he came towards our table. Toji's fists clenched instantly. They knew each other. Get out, Naya, my roommate was quick to reply, and I was proven right almost instantly. Testy, Toji. You seem to have grown wings in only a day of being here. I always said your kind should never be allowed in here, but who am I to stop this place from going to the dogs? The boy said again. His voice was loud and grating. He was older than us by at least 4 years, so I couldn't figure out why he was wasting his time with a group of 10-year-olds. Is there anything you want from us? I asked, standing up and stepping between Toji and his friend. The boy had been walking closer and closer to Toji throughout his speech and was now leaning over my roommate's shoulder. Toji's clenched fists had begun shaking, and that was the only thing that made me intervene. A fight here would not end particularly well for anyone. Who do you think you are to intervene in Zenon clan business? The boy asked in a voice barely below a shout. Fuck. Was I meeting a stereotypical honored son from a Chinese cultivation manga? It was giving similar vibes at this point. Natsu from the Wu family, Li helpfully supplied, making the older boy step back involuntarily. Good. My family name could shake him. That meant I had some chance of ending this all peacefully. I think we can all just call it a day from this point. It was a pleasure to meet you, Naya Zenon, I said with a bow, silently praying for him to take the out. Let this end here. Let it end. And Agni himself seemed to be listening as the Zenon boy actually stepped backward to return my bow. Same here, Natsu from the Wu family, he said before straightening and turning around to go back to his table, and that was when shit hit the fan. Good. Run away, you coward, Toji said with scorn dripping in his tone like venom from a snake. The words hit Naya in a way no one could explain without an understanding of more internal dynamics than I cared about. He swirled around and jumped right for Toji, and since I was between them, he was coincidentally jumping right at me with flames building in his fist. Of course, I couldn't get a peaceful night. I was cursed with the luck befitting a person born in the 4th month. I ducked underneath Naya's fist and retaliated. If I couldn't get a peaceful night, I'd get an interesting one at the very least. A/N, yup. Done with the chapter. And yes, I'm shamelessly stealing names from the JJK universe. Sue me. How's it looking though? We've got the next 5 chapters of this story, along with the next 5 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 4. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, discord.gg/kz2695w7, just remove the spaces since FF doesn't play too nicely with links. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story, feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. I'm so sorry about all that, Natsu, Lee said as we walked towards the Great Hall for breakfast the next day. Of course, when we walked in, it was to whispers and stares. We were the first years who spent our first night in the academy in solitary because we'd beaten up a couple of 5th years and their friends. It was a shock when the fight started, and Toji had single-handedly taken down 3 of them with nothing but his fists. Strong for a 10-year-old, he was. Lee was much weaker, and I'd taken a nasty hit defending the boy from one of Noea's attacks. Don't ask me why I did it. I don't know either, but since we got out of solitary in the morning, the other boy had been following me like a lost puppy and apologizing all the way through. For the 7,000th time, Lee. It's fine. Naya got a lucky hit. The last he ever will against someone like me, and I took my pound of flesh from him. I'd be surprised if the boy got out of the infirmary for a few weeks at least. I'd broken a bone or 2 and burned him pretty seriously. The hit had gotten me angry, and apparently, I was terrible at controlling myself when I was angry. Only the fact that literally the entire hall saw Naya start the fight had kept me from more serious punishment, but I was probably the new record holder for the fastest time taken to receive a strike on one's permanent record. Toji and Lee had been spared that particular honor. All of Toji's opponents could still walk when the fight had ended, and Lee hadn't managed to even land a punch on anyone. His firebending had been pitifully weak, and I'd spent more time defending him than I'd ever like. But the lucky hit came when you were trying to defend me. Please accept my apologies for being so weak, the boy pressed. Fine. I'll accept your apology when you stop. Stop. Stop being so weak. That's all I need from you. Yosh, Natsu. Yes, I will stop being so weak. That is my new ambition. Thank you, Natsu, he said, rushing over to a table made up of people I could recognize from orientation. Faces only, though. No names. When I joined Toji at the same table we'd shared yesterday, the boy just looked up at me with a quirk of his lips. You're not so bad, genius boy. I've never seen anyone near our age hand Noea his ass like that, he said, showing a masterful ability to avoid taking responsibility for the situation he'd caused. You had no need to goad him into a fight right then and there, I said after taking a bite of my breakfast. Of course I did. He backed off because of your name. He would have come back for me the second you weren't able to interfere. By forcing him to come on the attack right after you defused the situation, I forced you to get involved, and now he won't mess with me anymore after what you did to him yesterday. I dare say anyone who would have even had the idea in their heads would have rethought it already. Well, aren't you just a little bit too manipulative for a kid? We're all kids. It doesn't make us any less manipulative than the adults. In fact, I think it makes us better at it, he rebutted. Yesterday was your win, Toji Zenon. But only because I had stood between the two of you. If I was only a few feet to the left or right, I would have let your cousin do what he willed to you and lost no sleep about it. Sure you would have, Natsu. Sure you would have. The doubt in his tone was obvious. You overestimate my ability to care for things that are none of my business. No. No, I don't. In fact, I've gotten your entire measure from yesterday. If you hadn't taken that hit for that Lee boy, I might have believed your claims of callousness. But after that? Nah. You're a bleeding heart. No chance you're convincing anyone otherwise. I just scowled at his reply and took another bite of my breakfast. I would never have expected you to interact with one such as him, though. Especially with what your grandfather has said about the colonies. What are you talking about? You really don't know? Oh, this is rich. Lee has Earth Kingdom blood. He stinks of it. Practically wafts from every pore. The stocky frame. The hair. Even the facial features. I'm surprised he can even firebend with blood like that. And what does that have to do with my grandfather? I asked, ignoring the racism with practiced ease. The Fire Nation's belief in its superiority is only one of the multitude of reasons why the solution proposed in the TV series would never actually work out. Peace would only come with victory or death. Nothing else would suffice. Well, your grandfather has been publicly criticizing the dilution of Fire Nation blood for as long as the colonies have existed. I'm surprised you don't know any of this. Guess behind the fancy fighting, you're still a spoiled, sheltered rich kid. Big words from a Xenon. The horn went off before he could reply, signifying the start of our very first class of the day. PE. Well, not with that exact name. It was called Physical Discipline and Fitness Training. When we reported to the field that was chosen for us, it was to assemble in front of a man with broad shoulders and the kind of arms that could crush a watermelon between them. If one googled Musclehead, I'm sure his image would be the very first one to come up. When he spoke, it was in a deep baritone that matched his frame almost perfectly. Welcome, young tadpoles. I am Hiroshi. It is my duty to mold your bodies into weapons to strike fear into the hearts of those who would name themselves as enemies of the Fire Nation, he said before walking across our assembly line and staring at us all without moving his expression. When he stopped in front of Toji, part of me held my breath, waiting for my roommate to say or do something that would leave me with a whole room to myself. Luckily for him, he avoided pissing off the man who looked strong enough to rip our heads straight from our shoulders. And of course, once he passed Toji and stopped in front of me, I almost actually took a step back. From far away, I couldn't feel it, but now I could. The man radiated menace. It was like being near a lion or bear. The man triggered the instinctive fight or flight senses in my brain. He made them go haywire. And when he leaned forward, I damn near fell right on my ass. It was all I could do to keep myself standing at attention. Once he left me, and I could breathe again, it took me a bit to notice that he'd gone straight to Lee next. And the colony boy put up an impressively brave face in the presence of the menacing teacher. When Master Hiroshi returned to the front of the class, he began speaking. Some of you have already decided to use your bodies to strike fear into the hearts of your fellow students. That will only be tolerated because I had yet to teach you anything. After now, any such behavior will be quickly and personally punished by me. He punctuated the last word by slapping his chest and staring us all down. I gulped and nodded quickly. Good. Now, let's get a good look at where you all are. Give me 20 laps around, he said, and I found myself jogging in line with the rest of the class in short order. After the run, there were a whole variety of physical exercises that ranged from sit-ups to squats, to even balance tests. I was proud to note that I averaged in the top 10% of the class in virtually all the tests. Balance and flexibility were where I did best. I was the unconditional best in the class. In virtually every other test, Toji was far and away the best of us all. Lee, on the other hand, was in the top 50% in everything that didn't involve speed or balance. The boy was clumsy. I saw what Toji did as I watched him attempt test after test. His clumsy frame would not lend itself well to the dynamic and explosive movements common with firebending. It was almost like he was a firebender born in an earthbender's body. One more round, boys, Hiroshi said, waving to me and Toji to take the stage. He'd used us and Lee to demonstrate most of the exercises he wanted us to do. It was almost a punishment of sorts. Now, you'll be attempting a seated toe touch while balanced on one hand. So it's more of a floating toe touch, he said, gesturing for us to demonstrate. XXXXXX. After we freshened up from physical discipline and fitness, we had to head straight for our next class of the day, mathematics. This class was much more boring than the previous one. The teacher, Master Chen, spoke in a droning monotone and seemed to care little for what we did as long as no one made any noise to disturb him. Toji was visibly taking a nap on his desk. Some of the other boys were passing notes, with Lee in the middle of them, and the girls looked torn between following Toji's example or Lee's. The only person who seemed to be paying the slightest bit of attention to the lecture was a girl with bandages wrapped around her forehead. She watched with narrowed eyes and took notes of every single word that dropped from the teacher's mouth, even when he essentially repeated himself. Her attention seemed partly performative, but it was still genuine. On the other hand, the girl beside her didn't stand out. The only notable thing about her was that while it looked like she was taking notes, her quill never actually made it to the parchment to form actual characters. From the angle, my best guess was that she was drawing. Her pen strokes didn't match the teacher's words at all. As for me, instead of agonizing over material I already knew better than the back of my hand, I spent my time observing my classmates. Learning from their behaviors and habits was crucial, as I'd be spending the next 8 years with these people. I couldn't just pretend they didn't exist for my entire time here. Sooner or later, I'd probably be forced to work with them. Once the class ended, I kicked Toji's table to wake him up and headed to the last class of the day. One Toji and I wouldn't be taking together. Introduction to Firebending. This was the class I was looking forward to the most. It was a class I knew I'd find easy. Nothing besides the personal attention of a firebending master on par with Zhang had a chance of challenging me. Still, the opportunity to firebend, to let out my excited inner flame, was too good to pass up. The excitement was palpable as I walked into a domed room. The floor, ceilings, and pillars were all made of granite. Every square inch of the place seemed to be formed from heat-resistant stone. The rest of the class filed in behind me and instinctively fell into attention. I am Master Shin, former captain of the Imperial Firebenders. This will be your first class with me, so I will set the ground rules first and foremost, he said, his voice barely louder than a whisper but still managing to carry across the room with ease. In just a few seconds, I could already tell that he'd probably be the first teacher I'd end up liking. The lack of shouting while still taking control of the class was much better for both my hearing and education. Besides, he taught firebending and was once an Imperial Firebender, the elites of the elite. What was not to like? First of all, there shall be no bending within these walls without my express permission. That is Rule 1. Disobedience will see you removed from my class for the rest of the semester. The second rule is that my word is law. When I say stop, you stop. I don't care what kind of passion Agni has placed in your blood. Thirdly, all duels fought in this class are to yield first. Continuing after that will lead to immediate expulsion from both the class and the academy. I have enough influence to see my threats through, trust me, he said, his voice never rising past the pseudo-whisper, but still having us all hanging on to every word. It was something else. Woo. How many katas exist in the first dance of the Flying Swallow? He asked instantly, switching tracks in an instant. It actually took my brain a few seconds to catch up. Me? I asked, instantly regretting both the stutter and the question. Fuck. Just getting caught by surprise could turn me back into my messy preteen self from my first life? No. The several hundred of your clansmen that surround you. His tone was sharp. A few snickered, but no one dared to laugh. The man hadn't even bothered to get up from his Caesar position in front of the hall, but he still bore down on us with his presence. 12? 12? Yes, 12. You call me master when you speak to me, woo. You are in the Royal Military Academy. Your family standing matters less than the shape of the clouds above us. His ponytail moved as his face pulled back in a scowl, and mine mimicked his before I flushed at the snickers I could hear. Hadn't even been here for a day, and my classmates were already enjoying seeing me being put down. Yes, master. Good. I suppose even one such as you can learn if given the right guidance. I changed my mind right then and there. I was not going to enjoy this class. And one day, Shin would regret this. They said firebenders were cursed with a rage so black that even the brightest flames could never penetrate. Now, I felt that rage. Since you are already with us, come up here and demonstrate all 12. 12 katas on the first day? Who the fuck is this guy? And katas from the Flying Swallow? Sure, it was the first dance, the easiest of them all, but the Flying Swallow itself was easily one of the more advanced firebending forms. When Cuano had taught me all 12 dances, he'd mentioned that none except the most academically inclined of firebenders bothered to learn the swallow. It was old, inefficient, and difficult. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze. I walked forward, taking deep breaths as I did so, and when I finally stood in front of the instructor, I took the beginning stance and waited for him to tell me to start. Do you need a parade to sing your praises to begin? Did your brain die? He snarked out again, and I scowled before bolting into motion. All my breath work disappeared because of the teasing I'd endured and the anger in my veins. As a result, the very first blast I released shocked even me with its size. The next one to follow was similar. More powerful but definitely more difficult to control. It didn't matter. This dance would not need it. A sweeping kick with my left foot transitioned into one with my right foot, that came down with a high knee before transitioning into multiple extended punches. Each movement was matched with a blast of fire as I lost myself in the motions. The first kata was nothing. The second was easier since I'd gotten the warm-up, and all the way up to the 12th, I had little difficulties. The two difficult things about the Flying Swallow were the long chain of complex movements that could escape the memory of most people, and the acrobatic nature of those movements. Zhang only knew the dances up to the 6th. After that, each individual kata would have over 3 dozen movements on its own. Cuano could never force his body to go past the 8th. The flexibility was beyond him. Me? I could do all 12. The 12 katas of the first dance were nothing, and when I flawlessly rolled up from a dropkick to execute the last handstand with fire flowing from my feet straight to the ceiling, it was met with dead silence. Even Shin seemed dumbstruck. Back to position, Wu. Or has all the jumping around scrambled what little you have in your head to do your thinking? Never mind. I spoke too soon. The man clearly had it out for me. When I returned to position, he began speaking again. Firebending is more than katas. I am preparing you to fight in the war. Here, you will learn only the firebending army style and nothing else. Dances like the flying swallow are relics. Distant reminders of a bygone era. We will not waste our time with them. Instead, split up into 2 groups. Those familiar with the first movements of the army style to the left. Those who aren't to the right. I moved to the left, and to my shock, Li followed me. He and the girl with bandages around her forehead. The master finally stood up from his seiza position and approached the group to the left first of all. In that time, Li had turned to the girl and began chattering at her. It was from his incessant need to be an extrovert that I learned her name was Maki. She had no noble affiliations and claimed to be an orphan. That statement had been the only thing that had made me pay any attention to her. She had to be lying. There had to be a rich family somewhere. I'd seen the promissory note grandfather had sent to the academy for my enrollment, and while I didn't know that much about the economy and the value of money, I still knew the tuition was in excess of what even our highest paid servant, the family physician, received in a year. It literally cost more to attend here than a doctor earned in a year. No way did some no-name orphan get in just like that. When Shin left them after demonstrating a few moves for them to practice, Li straightened up and stood at attention as the man got closer. Maki and I had never left attention in the first place. Zhang, in between his moments of fancy, had drilled it into me. I want to see what level you all are at. You, he said, pointing at Li. Fight her, he said, pointing at Maki. But... She's a Li luckily stopped himself from completing the sentence. A what? A girl? You have too much Earth Kingdom in you. We are all children of Agni. What does gender matter? Fight her, he said, stepping backward to give them space. I did the same thing. When Maki bolted right into action the moment Shin asked them to begin, I could already tell Li was going to lose, and painfully. She wasn't sloppy. Her movements were textbook. The first jab of fire she sent looked enough to take Li down, but the boy just bent out of the way almost smoothly. His return kick was sent with the ease of long-time use. The firebending master frowned the moment Li moved. It took 2 more exchanges for me to realize the problem. Li wasn't using any firebending forms I knew. Considering I knew every form that had been in use within the last century, that meant he was just brawling and relying on instinct. It was clear in the way he dodged and pursued once he sensed weakness. It was the fighting of a boy used to scraps in the sand. It was ugly, but effective. There were no gaps in his defense or offense that Maki could exploit. When she nearly tripped over her feet backpedaling from a sweeping kick sent for her head, Li pounced on it with all the aggressiveness of a tiger. She was on the floor in seconds, and when she glared at Li with eyes that seemed intent on setting the boy on fire, Shin stepped in between them and flicked her on the head. Pay attention, girl, he said and began to speak. I will not give Wu any more chances to show what a decade of training under the most expensive firebending tutors could drum into his head, so we will all work on clearing the issues in both of you. Li, your form is atrocious. More Earth Kingdom than firebender. I can see you have some familiarity with the army style, but you default to brawling when caught off guard. Maki, your instincts are atrocious, but your form is technically excellent. We will work through that. Wu, you will join them. At the end of the day, the class that I'd thought would be my favorite ended up being anything but. Just fuck my life, I guess. When the horn finally blew, I was the first out and on my way straight to the room. I heard Li mention something about lunch, but I just ignored him. I wasn't hungry. Anger had a way of doing that to you. What the fuck was that class? I tried going over everything I'd done since I came into the school to see when I'd pissed off the bastard, but nothing came to me. I'd have suspected it was because of the fight, but Li had been involved in that mess as well, and Shin seemed to treat him just like the rest. Following the teachings grandfather and Zhang had pounded into my head, I sat down in the seiza position and fished out my candle holders from my chest to begin my meditation. Taking all your emotions, give them to Agni. Become your breath. Allow your breath to become you. Breathing. Integral to firebending as it was, I wasn't surprised the war had started with an air nation genocide. Even worse than waterbenders, airbenders were our natural counters. Unlike us, they didn't produce their element, but also unlike water and earthbenders, there was no way to deprive them of material to bend. Also, their bending could interfere with our own. A firebender without breath is as useful as a blunt needle. It was why the cooler in the boiling rock, and the prison made for Pili in Legend of Korra were so effective. Make all the air we breathe in too cold, and we'd be powerless. Remove the air in its entirety, or mess it up in some other way, and we could actually die. Whoa, I was jolted from my meditation as my roommate slammed into the room with aplomb. He stared at the flames in the candle that had previously been reaching towards the ceiling apprehensively. I killed them all with one exhale and began cleaning up the meditation material. No way would I get any silence with this idiot around. You know I was joking about the infinite wealth thing, but looking at those gold candle holders, I'm beginning to turn into a believer, he joked. One of the holders was sent flying at his head before I even noticed what I'd done. This boy. A/N, and this is the chapter. How does it look? Good? Terrible? Constipated? Let me know. We've got the next 4 chapters of this story, along with the next 5 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 5. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, discord.gg/tkar4kpv. Just remove the spaces since FF doesn't play too nicely with links. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. What does it mean to be strong? Truly strong? That was the question grandfather had asked me before I left the home for my first semester, and as I prepared myself to return back to the manor, I bothered myself with thinking it through. Was I any stronger than I was 6 months ago when I'd gotten in here? Well, my body was much stronger, at least. If Hiroji had any talent, it was in strengthening bodies. I hadn't even gone above and beyond, just sticking to the regimen he made all of us go through, and my body had seen steady but consistent change over time. The first day I was here, I considered jogging around the academy to be a form of cruel and unusual punishment, but now? I was making good time near the top of the class as we made our way across on our third and final lap. Of course, it would look like I was the one in front, but that was nothing but a lie. Yes, I'd gotten so much better, but Toji had started out so far beyond me that with daily workouts, he'd turned into some sort of monster out of a story. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. His development was nothing beyond possible parameters in this universe. The problem? Possible didn't always mean probable. What did that mean? 4th and 5th years, who were years older than us, often found themselves shamed by Toji's athletic prowess. It had gotten him, and me by extension a few months ago when the bastard had snuck into one of their own classes and amused himself by proving better than most of them. Toji himself had managed to turn himself into some sort of legend in just a few months of being here. Turns out, he was going to hit the record for most detentions achieved by any student in just his first year at the school. It was funny to some, and infuriating to others. He was a walking reminder of the inequality in our society. Anyone with a different last name would have found themselves expelled so quickly, they wouldn't even have had the time to heat up their tea. The whispers among the upperclassmen had become more and more negative as the days went by, and it became clear that Toji Zenin would suffer no consequences more serious than detention for all his antics. Of course, I was not spared the judging eyes. Simply from the fact that Toji refused to leave me be, and I was from the family I was, meant that we were lumped together more often than not. Never mind that beyond us, our families had little in the way of dealings, and I'd been a model student since that very first night. Even Shin hadn't managed to get me to do anything monumentally stupid with all his snide comments and looks. One day, I would not be able to calm the fire in my blood. One day, sooner or later, I would fight him. Only when I could win, however. The thought of defeat held me back. If I ever fought Shin, it would be in Agni Kai, and whatever thoughts I had about my name sparing me from consequences, challenging a teacher to an Agni Kai and then losing would not end well for me. Even if I wasn't expelled, unlikely, I'd still suffer serious injuries. Shin might even go ahead and kill me, as was well within the rights of those who participated in Agni's glorious combat. Because of that, I trained. Day and night. My body got stronger, and my firebending followed. More lung capacity from breathing exercises and increased physical fitness meant my breaths could go even deeper, and I could stoke my flames even more. I'd kept up with every single kata I'd ever learned, keeping a weekly schedule that saw me practicing each one at least twice. My body would keep growing over time, and if I didn't ensure I was familiar with every inch of it, doing every possible movement that I'd ever need to, I might find myself caught lacking when the moment of truth came. I wasn't just studying for grades and classes. I'd be right on the front lines in 8 years as a commissioned officer. It was my duty. I would not fail. Never. Today's classes would be our last ones before the break, and nothing was going to affect my mood. The fact that we had a double period with Hiroshi to set things off even made things better. I'd never have taken myself for someone who would enjoy exercising till I could no longer stand, but the feeling was good. Besides, after I'd shown off some of my flexibility in the first class, the master was keen on helping me get even better. The exercises I knew from my first life had been designed for bodies and around limits inherent to that universe. In this one, those limits were pathetic. Even an unfit adult would probably have run circles around the best Olympians of my time. It was just the benefit of living in a world where physics and biology decided to fuck off and take a collective smoke break. Either way, after we finished our run for the warm-up, the master had us splitting up into groups to carry out the personalized exercise regimen he'd made for us. I was with Toji. I always was. For some reason, everyone seemed to assume we were friends or even worked well together. Our first bit of exercise? Good old-fashioned free climbing to get the blood flowing. It exercised most of our body parts at once, and we'd made something of a race of seeing who would be able to scale the academy building the fastest. It was a tall castle, so it usually took us quite a bit, but it was getting easier with every attempt. And the best part was that this was one exercise where Toji didn't just leave me completely eating his dust. Sure, he won more often than not, but I had better balance than he did, and that mattered when we got to the more difficult, unstable areas of the castle's walls. Last one up cleans up the room, the bastard said, and ran straight at the wall. I scowled before following right behind him. It wasn't like I wouldn't end up cleaning the room either way. Toji spoke a great deal of not being like the rest, but he was a pure spoiled noble through and through. If I ever left him with the duty of cleaning the room, the place would be inhabitable by the time we got back from the break. The first bit of climbing was always the easiest. I couldn't do what Toji did to start himself off, but I was close. He ran at the wall before jumping and latching onto the first bit of rocks he could reach. He was already up almost a whole floor. More conservatively, I started from the bottom, boosting myself with an initial burst of speed as I moved from platform to platform as sure-footed as Sun Wukong himself. Slow as ever, Natsu. Shut up. Toji's lead was beginning to disappear over time. Physical superiority was all well and good, but it couldn't match up with experience and better balance and flexibility. Experience? Because I came back here every evening and climbed the wall over and over again. My goal was to be able to do it one-handed like Kakashi and Guy could in the Naruto anime. I knew my body would eventually become the limiting factor of my bending skill, so I needed that body to be as strong as it could get. Climbing was one exercise that helped everywhere. When I was close enough that I knew I could reach out and touch his foot, I spoke out from beneath him, "Getting slower, old man?" I asked, eliciting a scowl and muttered curses as he tried to speed up. I matched his pace, chuckling to myself all the while. Rumors had begun to spread of Toji being years older than us and being held back because of terrible grades. Far removed as we were from everyone else, Toji and I would never have heard of the rumors if Lee hadn't actually walked up to us and asked in a display of balls and boldness. Only the fact that Lee was a pseudo-friend made me get in Toji's way instead of allowing him to suffer the consequences of that particular bit of stupidity. I was at his knee level now, and we only had 2 floors to go. I could do this. I just had to focus. Left hand, left leg, right hand, right leg, I recited to myself mentally as I scaled the walls and made my way up. From his knee to his waist, and then his elbow. 1 floor to go. I was close. Oh, so close, and Toji knew it. The taller boy just turned to me with a smile on his face and said, "Better luck, Natsu." "This one is mine." I was confused for a few seconds before the madman actually dug deep on his platform and pulled himself up in a jump that couldn't be realistic. I'm not ashamed to say my mouth was wide as I watched him sail through the air, passing over the last bit of the castle and landing right on the roof. What? Actual. Fuck. When I got to the roof, it was to a laughing Toji. "You'll have to explain that stunt to Master Hiroshi, you know that, right?" I asked, taking joy in the way he paled and the laughter disappeared. "Didn't see that one coming, did you?" I asked the boy, ignoring his expletives as I turned back to the way I came. I stared down at the floor, and felt myself being overcome by an urge. It was stupid. Very fucking stupid. I was over 12 floors high in the air, and the castle was probably over 100 feet tall. Still, I wanted to do it. To test my capacity. I jogged backwards a bit, ignoring Toji's screams for me to wait as I ran right to the ledge and took a swan dive down. The wind in my face. The freedom of being in the sky. When I got good enough at gymnastics to become an Olympian, I'd been banned from skydiving by every agent and coach, so I hadn't gotten this feeling for a long time. It was just as exhilarating as I remembered, if not more so. The lack of a parachute made it all feel better. When I gauged myself close enough to the ground, I flipped and pointed both my hands and feet at the ground before I shot out jets of flames from all of them, dialing up the explosive power to slow down my descent enough for me to not become paste on the ground. Some small part of me was actually surprised that it worked. I slowed down almost immediately and glided for a bit before landing on the floor with a roll. The moment I stood up, it was to a backhand from a pissed-off teacher. After that, I couldn't tell you what happened next. I was out before I even hit the ground. I never saw Toji, who had run down the stairs, jump right at the man after he hit me. I never saw Lee send a bolt of red-hot flames at his face. All of that was unknown to me. XXXXXX. When I woke up, it was in the hospital wing, with grandfather leaning over me, eyes wide with concern. My waking must have startled him, and him being startled me. Luckily, neither of us had screaming as our first reflex, so all that happened was us staring at each other through wide eyes. What happened? I asked him after I'd calmed down and my memories began to return to me one at a time. Hiroshi attacked you. He claimed it was a result of mental infirmity from his time on the front lines. When you landed, instead of you, all he saw was a former member of his platoon who had gone mad with the flames and slaughtered most of his former team. Grandfather said, face impassive, but still managing to express that he didn't believe a word that had been told to him. I kept staring until he harumphed and gave his own opinion. I think that even if he had been mentally infirm, there is no reason for him to ever be in a school teaching. The principal and governors do not agree, however. They believe that as neither you nor your friends suffered permanent damage, the whole thing should be covered up as an accident and swept under the rug. My friends. I latched on to the most important part of the statement. Yes. I was told that after the brute attacked you, they flew most valiantly to your defense and were dispatched by the man. Not the Zenon though. The boy managed to break the brute's hand on his own, even at the cost of a rib or two. I nodded at his words, feeling something strange and alien worm its way across my chest. It was a warm feeling. The feeling that people cared. What are we going to do now? We? You are going to do nothing. I will handle the brute myself. Grandfather, no. What? You mean to challenge him to Agni Kai? I said to him, sussing out his intentions quickly. Yes. Yes, I do. The insult cannot be allowed to stand. Allow me do it. What? I was the one dishonored by his actions. I am the one who must fight him. You just passed your 11th year, Natsu. There is no shame in me fighting this battle for you. In fact, it is expected. Yes. Expected of lower families. Of our ancestors, how many had others fight their battles for them? I am your grandfather. His voice raised a bit at the last word, but I would not be deterred. I was dishonored. It is my duty to reclaim that honor. Besides, think of the acclaim when I manage to win. When? You've been teaching me to bend fire in one way or another since before I could even walk. I can defeat a disgraced captain. Were you not the one that said I have the skills necessary to become a firebending master in my own right? Skills comparable to those of a firebending master in terms of form and knowledge. Do not get ahead of yourself. Any true master will roast you to death. But Hiroshi isn't a true master, is he? I asked, sensing that his resistance was beginning to falter already. No. No, he is not. Then, please, grandfather. Allow me regain my honor with my own hands. Let me do it as Agni intended. Fine. I will allow you to proceed with this, but not now. You will challenge him when you return to the school for the next semester. I must first of all make you ready for this challenge you have set for yourself. Now, stand up. Let us leave. I looked around, wondering if the hospital matron was going to intervene, but in the absence of any objections, I got out of the bed and began to follow grandfather as we walked out of the hospital wing. I noticed the curtains around some of the other beds drawn and wanted to say goodbye to my friends, but grandfather was not slowing down in his movement at all, so I hurried to catch up to him. It took little time for us to leave the school building itself and arrive at the carriage that was to take us to the manor. It was pulled by some of the finest eelhounds in the Fire Nation. Nothing runs faster over land or swims quicker than a giant eelhound, I remembered grandfather saying to me when I asked why we spent so much on our mounts instead of using ostrich horses like the rest of the nobility of the Fire Nation. The most impressive part was that we weren't even taking full advantage of the speed by forcing the creatures to pull a carriage instead of riding them directly. I guess some comforts couldn't be spurned in favor of speed, after all. XXXXX. Faster, grandfather commanded as I did all I could to ward away the barrage of fire blasts he was sending flying at me. More efficient, he said, as a crescent wave of fire I sent at him in reply was cut in half with a negligent fire blast, and he continued to barrage me. Is this how you want to become a fire-bending master? He asked as I backflipped out of the way of one attack and ran across the Baron Zen garden to dodge the remaining blasts. You are a firebender, not an airbender. A son of Agni. Stand and fight, he commanded as the flames increased in intensity. I felt their heat as I dodged and weaved past them. I stomped a foot on the ground to settle my stance and brought my 2 hands together in a wedge shape to cut a hole in the wave of fire he sent flying at me. Thanks to that, the flames passed to my left, and to my right, but did not damage me. A kick and a punch were all I could send at him before he tore the initiative of the fight right out of my hands and continued to hammer me down. You are younger than me. In the fullness of youth, and you still cannot outpace me? Shameful, he admonished as he kept the fire coming. At this point, I wasn't sure which would hurt more. The heat from the flames or the heat from the words. Is this your best? He asked as he blocked a fire blast from me. 6 years of training, and this is the best you can do? I've fought earthbenders with more firepower than you, he said acidly, more flames being sent at me. I focused my fire on my legs and used the explosive traits of firebending to give me the boost I needed to fly high enough in the air to land right behind the soul boulder in the garden. Hiding now, are you? Where is the fire, Natsu? You are named for a dragon. Show me the flames, boy. He shouted as he seemed intent on melting the stone from the force of his firebending. It was already red hot, and only natural resistance kept me from being burned already. I focused on my breath. In. Out. Agni, give me strength. Fire on my feet to enhance movement and give me speed allowed me to virtually skate around the garden till I was in front of grandfather with barely any time for him to react. I took pleasure in the shock on his face as I flew into the air and reared my kick back before kicking right at his head with an arc of flames following. Of course, when I felt myself land on my back on the other side of the garden, I shouldn't have been surprised. Do not believe what your opponent's face says so easily. War is deception, and the best fighters tend to be the best liars, he said, and I nodded through my coughs as I kept hold of my midsection. That had been brutal. You were not bad, but we have a lot to work on. At least, now I know defeating Hiroshi on your own will be merely difficult and not impossible like part of me had previously assumed. He said as he began to walk back to the manor. That was intense. Very intense. XXXXXX. Since grandfather had introduced me to this section of the library, there was one piece of knowledge I was yet to explore. Lightning. The secrets of lightning were written down in one of the scrolls. It wasn't incredibly detailed, and had a lot of holes in its explanation. It had been written by the 9th family head, and like everything written by that particular madman, it was unclear and vague. I could see why no one after him had been able to decipher his writings about separating the energies and lashing them together to make the skies sing. In fact, it was only Iroha's teachings from the series that allowed me to make sense of what he was saying. With the scroll in hand, I made my way to my chosen garden. At least, he'd drawn up the required motions so I didn't have to rack my mind too much to remember them. The first step was peace of mind, and that one was the easiest to achieve. Years of meditation made finding calmness and peace pathetically easy. Circular motions were next. I went through them as I practiced separating my internal energies, yin and yang. Positive and negative. Mind and body. I couldn't actually separate my mind and body, but using my emotions as the anchor for the energies seemed to work as it generated some sparks at my fingertips. I was right, but not right enough. No, it wasn't enough to simply separate emotions into positive and negative. That wasn't what yin and yang were. Yin was peace, and yang was agitation. Yin was calm, yang was action. That was what I separated, those emotions that made me want to act from the peace that I'd summoned for myself. It was working. 2 fingers of each hand outstretched, I used my elbows as the catalyst for the circular movements while being mindful of my footwork. The sparks turned to a stream that followed my fingers as they moved. As my left hand passed in front of my face, I almost gasped at how beautiful it was. I spent what felt like hours there, doing just that, moving and admiring the flow, and then when I felt I was ready, I shifted my weight and pointed my left hand at the sky at an angle before forcibly combining both energies again and watching the lightning stream out of my fingertips and rip through the cloud I'd aimed at. Fuck. That was draining. My body felt like I'd been exercising for hours, like I'd just bench pressed a planet or something like that. Marvelous, I heard from behind me as a teacup fell to the floor and shattered. I whirled around to see my grandfather staring at me in shock. A/N, well, here you go. How is this looking for you? For the record, my character is a prodigy, but not too strange for the setting. Ong was a master at 12. Katara became a master-level combatant after only a year of training. Toph, well, Toph is Toph. No formal training at all and an earth-bending master at 12. Angela was pretty much the uncontested second strongest bender loyal to the Fire Nation by the time she turned 14. People in the verse are just built different, and my MC will reflect that as well. We've got the next 3 chapters of this story, along with the next 5 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 6. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, Discord. GG/Z3BSESQH, just remove the spaces since FF doesn't play too nicely with links. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story, feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. Do you know what this means? Grandfather asked for what felt like the 17th time as he stared at me. My display of lightning bending had placed the man in a state of simultaneous shock and amazement as he both tried to figure out what to say and tried to think of a way to express what he felt. I mean, I could understand where he was coming from. Lightning bending was pretty much limited to the royal family almost exclusively. When you display this talent, the royal family will be the ones begging you to marry Princess ATLA or they'd send assassins after my head, I silently added at the end of his sentence. He was right though. If they weren't going to kill me, then the royal family just might actually end up marrying into mine to make me one of them. Grandfather's obsession with a royal match still didn't make complete sense to me, but I knew he was right. Talent like what I had now would open a lot of doors for me. If I didn't get killed, that is. Sure, my name prevented me from just disappearing into the night, but being given an impossible mission that practically assured my death was also a possibility. Sure, without knowing that the royal family was insane as could be, one would never be able to guess just what they were capable of. Unlike grandfather, I had a pretty good idea from the series, so I was careful and wary. Wary of what could happen but still willing to go along with grandfather's plan for the time being. A closer relationship with ATLA might make me able to prevent her descent into madness, and maybe even mold her into something resembling a competent fire lady. Yes, grandfather, I said, and he smiled in pride. Good, my boy. Keep practicing. Never stop. All your firebending training will have to be cut in half to keep you energized and give you time to work on this. How many bolts do you think you can generate in a day? He asked, sensing my tiredness. Right now, 3. Maybe 4 if I push myself. Good. Let's see if we can get that up to 10 by the end of the break, he said. Even though I knew he knew less about this than I did, something about the way he seemed assured as he created a training plan in front of me made me believe in him and trust his words. XXXXX. I went through the motions for the 4th time today, and the sky was split asunder again as my lightning tore through the clouds. Fuck. My body. I dropped to my knees, breathing heavily, trying to get what oxygen I could into my body. I'd been training my lightning bending for 2 weeks now, and it still felt draining to use each and every time. Less draining than it had at the beginning, but still much more taxing than any other form of fire bending I could do. Grandfather applauded from off to the side. That was faster than usual. Again he said, and I stood up with sheer willpower and took my stance again. This time, when I separated the energies, yin and yang, it was easy. They didn't fight to be with each other as intensely as they used to, and when I lashed them together and guided the lightning, it felt so easy and smooth. It felt normal to me and I stared at my fingers with shock as I left the stance I'd used to generate the energy. Do you feel something different? Grandfather asked, and I was unable to reply as I fell unconscious. XXXXX. And you say you were lightning bending? The crone asked as she laid a hand above my chest. The flames in her hands made me a bit nervous, but grandfather seemed to trust her. Yes, I was. Yin and yang. You tore them apart too smoothly. They remain separate even now, that is why your bending feels different. How do we fix it? I asked her, feeling my heart jump to my throat in fear. You don't. Give it time. A few days. I advise you to stop pushing the limits of lightning so thoroughly. There is a reason the technique has seen little development since the day it was discovered. The cold-blooded fire is dangerous, both to train and to experiment with. It is my advice that you pause your practice with it, especially at your age. To separate one's positive and negative energies could have unforeseen effects for one so young. We do not know enough about the technique or its users to tell, but surely none of them had been as young as 11 years of age, the woman said before standing up and exchanging greetings with grandfather before leaving. After that day, firebending training had been difficult to come by. Grandfather limited our sessions to 1 hour in every 2 days and scrapped my private practice. The threat of me accidentally permanently crippling my firebending talent with overtraining had been too much for the man to accept, so he did his best to reduce the possibility by making sure overtraining was no longer possible for me. Of course, that gave me more time to focus on training my body. Hiroshi might have been a bastard, but he was competent. Competent enough to give me a personalized routine that actually had me feeling noticeable faster, stronger, and more energetic in months. Sticking with his routine helped my physical recovery and did have me feeling even stronger in the 2 months that the break was supposed to last. It was just too bad that I was going to be depriving quite a few people of the man's talents and tutelage. The school would find a replacement, grandfather had assured, but I knew part of him hoped they didn't. Their reaction to my hospitalization had been especially disappointing to the man, and he was altogether quite displeased with the place in general. XXXXXX. In the end, the break went quickly. When we resumed, instead of orientation, we were left to our own devices until dinner time. I hadn't been to the room I shared with Toji yet, as grandfather had taken up residence in the guest wing of the school for the days leading up to the Agni Kai. This night was when I would place my formal challenge, and I adjusted my outfit in the mirror again to make sure I looked the part. With the baby face I still had in my height, I was everything but imposing in my crimson red robes, but I didn't need to be. I just had to look good. That was one thing I was sure would work out perfectly. Looking good was one thing this body was born to do. With my black hair even longer than it had previously been and reaching towards my shoulder blades, and my attractive features, I had hopes for a bright future. A very bright one. When the bell rang for dinner, I waited a bit before making my way to the hall. After Lee, Toji, and I had trashed Noea and his bunch of idiots, along with a good portion of the hall, last time, the teachers had begun taking their meals with the students. Ostensibly to make sure we all complied with the school's dinner policy and rules. A directive that started to prevent me from causing trouble was actually going to end up being the mechanism for the latest bit of trouble I'd end up causing. The irony was real. I walked in, ignoring the eyes that inevitably turned to me even as they increased as I got closer and closer to the front of the hall. I caught the principal's face as I made my walk, and the man just looked resigned. After he got it, it seemed the crowd only needed a few seconds extra to put together the cues from my attire to my demeanor to my destination. When I arrived in front of Hiroshi, I tossed a scroll on his empty plate. It was brown with a red bow around it to signify its contents. But it wasn't the contents that made the crowd go wild instead. It was how the scroll was delivered. By tossing the scroll instead of passing it to him, I was making it known that I did not respect my opponent. I was basically saying Hiroshi had no honor and that I had no interest in associating with someone like that, even if just to do something as minor as passing a scroll to him. Hiroshi purpled as he also understood what was happening, but before anyone could say anything and ruin the shock value, I was making my way out of the hall. "See you tomorrow, Hiroshi," I called out without even turning around to address him. If there was one thing guaranteed to get him pissed off and off his game, it would be that. Addressing him just with his first name and then speaking to him without even turning around to dignify him with eye contact. Oh, the dragon in his blood would be boiling. XXXXXXXX. Agni Kai. Agni's sacred combat. The one-way firebenders have settled their conflicts since time immemorial. It was so entrenched in our culture that for centuries, to refuse a challenge was to surrender oneself to exile from whatever civilization one had been a member of. Agni Kais were still, to this day, used as a form of trial by combat in most of the fire courts. The only person immune to a challenge was the Fire Lord himself, and even he could not lightly turn one down. Only his position as Agni's representative on Earth gave him the leeway to even consider it. For the rest of us mortals, it was unavoidable. That's why I was unsurprised when Hiroshi arrived at the central courtyard just before dawn. The school was already gathered around us. Most of it, at least. Those who had classes this morning had found their classes rescheduled as the lecturers unanimously turned up. Whether it was to support one of their own or get the front row seats to his downfall, I could not tell. That was one of the things I hated most about firebenders. For people who wielded the element of raw passion, we could be shockingly duplicitous and two-faced. We lied so well it was difficult to tell who felt what. I turned towards the crowd and smiled at the area where I could spot Toji and Lee enthusiastically cheering me on and making signs of encouragement. Within an otherwise dead silent crowd, they were impossible to miss. I just knew this was Lee's idea, and Toji had jumped right on the bandwagon once he saw how likely their antics were to draw the principal's ire. The man had glared daggers at me since he arrived in the morning. I was sure it was only grandfather's presence that prevented him from walking forwards and giving me a piece of his mind. When the sun crested the horizon, Master Shin walked forwards with a sneer on his face that was directed at me. When Hiroshi stepped on the makeshift stage, it became clear that his displeasure was not meant for only me. He glared at his fellow professor with such disdain that it was a wonder that the two of them hadn't already dueled it out. If they had, I was sure Hiroshi could never have survived the experience. As customary with Agni Kai, the fight shall be until yield or death. If your opponent can no longer yield, and is no longer dead, I will decide on whether I should step in and call the fight. If I do not, assume it will continue until one person is dead. I should not have to remind either of you that this is Agni Kai. Dishonorable tactics are impermissible, and neither is cowardice. Fight with the fire. Agni has blessed you, and may the sun never set on the winner. He said with a bow that we both returned. At least he could conduct the ceremony properly. I took my stance when I turned to him. Center of gravity lowered, fists clenched and raised in front of my head with my right side turned towards him. His own stance was the second step of the Fire Nation military style. Textbook, but perfectly executed. Grandfather had pounded the strategies into my head for this particular fight. Once Shin's hand dropped, signifying the start of the fight, I was a blur of motion. My first movement, an instant backflip, helped me dodge the lance of fire that had been sent screaming at my head. At my legs crested in the flip, I breathed in, and unleashed my flames from my feet in an arc that followed my backflip. Hiroshi was forced to block both arcs of fire, and I took advantage of that second or two where his vision was blocked almost instantly. The explosive nature of firebending built within me and flowed from my feet as I propelled myself in one explosive burst. Grandfather had explained to me that I was the only one who saw fire as two distinct components, heat and explosiveness, but I knew he was wrong. Sparky Boom Man, ATLA, and Zuko were proof that others knew this trick or could somehow separate the natures of fire on their own. Still, it was rare, and I took advantage of Hiroshi's surprise at seeing me firing at him like a bolt from a cannon to get my first attack in. A roundhouse kick to the head powered by explosive flames. He took the attack right in the noggin and was sent reeling. I pounced on the weakness and brought my second leg around again to repeat the hit. This time, a strong hand reached up and clenched my shin. I felt bone creak as he whipped me around like a toy and tossed me straight in the air. I was tossed ass over tea kettle, and my lightheadedness was amplified as I flew further and further into the air. Stretching out my palms behind me, towards the sky was the only way I could bring myself to a stop as twin blasts of flame stabilized my ascent and left me in a sort of float as I stared at the massive lance of fire heading right at me. I watched it come with a smile. At least this wasn't going to be boring. I straightened in the sky and began to fall back towards the ground, boosting myself with a blast of flames on my feet. I stretched both hands in front of me in a wedge and forced Hiroshi's lance to part around me as I dove right through. I was proven right in my hunch when the bastard was less than ready to see come out of the tail end of the attack unhurt and unburned. I flipped over as I got closer to the ground and him, landing with a powerful axe kick that captured all the momentum from my downwards force. It was only the fact that just being in this world gave me a body that was nigh superhuman by old Earth standards that allowed me to survive the maneuver without breaking a bone or a 100. On the other hand, it was also that fact that allowed Hiroshi to get away with blocking the attack by lifting only a single arm over his head. The momentum seemed to flow through his body like a conductor as the ground around us shattered. His body was solid and unyielding against my foot, so I used it as a springboard to move into another backflip that had me dodging the blast of flames from his other hand by the skin of my teeth. I landed and dropped into a split instantly to dodge another lance aimed at my head. A lower position allowed me to aim several fire blasts at him that he had to spend time dealing with. His fighting style was very much the standard Fire Nation army style. Strong base and quick attacks. It was a hybrid between the old Fire Nation nobility style favored by Iroh in the show and the more modern styles used by both Zuko and ATLA in the show. Me? I had a style almost designed to counter it. I rose to my feet in one practiced movement and sent even more blasts at him that he had to spend more time blocking. As he did so, I stretched a single hand and formed a fire whip in its grip that I used to lash at his position. He backpedaled with smooth footwork to dodge the first go around, and on the second, he caught the whip right in his grip. Interesting. Deactivating the attack, I fire skate across the ground to a new position as several lances of flames destroy the ground behind me. Hiroshi is persistent but always a second too slow as I dodge all his attacks, and when there's a break in his firing, I capitalize. My legs sweep out across the floor and force him to jump up to avoid the arc of flames sent at him. More fire blasts sent out rapidly do their job of delaying him, and I begin. 2 index fingers stretched out on each arm, I take a deep breath and stretch the both of them forwards before winding them back, using the circular backward movement to build up the separation of negative and positive energies before inverting the movement and turning on my feet to face him with only my right side. The shock on his face is replaced by alarm, as before he can react, my left arm whips up right in his direction and the reconnected positive and negative energies follow the path I'd drawn for them. Lightning flashes and the duel is over. All in all, it had taken 4 seconds. When my vision clears to my target, I almost choke at seeing the impact of lightning on a human target. Hiroshi was much taller than me, so I'd aimed the lightning bolt upwards at an angle, and it had followed the path to a T, spearing through his chest and into the sky. Where the lightning passed, nothing remained. There was just a gaping hole in his midsection. A/N, that's the chapter, I guess. How was the duel? Also, don't hesitate to check my profile to read my other works. We've got the next 3 chapters of this story, along with the first 8 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 7. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, discord.gg/hjkrvprc, just remove the spaces since FF doesn't play too nicely with links. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story, feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. The day when thunder clapped and lightning roared over the skies of the Royal Fire Nation Military Academy was the day that a legend was born. Natsu of the ancient House of Wu had made history as the youngest ever recorded user of lightning bending, and the first one out of the Fire Nation royal family in over 2 centuries. That kind of feat had sent echoes all over the world, not just within the Fire Nation. Even in the Earth Kingdom it was whispered that the Fire Nation had birthed a special weapon to end the war in its tracks. But for the events which this book describes, it is not on that day when things began. No, our concern is with what happened a scarce 3 years later. Excerpts from Tale of the War of Two Dragons by Zaylan Droz. XXXX 93 AG. That day changed everything for me. From then onwards, it wasn't just grandfather who was interested in my development anymore. Every lecturer who taught my class always singled me out for everything. When I stumbled, rare as it was gossip that traveled across the whole school for weeks. It had taken me 3 months to learn to never stumble again. Every waking second was dedicated to self-improvement in one field or the other. Every scroll, every lesson, every bit of reading material was digested and meditated over for hours to make sure not a single detail, no matter how useless, left my memory. That was the life I signed up for when I became the boy who slayed a firebending master with the cold fire at the age of 11. Even grandfather, bless his heart, had begun to treat me differently over time. I think we had both expected my abilities, my growth, to plateau over time, for me to stop becoming stronger with every day that passed, but it seemed that the very opposite was taking place instead. I grew day by day in skill, and in power. My flames burned hotter and hotter as the time went by. And now, 3 years after that day, I found myself consumed with a single question. How did ATLA do it? How were her flames blue? It couldn't just be something she had that no one else could. I mean, just because we never saw any other human use the ability in the show or the sequel didn't mean that it was unique and exclusive to her. The dragons could clearly call down fire of all the colors, so why would their gift of bending to humans be any less potent? But even though I was sure of all of that, reality seemed determined to prove me wrong. After all, why was it that after nearly a year of trying to get my fires to burn as hot as they could, they still never turned blue? They never even changed color. Yes, I made progress in getting them to become hotter, but it was almost like they were locked at the orange-red hybrid that every firebender was known for. Would blue fire offer any advantages beyond simply looking unique? To be honest, I didn't know. Unless I was given time alone with the princess to study the ability, I doubted that I'd ever actually manage to copy it. Why was I suddenly dwelling on trivial things like the color of my flames? Well, I'd gotten bored at not really having much to learn in terms of new abilities and techniques, so I had to find something to aspire to. And why was I talking about it all right now? Because I needed something to get my mind off of it. The court-martial. I stood in Master Shin's hall, which also doubled as the firebending training hall for personal training time, as I concentrated my energy into the fireball held in my hands. Maybe if I could do this, then what was about to happen wouldn't. But just like it always had, no matter how much concentration I put into changing the temperature, the flames remained a stubborn orange. The princess had already sent whispers flying a year ago when she developed the ability and prompted my own experimentation, and my hope right now was that displaying a similar ability could elevate my family's station enough to avoid what was happening. But even after intensifying my training a month ago when I received the news, I still had nothing. Today was the day. Grandfather would be in attendance when it happened. I didn't have the full story. I would probably never get the full story, but father had done the unthinkable. When Prince Iroh ended the 600-day siege of Ba Sing Se after his son's death, he struck him in anger. Anyone from a less prestigious family would already have been branded a traitor and instantly killed. Maybe if that had been what happened instead, then things would not be quite so dire. No, instead, as fitting for a family that had produced generals of the Fire Nation for generations, he was honored and given the right to fair hearing in the form of the court-martial. Grandfather was going to be his representation in the obvious sham trial, as he didn't want to see his only child killed by the nation he loved so much, but even if he succeeded, we were fucked. What would our prospects be when everything was over and done with? I could already see a bit of it in how my fellow students and the teachers had treated me since the news broke. The teachers no longer seemed as interested in encouraging my progress and testing my limits. No, now they contented themselves with pretending I didn't exist. As for the students, those who had previously sought to endear themselves to me had suddenly decided to ostracize me. I'd already begun to hear whispers that I couldn't be trusted because I had traitor blood just like my father. Those who didn't take the opportunity to turn me into a social outcast only stared at me in pity, and I couldn't quite tell which one of those reactions were worse. Luckily, Toji could always be trusted to remain true to himself. He'd grown in the years since and was now flat out the most dangerous person on the campus. He was also still utterly uninterested in authority and motivated only by his ever-present need for entertainment. That was why when he entered the hall with Lee at his heels, I was shocked to find him looking apprehensive. The fact that he hadn't even spoken any words upon entering and finding me staring at a fireball was even more shocking. His disdain for my attempts to change the color of my flames had become a running gag between us. That was why I knew that something had happened. Lee also being silent while staring at me with a sorrowful look on his face was also another hint. It's happened, hasn't it? I asked, and they both nodded. I dispelled my flames and straightened up, planting an impassive expression on my face before speaking again. Grandfather said it would be beginning right about now. It was yesterday. Reports have already reached quite a few people. I'm sure your grandfather would have sent you a letter of your own, already, Toji said, still not spilling the beans. Oh. That meant it was bad. Very bad. Obviously, you are one of those people. I said, leading him on. Yes. And? Don't let me die of suspense. Prince Iroh spoke up for your father at the trial. He supported him and said it was just a moment of passion among firebenders. That's good, isn't it? I asked, naively hopeful. Yes. It saved his life. Fire Lord Ajalan spared your father's life because of the prince's words. Praise Agni. But he also decreed that even if your father got to keep his life, he would not escape without punishment. What is it? War guilt? Reparations? Banishment? What could be so bad that Toji would be so hesitant to say it? Lee hadn't met my eyes since they walked in. The Fire Lord decreed that since your father struck the prince with a fist, he would lose the whole hand. I choked at that. A hand? A whole hand for a punch? What the fuck? That wasn't all, though. Your father apparently said some uncharitable things about the prince in his rage, so the Fire Lord decreed that he would never speak again. His tongue was cut off. Fuck. A tongue in a hand. That was bad, but not too bad. Father was fucked, but he'd live. He wasn't a peasant. He'd live a life of luxury with servants waiting on him hand and foot until the day he died. But that still was not enough for the Fire Lord. He said that the previous punishments were to punish your father, but to deter others from doing the same, he decreed that none with your father's blood would ever marry within the royal family. At that, I actually exclaimed fuck. Indeed. Why'd you react so badly to this one, Natsu? I'd thought the others were the real bad news. I mean sure, you can't marry the Princess Agila, but that can't be that bad, can it? Lee asked, looking up at both of us in shock. Sometimes, I forget you are from the colonies, Toji remarked with a look of disgust, not aimed at Lee but at the thought of the colonies themselves. It's bad because it essentially means the end of his noble family. Blood doesn't work in the Fire Nation the way it does in the rest of the world. If he were to marry anyone, that person's entire family would be of his blood, and thus his father's blood. That means no descendant of that family would ever get a royal marriage, no matter what. It goes without saying that no other noble family would be interested in taking that kind of risk. Without noble marriages, he'd be forced to marry either peasants or colonials. Eventually, the noble blood would be so diluted that the family would lose the rank. Toji explained for Lee's benefit. Good. I usually performed that duty, but I just wasn't in the mood. He has doomed us to a slow death, I said out loud, taking no relief in the pity on Toji's face and the realization on Lee's. That's one way to send a message, I guess. Leave me, guys, I asked, as I turned back towards the dragon inscription at the end of the hall that I'd been facing before they entered the hall. Lee wanted to stay. I could hear the reluctance in his steps until Toji began dragging him. Sure, the older boy said as they left the hall, and I was alone with my thoughts. No, not alone. I had my fire. That was one thing I'd always have. And so I used it. A punch first. Just enough fire that it went a bit beyond my fist. A kick followed that, with the same amount of fire. More. The next punch sent a blast that went straight at the dragon without leaving so much as a scratch. Of course, it didn't. This entire room, from floor to ceiling, was covered in some of the most heat-resistant materials known to man. But that didn't stop me from trying to do some damage to it. Blast after blast, I sent. Straight at the dragon, they went. No damage, they did. It was almost like it stood there in mockery of me, and I could feel my inner pride as a child of Agni bristling at the inanimate object. If straight blasts didn't work, I'd use arcs. When those didn't work, I tried concentrating my fire into small points before firing it off. I kept the explosive force at the lowest I could. Destruction with concussive force wasn't what I wanted here. No. I needed to burn something. I needed something to feel my wrath. It would be this dragon. One of us would fall first and it would not be me. After what felt like hours, I could not keep my feet under me anymore and I fell to the floor in exhaustion. Fuck. I stared straight ahead and found the dragon still there. Untouched by all my efforts. The room had become sweltering under my ministrations, but it felt none of that. Fuck this. Fuck me. Grandfather's biggest pride and joy, his legacy, was all gone because the fool who coughed up the sperm that became me couldn't keep his emotions in check. What a complete idiot. I felt myself losing the struggle against the urge to close my eyes. They felt heavy, like they were being weighed down by multiple cement blocks. When I finally gave up the fight, it was with one last traitorous thought: would he still love me now that there was no legacy I was protecting? XXXX. Your father's foolishness need not be the end of us. Grandfather greeted me with those words as I entered the carriage he'd come in to pick me up at the end of the semester. His old face had aged decades in the months since I last saw him. Now, his wrinkles were pronounced and his previously bright blue eyes, the most noticeable shared feature between us, had dulled to an average sky blue. This had clearly been wearing on him. The fact that he hadn't bothered to get out of the carriage since his arrival showed that. What do you mean, grandfather? Even the smaller noble houses will look down on us now that we have no royal favor. I replied instantly. Yes. That is true. But do not forget that what one Fire Lord decrees, another can overturn. What? I asked him. Surely he wasn't considering what I thought he was. That is treason, I reminded him in case his old age had begun to erode the common sense in his brain. No. No. Nothing of the sort. I don't speak of assassinating Fire Lord Agilon. All I am saying is that he will eventually fall prey to the great equalizer time. One day, he will die. And when he does, his successor will be in position to do us a great favor. He said, voice barely above a whisper. We could trust our staff, but the risk of the carriage driver overhearing and telling the wrong person what was being discussed was much too high. That fact made it even stranger that he was choosing to broach the topic here and now, instead of within our home. Prince Iroh? Has he made us any promises? I asked, trying not to make it obvious that I didn't actually expect the prince to take the throne. No. Not him. The elder prince is grieving. Speaking up for your father was the most we could expect from him. No, it's Prince Ozai. Prince Ozai is the second son, father. And Prince Iroh has no son of his body. Prince Ozai has 2 healthy children, one of whom might be a bending prodigy to match you in talent. Still, the elder must inherit before the younger. I said, pressing him more, not keen on having grandfather marry us too closely with Ozai's cause. Royal family conflict could get bloody, and if things went wrong, we'd end up with a lot more than some egg on our faces. I mean, sure, I knew Ozai would take the throne, but I had no idea what could happen in the process. No. There is precedence. I have consulted our histories and scrolls. Twice before has this happened. One of those led to civil war. Fire Lord Ganryu's reign is well known. I said, disagreeing with him instantly. Not as well known as you would think. Your knowledge of our history does you well, grandson. But still, if war is to break out, we have the odds of winning. He said, features sharpening and face grave in the sparse light that bled in through the carriage's curtains. Civil war in the middle of the largest war of Fire Nation, history? Grandfather, this is ridiculous, I said, and immediately, I knew I overstepped from the way his features changed. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes narrowed, and I felt like I was in the presence of an actual dragon as the heat within the already warm carriage seemed to skyrocket. Do not forget your place, grandson. Every word was said in little more than a whisper, but still each one landed like whips from a belt. Everything I do for us. I will not be remembered as the clan head who lost everything. I will not be remembered as Natsu the clan killer or something equally ridiculous. No. If war is what is necessary to secure our place at the top, then it will be done. You will play your part in this. You always will. He said, his voice softening at the end, but still doing little to hide his fury. Normally, my own fury would have risen to match his. I was a son of Agni, after all. But even in the anger I could hear the hopelessness he was struck with. Agilon was cruel in his judgment, and it was going to have effects for a very long time. After he spoke, his chest heaved and he let out a few coughs. I made no move to assist him, and acted like I did not notice as he fumbled for a cup and took a long sip of some foul-smelling medicine. Grandfather had no interest in being pitied or for his old age to become a source of attention. He chose to avoid drawing attention to it, and I played my part by acting like I did not notice it when he slipped up. The rest of the ride was silent as the grave, each of us turning over our thoughts. XXXXXX. When I got home, I got my very first look at my father that was not from a portrait or picture. Needless to say, he'd lost it. The man I looked at, slumped against his table, cup of sake tossed carelessly across said desk, was a shadow of his former self. I'd returned a day ago, and not having seen him, I sought him out on my own. Finding his rooms were easy, and when I did, I saw the truth in grandfather's statements. There sat my father. Formerly proud general of the Fire Nation, brought low for saying and doing nothing more than what literally every other member of the army had wanted. Iroh ended the siege of Basing and abandoned years of military efforts and resources. Tossed it all down the drain, and where was he now? In the royal palace enjoying every luxury. Any other general would have been executed for treason and his orders would have been ignored. But no. Not this one. Instead, the person being punished was the only sane one in the bunch for opposing the stupidity of a man whose only claim to fame was dropping from the right pair of legs. The longer I stared at my father, the more I felt the flame rise in me. I itched. To kill. To destroy something. Was this how grandfather felt as he saw what the royal family was doing to us? No. No, it couldn't be. Because if it was, how then would he be able to stomach our salvation coming from another member of the same family? What made them better than us? Did not the same blood that flowed through Agilon flow through me? We shared ancestors. Dozens of them in the last 4 centuries alone. Not to talk of how all firebenders came from the same group of less than 100. How could grandfather sit and still consider remaining subservient to them? Self-preservation? No. Some echo. Some part of him maintained the loyalty pounded into our heads from a young age. Unfortunately for them, I had no such loyalty. Fuck it all. I'd burn the world if I had to. This could not happen again. If this world I was both blessed and cursed to live in was this unfair, then the only way to keep myself and those who came after me safe was to ascend to the top. I had to do it. It was no longer a matter of pride or desire. This was pure self-preservation. My father was loyal. Dozens of victories, he delivered to the foot of the throne, and one misstep later found him here. Pathetic. A shell, a shadow of himself. Rendered mute and crippled by the same blades his comrades had wielded against the enemy. No. This fate cannot befall me. Never. XXXXXXXX. And the very next semester, I made my application to graduate early from the Fire Nation Military Academy at the ripe old age of 13. A/N, that's all. That's it for the chapter. Give me your thoughts? We've got the next 3 chapters of this story, along with the first 8 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 8. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, discord.gg/sccw, just remove the spaces since FF doesn't play too nicely with links. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. The Fire Nation Royal Military Academy was the premier school of the land. No other school had ever produced a supreme military commander in the history of the Fire Nation, and not just that highest position. Every war minister for the last 400 years had attended the academy. The academy produced more generals than any other. Why was I telling you this? To drive home just how prestigious the academy was and its place in the Fire Nation culture. My decision to graduate early had not been made on a whim, and yet everyone seemed determined to assume that it was. I'm all for sticking it to authority and all that, but are you sure you've thought this through? Toji asked with a look that could almost be mistaken for concern on his face. Yeah, Natsu. I heard the exams are really difficult and isn't there a rule that you can only take them once? Lee asked, back earnest eyes squinted at me and hesitant smile on his face as he tried to advise caution without making it look like he doubted me. The idiots are right. You're supposed to be smarter than this. Don't blow your shot now in some misguided quest to regain your family's honor or whatever it is that's going through that head of yours. Maki's bandages creased on her forehead in the telltale sign that she was suppressing a frown taking over her face. For some reason, for all the control she had over the lower end of her face, none of it went to her bandaged top of her head. The dichotomy was something that could only make sense in a world like this one, as if she'd trained to control one half of her face while totally ignoring the other. An insane idea. Well, he definitely isn't listening to us, Zufu, the latest addition to our eclectic bunch. I don't see why anyone would want to fight in the war any sooner than they'd have to, but we all know how stubborn Natsu can be when he thinks he's got his mind made up, she said, looking at me with narrowed eyes and a placid expression on her pale face. Just like Toji and I, Zufu was from noble blood. Unlike the both of us though, her family had little in the way of remaining wealth. They'd invested heavily into the Fire Nation's consumer economy over 100 years ago. When everything was nationalized and turned towards the war effort, they found themselves left to pasture. They did a good job of simulating wealth. Zufu's clothing was of the highest quality, silk sewn by the finest and most skilled of hands. It was a convincing illusion until one realized that the clothes were of the style that was common over 50 years ago. The cut was older, and much more modest than what any of the other girls wore now. Zufu wore it well. She had a timeless appeal to her, ever the classic Fire Nation beauty. Wouldn't you do what I was doing if it meant achieving that thing we both know you want to? I asked her, narrowing my eyes right at her to drive home my meaning. Her eyes met mine as she refused to back down. Golden orbs met blue ones as I saw myself reflected in her eyes. The determined set to my brows, the bags under my eyes that told of my tiredness, and the fierce look on my face that Toji was always willing to mock. It took the better part of a minute, but she eventually backed down and turned her eyes away from mine. We all have goals. We have goals we'd give anything for. Why can't you guys accept that this is the best way for me to achieve what I seek? I asked them. Because it's fucking stupid, Toji cut in, drawing my glare before he raised his hands in surrender. Ignoring the foul language, the brute is right. You're blowing your only chance at graduation for a pipe dream. The exam is famously hard. You know this. Half those who write it fail, and that's even with years of training specially designed to help pass the exams. You want to take it as a third year, when seventh years break under the difficulty. Maki said, not being charitable at all. I know the firebending portions will be passable for you, she admitted, but that in and of itself was an understatement. Maki was the second best bender in our class, and it wasn't even close between us. Even Noea Zenon, widely recognized as the best of the 7th years, barely ever gave me a good fight. And with the thought of Hiroshi's dead bodies in their minds, none of the teachers were keen to let me practice with them. But that is only 30% of the final grades. There's strategy, theory, and all sorts of things you still have to pass. And even if you pass, only the top 10 get the right to choose their branch of the military, so what if you end up in the Navy or the Capitol Guard or something like that where you get no chance of seeing combat and getting the chance to restore your family's honor? Maki was always the most sensible of us all, but right now I didn't need her talking sense into me. I guess I just have to finish top 10 then, I said, smiling at all of them. Always knew you were crazy, Natsu, but not like this, a voice spoke out from behind me. I leaned back in my seat and was met with the face of the boy I'd mopped the floor with all those years ago in this same hall. Naya Zenon. Just the last face I wanted to see. I said with a yawn in my voice, affecting a persona of disinterest to get on his nerves. I heard the rumor that you put in the application for early graduation and didn't believe a word of it. I told myself, surely not even Natsuwu would be so arrogantly stupid, but I guess that was my mistake. Underestimating the depths of your arrogance and stupidity. Toji made to rise at his words, but both Zufu and Lee were quick enough to drag him back to his seat. Beyond a look at my roommate, I didn't pay any attention to him, in favor of his older cousin. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you, I said, placing my index finger in my ear and wiggling it around, making a whole show of it. Noea's face flushed. An ugly shade of red as he made to speak before one of his numerous hangers-on grabbed a hold of his hand and pulled on it. The boy took the signal and turned right around, but not before leaving some parting words. I'm going to enjoy watching you fail, Natsu, he said, and then twirled around on himself in what I'm sure he thought was an impressive exit and walked away. After Naya's visit, the mood across the table was soured and we switched topics from my decision to lighter things like the time Lee tried to ride a platypus bear. Of course, it wasn't all to be as our revelry and fun is brought to a quick end as one of the numerous servants in the school ran towards me with a note in his hand. For you, Master Natsu, the older boy said with a whisper and stretched out the scroll he held in his hands towards me. Oh. Probably from the school about your application to graduate early, Lee said, and before I could take the letter from the servant, Toji had jumped in between us and snatched it right out of the boy's hands before jumping away when I tried to get it from him. I marched after him, but it was too late as he'd already ripped open the scroll and began to read. Dear Natsuwu. So official, he whispered as an aside after reading the first sentence of the letter. By now, I wasn't fool enough to believe there was any chance of me getting that scroll off of Toji without doing some form of damage to the missive. I just relaxed back into my seat at the alcove we'd wandered into as a result of our conversation. We write this letter regarding your application to take the graduation exam of the Royal Fire Nation Academy. Toji was having fun with this, I could see. He'd already begun doing his very best impersonation of a stuffy official voice. That actually did sound oddly similar to the voice of the headmaster's secretary, who I was pretty sure was the one who'd have written a letter like this one. So maybe that was who he was going for. We are proud that, like so many alumni of this prestigious academy, you have chosen to go the route of early graduation. Toji's tone shifted when he read the phrase prestigious academy to become more sarcastic, which was always something I failed to understand. If he hated this place so much, then why come here in the first place? I found it difficult to imagine that the proud, wealthy, and powerful Zenon clan could not find something else to do with him. However, as you are well aware, for any student to graduate early they must gain the approval of every member of the academic staff. You have failed to meet this requirement, what? And as a result we have no choice but to reject your application. The words Toji spoke failed to reach me as I could hear my heart beating in my chest. I could feel the blood pounding in my head as it flowed. What? That wasn't a real requirement. It was a formality at the very best. No one ever says no. And who'd have the balls to piss off my family like that in the first place? Sure, we were disgraced, but we still had gold and power aplenty. The Fire Lord's displeasure with us hadn't robbed us of that. Could it have been him, though? The Fire Lord himself? No. No way. It makes no sense. First of all, if it ever gets out, he'd have a rebellion on his hands. And besides, there wasn't enough time. I'd made my application a day ago. It would take even the fastest messenger hawks at least 3 days to reach the royal palace with a message. That doesn't even account for the time it would have taken the hawk for the return trip. No way. It had to be someone here. Someone who already hated me. Someone with no horse in the race wouldn't dare take a risk like this with no immediate and visible payoff. No, it had to be him. He was the only one who made sense. I came to the conclusion at the same time as Toji. I could see it on his face as he realized, and then it appeared on Maki's face too. Zufu was just beginning to realize when I turned around to run towards his office. I wasn't surprised when Maki appeared right in my face, gesturing for me to stop or to calm down. Too reasonable by half, she always was. I jumped right over her and built flames at my feet to shoot forwards. A sound of stone creaking and Zufu was by my side as we shot forwards. This is a bad idea, she said, and I would have given her the opportunity to calm me down if Toji didn't jump in from behind and plant his foot on her head and drive her right into the floor with one attack. Oof. That one was going to leave a mark. I nodded at the boy who most considered my best friend before shooting right for Shin again. I drowned out the shouting behind me, as I sped for his office in the firebending practice room. When I arrived, it was to find him with the new set of first years. Without the anger clouding my judgment, perhaps this was where I would have stopped. But no. Not now. I jumped into the room and as he turned to me, it was to hit a blast of fire to the face. He blocked it, of course. Wouldn't be a firebender worth his salt if he didn't. What the fuck, Shin? Are you truly so petty that you would deny me my opportunity to leave? To regain my family's honor, I asked him as I rushed at him. Asked was probably a bit of an understatement. In truth, I screamed accusations at him as I demanded answers for what he'd done. I truly have no idea what you're talking about, he said, still not standing up from his meditating position at the front of the hall. The first years had already begun to move backwards, sensing that this was not going to end peacefully. Let me remind you, then, I said, getting into my stance. Watch and learn, children. This is the difference between a master and a novice. I scoffed at his words and blasted a kick filled with flames right at his head from the opposite end of the hall. Finally, he stood up, and had enough time just to block my attack. I rushed at him in the intervening time and made my way right for his position. The first thing I noted that separated fighting a true master like Shin and one like Hiroshi was just how quickly Shin adapted. It was a matter of seconds for multiple concentric rings of fire to swarm the room and ward me off my approach. Cutting through his fire was one of the hardest things I'd ever done when it came to firebending. It felt like he had a hold on every single ember that he sent out. But once you could overwhelm that control, you couldn't even do much. He seemed more keen to snuff the flames than let them fall under my influence. An interesting fighting style if I'd ever fought one. While I wasted time struggling with his fire and puzzling out his technique, I just barely managed to bend my body out of the way of a massive lance of flames. I watched it sail right above me as I bent backwards to dodge it, and only watching it allowed me to see the color change for a brief instant before it exploded, making my head ring as the concussive force sent me flying along the hopeless dive I entered into to avoid the explosion in the first place. I tucked and rolled with no care as to grace or bearing as I barely managed to remain ahead of his attacks. When I made it to my feet, it was to find him still standing where he'd previously been meditating. I'd barely even gotten him to move, and my head was ringing. I had light burns along my sides and I'd lost a good chunk of my previously silky smooth mane. In just seconds, it was clear to me that I'd bitten way more off than I could chew. I've gone a bit too far, I see. Shin said, looking behind me. I turned along with him and saw the students cowering in a corner as they watched us with wide eyes. That sight was what truly brought me back to reason. The visions that swarmed my mind of my one-handed father scuffling about and living life in a drunken daze while grandfather watched all that he'd worked towards burn down around him as a result of the royal family's insanity were washed away by the sight of the frightened children. Just 10-year-olds. And that, class, is how you deal with an aggressor when it comes to firebending. Shin said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention to him. Please thank your upperclassman, Natsu, for volunteering for this demonstration. I hope we did not go too far with our play acting, he said, speaking with so much seeming sincerity that I found it difficult to tell he was lying even if I knew every word he dropped was as false as could be. Now, please excuse me for a bit while I thank him personally, he said after the class had chorused their thanks to me as one and returned to some semblance of liveliness as he defused the tense situation so smoothly. As he practically dragged me from the hall and shut the door, I could just barely make them out as they exploded into hushed whispers, discussing the fight in enthusiastic tones. Your father. What he did to me, it was wrong. But what was done to him was even more vile, he said first, taking me for a spin as I began to wonder if my concussion actually sent me into a hallucination. This had to be a dream, because no way was Shin actually apologizing. Don't get me wrong, your father is no good man. Hiroshi knew that better than most, and I too felt his actions. But he didn't deserve that, not for what he did at least. That is the only reason I will tolerate what just happened. Instead of pushing for your expulsion and banishment as is my right after you just endangered a class of children of premier nobility, I will instead cover it all up as a teaching exercise, he said, giving me a significant look, clearly waiting for me to ask for what was under the other cup. And in exchange, my grudge with your father is over. I no longer have any desire to fight a crippled man. At those words, only the ringing in my head prevented me from diving right at him. I doubted the fight would go any better this time, and I was already on thin ice. I'd be no use to grandfather as an honorless exile. That would probably be enough to make him give up the ghost completely. Instead, I'll accept reparations. Your grandfather will have my weight sent in gold to my estate. He will do the same for Hiroshi's family. He said, and I nodded instantly. It was a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but I had more than the requested amount in my personal holdings in the family trust, so I could probably get it done without even mentioning this whole incident to grandfather. And my exam? I asked, holding out hope that this new charitable Shin would be willing to unfuck me. Don't be stupid, boy. If anyone would want you out of this school as quickly as possible, it would be me. I approved you sitting the exam. I wasn't the clog. He said, before turning around and leaving me standing in the hallway, tired and confused, with a ringing in my head. A/N, finally done. So sorry I disappeared for the past 2 weeks. Had to complete my graduate school applications. Thankfully, that mess is mostly behind me, so we're back and ready to go. We've got the next 3 chapters of this story, along with the first 10 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 9. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone for whom it will be a new year in a day or two. In case you're searching for a way to start the year with a bang, yearly subscriptions to my Patreon page are now on their largest discount ever, the largest that Patreon is actually going to even let me give. It'll last till the 2nd of January, so jump on it while you can. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, DSC or DGG/OXH2HZD. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. I walked around in a daze, not sure of where to go or what to do with myself. It was almost like I couldn't move forward or return back to where I'd once been. In short, I felt stuck. Not even my friends could help this time. Of all of them, Toji was the only one I saw with any degree of frequency, and the day he ever sat down to have an emotional conversation without Lee spending hours convincing him would be the day Agni descended and returned the world to the original flame. Yup, that was a whole thing in Fire Nation religious culture. Instead of a proper formal religion like Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, we had a monotheistic religion centered around the worship of the sun. Not like there was much worshipping going on. Apart from in ceremonies like burials or coronations, the only time one ever prayed to Agni was WHILE firebending. Yeah, you heard me right. Firebending was a way to pray to the sun god. Not just a way. It was the way. There'd been a whole stage in Fire Nation history when non-benders were looked down upon for being farther away from God. Thankfully, that period was behind us. We all accepted that Agni loved all his children equally. Whether or not they could talk to him directly. Still, enough of that. Back to my present conundrum. I hadn't been able to face my friends in close to 2 weeks. Yes, I knew they wouldn't be pissed about what happened. I knew it, logically, but a small but annoyingly vocal part of me didn't. After all, Toji had smashed Zufo's face into the ground in furthering my aims, and we hadn't been any gentler with Lee in the end. Even Mei had gotten a few licks from Toji when she tried to chase after me. That was the thing with Toji. He was a very simple man. It was easy to face him and it was easy for him to face them. They'd had conflict about differing goals, but that was in the past for him now, so he didn't care about it. Me? Nope. If only I could share the lack of care about what people thought of or showed me. After all, how would they look at me after I declined to listen to them and rashly attacked a master for no reason and with nothing more to go off on than my instincts? The truth was that I was embarrassed. Seeing them, the pity in their eyes, the way they got quiet and were hesitant to meet my eyes for long. It was too much for me if I was being honest. After all, I'd done something stupid. They could pretend not to judge me for it. Maybe they'd even act like they didn't care about me being a bloody fool. But I would never be able to believe that part of them didn't look down on me for being a miserable idiot. Fuck. I'd really just gone and attacked a member of staff just because I'd gotten it in my head that he was the one responsible for me losing out the opportunity to regain my family's honor and save grandfather from the path he'd begun walking down. Nothing good would come from partnering with Oze in his madness, but as the time went by it began to seem more and more like that was the only real choice we would have at the end of the day. It disgusted and sickened me. Made me feel nauseous in my own skin. I was born the most talented firebender my family had ever seen in 5 centuries and there was still naught I could do to prevent our descent. Either hitched to Ozia or left sinking on our own, we'd be sinking either way though. A knocking at the door drew me from my thoughts and it took me a few seconds where I debated just pretending to not be inside. Natsu, I know you're in there, Zufo's voice sounded in from the outside. That soft, melodic tone that fit her inner pacifist so easily. I bolted to open the door, and my momentum was arrested as I came face to face with her. It was the weekend, so there weren't any classes today. Zufo had shed her aged old-fashioned school uniform in favor of some casual clothes. They weren't hers. I could tell. No way would her family let her own something like this. The style and cut were modern. A crop top that showed off her toned stomach and a pair of baggy pants that tapered off at the ankles. Maki's clothes, I guessed. But she wore them well. Far better than the tomboy ever would. Are you going to invite me in? She asked with a smirk and raised brow. I could just barely scramble back into the room with some semblance of grace as I waved her in. She came in and gave the place a good look while I struggled to adjust myself with her noticing the tiny bulge that was beginning to build in my baggy silk bottoms I used as pajamas. I guess it was true what the others said, she said first of all. What? What? I asked internally and then externally when my brain caught up with me. This school doesn't believe in equality at all and doesn't even try not to make it obvious. Your room is like twice the size of mine. Your side of the room alone is probably just as big as what Maki and I have to share. She replied, while walking across the room from end to end. She and Maki had become roommates at the beginning of last semester when she'd finally had enough of her old roommate and moved into Maki's room. I still had no idea what she did to Maki's former roommate to get her to make the switch or even what she did to prevent herself from getting into trouble for switching rooms in the first place. Your older room was around this size, wasn't it? I asked. Not even close. Bigger than Maki's, yes, but everyone knows my family is nowhere near yours or Toji's. Not in wealth, at least. She added the last bit in a whisper that I still caught in the empty room. She was right. They'd lost a greater bit of their money. But what they did still have, history, was invaluable. She had a name that went back a millennium to the founding of the Fire Nation and beyond. Her family had married into the royal family so often that some whispered that she'd be Prince Zuko's next wife as a matter of certainty. Of course, those whispers never failed to set me off. Internally, of course. Never would I visibly react to something so inane. But still part of me never failed to boil at the thought of someone as perfect and delicate as her being forced to spend the rest of her life with that ball of rage and frustration masquerading as a prince of the greatest nation. Sure, I knew that in canon he ended up with but canon had taken a nosedive the second that I was born. I had no doubts that I'd eventually change the face of the war and how things ended up in the Fire Nation. A bender as powerful as me on the front lines would just have that effect. That brought another topic to my mind, but before my head could begin churning, I was startled by a series of coughs from the girl on my bed. On my bed? When did she get there? You always look so cute when that brain of yours gets going. What? Cute? Me? Zufo thinks I'm cute? Nay. Can't be possible. It's one of the things I like the most about you. How you can just get lost in your own world and leave this one behind for the rest of us. If only I could do the same. What? What did she just say? She likes me? Quick, say something, I screamed at myself in my head as she just stared at me and the moment began to get awkward. What the fuck? Oh, Agni. If only grandfather could see me now. So what brings you all the way here? I finally managed to force my mouth to produce some intelligible words to get the conversation going, only to immediately regret them once they came out of my mouth. Fuck. I'm a fucking idiot. Why'd I ask that? She probably thinks I don't want her here or something. Fuck me. Why couldn't I just have asked her about the weather or something? Well, we all haven't seen you in a while so I came to check up on you, she said, tucking a lock of deep black hair behind her ears. Her usual ponytail was gone, replaced with her letting her hair run in ringlets down her shoulders all the way to the middle of her back. Unlike Maki, Zufo loved to keep her hair long. That was something we both had in common. Of course, my hair was nowhere near as long as hers, but my ponytail still reached down to my shoulders. Lost again? She asked with a chuckle as I suddenly noticed that I'd been staring at her. What the fuck was wrong with me today? Yeah. I'm sorry. Thanks for coming, though. I said to her, turning my head from her to look towards a section of the wall I'd hung a tapestry on. It was one of the couple dozen I'd bought with what was essentially my trust fund. The money was good, and in the absence of anything else to spend it on, I'd turned into a bit of an art collector. This particular piece depicted a dragon flying. It was like the dragon was flying right at the viewer with the light of the rising sun behind it. The artist was a genius, and it showed in the way the work was so vibrant and sometimes made me double take at its realism. It's no trouble. Besides, coming to check up on you was only half the reason I came looking for you all the way up here, she said, turning my attention back to her. She'd moved from sitting on the bed to splaying herself across it. It was one of the things I appreciated the most about my relationship with Zufu. We didn't speak as often as I did with some of my other friends, but when we were together, she had this way of relaxing herself and getting me to relax in turn. That's why when she tapped the side of the bed next to her, I didn't hesitate to drop in and plop my form in right next to hers on the fluffy mattress. She turned to face me and I did the same, feeling my heart begin to beat faster as we lay there looking into each other's eyes. I wonder what telling you this will do to you. Will you still have that spark in your eyes? That inner hunger to burn the world down to get what matters to you? What? What the fuck was she talking about? I found out who did it. The person who blocked your application, she said, while lifting a hand to caress the side of my face. My heart sped up as I could barely hear the next words she said. I have no idea if it was the position we were in or if it was the rage boiling within me at the reminder that I'd been prevented from accomplishing my goals by a person who I still couldn't find. It was the principal. What? Your grandfather told him to. I looked at her. Just stared. Whatever lust or interest I'd previously been feeling evaporated like fresh snow in the face of the midday sun. First of all, it went to water when I thought I misheard or it was a joke. The longer she went without bursting into laughter or telling me it was a prank, the more that water turned into vapor. She had to be lying. No, it couldn't be. There was no way in hell. I'm not lying. She said, correctly reading my expression. The principal is my uncle, you know this. I was able to get into his office and check his mail. I wanted to help you find out who denied your application in the first place. I'd thought it would help. Help you feel better about the whole thing. But this? I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, but I also could not stand you not knowing the truth, she said, eyes begging me to believe her. I did. I really did, and that was the problem. Because what the fuck? For perhaps the first time in this new life, I didn't understand what I was feeling. It was like my heart had been taken and shattered into a million pieces, but at the same time, I wanted to smash something. Tear something apart, burn it. It was like I couldn't stay still. I jumped off the bed without even noticing that I'd gotten up. All I knew was that one moment I was on the bed staring into one of the most beautiful faces I'd ever seen, and the next, I was staring at the hole burning through one of my favorite tapestries. The dragon and the sunset. I looked at it, glared really, and the fire ate at it even more quickly. For a few more seconds until all the flames suddenly disappeared. Zufu was looking at me with a feeling I couldn't place filling up her eyes. Was it pity? Did she pity me? The boy who'd done everything for his grandfather only to be betrayed in one of the worst ways. I glared at the tapestry even further. Previously, where there'd been the gigantic body of a dragon, there was now a half-hole on the wall. It was ruined. Of course it was. That was one thing I was good at. Greatest firebender in history? Ha! Not even close. But the greatest failure? Maybe. Maybe I'd have a good shot if I tossed my hat in the ring for that one. But why? Why didn't he trust me? Why doesn't he trust me? What did I do wrong? Why? Why? Arms wrapped around me from behind as I felt a soft body close in on mine. I turned around quicker than I'd ever moved in my life, and in that fraction of a second between breaths, I was in Zufu's arms, clutched in the tight grip of the girl who'd just essentially given me the news that broke my heart. XXXXX. It took a week for me to gain the energy to message my grandfather and ask him why. After that day, when I'd cried myself hoarse in Zufu's arms till she lay me to rest, I'd spent the rest of the week in a daze. Nothing was clear. What did I want? What could I even want? My grandfather didn't trust me with the future of our family. He had to know that I'd pass the exams with ease. I was practically a firebending master at this point. Not just that, I'd studied every inch of the library with anything even remotely educational. I'd covered the entire syllabus many times over. He knew all that. He'd even joked about me being ready for the exam on the very day I was admitted into the school. And even after all that, he still didn't trust me? It couldn't have been about the exams. No way. It was something else. I was ready. I was practically born ready to lead the family into the future. He just didn't trust me to be able to deal with it. In this life, I'd told myself never to bother looking for acceptance and acknowledgement. I never cared about it because all that mattered to me was grandfather. His was the only opinion I'd ever sought on matters. He was the only one who could tell me I was moving in the wrong direction, and I'd believe him instantly without any need to verify it. We'd had a mutual bond of trust and openness. It was the way things were between us. He could tell me anything just as I could do the same. Our family was odd, sure, but it was perfect for me. He treated me like a perfectly independent creature at almost every instance. After all, how many 13-year-olds could say they had full authority in the management and investment of their trust funds? Speaking of investments, the painting right in front of me was an example of why that might not have necessarily been a brilliant idea. Sure, I knew the value of the art would go up as time passed, but that no longer applied since the piece was essentially ruined and burned. Done with. Just like me. I slapped myself suddenly and harshly when I finally managed to catch myself delving into those thoughts now, startling everyone else who was close to me in the dining hall. When they turned to stare at me, I stared right back at each and every one of them, meeting their eyes and waiting for them to back down. Good. But it was only a momentary satisfaction. At the end of the day, my grandfather had still gone behind my back to connive with my principal to deny my advancement. That was perhaps the part of it that hurt me the most. Grandfather never told me a single word. He never even mentioned knowing about my application. It was supposed to be a surprise for him. And in the end, I was the one who ended up surprised while he was perfectly appraised of everything that was going on. It was like there was a stage play going on, and I was the fool with the face paint who thought himself the main character. If he'd just have spoken to me, asked me to rescind the request, I'd have done it in a heartbeat for him. What wouldn't I have done for him? For him to be proud of me? I loved only one person in this world, and it was my father's father. And I thought he felt the same for me as I did him. But this was betrayal. Was there another way to put it? Zufu was right, I had to write to him. A/N, here's the chapter, guys. In all its glory. What do you think? Too heavy on the angst? I suck at writing feelings, and the goal of writing this is for me to get better, so I'm sorry, but I'll be including a lot of less good elements in my stories as I work to improve my writing skills. We've got the next 3 chapters of this story, along with the first 11 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 10. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone for whom it will be a new year in a day or two. In case you're searching for a way to start the year with a bang, yearly subscriptions to my Patreon page are now on their largest discount ever, the largest that Patreon is actually going to even let me give. It'll last till the 2nd of January, so jump on it while you can. Questions, comments, and concerns? Reach out to me on Discord on this link, DSC or DGG/OXH2HZD. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. It felt like a weight had been taken off my shoulders from the moment I wrote that letter, spilling out all my thoughts and feelings about what my father had done to me. I guess those psychos who journaled might have actually been onto something. Not me, though. I could never keep a habit that consistent. I still appreciated the benefits, but not nearly enough to change my entire lifestyle to make room for it. What I did do, though, was enjoy the benefits of unburdening my mind from the feelings, if only for a little while. When I showed up to breakfast that morning with a peaceful smile on my face and absent of the usual scowl that had plagued it, I'd caused a small stir from the change. The rest of the school stared and whispered, but those who I truly cared about, matched my slowly widening smile, the one that appeared once I'd laid eyes on them, with ones of their own. Equally bright and honest. Teeth gleaming for the world to see, and eyes crinkled from the facial movements that smiling so bright required. Whatever thoughts and worries survived the tell-all letter I'd written to my grandfather faded to the wayside in the face of those smiles. They didn't judge me. Not a single one of them hesitated to welcome me back to the group. No one mentioned the last time we'd all truly spoken to each other when I'd flown off the handles, and we all instead spent our time talking about the coming town visit. Once a month, students of the Royal Fire Nation Military Academy were let out of our school, prison, and got to visit the town that had sprung up around the school once it had been built. Word on the street was that our monthly visits alone accounted for over half of the town's revenue. Considering we only got one visit a month, for the 10 months we spent in school, it was a bit ridiculous. But it still made a bit of sense. The school, and by virtue of that, the town was nowhere close to anything of import. None of the major trade or residential centers were anywhere near here, so the traders couldn't have got that much traffic. Add to that the fact that most of the traders seemed to deal in wares that I doubted would be of much use to the average Fire Nation peasant, you'd begin to understand why our school contributed so much. It took just as much, though. My great-great-grandfather had been the one to craft the town's charter when he'd held the position of headmaster for a short 2-year stint before scandal had seen him retire in shame. The story had faded, relegated to the annals of history, but he never hesitated to make it clear in his journals that the 7 teenage girls he'd slept with had been the ones to make advances at him. Needless to say, I had quite a few ancestors I wasn't exactly proud of. Ignoring the pedophilia, though, the deal he'd crafted had been downright predatory. The school taxed the town a flat 50% and owned all the land in the town, renting it out as they pleased. Considering the school itself paid 0% in taxes to the crown, they were making a killing from the town alone, without taking into account the exorbitant school fees they charged to the heirs of the old families. Well, it technically wasn't a charge considering that the school was free, but some subtle social shaming around taking that option ensured that none but the most desperate of old families would take that option. Even Zufo's family, hard hit as they were, scrounged up the funds to pay tuition. The shame of not doing so was bloody. I listened as Lee and Toji spoke about the interesting scopes they'd got to see on their last visit. The town, as it normally did, swelled and expanded when the visiting days approached. Merchants from all over the Fire Nation would send envoys to set up pop-up shops in the hopes of getting the nation's elite to purchase their overpriced goods. Since most of the friend group didn't have as much disposable gold to throw at luxuries as Toji and I, we'd turned the visiting games into a game of trying to find the needles in the haystack. The affordable, fun options among the crowds of jewelry stores. Apparently, last time they'd found someone selling the best jasmine tea in the whole wide world. Lee's words, definitely not mine. Hyper as he was, Lee was a total tea nerd. Sullen and problematic as he was, Toji was much the same. It was one thing the two boys could bond over. Another thing they could bond over was their sheer fear of getting roped into shopping with the girls. It wasn't like Maki or Zufo would ever make anyone pay for their stuff. But it was still a chore, having to move from store to store, searching and haggling and picking up things here and there that you honestly could never be able to find the purpose for. Needless to say, it was torture. And also, needless to say, was that I was the one who ended up drawing that short end of the stick more often than most. At this point, it was part and parcel of the visiting day experience. Let's not split up this time, guys. Maki's voice cut through Toji and Lee's whispers and drew me from my thoughts. We all turned to face her in surprise, well, except Zufu, and waited for her to explain what she was talking about. Whenever we tried shopping together in the past, it had turned into a terrible experience for all 5 of us, and we'd since outgrown any further attempts. We're older now than we used to be. Zufu and I don't really intend to pick that much up, and we could surely afford to spend much more time together as a group. Her voice did not waver, but it sounded less sure than I was used to hearing from her, almost like she was hesitating about saying some words or looking for a better way to phrase things. She didn't look at me when she said those words. Wasn't even conspicuously looking everywhere but at me when she spoke them. It was just that it was really obvious just who she was speaking about. I'd been missing in action for most of the month, and she must have been taking the opportunity to reconnect. When the silence had dragged on for too long, I could see Maki begin to retreat into her shell as she pulled her sleeves down even further to cover her hands and began to lean backwards in the chair. I decided to toss in my 2 cents behind her idea. Splendid idea, Maki. I was just thinking exactly the same thing. In fact, the whole day is on me. I said, smiling widely at her, only to get a shallow one in return. It was still something, at least. Better than nothing. The others instantly came around to the idea once I announced that I'd be paying for everything, with Toji Wolf whistling before shooting me a thumbs up. He loved free stuff more than anything else, and I could already feel my wallet preparing to break into tears because he also loved expensive stuff more than anything else. XXXXXX. Our first stop, of course, was the food. There was nothing wrong with the food in school, but there was also very little that was right with it. It was food, just simple nourishment. Outside, though, here you could experience food that wasn't just aimed at giving you all the nutrients your body needed in an efficient portion side. Zufu practically ran to the freshly fried potatoes, and we followed her, chuckling all the while. She was never one to adapt to how the school viewed food and feeding us. To her, food was meant to be enjoyed on every level. So, what do you have in mind for today? I asked Maki as we walked into the town, following Zufu's trail. I got a letter a few weeks ago from some of my friends outside, she said, pausing after those words and prompting me to ask more to get more from her. Sometimes, speaking with the orphan girl could be extremely frustrating. And what did the letter say? I finally asked, giving in and asking the question I knew she wanted me to ask. Nothing in particular. Just that a certain group of people would be making their way to Academy Town today, she said, drawing even more curiosity from me until she pointed to the side. I followed her hand and noted her pointing at a trail of smoke leading up into the air. That hadn't been there before, I thought to myself as she ran forwards to catch up with everyone else and began dragging them to follow her. Zufu was resistant, but eventually abandoned her pursuit of food as Maki assured her that we'd find even better food where we were going. That hint drew eyebrows from both Toji and I. It was clear that she knew a lot more than she was telling. In the end, we didn't have to wait much to find the secret reason she'd wanted us to come in as a group. All we had to do was walk to the very opposite end of the town, and there it was. Or they, I guess. A series of tents. The carnival. Toji breathed in awe. I couldn't fault him, as I was equally stunned. I never went out much with grandfather as a child, but on one of the few occasions we'd done so, it was to see the performing traveling circus known as the carnival. Needless to say, the experience had been magical. To see them here, was quite a surprise, and I clearly wasn't the only one who thought so. The rest of the group stared at the canopies in awe, while Maki looked like the cat that just caught the canary. Zufa was one of the first to snap out of it, and she was quick to grab onto my hand with a question on our lips, what are we doing first? Seeing as I had no idea, it was perhaps a good thing that Toji made the decision before anyone else and began walking for the large tent in the middle. XXXX. So I got your letter, he said first, taking a sip of his tea and staring right at me from across the table. It was something else, watching him just sit there, knowing what he'd done and hid from me, acting like all was fine. And never wrote back, I sniped. I'd sent the letter a month ago, and got nothing but silence in reply. If the hawk had not returned with a letter confirming receipt from the postmaster at home, then I'd have even feared that it was intercepted or otherwise prevented from getting to its destination by some other force. I decided to talk to you in person, instead. Some things are much too dangerous to be put to paper. Indeed. I asked sarcastically. So a letter saying you'd talk to me in person was a bit too much for your old bones, hey? Mind your tongue, boy. The royal family has put us in an extremely precarious situation. We have our gold, but the rest of the nobility treats it like it's been infected with leprosy. I'd already had to change close to half our staff after a bunch of them resigned out of fear that the Fire Lord would punish them for working for us. I've had to pay well above the market price to tempt anyone back into our service. And that isn't all. There's 500,000 things going wrong at the same time. And you think I'd let you join that list? What were you even thinking, sending the application in without asking me or getting me involved at all? Is that really all you have to say about this? I asked, cutting into his words as he continued to go right into the absolutely worst area of the thing. He was talking about failure to inform me like what he did wasn't even worse. Who informed who doesn't matter. What matters, is that the fact that you don't trust me. Not even to pass exams that I've basically been preparing for the better part of my life. Not even to let me know about the former. You just did what you did on your own without even thinking about what it would do to me, about how I would feel to be forced to let you down, only to find out that you were the reason I was letting you down all on your own. Oh my sweet summer child. Who cares about the exam? I knew you'd smash the thing into pieces. You've never known failure in all your years, and this exam will not be anything different in that respect. I trust you in that. No, the reason I prevented you from writing the exam wasn't that I didn't trust you to pass it. It was that I knew you would. What? Look around you. Where do you think you are? He asked a clearly rhetorical question. I wasn't going to bite the bait into one of his teaching moments now. You're in the safest place in the Fire Nation. For you that isn't our manner. Surrounded by the heirs of the most prominent families in Fire Nation history, you are being offered two of the most valuable things ever, and it almost disappointed me to see you so willing to throw it all away. What are you talking about? I asked when it seemed like he wasn't going to talk anymore. My anger, a previously swirling firestorm, had settled and cooled to an extent. Not completely, but the cold winds of confusion were undeniably effective in the short term at least. I felt less like just burning the entire school around us to the ground, and instead felt like turning the wooden table he was leaning against into kindling. I'm talking about the fact that you are spared from the dangers of the life outside. We are _persona non grata_ in the Fire Nation now, boy. You don't realize what this means? You want to go fight in the war? Really? What happens when the general you're placed under decides to send you into all the hot spots of the fighting? Into all the real danger? Make you the tip of every charge, not as a position of honor or because of trust in your abilities, but just because of the possibility that ending my line will grant him favor with the royal family. As a former general myself, I can tell you that generals have done worse to preserve their standing or to gain an edge in court. All of us have much worse on our consciences than the lives of young, talented boys with idealistic dreams of reality and fictional patriotism. He said, staring me down as he clapped his hand against the wooden table, making me flinch at the reminder of the strength in those old bones. Without the family to protect you, the military will be a death sentence. And until Prince Oze achieves his goal, the family cannot protect you. So what I need you to do is simple. Keep a low profile, excel in classes, make friends with those who are desirable to be friends with, cut off the dead weight, and at the end of this, walk out with your head held high for surviving one of the most trying circumstances in our family's history. He said, leaning back into his chair and taking another sip of the tea that he'd almost knocked over with his previous clap against the table. His pale skin shined in the light from the fireplace, like marble dotted with veins. The wrinkles that spanned it had got deeper in the months I'd been away. All of this stressed him just as much as it did me, and I understood, but Oze? Oze was going to become a fucking madman. Probably already was one. Who else would burn their own child so badly they'd end up scared for life? With just how much control I had over my fire and what I knew about the Fire Nation's healing resources, it was clear that to make a burn like that one, you really needed to want it. It hadn't been an accident. It was deliberate, premeditated, and cruel. A man who'd do that to his own son for a non-existent insult was the exact opposite of the kind of person I'd be comfortable with grandfather latching our futures onto. And then there was the other part of his statement. Undesirables? I asked, feeling a lead weight build in my stomach. No. Please no. Don't do it. Yes. Those friends of yours. They were acceptable enough before we got here. Now? Not even close. It seems like for all your bending talent and intelligence, you weren't blessed with the ability to suss out useful friends from a crowd. Just look at who you surround yourself with. Firstly, there's the one from the colonies. Trash with blood like his would never even be able to build nothing more than the most rudimentary talent with the sacred element. Then there's the street urchin from that psychopath program. The thing only ever brought out one success, and he was still unsuitable for the military, spending his life now as a bounty hunter of all things. Two have slightly useful blood, but even among them there is room for improvement. Why would you pick the one Xenon with no ability to bend? And then there's the girl. I've seen her scores. Failure at every corner from a family that hasn't known greatness in centuries. I'm told all their gold was long squandered and all that remains is the reputation. One that will fade in due time. If these are the people. Get out, I interrupted him, standing up and sending my chair flying across the room from the force with which I righted myself. I'd sat and taken that for too long. No, he couldn't have said that about the people who'd been there for me throughout all this time. Now, as he spoke, it was almost like a fog was beginning to clear from my eyes. Like I was having my Saul turning into Paul moment, complete with scales falling from my eyes and all that. He sat there, shocked at my outburst and staring at me with coal black eyes. I'd once compared our eyes to the charcoal of a freshly raged firestorm. Calm, but with promise. Now, it felt like I was seeing him for the first time. Those eyes are coal black for a reason. Not the black of a firestorm that had run its course, but the black of a man whose soul was practically gone. That kind of black. Get out, I repeated myself, pointing at the door. I couldn't bear to keep looking at him. Not now. This is my room, he said, looking unbothered by my outburst after the shock wore off. He picked up his cup again and took another sip of his tea. I stormed out, blood pounding in my head. A/N, changed this a lot. The entire first half of this is new. How's it looking? We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 12 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 11. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story, feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. 98 AG. I walked across an empty land, I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. Is this the place we used to go, is this the place I've been dreaming of? I tuned out Lee as he sang one of the few dozen songs that I'd written down from memory and passed off as my own. He had a good singing voice. Strong, melodic, and soothing at the same time. It was the kind of voice that could lull you to sleep in one moment, while spurring you to fight to your death in another. It went without saying that Lee was a hell of a singer. And while he didn't sing often, when the occasion and mood were right, he could produce performances worthy of the best from my old world. This moment was one of them. I sat next to the fireplace, nursing my cup of wine, as my friends were scattered across the room in different states. Toji was playing the tsunji horn because, of course, he was, and Maki was at the other end of the room, tending the grill. Lee sang near the door, where it was coolest, and the wind blowed in through the window near him. He had by far the best tolerance for the cold amongst the rest of us, and he wasn't shy about it. Zufa was cuddled into my side, one hand in mine, as my other traced circles around her smooth belly. In 8 years together, we'd grown and matured in our friendship. We'd fought and argued and quarreled more times than we could ever count, but we'd somehow managed to reconcile and build back whatever we broke even more times. After that incident 5 years ago, when I'd basically managed to get myself banished from home, we'd bound ourselves as even closer than a family. Closer than any family I'd ever seen, for sure. The fact that I'd managed to sleep with both my sisters was a testament to that closeness. Zufu's hand slammed against my knee in a sudden application of force. What the fuck? What was that for? I half-asked, half-yelled. Your mind was going into the gutter again, she said, a smirk prominent on her face. She could read me well. She always could. How would I ever manage to stop it from? I asked her, returning her smirk with one of my own. If I'd known you'd be this smug about it, nothing would have ever made me invite Maki into our bed. She said loudly, making Lee suddenly stop singing in favor of coughing his lungs out as he tried to hide the sudden blush that covered his face. Toji just glared at the both of us in irritation for ruining the jam session. Maki's shoe flew right over my head as I was barely able to dodge it. Can you stop mentioning that already? Maki's glare was smoldering. You'll kill poor Lee if you continue like this. At that part, even her lips were twitching. Lee had been the one to catch the three of us in bed this morning when he'd barged in to beg me to make breakfast. Needless to say, the poor boy had almost died from the sight and had been apologizing since then. Toji, the one who had orchestrated the whole thing, had found it funny for the first few hours, but was now in a constant state of irritation from Zufu's ceaseless reminders. She could. But we both know she won't, I answered on her behalf, not even yelping as her fingers dug into my sides. This is supposed to be a celebration for all of us, Toji said, finally letting go of the horn, realizing that the music was probably never going to come back. Not an opportunity for all of you to torment poor Lee. You know how delicate he can be. The non-bender said with the sides of his lips arching up. Much of the day had gone like this, all of us mocking Lee in subtle ways for his prudishness. It wasn't like we all hadn't seen each other in various states of undress over the years. After grandfather had chosen not to bother picking me up at the end of my 3rd year, I'd been forced to go home with Toji, the only one whose family were able to accommodate me. It wasn't a bad place to live, but I'd wasted no time in searching out and buying a beachfront home for myself to live in. It wasn't on Ember Island or anywhere so exotic, but was instead on the Fire Nation's mainland, a world away from civilization. Not far from the academy, funny enough. The Royal Fire Nation Military Academy was also on the arse ends of nowhere. Now, we all stayed in the large bungalow at the waterfront. As a nation, the Fire Nation enjoyed by far the best geography of them all. Being made of a series of islands. Even the mainland, as it was called, was still just one big island at the end of the day. Sure, it could take a traveler weeks to get from one end of the island to another, but it was still a body of land surrounded by water on all sides. Not every part of it was in use, of course. And we were thoroughly reaping the benefits of that fact. If you listened carefully, you could make out the sounds of waves crashing against the beachhead. It was an expensive property, spanning over 5,000 square feet, but well worth the price. 5 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms, along with a living room, a music room and a ton of beachfront land. I'd have given anything to live in a property like this one in my first life, and in this one, it had only cost me about 2 years' worth of my allowance savings. Sure, I'd only had about 4 years' worth of savings left after that, but it was perfect. So, how is next week going to go? Lee asked, desperate to change the topic, and I smiled before ceding to his unspoken request to let the thing rest for now. Who knows? We just travel back to school and attend graduation. After that, it's to our _various branches of the military. I said, stressing the phrase various branches with a bit of snark. Every member of the graduating class got to join the military as an officer, but only the top 5 got the privilege of picking exactly what branches of the military they join. In this room alone, sat 4 of the top 5. With Lee, it had been a bit unsure, but weeks of tutoring and exam preparation did not go to waste. Sure, he was only half a percentage point above the person who came in 6th, but almost never killed a bird. I was, most obviously, the first of them all. Being forced to graduate with my classmates after every single application I made for early graduation was rejected out of hand. Even though he'd basically abandoned me, grandfather's influence was still apparent to see. He'd never let me go. I was his perfect tool. His perfect slave to his whims, and even though I could see it now, clear as day, there was still a part of me that reflexively thought of him when I made my decisions. A part of me that quaked in fear at the thought of disappointing him. It was manipulation, plain and simple. What he'd done to me as a child to make me so dependent on him for positive approval, to the extent that I craved his praise and affection over and above everything else. It was disgusting and terrible and shameful, and oh, did I still love him in spite of all of that. The army, it remains for the most of us, yes. Maki asked, starting a conversation that I knew would turn into a fight if no one interfered. Is there something you have to say to me? Zufu asked, getting off my lap and sitting straight up. Clockwork. It was a fight that the both of them had had a million times already. It was the same fight that had ended up with Maki sharing our bed last night. Even with the benefits the fight had brought, I was still tired of hearing the same words over and over again. Yes, in fact, Maki was never one to back down from a fight. Toji sighed and Lee had already begun to shrink out of the room, sensing that they were about to fly off the handles again. Really? Educate us. Zufu had taken to her feet now, and Maki was quick to copy the action as both girls faced off against each other. I think it's very fucking selfish how you're just going to abandon the rest of us for a cushy job in the Royal Guard. Want to go off to marry your precious Prince Zuko, I'm sure. Maki accused, bringing up the elephant in the room that only she was bold enough to mention. Of all the jobs in the military, only one branch was out of the picture for those who finished in the top 5 at the Royal Fire Nation Military Academy. The Royal Guard. The elite personal guards of the royal family. It was invite only, and Zufu had been given one of those prestigious invites that were usually reserved for the most experienced commanders in the actual army. It was almost impossible to get a space in guard without spending at least 10 years in the actual military, gaining experience and skill. So, Zufu getting one without any of that stank to high heaven and was, in Maki's eyes at least, a sign that the marriage to Zuko was all but announced. You do know that Prince Zuko has been banished from the Fire Nation, right? Ha! Don't feed me that rot. Banished? But he left with a fleet of soldiers and his uncle, one of the greatest generals in Fire Nation history. It's obvious he left on some sort of secret royal family mission. But that's beside the point. The point is you're leaving us for a job at the palace. Maki claimed, bringing up the accusation once again. Alright, enough. It was time to step in. That's enough of that, Maki. The rest of us chose the army. We made a choice. Zufu couldn't. There's no world where her family would ever let her reject an appointment like that, I said to her, trying to end the issue. Fuck her family. You and Toji are already practically exiles from yours. Hey, Toji shouted from the other end of the room, not liking Maki's blunt assessments of our situations. While I hadn't bothered returning home after the fight with grandfather, there was nothing stopping Toji from returning to his family manor. He just preferred to stay here with me, and considering his parents weren't the most attentive of people, they didn't make much of a fuss about the whole thing. We both know Toji hasn't been officially disowned, as of yet, I joked, getting some chuckles from Lee but nothing beyond a smile from Maki and Zufu, which thankfully widened at Toji's exasperated huff. Even if he had, his situation is still miles away from Zufu's. You know this. Neither of us are supporting our families, and just imagine how life would be for her sisters if she chose to go down this path you so carelessly suggest. My words seemed to be getting to her a little bit. Zufu had come out and confessed about her family's situation 2 years ago, but by then, even Lee had been able to figure out the truth. It was a touching moment that had brought our friendship group even closer together. At least, until this fight began. That's enough, guys. Shockingly enough, it was not Toji or I, but Lee who interjected. Maybe that was why both girls paused their glaring at each other to whirl and look at him. Maki, you know Natsu is right. Zufu doesn't have much of a choice. She doesn't have the same freedoms the rest of us do, and that is very much a good thing. She still has a family to go home to, or at least one that would want to see her there. Some trace of bitterness was in his words. It reminded me that Lee was not the cheery, one-dimensional character all the way through that I'd thought him to be. He hadn't enrolled in the academy entirely of his volition. No, he'd been recommended after a local officer at the colony he called home had caught some boys bullying him in his attempt to fight back using his firebending. He'd been basically shunned and ostracized for most of his life because of the gift that would have made him revered if he'd been born in the mainland instead of in a colony. His parents had, at least, not participated in the madness, but after he moved up the years in the academy, they could not pretend that he was truly one of them any longer. His mother was of the Fire Nation, but as a non-bender with no involvement in the war beyond moving to a colony as a teenager for a better life for herself, she had little frame of reference for taking care of who was to soon become a commissioned officer of the Fire Nation military. They'd all mutually come to the conclusion that it was best if Lee visited less often. His family loved him, but the rest of the community did indeed take it out on them when he wasn't around, in small ways that the military watchers would be forced to ignore. They'd been able to tolerate the non-bender wife, but the son who was to be a Fire Nation soldier was just too much for them to take. Needless to say, Toji had been apoplectic at the revelation, and more than willing to report the grasping colony trash to the military for proper re-education and realignment. Luckily, we'd all been able to convince him of how terrible an idea that would be in truth. And Zufu. You know it's not from a place of hatred or anger or anything. What's getting Maki ticked off is the fact that she'll miss you and has no idea how often the rest of us are going to get to see you. The rest of us will be in the army, and since mine way or another we'll all be in the Earth Kingdom regardless of whom we get stationed under, we kind of know that we'd be able to keep in touch. But with you, it's less clear. Are royal guards allowed to leave the palace? Write letters? How often? We don't know anything, and it's the not knowing that's killing her and the most of us. He said, placing everyone's feelings out of the table and laying all the cards down. Lee wasn't an idiot. I'd never truly thought of him as one, but I'd also never expected this level of emotional intelligence and maturity from him. Perhaps it shouldn't truly come as much of a surprise. Despite what he'd gone through, he was by far and wide the most well-adjusted of all of us. Toji was a non-bender in a family that took pride in its bending and wealth. Maki was an orphan that had been sold into one of the riskiest Fire Nation military training programs before she was old enough to write. Zufu had been born on the edge of poverty but forced to learn how to hide precisely that fact and raised to be the perfect wife for a prince who would never pay her a second glance. And me. Well, I'm me. He's right, guys. This is stupid. At precisely the time we should be coming together is the most stupid time to be fighting. Sure, the future is uncertain. But there's one thing I'm certain about. One way or another, we will find each other again. Together. I asked them, getting a chorus of the word, together from every pair of lips, upper lips to be precise. Good. Now that that is settled, let's leave the future for the future and have some fun tonight. Toji, I hope you brought the games. Of course. Who do you take me for? I brought more of the good stuff as well, he said, pulling a cask of suspicious liquid straight out of nowhere. So how are we doing this? Old-fashioned style, of course, Zufu replied, marching up to the dining table we were setting up and plopping down in her seat after claiming a cup as her own. For the slower ones amongst us, Lee, you lose, you lie, you flub, or you take too much time, you drink. Maki completed on Zufu's behalf, plopping down on the table. Toji's dislike for convention had shown up in much of the furniture, as he'd gifted a good portion of it. Case in point, the table that was a strange cross between a circle, and an oval, and some other shape with no corners. It was uneven, but somehow entirely absent of edges, so we all looked at each other as we sat. And what happens if someone does something distracting? I ask, remembering a specific instance from a year ago. Then you figure out how not to get distracted, Mr. Best Graduate from the Academy in over a century, Zufu cut in. Hey, that's not fair. We can't just have Maki taking off her shirt to avoid losing all the time. Lee took my side. Tough kitties, boys. Because I, for one, am completely in support of the delectable Mrs. showing off her goodies. You're outvoted, Toji said, finishing the setup and taking his own seat. Fine then. Are we ready to begin? A/N, yeah. Time skip. What do you think about that? We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 12 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 12. A/N, I am entirely reader supported. Here are my special thanks to those of you who enjoy my writing enough to support me with your hard-earned money on my Patreon page. Not just them though, special thanks to everyone who even just reads this story, reviews it, favorites or follows it. You're the reason I keep going. Thank you. Welcome to this new story. Feel free to check out my other work if this is your first. 98 AG. I looked at myself in the mirror, intensely studying my appearance. It was, perhaps, going to be the last time in a while that I'd be getting the privilege. It was why I'd spent close to an hour in the shower making sure every square inch of my body was groomed to perfection. My uniform lay on the bed behind me, immaculately steamed and straightened for what would be the most important event of my career. It was my commissioning C ceremony, the day I and the rest of the graduating class would receive our commissions, marching orders, and then be shipped out all across the world. For some of us, it was to battle spots in the Earth Kingdom, or contested sea routes with the northern tribes. For others, it was to be life in the colonies, acting as overpaid and overdecorated guard dogs. A few unfortunate fellows would even end up as staff of the Boiling Ring or the dozen other detention centers across the world that the Fire Nation ran for prisoners of war, or the few homegrown dissidents that were allowed to live long enough to find themselves in detention. Usually, they'd end up in unmarked graves far from the homeland. I was tense. It was easy to see. Zufu had left me in the room near the beginning of the day, even before the sun rose. My tossing and turning had probably given her a night as restless as my own. I needed to be on the front lines. I hungered for it. Sure, I got to choose my spot in the army, and I even got a brand new rank and everything, but none of that meant jack. I could be sent to colony police or anything equally stupid. That was where a good portion of the army was stationed, in all honesty. But that would not suit me. No, I'd trained for years. At this point, IDF spent my entire life training my mind and body to perfection to ensure that the second I hit the battlefield, my presence would be felt. I had a ticking clock. 2 years until the war would end and the Avatar would put an end to the Fire Lord. I had to prevent that. For not just my good, but that of all my friends. We were all in the military now, and one way or another, if the Fire Nation lost this war, there was no guarantee that things would end up well for them. Instead, I could work and make sure that they'd be taken care of no matter what. That was what had spawned my goal. Make the rank of general before Avatar Ong wakes up from his slumber. That was what would give me the widest sphere of impact. Sure, as the best graduating student from the academy I got the privilege of beginning out as a captain. Captain Natsuwu of the Fire Nation Army had a nice ring to it. The rest of them were stuck of lieutenants. But still, all that meant was that instead of having 7 ranks between me and my goal, it was now 6. 6 promotions. I had to somehow secure 6 promotions in 2 years, and the last one was to one of the most coveted positions in the Fire Nation period. Nobility or not, everyone knew to respect a general when you saw one. That was my goal, and whether by hook or by crook, I was going to see it through. Everything hung in the balance. What are you brooding on about now? Toji asked, entering my room without bothering to knock on the door or even otherwise announce his presence. He was dressed fully, since the helmet. I could already tell that he was going to get in a lot of trouble with his commanding officer because of how much he hated the damn thing. Hopefully, he'd get the chance to fight before then. Whatever irritation or doubts one had about Toji always disappeared once you got to see him fight. He'd always been dangerous, but spending the last 3 summers under the tutelage of the most expensive swordsman tutor in the Fire Nation had taken him to an entirely different breed of danger. I wondered who'd win between Toji and I if we both tried to kill one another. I gave myself good odds because of lightning, but I'd seen the way he handled that sword of his, or played with his throwing knives when he thought no one was looking. Are you not even going to bother covering up? Have some decency, man. It's nothing you haven't seen before. Is it? I said, referring to Met's present naked state. When I'd said undressed, I'd meant it. I returned to staring at myself in the mirror while Toji came forwards and began messing with my uniform. My hair was beginning to grow too long, I thought to myself as I pulled at a black loc before letting it go and fall towards my lower back. I had as much hair as the girls did. Keeping it long had become a statement of sorts. Whenever one of the masters commented about the fact that I kept it so long and made unspoken, or even sometimes spoken, requests for me to cut it, I preened and ignored it. It was my rebellion. But now that I stared at the helmet that I was supposed to put on, I began wondering how exactly I was going to fit it in. Maybe the masters had been on to something. Need help cutting your hair? Toji's voice rang out across the room. I looked back at him with a raised eyebrow. Reading my mind now, are you? I've always had that power, Natsu. We practically grew up as brothers, he said, moving to one end of the room and picking up the ceremonial blade. I had no idea what it was doing there, and what he was planning until he actually began to approach me. Toji will always tell the story differently, but that is because he is a liar from the pit of hell. I definitely did not scream in my highest pitch voice while tossing a fireball at him to get him to stop approaching my naked form. I promise I didn't. XXXXX. Captain Natsu, don't you look spiffy? Maki said to me as I finally 3ALKED out of the room, dressed in my uniform. She was being slightly sarcastic, but her words did have a grain of truth in them. I looked damn good. Sure, I'd been born handsome, but everyone in this world was practically a supermodel when it came to looks. Now though, any body was lean, muscular but not bulky. I had a gymnast's physique. Years of practicing all the exercises that had taken me to the Olympics in my first life had made sure of that. The armor made sure to highlight that. As a captain, my uniform was quite a bit different from that of Toji and the rest. For the first thing, I didn't have the gauntlets around my arms. In fact, my arms were left practically bare apart from the bit of sleeve that the undershirt had. Around my hands were black gloves. Thick and plated in the back to ensure that whoever I ended up punching would be feeling it for days. The rest of it was like a regular Fire Nation Army uniform. Thankfully, instead of a leg armor piece, I'd gotten a simple pair of combat trousers and boots. My flexibility was not being compromised in the slightest. The only armored part of my body was the chest piece. I wore it well, but the weight was impossible to ignore. It was bad, but looking at Lee, or Toji made me grateful that I'd been bumped up a rank. It was almost like the higher one got in the military, the less armor that one was forced to wear. I guess it made sense. Higher ranked soldiers were almost always higher ranked. And unlike in the other regions of the world, metal was easy and cheap for the Fire Nation to produce. It had no qualms arming her lowest infantrymen in full plate. So a way needed to be E3 invented to tell the wheat from the chaff, I guess. And this was it. Is everyone ready? I asked, noting the smile on Maki's face as I ignored her words. You were the last, pretty boy, Zufa said, walking forwards and placing a kiss on my cheek before walking into the room. Her hair flowed down her shoulders, so I guess she was going to find her hairpin to do something about that. Pretty boy indeed. That's a mighty fine haircut, Captain Sir, Maki said, continuing the teasing. I reached up to my head, feeling the shorter hair. It was like part of me had been taken away from the second that Toji placed the knife through the first few locks of hair. It no longer reached down to my back. In fact, it would be a stretch to say I had shoulder-length hair. Where before, My hair had been kept in either a neat ponytail or allowed to lay free, now there was a very short list of things I could do with it. Toji had even been precise enough to cut the sides of my hair to give me a nice fade. A nice haircut, but not noble looking at all. Zufu's nose was scrunched as she stared at me after she left the room. Her hair was now in a high ponytail, nearly folded around her uniform. Yet, no need advertising to every Earth Kingdom soldier from Omasha to BA Sing SE that there's money or advantage to be gained from capturing me, I said with a smile on my face, accepting the compliments for what they truly were. It was actually true that nobles had been targeted by enemy warriors at a higher rate than the regular rank and file. It also probably didn't help that we all looked so similar. I'm not going to accuse anyone of inbreeding or anything, but there wasn't a single family with some degree of history or wealth that my family had not intermarried with at some point in time. That was why surnames had mattered less and less until they were almost entirely phased out from casual speech. We were all related in more ways than we could ever care to count. That made it slightly problematic that we all still were going to only marry within ourselves for at least a generation or two more, that I could foresee, at least. Well, if we're all done, then our ride is waiting, I said, standing up and leaving the room. The group of ostrich horses that were to pull our carriage stretched out for meters. A quick count showed 6 horses. I turned to Toji with a raised eyebrow, and his only reply was a snarky "There's a lot of us." "And that's a very large carriage," I snarked back. "Fine, fine. It was all that available for renting and we did have to make an entrance, so I guess things are well placed for making the best of a shitty situation." "They are they? We're going to look like assholes. And, by the way, who exactly is paying for this?" I asked, knowing full well that he had long exhausted his allowance for the year on various things. "Well, remember those blank promissory notes you gave me?" he asked. "Yes, the ones for furniture," I replied hesitantly, stomach almost dropping down to my stomach as I saw exactly where this was going to end. "Well, I bought a lot more than furniture," he said. I should have screamed. I should have been irritated, but we both knew that when I'd given him those notes I'd done it knowing full well that he'd make a few ridiculous purchases and trusted him to avoid completely depleting my account. Besides, even if he had succeeded in depleting it, which was extremely unlikely, the account would have still been replenished by year's end when I got my annual kickback from the family account. At the end of the day, it would all be kosher. And truthfully, I cared little for things like money right now. I wouldn't be getting much use from all the money in the world where I was going. All I cared about were my friends. And if I was being honest, the one I was most assured about was Zufu. I'd been worried when in spite of everything, she failed to make it to the top 5, but when that message from the Royal Guard had come in, I'd been secretly elated. She wasn't going to end up on the front lines or anything like that. Years in the academy had failed to change one simple fact. Zufu still remained a pacifist, unwilling to hurt another human being. It had been a hoot and a half to even get her into sparring. For the others, they'd spread their wings now. Lee was a strong fighter, and a nice guy. He'd end up well wherever he ended up. Maki was, perhaps, the second strongest firebender in our graduating year. She'd never gone all out against me, not allowed to use the full range of her abilities in school-sanctioned spars, but I'd seen enough to know that it would take a very special kind of earthbender to put her down. Toji was the greatest cause of caution of hopefully, things should be well in hand. Enough thinking, it's showtime. XXXXX. The front lines. Right in the front. The battlegrounds at the Yutao province was what my commission papers read. Left in the command of Major General Sung. That was in the core of the Earth Kingdom. I didn't have exact details of the Fire Nation's war efforts, but what I did know was that Major General Sung was the one in charge of the forward push into Earth Kingdom territory. His company saw the most combat and consequently the highest rates of deaths and injuries. One of the visiting strategy masters from the front lines had jokingly referred to Sung and his division as the meat grinder. Taking the best and the brightest of the Fire Nation and spitting them out dead or crippled in weeks or months. At least, it wasn't all bad. He'd also mentioned that those who had the right combination of luck and skill to survive the job turned into some of the most skilled members of the army. And even better was that the constant deaths and crippling meant that there was more potential for promotion under Major General Sung than just about anywhere in the army. Maybe best news of all was the fact that the scroll Toji had received read exactly the same as mine, except for the fact that his direct commanding officer was a Captain Pin and mine was Major Tall. I guess the principal wasn't just full of hot air and could actually deliver something for me. The rest of my friends though, they were gone to all corners of the world. Maki was placed under General Han, focused on taking the fringes and maintaining control over occupied territories. Lee got the rare pleasure of receiving the most attractive commission in the entire army, for sane people, at least. He was under Lieutenant General Loren, with the goal of protecting sensitive Fire Nation Army intelligence. He was being placed under the Research Corps. A cushy job if there ever was one. It was perfect for him and I couldn't have been more satisfied with how things ended up. Toji and I would get frontline exposure in combat. Maki and Lee would get some measure of safety in the army until I was high-ranked enough to just claim them into my division. Perfect. All according to plan. A/N, transition. The last transitional chapter. Next one begins right in the thick of it. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 14 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 13. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 14 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. It was pandemonium. Utter, total, and complete pandemonium. Natsu, run with me. My commanding officer's voice was nearly drowned out by the sound of slamming stone and blasts of fire, as we huddled and tried to get from one end of the encampment to the other. Major General Sung ran a tight camp. Everything was close together, packed, and ready to move at a moment's notice. That was his preferred method of conducting warfare. Strike hard, strike fast, and leave chaos in your wake, he'd proudly proclaimed to all the recruits during yesterday's orientation. We'd gone to bed, and woken up in the middle of the night to this. Major, what are we going to do? I shouted back at him, struggling to even hear myself above the chaos of the battlefield. Because that is what the camp had turned into in the last few minutes. The Earthbenders were tactical in their attack. Smart. They'd picked this time of night precisely because it was when guards were most likely to be at their most lax. The last few hours before sunrise. Firebenders as a whole were weaker at night than in the daytime, and to make things worse, it was a cold night. Almost like nature herself had conspired to make this as hard for us as possible. Look out! A voice shouted from somewhere. I turned around, and was only saved from having my head caved in by that single warning. I bent at the waist and dodged the swing of the hammer from the man on his ostrich horse. His metal armor jiggled and rumbled as he made his pass, laughing all the while. I scowled and pushed myself to my feet, sending several lances of fire right at him. Almost like he had eyes at the back of his head, he turned his horse to face me at the exact right moment for the fire bolts to miss him, continuing their flight into the night, no doubt about to set some facility or the other on fire. The worst part about the attack was that being forced to fight in cramped quarters like this meant that the bulk of the damage to our resources and supplies was being done by our own benders. The Earth Kingdom Army officers just had to dodge our attacks at the right time. My scowl deepened as I took a different stance. Resting on the tips of my toes as I clenched my fist before freeing the first 2 fingers on each hand. If I was going to succeed here, I'd have to be precise. Precise and deadly. He squared up to me before getting off his horse, landing with a noticeable rumble on the ground. My opponent was big, that was the first thing I noticed. At least 7 feet tall, and with biceps that looked bigger than my head. Bigger than most men I'd ever seen. Bigger than every man I'd seen outside of the Fire Nation's traveling circus. The first thing you have to note about the Earth Kingdom Army is that those fuckers are big had been one of the first things Tall had told me after we'd been introduced. He was also a student at the academy, but had graduated almost 8 years ago. The fact that he was still a major wasn't the best indication of his competence, but he was friendly and had actually bothered to be of help to me. I searched for him with my eyes, unable to find him with my peripheral vision as I made sure to keep the big bastard in front of me in focus. That was going to be his nickname for whatever remained of his short life. The armor's still new, I see. No scratches or dings. That's a pretty face as well. I'd have heard about it if any of the men had seen you before. You're new then? Probably a new recruit. It's sad that you get to face me in your first battle, kid. I'll make it quick, don't worry. Trust Papa to take care of you, he said, bursting into laughter at the end. His bearded face scrunched in on itself as he narrowed his bright green eyes at me. The eyes that reflected the flames raging all around us, almost like emeralds. His hands were folded around his chest again. He wasn't taking me seriously. I rested on my heels for a second and took off, running right at him. The ground I ran on began to quake for a few seconds before a wall raised itself right in my path. At least 12 feet tall, it covered him from my sight. TCH. Too little, too late, I whispered to myself as I took a running leap and ran 2 steps up the wall before cresting it in its entirety. The boulder that had been sent at me was nothing unexpected. Of course, he was going to use the time to prepare something. So had I. With a shout of exertion, I thrust my fist at the boulder, allowing the concentrated flame within to smash through the boulder, letting the smaller rocks bounce off against my armor before I landed on the ground, facing my opponent again. The 2 boulders he sent at me were child's play to dodge, light on my feet as I was. You're a slippery one, aren't you, brat? Well, let's see how long that's going to last, he said, voice loud, and demeanor relaxed. The second time I bolted forwards, it was with fire at my heels. The explosive flames let me blitz him with my speed, moving too quickly for him to react as I crossed the last 100 meters between us in less time than it would have taken him to count to 5. My flying kick, unfortunately, failed to connect, but it achieved its secondary goal in that it forced him to move. He skirted backwards, taking a single step to dodge out of the way of the kick. I reoriented myself in midair, using blasts of flames from my hands as propulsion, and attempted to punch his lights out. Just like with the first attack, he again leaned out of the way. His hammer swung upwards, threatening to smash my head to pieces, and only another blast of flames from my feet helped me generate the needed thrust to dodge the attack and roll backwards before landing on my feet. Quick-footed as always, I shot several lances of orange flames from the tips of my fingers, attempting to pierce through his armor and cook him from within. A stomp of his foot on the ground and a massive wall appeared, taking all my attacks with only a slight darkening to show for it. I prepared to skirt around the wall when a sudden whistle sounded out from somewhere. It must have meant something to my opponent, since the wall was suddenly flying at me. I calculated the distance and waited until the last possible second before twisting my body and jumping over the wall, laying almost parallel to it as we flew past each other. When I landed, I was met with the sight of my opponent riding away on his horse. Just going to run away. I shouted after him, trying to trigger him into staying. First lesson, kid, this is what we call a tactical retreat. Don't die in the meantime. I'll finish you off myself, he said, riding away too quickly for me to do anything to stop him. Damn, that horse sure could move. Even carrying around that massive lump of metal and muscle. XXXXX. Fuck, you survived the mountain, a voice suddenly said from behind me. I whirled around, startled, only to come face to face with Tal. Where'd you come from? I asked, narrowing my eyes at the older man. He'd been nowhere to be found a few short moments ago. Around. But that isn't important. What is important is that you just survived the mountain. No one is going to believe this, my friend. We have to tell the Major General. He said, dragging me forwards towards the command tent, one of the few things with no discernible damage. Around us, infantrymen scurried about with buckets of water, hurrying to put out the fires before the entire camp ended up aflame. The who? I asked him, numbly allowing him to pull me along as I rode the adrenaline high from the fight that just ended. The mountain. Don't they still keep you guys up to date on the situation at the front lines? He asked, turning to me with a puzzled look on his face. They do, but only broad strokes. The situation is probably developing much too quickly for anything more precise than that, I replied, getting a non-committal hum from the man as he kept dragging me forwards. Well, after the siege of BA-SI, we were in big trouble. Our push was stalled, and the general was gone. Without his leadership, the Earth Kingdom military was able to come to life and end our entrenchment. The failed siege gave them new morale. Lit a fire beneath their belt. They got a surge in recruitment and somehow nearly managed to triple their numbers. A concentrated push from them sent us out of all the territory we'd claimed in the years leading up to the siege. We weren't back at square one, but it was pretty close. Major General Sung is doing what he can so we can regain the territory we lost, but it's slow going. He said that bit with a shake of his head. Anyway, part of the recruits was a monster of the man. They say he used to be a butcher or something, and that's what he does now. He butchers Fire Nation soldiers for fun. With that laugh of his. You fought him. He's built like 3 men and fights like 10. His earthbending is strong and precise, and he wields that hammer of his like the death god's scythe. Tal explained, showing a previously unseen poetic side all of a sudden. I still didn't understand what all the fuss was about, and I think it must have shown on my face. The mountain has killed over 100 Fire Nation soldiers in the past 6 months alone. Not a single person has faced him and lived. Before Major General Sung took over last year, this division was under General Tao, and I don't need to tell you what happened when we faced off with the mountain and his band of marauders. Tal explained, answering my questions, but creating new ones in the process. Marauders? I asked. Yet. We know he's in the Earth Kingdom army. He wears the armor and uses their weapons, but for some reason, he never fights with them. Instead, he's been unleashed on the countryside. He attacks Fire Nation escorts, caravans, supplies, everything. He's probably single-handedly done more to slow our push than any other member of the enemy. So why haven't we hunted him down and killed him for his crimes against the Fire Nation? I asked, genuinely confused. Tal just laughed and gestured to the guards in front of Sung's tent before he entered with me in tow. He walked a few steps before stopping in a salute and standing at attention. I was careful to mirror his movements, not wanting to accidentally offend the man. The Major General's tent was a large thing. The largest in the camp, and filled with people as they bustled around. There were at least 7 soldiers in the office, and not a single one of them was standing still. It looked like the moment that the attack had ended, he'd begun an inventory of the supplies, lives, and everything in between. Busy with that, it took him a while to grant us an audience. Not to notice us. I was sure that he'd noticed us the moment we'd walked in. He was the kind of man who paid attention to everything and didn't miss a beat. You could see it in the way he hung on every word that the soldiers brought to his ears. There was no time for physical reports, so he was having everyone report to him personally as he took mental note of everything. It was an impressive feat, and he looked just the man to pull it off. With the benefit of time, I took advantage of the proximity to observe him. He looked like the average Fire Nation noble in myriad ways. Fair skin, slight build, and dark hair. It was just when one looked deeper that they noticed the bits that set him apart. His skin was fair, yes, but still browner than most of the members of the noble class. His skin reminded me more of Li's with the slight bronze hue it had. Sung's hair was dark, yes, but also smooth like silk. It fell down beneath his shoulders like waves from the ocean. It was even longer than mine had been before Toji had taken a knife to it. His eyes were the golden brown that almost all firebenders bore with pride. And when he stood to pick something up from the other end of the table, his height was the next thing I noticed. It was almost like today was going to be one for contrasts. Because where the mountain was a literal mountain of a man, General Sung was the exact opposite. He was shorter than I'd been, even in my early teens. Toji would probably make him look like a dwarf. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't short or anything, but his height was painfully, uninspiringly average. And then came his body. He was so slight of frame that to describe him as lithe would not be inaccurate. He wasn't malnourished or anything. He was just one of those people blessed, or would it be a curse, with a small frame. When he finally turned to us, it was to Tal he spoke first. Major, what report do you have for me? I didn't see you in the fighting and was worried for a few minutes. It's good to see that Agni has kept you under his rays. He said, moving straight to business before branching off to ask after the man before him. It was almost like he was correcting himself internally for his demeanor and trying to be more human. It reminded me a lot of my cousin in my first life. Ryan had been autistic, so he didn't naturally understand the same social cues the rest of us did, so we had to come up with different ways to remind him whenever he missed something he shouldn't have. If the Major General was actually just like that, it would be fascinating as hell. All is well, Major General. I was on the other side of the camp showing the recruits to their accommodations when the attack began. Luckily, I was able to easily meet with Captain Natsu, and we tried journeying over to you, but were accosted along the way by the mountain. He said, the Major General hanging on to every word he spoke, just as he had with every other report. For a second, I felt myself become filled with fear. What if Tal chose to take credit for everything? He didn't strike me as that sort of person, but this wasn't the academy. This was the real world. Doing shit like what I did was one of the ways for career advancement, and if there was anyone sorely in need of that, it was Tal. So many years with only so much to show for it could drive a man to desperate measures. A few of the surrounding soldiers stopped what they were doing at the mention of the mountain, and I was beginning to see the scale of the mountain and just how much fear he inspired. Even in his absence, he could quiet a tent just from the mention of his name. I'd harbored a bit of doubt after Tal's explanation, but this was enough to settle it in large parts. I was able to escape, but Captain Natsu stayed behind to engage the mountain. They fought, and the captain was able to hold him back until he retreated. Tal explained, ending my fears and elevating his standings in my eyes. He could have easily lied. He was the superior officer. I was the newcomer and junior. It would be oh so easy for him to claim the credit. The fact that he didn't even look as if he'd been tempted to it said a lot. Impressive. Very impressive. He fought the mountain, you said. To a standstill. Sung asked, getting a series of affirmative nods from Tal. They said you were strong. But they must have been understating things if that's how strong you actually are. How old are you again? 18? 18 and strong enough to battle with the mountain. He asked me, but I got the strangest feeling that I actually wasn't the one he was speaking to. Something about the way he trailed off, asking and answering his own questions. Well, regardless. This needs a reward of some sort. A promotion maybe? I'll write to command and see what they have to say about it. He said, turning away from me to look back at his notes. Just like with the other soldiers, he never officially dismissed us. Nevertheless, Tal shot off a salute, and I did the same before we turned around and left the tent. A/N, and so it begins. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 14 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 14. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 14 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. And that's the third town, Toji said to me as we marched through the village, doing our best to keep attentive as we carried out the orders of supervising the men as we made sure the village was truly undefended. The village's spokesperson had been waiting for us at the border and had leveled an unconditional surrender to our mercies, but like with the 2 other villages we'd taken in the last 3 weeks, this one was also suspicious. First of all the men aged 13 to 70 were gone. Just gone. In the first village, the story we'd been fed was that the Earth Kingdom army had given up on defending the smaller villages and had retreated to the cities to make a stand. Not before taking all the men of an age to be in army, of course. Not just the men too. The spokesperson had not mentioned it of his own volition, but somehow Sung had been able to suss out that all of the earthbenders were also gone. Not just some of them. Every single man, woman, or child able to move so much as a grain of sand had been taken. And this fact had the Major General on edge. Our orders were to be the tip of the spear, taking the land that the Fire Nation had once held and leaving it to those who marched behind us to assume possession and begin integration with the Fire Nation. These were to be the new colonies after all. But because of what our individual jobs were, we were the ones expected to face true, harsh combat. We were supposed to absorb the losses against the Earth Kingdom here, and push them back. Them retreating on their own was, on the face of it, a good thing. And I'd been happy enough about it until the Major General had pointed something out. What happens if they haven't truly retreated and are instead taking the long way around to strike at General Han's division? He asked me when I made my point to him, and I was shocked into silence. I'd never even considered that. All warfare is deception, he'd said immediately after he saw that I got the point he was making. I'd nodded, thinking that was it, until he'd suddenly begun requesting my presence more often. As an officer, I was given the right to attend all strategy meetings, but even beyond that he had me present at briefings that would probably have been for his ears only. Tal said I was being groomed for leadership, and I couldn't understand his enthusiasm about the prospect. Why would he be happy about his underclassmen being promoted before him? Besides, even if I was being promoted, surely it would be to the rank of major. I wouldn't have to deal with the kind of shit Sung did for quite a while. Hopefully, not too long though. Indeed. With everyone we take it gets more and more eerie, I said to him as we passed by a woman and her child that glared at us with such hatred that I swore half of me was expecting them to get up and actually attack us. The hatred in the boy's eyes. That was the kind of shit that one couldn't read about in a book or even describe in words. He stared at us like we were physical representations of all that was wrong with the world. The looks too, Toji said, unknowingly voicing my very thoughts on the matter. They look like they'd rip out our throats with their teeth and drink all our blood before eating us raw if they got the chance, he observed. That's a strangely specific imagery. Slightly disturbing, even for you. You've not forgotten the rumors, have you? Earth King Domers eat pretty boys like you for breakfast, after all, he said, drawing a chuckle from me that was only mostly forced. Toji was an expert at lightening the mood whenever he felt like. But jokes aside, they make me feel dirty, he said, looking at me. I sobered up instantly. There was something in his tone that told me he was being real with me now. I mean, I know we're doing the right thing. These people are suffering. Most of them are malnourished, and wallowing in poverty. It would be selfish for us to just sit back in the Fire Nation and let them suffer. We had to help. Sozin had to spread our prosperity. But when they look at me like that, I find it hard to see the justification. I mean, we're doing it for their own good, but nothing, I interrupted, stopping my walk and turning to face him. He mirrored my movements, looking down on me. He wasn't quite as tall as a freak of nature like the mountain, but Toji still dwarfed nearly every man in the camp. We do this for them. They don't know any better right now, but look at the island colonies. Look at how much prosperity they have thanks to the Fire Nation. We are doing the right thing, Toji. If they hate us for it, then so be it. They won't hate us forever, I assured him. Not just him, if I was being honest. Besides, can't let some dirty looks from unwashed savages get under your skin, I said, trying my own hand at lightening the mood. Toji cracked a hesitant smile, but I could see that my attempt wasn't even as effective for him as his had been for me. Sometimes I hated my lack of true social skills. Let's just finish up and head to camp, I finally said. We weren't going to take residence in the village. Doing that was just courting quick deaths. If the populace decided to try something stupid like slitting our throats while we slept, that could get messy fast. Sung was smart enough to just sidestep the entire issue. Shurei. I can't wait to get back to Pinhead, Toji said, making me almost miss a step as we both broke into laughter at the nickname for his immediate commanding officer. XXXXX. At the end of the day, we had all the things we needed in place to camp for the night and move on the day after. All we had to do was send a signal to General Han that his people were free to move forwards. At least, that's what I'd thought until I was woken up by a messenger and essentially dragged to Sung's tent in the middle of the night. I was tired out of my mind, but I still had the presence of mind to note that there were only 3 people in the tent when I entered, a far cry from the normal hustle and bustle that marked the command tent. I guess that was how things went at night. One of the people was a haggard-looking man. I'd have mistaken him for a beggar or something of the sort if not for the Fire Nation insignia I could spot beneath the dirt and the grime that covered him from head to toe. "Welcome, Captain Natsu. I hope we aren't disturbing your night," Sung said, with a smile on his face that failed to reach his eyes. "I serve at your pleasure, Major General," I said, snapping up a salute and standing at attention. He nodded at me. "This man here is an infantryman under the command of General Han. Tell the captain what you just told me." Sung transitioned from speaking to me to addressing the obvious messenger in much the same way he always shifted gears when he spoke. "General Han commanded us to do as we'd always been doing. Go forward, settle the town and provide them with the supplies and all that other stuff. Just make sure they're not angry or anything, sir." But today was different. When we moved into the town, I knew something was wrong. My senses told me, but I didn't listen. "They came from every direction, sir. There were at least 500 of them, sir. Earth Kingdom soldiers. The mountain led them. They swarmed in and overcame us." The man said. "Overcame you?" I pressed, surely he couldn't mean what I was thinking. "They attacked from every corner, sir. They hemmed us in and smashed us against the town with giant boulders, sir. Lieutenant Maki was able to destroy a few of them with her ability, but they still had us in a bind and it was all we could do to survive with the numbers we did. We had to abandon most of the army and commit to a charge on one end of the encirclement to escape." "Maki? Was she okay? And what happened to Maki?" I asked, only realizing that I'd slipped up when Sung rose an eyebrow. "She was fine, sir," the infantryman responded. "And your numbers, how many of you survived?" I asked the question that I probably should have asked first before inquiring as yo the safety of my friend. That kind of thing wasn't looked upon well in the army, and I could already foresee a mark being placed on Sung's mental assessment of me. The man never missed a thing. 213 still alive, sir. The numbers of the injured and those non-fit for combat weren't taken before General Han sent me here to report, he said, and I nodded while my mind spun with thoughts. 200 remained. Han's division had been about twice our numbers, so they numbered at about 1,000. That was a good 800 men lost in one attack. I could understand why I'd been woken up now. Heads would roll for this. Hands definitely. No Fire Lord would tolerate that level of incompetence, and Oze was proving to not be the most tolerable of rulers in the first place. His coronation had been marked with scandal and met grudgingly by a good portion of the nobility, and he was ruling with an iron fist to make sure that dissent was never even considered. A failure like this? It was just the last thing he might have been looking for. Many still viewed Iroh as the rightful Fire Lord, after all. "Get the man a bath, change of clothes, and some food in his belly," Sung spoke, ordering the only other soldier in the room, and both men left with haste. We were alone now. "I don't need to explain just what kind of problem this is, do I?" Sung said, giving me a meaningful stare. "General Han is done for. He might have survived the attack, but he definitely won't survive the Fire Lord if he even makes it back to the homeland. Ritual suicide seems to be the only thing left for him. One last chance to regain his honor, or at least prevent his actions from tainting the rest of his family," I said, and the man sitting across from me nodded before letting out a deep sigh. "And when he kills himself, what happens?" he asked, giving me another significant look. He was trying to tell me something, or at least help me along to figuring something out. The Fire Lord will still need someone to punish, I finally realized. This kind of thing couldn't end with a suicide note and just have that be all of it. The entire Fire Nation offensive in the Earth Kingdom numbered about 5,000 soldiers. Han had just lost close to 20% of that in one fell swoop. Someone had to be made into a scapegoat after Han was gone, because there was no way he was making it back to the homeland. Only a fool would be bold enough to subject themselves to the Fire Lord's mercy after that. Good. Now think as to who that might be. It must be someone high-ranked. Hundreds of citizens in the Fire Nation have lost sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and even fathers and mothers. Anyone below the rank of colonel would simply not been worth it. It also has to be someone believable. Someone at the other end of the kingdom would not be appropriate. Someone high-ranked, in a position to have affected events, and who can reasonably be blamed for the loss. Now, think of who that might be. I didn't need to do much thinking to figure it out. He'd practically given me the answer already. "You," I said, and he nodded while bursting into mock applause. "Got it in one. You're looking at the next good old scapegoat. If I'm lucky, I'd just lose any head after they take me there, but I have the very strange feeling that our Fire Lord will not be in the mood for a light sentence," he said. "Exile or excommunication for your entire line," I said, having already figured out the harshest punishment in the Fire Lord's arsenal. "Or killing all of us wholesale if the nation is hungry for enough blood," he said, reaching to his side and pouring some wine into his goblet before tossing it down his gullet in one go. You want me to help somehow, I deduced. That was the only reason for it. He'd made the messenger give me the report, and then emptied out the tent for us to talk with each other. There had to be something he wanted from me. Some way I could help with his situation. If not, he'd never have bothered calling me here. Yes. Yes, I do. You're a smart one, aren't you? He said to me with a nod of his head. Of course you are. Top of your class, just like I was. If I had any sense in my head, I'd be tearing my belly open with that blade over there, he said, pointing at the ceremonial knife that had been unsheathed on his desk. It looked to me that he was still considering it. But no. I'm a gambling man at my core, and I'll gamble everything on you. The Fire Lord needs either someone to punish or someone to reward. He said, confusing me. What? I vocalized my first thought. The people will be angry when the news gets broken to them, but if the news comes with the notice that the Earth Kingdom army that attempted to attack us has been slaughtered to the man, then there's a very real chance that they'll have their fill of the blood and won't be looking for any good loyal Fire Nation blood to join the river. He said. So your plan is to hunt down the mountain and his war band? Kill them all? I asked. No, he said. My plan is for you to hunt down the mountain and his war band. Make sure not a single one of them lives to see the glory of another sun. I can't do it myself, and neither can I commit any significant portion of the army. I haven't been ordered to, and unlike a full general, I am still beholden to follow the orders from high command to the letter, and moving astray would add gross insubordination to my undoubtedly long list of crimes, he said. But how doesn't this disobey the orders from high command? I asked, curious. I am still a major general. I have freedom to allocate my resources as I please, and hunting down the scourge of the Fire Nation offensive would be a worthy goal. I gave him a doubtful look at that. Yes, he was my superior officer, but I had strong bullshit senses and this was stinking to the high heavens. You're lying to me, I accused point blank. I had nothing to lose here. Or almost nothing, rather. If he gave me the order, I couldn't say no. But I, at least, had to know why. Yes, I am. I don't have the authority to send you out there looking for him. The Supreme Commander likes to keep a tight rein on everyone except the general, so I can't. What I can send you to do is offer some support to General Han's people. I'll send you with medicine and healers to support them, and on your way back you will divert from the route with 100 men and hunt down the mountain. You will bring me his head, or you will die trying. I looked at him, perhaps seeing the Major General for the first time. These were orders he just gave me, orders that were against the position of the High Command. But I still couldn't disobey them. He was my commanding officer and disobedience here was treason. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. It was obvious to me that if I obeyed and failed, he'd disavow me with a smile on his face, claiming to know nothing about it. That was why there were no witnesses here. If I succeeded, he'd take all the credit. I could say no, I threatened, but even I could hear the lack of conviction in my voice. You really couldn't. I'd court-martial you immediately. He said. Even if the Supreme Commander is in support of your actions, you'd still be punished for them to set an example. But you'd most certainly be dead, I said to him. I would. And you would be court-martialed. We'd both be in one hell of a bind. He said. The tent was silent. What's in it for me, if I say yes? I asked. He smiled, smug. He had me and he knew it. Here are your commission orders. For your bravery against the mountain, and your actions in the taking of the 3 towns of Jan, Ken, and Po, you have been promoted and granted the rank of Major of the Fire Nation Army. He said, handing the documents over to me by standing up and walking around the table. I narrowed my eyes at him. I hadn't read the documents, but looking at them showed that the date they were signed was a few weeks ago, so he'd just been holding on to it for that long. Surely you don't mean to offer me a promotion that's already been granted? I asked, skeptically. Succeed, and you will be Colonel Natsu. I promise you that. He said. A/N, and that's the chapter, kids. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story, along with the first 14 chapters of another FIC that I uploaded at the exact same time as this one. An insert is into a version of KALL, who gets tossed into the MCU, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 15. Pre-chapter A/N, perhaps it's best if I begin this with an apology. I've been on a hiatus from posting for the past 3 weeks. Not writing, as those of you on my Patreon can testify, but posting on public sites. Why? Not because I went and did a bait and switch on all of you, I promise. While I remain thankful to those of you who subscribed to my Patreon in the meantime, I do want to add that my hiatus was not a ploy to force anyone to do so. To explain what happened, I'll have to go into more detail on my mental health than I'd otherwise be comfortable with, but you deserve an explanation. Those of you who have been reading my stuff for a while can attest that I'm usually terrible at responding to comments or reviews. That's because I generally have an aversion to confrontation and awkwardness. So when, over 3 weeks ago, one of my stories was placed on content review at Space Battles, I was justifiably crushed. The second I found out, I went to the chapter and deleted the risque scenes, which, mind you, were not full-on sex scenes, which was what I understood the website to prohibit. However, the story remains on content review for one reason or another. I do not blame them for this, as it stems from my lack of complete understanding of the rules. However, the subjective manner in which said moderators enforce rules leaves much to be desired. That is beside the point. I felt crushed by the decision and, as a result, found it difficult to post on that site or any other. But I feel that I've allowed my issues to limit me for much too long. I must lean on the strength of my fictional characters and post regardless of how I feel. So here's the chapter. This chapter is dedicated to everyone else who suffers from some time crippling anxiety. As always, thank you to all of you. You rock. We set off at dawn, because of course we did. There was nothing more cliché than that. Me, and 200 men, nearly half the encampment under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Shinsuke. Sung hadn't been kind enough to allow to pick the entire team of 100 that I would have preferred, but at least I'd been able to ensure that Toji was on the team that would be following me to hunt down the most dangerous element against the Fire Nation's military interests in the Earth Kingdom. The mountain. Between last night and this one, I'd been doing my best to try to come up with strategies for the hunt. He'd been roaming the mountains and plains of the Earth Kingdom for years now. Sniffing him out was going to be next to impossible, but there was at least one thing working in my favor. The report had said he had 1,000 men with him. It was going to make beating him more difficult, but I had an idea or two. The important bit about his numbers, though, was that he'd quintupled them since he'd attacked the encampment just a few months ago. That wasn't even enough time to begin training completely new soldiers in a single combat style. The hope here was that they were going to be sloppy. The mountain knew how to vanish into the woods with nary a trace, but it was likely that his recruits wouldn't have anywhere near the required level of skill to pull off the vanishing act with the same alacrity. At least, that was the hope. It was also possible that every single one of them had assimilated well into the mountain's tactics and were just as skilled in turning into mist and vanishing in the air. It wasn't likely, but it was possible. That was why we pushed things in our journey back to Han's camp. The men had no idea what would be happening after we met with the general, but that was just for operational security, and also plausible deniability so Sung could say he had no idea about my plans later on. It was just the kind of plan within a plan that he'd execute. The only hope I had was that he wasn't actually trying to actively fuck me over. Considering my grandfather's new position on Oze's advisory council, I hoped it would be unlikely. I mean, the news that he and I weren't on the best of terms couldn't have traveled this far, could it? I stirred my mount and moved across the march to the front. The tip of the spear, if you would. There, I met Lieutenant Colonel Shinsuke, and the head of the healing corps of the camp, Amara. Well met, Lieutenant Colonel, I said with a bow of my head as he noticed my approach. Captain Natsu, or is it Major now? He asked with a bright smile on his face. He was a very personable man, smiling widely and projecting a loud boisterous voice. I could already tell that I wouldn't like him even though everyone else did. He screamed fake to me. That smile, wide as it was, didn't reach his bright gold eyes as they shined with a hidden flame. This was the son of the butcher of the water tribe, I reminded myself. His father's actions were well known, and the fact that they were controversial within the Fire Nation itself went to show just how bad they'd been. He'd single-handedly, with those raiders under his command, culled the southern water tribe from a population of thousands to the hundreds that remained now. He'd taken their waterbenders for the glory of the Fire Nation and started a breeding program that led to people like Amara. I turned to the healer next. She wore her hair long with flowers running their way through, but that was the only splash of color to be found on her that wasn't red or black. She wore the Fire Nation uniform well, with nothing to hint at her water tribe ancestry beyond the bronze skin she had. Shinsuke's father was hailed as a hero by most of the top brass of the military because of the breeding program. He'd taken all the scrolls and information the Southern Water Tribe had on healing and then bred all the female waterbenders he'd captured to produce a generation of children. Those who showed waterbending talent were trained to be healers from a young age. Now, they made up most of the healing corps' higher ranks. Sure, there were healers and doctors who didn't have the benefit of bending within the corps, but still within every division of the army there were at least 10 waterbending healers to provide vital aid. We were also trained to protect them with our lives as they were the lifeblood of the army. Major, sir. I said to Shinsuke, answering his unasked question before turning to the woman by his side and continuing, Healer Amara. It's lovely to meet your acquaintance. I must say that rumors of your beauty fail to do you justice. You outstrip the stars themselves with your radiance. I said with a theatrical bow that made her titter. I wasn't lying though. She was beautiful. Easily the most beautiful woman I'd had the pleasure of seeing in either of my lives. Maybe it was because of the unmistakable foreignness in her appearance. Her hair was black like ours, but instead of being smooth like silk, it fell across her face in scattered curls that framed her face and caught the eye. Her darker skin shone with the sun, as it reflected the sun's rays on its moisturized surface. Her face, oh man, her face! Full, not angular like I was used to, and doubly as beautiful for it. And then those looks were placed on a body that would not have been out of place on a fashion magazine from my first life. She was tall, even on the horse, I could tell she was taller than I was. And then her curves were a thing of beauty. Major Natsu, you honor me. It's quite the contrast then, that rumors of your taciturn nature seem to have been overblown. She said with a smile on her face. Unlike Shinsuke's, there was nothing false about it. Pearly white teeth peeked out from full brown lips that made me wonder what they tasted like. Please, dispense with the formality. Call me Natsu, I said, ignoring Shinsuke's raised eyebrow. If I must, Natsu. Then call me Amara, she said, stretching a hand that I took before placing a light kiss on it. XXXXXX. General Han had made the choice to move his entire encampment into the forest. Instead of claiming the plains as the Fire Nation military ethos taught, he'd retreated deep into the forest of the Earth Kingdom. This meant he wasn't going to be in as much danger from earthbender barrages, but he also had no chance of employing the siege engines or technology that the Fire Nation was so proud of. Well, I guess it was a good thing that he'd lost all his tanks and weapons in the attack from the mountain and his people. We'd arrived late last night, and even at that hour, Amara had been keen to get right on it, and she did it well. She took charge of the healing tents and began to work on all the injured. Latest estimates put the total lives saved by her in the past 7 hours as close to a dozen already. Waterbending healing was something else when it came to fixing open wounds and the type of injuries that usually came as a result of battles. But still, it wasn't all sunshine and roses. She'd saved a dozen lives, but had lost nearly half that number. They were too far gone before she even arrived, but I could see how each lost life weighed on her soul. I was too high ranked to be placed on guard duty, but I'd still spent the first 2 hours after our arrival watching her as she did her work. It was impressive how waterbending could allow her do this. She was literally using her chi and the water to heal her patients. It made zero sense. Considering she was dealing with sensitive patients, it probably made no sense for me to start bothering her with the 1.5 million questions on my mind, so I just sat and watched and tried to figure things out. The first thing I noted was that she was definitely much better than Katara was in the show. I was sure she couldn't fight even a tenth as well as the preteen, but when it came to healing, she did things that I never saw in all 3 seasons of watching. Broken bones were the matter of minutes, internal bleeding took longer, but it only came down to isolating where the bleeding came from. She even worked on unconscious patients who couldn't tell her what was wrong with them but still managed to figure it out in only minutes of running her water along their still forms. It was something else. Something truly magical. I could see why Admiral Ronsuk had received that rank and a landed peerage to add to his family esteem after the project bore results. Waterbender healers were like magic when it came to recovery and casualty minimalization. Healer Amara, one of the orderlies, said as another body was brought into the tent. This time, the man was conscious and screaming while holding on to his leg. It was obviously broken, but that wasn't the most pressing injury, I could tell from the way she almost seemed to ignore it. The pain came from there according to his reactions, but when she got him to lay still, I noticed what had gotten her attention from the get-go. He was burned badly on his chest. Friendly fire. It was one of the major problems that came with ambushes like this. It must have also happened when the mountain ran that first attack on the day I'd joined Sung's camp. In close quarters, and confused, firebenders were prone to lash out blindly or without fully understanding what was going on. It was harshly punished in most circumstances, as that kind of incompetence had no place in the foremost army in the world. Lay back, she commanded when he wanted to rise again. The water in the basin, kept pure by constant boiling from one of the firebending orderlies, rose at her command before she extracted a section of it, allowing the rest to fall back into the basin with a small splash that amused me. 2 hours ago, and she'd dropped the water with perfect care and control. Now, after non-stop healing for hours, imperfections were beginning to show. Humanity was beginning to spill through the cracks. The water glowed in her control before she plopped it right on the burns, and the man visibly hissed in relief as the numbing abilities of the water began to take hold. I could see why Master Zhongzhong had shown so much admiration from Katara in that scene from the show. Water could heal. It could visibly fix what was broken, and it could do it with ease, while those of those blessed by Agni were just given the power to burn, to destroy. At least, that was how I saw it. Still, I was damn good at what I did, so I had no qualms. I watched as the red skin began to lighten to a more healthy pink as the burn disappeared. The broken leg was dealt with as a matter of secondary importance. A chunk of water leapt from the basin to Amara's left hand before she dropped it down to the affected bone. The femur. She stayed there for a few minutes more, healing 2 separate parts of his body at the same time. When she rose, she turned to one of the other doctors, a man from the colonies, if his skin tone was any indication, and spoke to him. The leg will take a bit longer to fully heal, but he should only have to spend a week off his feet before he can get to therapy. The man nodded and signaled 2 orderlies who picked the man up with the stretcher that had brought him in and began to leave. Another man was brought in and they began again. Watching them, Firebender and Waterbender and former Earth Kingdom National working together brought it all together for me. I could see what Sozin saw. A world, not divided but united. Not 4 nations, but 1. If waterbending healing was a universal standard, available in every hospital across the world, how many lives would be saved? If Fire Nation medical knowledge was added to that, what would the world become? Just look at how injuries that would have been crippling in my old world were healed in minutes. I could see it now. Roku was wrong. The 4 nations had always been 4, but that didn't mean that they had to remain separate. I mean, I didn't necessarily agree with genocide and all the other shady shit the Fire Nation was up to, but I also couldn't pretend that Amara being here wasn't making life better for dozens of people. While I watched, I noticed Toji enter the tent with a smirk on his face and practically ran over to him to drag him out with me after saying a brief goodbye to the distracted Amara. Toji didn't do well with waiting, and if he was here, then I didn't have much of an interest in keeping him waiting if he was here for the reason I thought he was. XXXXX. I crossed the tent line, ignoring the sun as it had hit my face through the foliage cover and marched forwards. I didn't have to do much walking when I saw her. We both saw each other at practically the same time. We'd seen each other just a few months before, but it felt like she looked much different. That she'd aged at least a year in that time. There was a lightness to her movements that had never been there when we all lived in the mainland together. Maybe it was the fact that the bandages that previously covered her forehead were gone. Now, she wore the mark of her third eye with pride. Combustion bending had saved hundreds of soldiers according to the scout's testimony, so I could see why she was no longer keen on hiding the ability regardless of what she had gone through to acquire it. She walked, nay sauntered towards me with an easy smile on her face that I returned with little conscious effort. "I've missed you," I said once we were close enough that I could speak to her without raising my voice, and instead of replying, she dragged my body into hers. The hug was enveloping as I felt myself wrap around her. "I've missed you more," she said, whispering into my chest. "And I've missed you the most," I replied cheekily, taking the light slap she dropped on my chest with ease. The hug went on for a few more minutes as I just enjoyed the feeling of having her in my arms. Toji coughed suddenly and I flushed as I took a look around us. They were trying not to make it obvious, but it was clear that much of the soldiers around us had been staring. Maki scowled and grabbed my hand before she dragging me with her as she walked away. Toji followed at a more leisurely pace, chuckling to himself all the while. Finally, we got to our destination as Maki pulled me into a tent before gesturing for Toji to follow. It was a good-sized tent, smaller than mine but still much larger than what most of the army was dealing with. She was also using it alone, which was a surprise. "I didn't know female lieutenants got to stay alone," Toji said with a whistle as he observed the place. "We don't. My tent mate died in the ambush," she said, and I resisted the urge to facepalm. Of course the idiot would put his foot in the mouth in the first 5 minutes. Part of me couldn't even muster up the shock to pretend to be surprised. "I'm sorry for your loss," Toji said to her, doing a good job of conveying as much sincerity in his tone as possible. I echoed his words a second later, even though they felt hollow to me. What could you really say to that? It's fine. I never really knew her. I mean, we spoke a bit, but I always thought she was too vain and shallow for my tastes. And then the mud-eating bastards noticed that I was the one destroying most of their attacks before they could get to us, and sent a smaller barrage for me. I wouldn't have noticed until it was too late. She was the one who stepped in. I barely knew anything about her, and she saved me." Her voice cracked at the end and I grabbed her into a hug instantly, but she tore herself from my grip in a few seconds. Her face was dry, but she was most obviously fighting back tears. "General Han says you guys are going to try your hand at hunting down those bastards," she said, poking my chest with her finger. I exchanged a look with Toji at that. "You'll take me with you," she said, voicing the request that I was dreading. "That's desertion," Toji said, finally, taking the bullet for me. He was a braver man than I'd ever be. "I don't care," she said. "Well, I do," I cut in. Maki had a bright future ahead of her, and on a more selfish note, aiding this kind of thing was worth a court-martial or two. "I'll try to get the general to assent to a transfer to our division for the mission, but we won't just take you with us like that," I said, offering the best middle ground I could. Post chapter A/N, and that's the bee's knees. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 16. Pre-chapterin, here's a chapter out on time. Before you ask, I haven't been captured by aliens. School has just decided to take a break from kicking my arse. As always, more chapters of this story are on my Patreon, and more stories are on my profile. Go wild. "You're much more handsome than your father ever was," were the words that General Han greeted me with when I walked into his tent. It reeked heavily of alcohol. So heavily that the smell actually made me crinkle up my nose. "You definitely inherited his taste then." The man would not abide a whiff of alcohol in his presence, he said with a laugh. I traced his figure with my eyes, seeing him slumped backwards on his chair. We knew different men then, I said without emotion. I'd come to terms with my father's death years ago. Grandfather had been unable to keep him from wasting away. Either he couldn't or he just didn't want to, but my father had been declared dead a few years ago. I'd got the notice in the form of a letter from the steward informing me that all his personal wealth and holdings had been folded up into the family accounts and holdings for the time being. I was, of course, fully allowed to lay claim to them if I wanted to. I'd been fine with them being folded in there. I never particularly liked the man, so there was no sentimental value to his inheritance. And from a utilitarian perspective, there was no point in contesting his wealth and holdings being folded into the family accounts. They'd be better managed by a dedicated team of stewards who were trained for that specific purpose than by me, who'd be away from the homeland for the foreseeable future. Besides, either way, everything would be mine sooner or later. I ignored the twinge that thought brought to my heart. Grandfather would die. That was the way of things. I see. I guess the royal family can have a way of doing that to a man. You know, I still think about him to this day. Most of us there, we all ached to do the same thing he did. We supported him. Thousands of men and women of the Fire Nation had died, bled, and strived to get to that point. Victory was at our grasp. Iroh had sent thousands of sons and daughters to die for the glory of the Fire Nation. My own nephew died in an ambush mere weeks before that day, and all he had for me were empty platitudes and condolences. The second he was the one feeling the loss, though, he abandoned everything. Set us back decades in the war efforts. Allowed a beaten Earth Kingdom to have a second bite at the apple. The truth of the matter is that, one way or another, this can all be laid at his feet. But will it? No. Oze is going to remove my head from my shoulders while his brother gets to gallivant across the world on a holiday. At the end of it, he was screaming. I could see that it had happened. The man was broken. I gave them everything. Everything I had I gave to the Fire Nation, and this is how they repay me. He asked rhetorically, sweeping a drunken hand across the desk, sending all the scrolls and documents flying. By sheer chance, one of them rolled towards my feet. It had the insignia of the Fire Nation High Command on it. General Han noticed what I was looking at. Lift it and read it. Have a look at what happens when you make no mistakes and something completely out of your control happens, he said, pointing at it. I wisely didn't mention that the wiser move would have been to establish a perimeter around the town before moving in to make sure that no ambushes happened. It was the same tactic Sung often used, after all. But discretion was the better part of valor, I thought to myself, while remaining still and at attention. Open it. He screamed at me, and I was moving to pick it up before I even noticed what had happened. Once my brain jolted back into consciousness, I still completed the movement and held the scroll before me. General Han Your report has been well received by the command, and we extend our fullest condolences for your losses. Report to the Fire Nation Palace for further conversations and strategy. Signed, High General Hero I read aloud at his request. You know your father got a letter just like that one before he got disgraced at the palace? He asked me. I didn't need to nod. Everyone knew every part of what exactly had become of the man I called father from the moment he made the mistake of striking a prince of the blood. The story is still often repeated in several circles as a reminder of what could happen to even the highest lords and generals if they made the mistake of thinking of themselves as equal to the royal family. The house of the Sozin did not like being contested for dominance. Then you know what they intend to do with me. They'll either kill me or worse than that. They'll set my family back centuries of progress, just like they did with yours. Except somehow you're on the rise again. Wulan's on top. He said the last sentence like he was quoting someone. I could, perhaps, have seen it had the tent been better lit. Maybe I could have seen the moment General Han came to a decision. You will take care of my family, boy. I have written them and asked them to seek solace in your family's protection. You will not deny them. Honor would have it of you, he said, and before I could tell him he was crazy, or even refuse. He took a blade out from his robes and stabbed himself in the stomach, driving the blade deep before pulling it from one side to the other. Everything was a blur as I ran out shouting for help, even as I knew that he was already dead by the time he hit the floor. There was no way he was going to survive that. He'd done it purposely, laden me with that obligation on his own. No one could hear a man's last words and not at least try to abide by them. XXXXX. A dead general made the rest of our admittedly short stay rather awkward. I mean, no one with any real understanding of nobility or the Fire Nation upper caste ever expected him to do anything but kill himself in time, but that unfortunately did not include most of the army. Han had been loved by his soldiers. The general pulse of things was that he'd been a good man who cared about every single man under his command, and now he was dead. And I was the only one who'd been there to see it happen. The looks were the worst part about my short stay. Han's death, however, meant that I didn't personally have to address Maki's request. The army was commanded by a different officer, a colonel whose name I hadn't been able to catch. But Maki herself had been sensible enough to realize that with the change in leadership, leaving to join our hunt for the mountain would have her executed for desertion in the very best case scenario. Worst case was that Toji and I ended up on the block right next to her. "So you're leaving now," she said to me as the rest of the detachment I came with filed at the outskirts of their camp, about to set off. "Yes. I'll miss you," I said, saying the words that she wanted to but couldn't get out. "I know," she replied. "I'll miss you too," her eyes said, even if her mouth didn't. The handshake we shared was formal but appropriate. We'd had our intimate goodbye earlier at night, and the kind of attachment we shared, while not prohibited, still wasn't looked at kindly. Members of the army were brothers in arms, every one of us. "You didn't really sleep with your brothers, did you?" And there were worries that such relationships could affect decision-making and objectivity, especially when it came to officers in command. Speaking of officers in command, there were even worries about sexual harassment and power dynamics. Needless to say, we'd had more than a dozen classes in the academy about keeping it in our pants. The Fire Nation military had really progressive sexual harassment laws. Everything but the most appropriate of conduct was prohibited. We had the Fire Lady Ayla, mother of Iroh and Ozia, to thank for that. The laws existed and were broadly enforced, but I didn't for any reason assume that no infringements were happening under the table, where no one could see or do anything about it. An honor system was only useful in the absence of bad actors. "Off we go," Toji said by my side, exchanging bows with her, and we both spurred our ostrich horses forward. We were going to follow the main division down the road until we'd diverge near the town that had been the site of the ambush. Hopefully, we'd be able to gather enough clues there to guide our chase. "Way down to hell and beyond," I completed for him, knowing that by the end of the day, it would be clear. XXXXXX. When the time finally came to split off from Colonel Shinsuke and the rest, it was an easy task. A clean break. Me and 100 men to hunt down the most dangerous foe plaguing the Fire Nation's advance, apart from the concentrated Earth Kingdom strongholds like Omashu and Ba Sing Se. When we marched towards the town the ambush had taken place, I could feel the dread that nearly every single of my men was faced with. It was welling within them, all but determined to reach a crescendo sooner or later. The Major General had been gone with releasing 1 or 2 of his team of 12 Yuan archers to act as scouts for us, and we'd found that the Mountain and his people had kept their eyes on us from the moment we'd left the main camp and had watched us head to Han's camp, provide aid, and then left. The theory then became that the only reason we ourselves hadn't been attacked was because it would have proven too expensive in terms of manpower for them to do so. Even if we only each took down a single Earth Kingdom soldier with us, it would be too costly for the Mountain to consider. His numbers were not endless, and beyond that, we were better armed, trained, and each of us was practically guaranteed to be worth at least 3 of his own soldiers. Where the Fire Nation military was a well-funded, smooth, and trained machine of war, made up of career soldiers trained up for years to join the war effort, the Earth Kingdom military, on the other hand, was made up of former hunters and farmers taken from their families, oftentimes at sword point, and forced to stand and do their best to stem the tide of the Fire Nation advance. It was why they were losing. That single difference was the key to the Fire Nation victory. It was why any news of dedicated training camps for Earth Kingdom soldiers was met with immediate action on the part of the High Command. No matter where it was, or what support it enjoyed, we'd find a way to get to it and destroy it. Our lessons had been filled with the nearly dozen times the Earth Kingdom had attempted something so bold. And even better for the Fire Nation, the main reason for the sad state of the Earth Kingdom army could be traced back to the Avatar. Avatar Kyoshi, when she put down Shin the Conqueror without caring about what he had wrought or bothering to stir from her island for long enough to truly resolve the problems of the Earth Kingdom. The new constitution she had the 46th Earth King, Karu, signed to turn the kingdom into a more constitutional monarchy had collateral effects that could still be felt centuries later. It was that constitution that returned much of the governing power to the individual city-states that made up the large kingdom. It was that same constitution that allowed someone like Bumi to style himself as a king while maintaining control over a kingdom that was essentially seceded from the main Earth Kingdom. We called it such, everyone did, but the truth was that the Earth Kingdom died that day the Avatar forced the king to sign away his power. With a pen instead of a hammer, she did what Shin never could. She shattered the Earth Kingdom into 100 different pieces. That was why we could do what we were doing. Ba Sing Se had not once bothered to send out a single soldier to resist the Fire Nation advance, only stirring when the wolves were quite literally at their doors. That was why Iroh, in his genius, had led the army on a sweep of the Earth Kingdom, leaving targets like Ba Sing Se and Omashu for last. Even most impressively, Omashu was left for after Ba Sing Se because the prince himself had been hesitant to face off against Bumi, the Mad King of Omashu. After the last time the Fire Nation had made an attempt, when hundreds of soldiers and 3 powerful generals were slain by a single earthbender and his army, he'd been left alone. Omashu would have to be taken, though. In time. Luckily, I was pretty certain that he wasn't going to bother resisting the Fire Nation after his conversation with Ong. These were the thoughts that traveled through my mind as we marched through the town, waiting for the ambush to begin. Unlike Han, I was expecting the ambush, and also unlike him, I had a plan. A plan that I made sure to run every soldier through until they all knew it like the back of their hands. We wouldn't make any attempt to defend the village or what remained of it. These Earth Kingdom citizens who stared at us with boiling rage in their hearts would kill us if they ever got the chance. Why waste precious energy in trying to keep them safe from their people? What happened to Han was not entirely his fault, but some of his instructions had just been brain dead. How could a general of the Fire Nation ask his own people to risk their lives to keep Earth Kingdom peasants safe from the attacks of their own people? There was empathy and there was foolishness. And now that foolish man had saddled me with the responsibility of keeping his family safe and taken care of. I could have lied. When I was asked whether he had any last words, I could have just lied. Avoided the obligation in its entirety. But no. I just had to feel some stirrings of the most foolish of all emotions, guilt. This is the third lap we're doing, Toji commented, and I nodded along with him while still keeping my senses strained for the ambush that I knew was coming, but had no idea from whence. There's no way they didn't bite the bait, I said to him. There was a reason we'd split up with so few men. We had to make sure that the mountain saw a target that would be easy to take down. Look up. Over there, a man to my side suddenly said, pointing towards the east. I could see it now. A pillar of smoke, narrow and concentrated, but still very much there. The signal. What the fuck? He ambushed the larger band. Toji asked, clearly just as confused as I was. I'd torn through the files I had on the mountain. I read every single word that the Fire Nation intelligence had ever written about his skills, origin, tactics, and tendencies. One of them was to always exploit weakness. We were the weaker garrison, and we were heading right to the site of his previous ambush. There was nothing in his files that would have ever given the idea that he'd fail to take simple bait like that one, I thought to myself as I kicked any horse and began galloping at full speed towards the smoke trail. The only good thing was that we'd separated from the delegation about 2 hours ago, and since most of them were on foot and marched relatively slowly, I could only be about less than an hour away from them at full gallop. The only hope was that I'd catch on to the tail end of the mountain's ambush on the larger part of the split-up division of the encampment. I could already imagine what would happen if we failed here. We'd lose hundreds of lives for no just cause in an attempt to catch someone we hadn't been ordered to go after. It was almost as if my horse could feel the urgency of the situation. She ran faster than she ever had as I saw the plains of the Earth Kingdom go by in a blur. I could hear Toji's horse behind me, and the rest of the squad even further down. We'd taken most of the horses with us for the ambush, as they were a key part of the original strategy, but now we used them to haul ass. My only hope was that it would be enough. That Shinsoke had the presence of mind to send the warning right at the beginning of the attack, and that the others were strong enough to hold the mountain for long enough. Either way, I could feel it in my bones. This was to be the fight of my life. I heard the battle before I ever saw it. Explosive blasts of fire clashing with boulders, and the sound of steel ringing against steel. When I came upon the camp, it was pure mayhem. An ambush in the daytime. Just looking at them told me that half the men were already out of the fight. For the glory of the Fire Nation. Victory or death. I heard the war cry before I realized that they'd spilled forth from my own lips. The famous words General Shifu had spoken before the taking of Udao. I'd cringe at the blatant lack of originality at a later date. For now, it was war. Post chapter A/N, we've got the next 2 chapters of this story available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 17. Pre-chapter N, another chapter out on time. School break continues till tomorrow, when I actually have to go put in the work to earn this degree. As always, more chapters of this story are on my Patreon, and more stories are on my profile. Go wild! My war cry was matched by dozens of voices behind me as we all fell upon the mountain's ambush. It was like a sneak attack to counter an already existing sneak attack. The Earth Kingdom nationals were caught with their pants down, not literally, thankfully, and were hard-pressed to react to our advance. Toji was the first to make contact as he jumped right out of the saddle of his horse before spinning into a kick that sent one man crashing into the ground, unconscious. The others noticed him and attempted to dogpile him with their assault, but it was laughable how much ease he had cutting through the farmhands and hunters that formed the Earth Kingdom army. I could hear most of my compatriots file out behind me as they ended their charge to engage the soldiers they found without opponents. I, on the other hand, did not let myself get distracted. I could not turn away from one of the first sights I'd seen the moment I got a view of the attack. The mountain was faced off against by Colonel Shinsoke as he stood right in front of Healer Amara. Perhaps it was the Fire Nation's racism, but for some reason the water-bending members of the Healing Corps were required to wear extremely distinctive outfits. I could not rule out the possibility that that was the reason for her being targeted by the large man. The colonel was clearly attempting to shield her from him, and that was not going as well as it should have been. Shinsuke was a powerful firebender, there was no doubt about it. Every blast he sent was with an audible rush, and his form was textbook perfect, with only the slight flavoring that came from applying the style in combat. He sent a powerful blast at the mountain, that the behemoth of a man merely leaned out of the way off before his hammer came swinging in. Shinsuke was able to dodge backwards, but it was clear to me now that the fight had been going on for some large amount of time. While the Earth Kingdom brute was fresh as a fucking daisy, Shinsuke looked to be on his last legs. A little bit faster, boy. Come on. I urged my mount as we did all we could to cross the distance separating us from the confrontation. I wanted to call out to Shinsuke. To let him know I was coming, that all he had to do was hold out for a bit longer. But that would be stupid. I couldn't let the element of surprise go. That was why I was racked with guilt when I saw Shinsuke put his all into a final last-ditched rush at the brute that the monster of a man was able to parry, laughing all the while. His hammer slammed into Shinsuke's midsection with the ring of metal meeting metal. The man was propelled backwards by the attack, somehow managing to fly over Amara entirely. Closer to them, I could make out the visible dent on his chest piece. It had been caved in entirely. Fuck. Amara took a stance I didn't recognize, calling forth water from a waterskin that she seemed to have hidden on her person, waiting for the mountain to advance. He got close to her, and she struck out with the water, using it to strike his armor. The behemoth did not even flinch or grunt to show that the impact had done anything to him. Finally, I was close enough. I could do it now. I held tight to the reins of my mount as I transitioned from sitting on the saddle to standing. The mountain, too focused on Amara, never noticed me until my knee was right next to his face. I guess those Earth Kingdom helmets were shitty, got paying attention to your surroundings. Powered by a blast of fire from my feet, my left knee crashed right into the side of his head and sent the bigger man crashing to the ground. I joined him there, but quickly rolled backwards until I was sure I was beyond his reach. The helmet might have worsened his situational awareness, but that thing was a hell of a weapon. My knee felt like I'd smashed a hammer into it. I could hear the monster beginning to rise, and no matter how much my body begged me to do the opposite, I also made my way to my feet. Fuck. That first attack was definitely a tie. At least, I could see a dent on the helmet, and he was still struggling to take his feet, so I could see that the mountain had indeed felt the attack. I felt a cooling sensation as water wrapped around my knee. That's the best I can do to help you, healer, Amara said to me before running backwards and struggling to rip Shinsuke out of his armor to begin healing him. The numbing effects of the water allowed me to take my stance with only a wince of pain. My opponent finally managed to lift himself up to his feet, and I wasted no time in heading right for him. I was still in pain, but allowing him to gather himself and take stock of the situation would be a mistake. A mistake that could quickly turn fatal if care wasn't taken. The dust beneath my feet was blasted away as fire erupted from the solace of my feet and propelled me at my target. He tried to lean out of the way of the flying roundhouse kick I started with, but the attack was nothing but a feint. When the leg that lifted from the ground returned, I sent multiple blasts of fire smashing at his midsection. Dodging was impossible, and he didn't have enough time to block. Each fire blast hit him like a cannon and he stumbled backwards. I would have smiled in satisfaction if my knee wasn't screaming at me in pain from that maneuver. Lesson number 1 from today would be that helmet was much thicker and tougher than it looked. I couldn't stop, so as my opponent slammed his feet into the ground to create a wall to separate us, I was already moving. I moved around the shield right as he was beginning to stand upright again. Not so quickly, you bastard. My flames came as I called them, allowing me to close the distance faster than he could lift another wall. He abandoned the motion in favor of swinging at his own wall with all his strength. His hammer made contact and shattered the wall, sending all the rubble from the collapse flying right at me. Crafty. It wasn't enough, as I jumped right in the air, using my flames to grant me much needed lift to fly above the attack. As I flew back down, I stretched my arms behind me, using fire to accelerate my descent. The mountain, credit to him, figured out what I was about to do pretty quickly. On the other hand, his chosen response left a lot to be desired. He held his hammer in both hands, preparing to swing at me the moment I got into range. Stupid. I waited until the very last second before I moved my hands, creating another fire blast right in the behemoth's face, using the concussive force to change my direction and allow me to land right behind him after moving my body in response. Reeling from the unexpected attack, there was little he could do against me as I smashed my foot into the back of his knee, sending him falling to the ground on one knee. I did the same with the other knee, and as I prepared to end the fight, I was forced to jump backwards as I felt the ground beneath me quake. It was just as well that I did, since the ground I'd been standing on was replaced by spikes of stone, rising as high as my opponent was tall. I felt my knee twinge in protest at me ignoring its weakness. Looking around, I could tell that much of the attack was still ongoing, but my group had helped in turning the tide. Any second now, and a retreat would be sounded. I could not allow that happen. I took a deep breath and took a stance I hadn't taken in years. It still felt easy, muscle memory slipping into place like putting on a glove. My outstretched fingers began their dance as I tore apart the positive and negative energies that made me, well, me. My opponent had no idea what was coming for him as he lifted himself to his feet. I was planted on the ground as solid as any earthbender as my left hand completed the arc, following my right, before they both briefly crossed each other, allowing the positive and negative energies to come together again. In that same instant, my right hand struck out, index and middle fingers first. I heard it before I saw its effects, as my vision was lost for a few seconds from the flash. When it cleared, I could see him right opposite me. Or what remained of him, rather. Where the mountain had been, stood a burnt corpse. The lightning bolt had torn right through him, burning his body and cooking him to a crisp. He landed on the ground, obviously dead. A cry went out. Louder than the clap of thunder my lightning bolt had created. Natsu! Toji shouted above the sounds of jubilation, and the rest of the army took up the cry, chanting my name. I looked around, and noted that the Earth Kingdom nationals had chosen two paths. Either trying to run away, which was bound to get them killed as they fled without any order or cover, or surrendering and dropping their weapons. Apart from the soldiers accepting surrenders, the rest were swarmed around me, beginning to block my view of my surroundings as they gathered to celebrate. I bleeped, an undignified sound, as I felt myself be lifted from the ground. I would have smashed the head of whoever dared inside, but I could recognize the feeling of the hands that held my legs. I looked down and was met with a familiar mop of scattered black hair. It was Toji. Natsu! 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 The Thunderer! Toji screamed, pumping his left hand, getting the entire crowd in it with him. When he shouted the last phrase, the crowd went wild. I felt fear for my eardrums as they all screamed the title, the Thunderer. The Thunderer! They shouted in unison. I looked down at his head in irritation. I knew that telling all those stories about the Norse gods and pretending that I'd come up with them was going to bite me in the arse at some point. XXXX Colonel Shinsuke. All he felt was pain. With just one hit, he could tell that the monster had broken most of his ribs and maybe even more than that. Stay with me, Shinsuke. I'm with you. Someone help me get this off, he heard her voice. Amara. The love of his life. His father thought he'd been crafty, sending Amara off to the army when he knew Shinsuke had always dreamed to join the navy like him. He'd thought that by forcing him to choose between his dream and his love, he'd get Shinsuke to abandon the love of his life in favor of some boring Fire Nation girl. He didn't know him. He never truly did. Because if the great Admiral Ransuke had known just how deep the love his son bore for the daughter of the woman he despised so much, then he'd never have allowed them to grow up together or even spend as much time as they did. Thrust between two choices, Shinsuke did what he always did. He went with his heart. He picked Amara and enlisted in the army in the hopes of joining her. It had taken him years to reach the rank of colonel and gain enough capital to get himself posted to General Sung's division to join Amara, and now all of that was going to be taken from him because of some Earth Kingdom barbarian. Some piece of shit scum. The Thunderer. He heard from several voices at the same time. For some few seconds, he thought they were going to be attacked again, but it took him little time to figure out that it wasn't a cry of panic, but one of celebration. What? SGI, he struggled to speak, to force his mouth to move to form the words. SHHHH, she pressed down on his lips with her fingers. I'm here, she said, leaning down towards him. Her voice was perfect as always. Angelic. A voice he could fall asleep to. If it was the last thing he listened to before he died, then it would have been worth it all. Tui and La, guide my hands, she said in prayer to those strange spirits they worshipped back in the water tribes. She'd been civilized by her presence in the Fire Nation, but some things couldn't be helped, could they? He felt his armor fall around him. And then there was a cooling sensation. The Thunderer was the last he heard before he descended into complete unconsciousness. XXXXX General Shugabu. My king, our scouts say that they've come into contact with Fire Nation scouts again. They're getting closer and closer to our walls, he said from his position on the floor. They are they? Well, this is sure to be interesting. The king replied from his position on the throne before erupting into uproarious laughter. Who is in command of the next set of dead meat? He asked when he was done laughing. A man named Major General Sung. He is young, but so far, he hasn't lost a single battle and there is very little the unified army is capable of doing to halt or slow his advance. He explained, getting another round of laughter from the king. The king is a bit eccentric, his predecessor had warned him after choosing him as his replacement after retirement. A bit eccentric had proven to be a huge understatement. And how sure are you that he's coming this way? Last time that they passed, they gave us a good skirt over in their rush for Little Koi's kingdom, he said, voice leaving little to doubt about his feelings. Not very, but this approach is much different from the last one. Last time, much of the smaller villages were ignored, but now they are taking everything they come across without hesitation. If the man wasn't of the Fire Nation, he would have been impressed with his achievements so far. He looked poised to regain all the progress that their prince had squandered in the failed invasion of BASing-SE. Let him come if he dares, then. Positive gin is abundant in the air tonight. Post chapter A/N, well, this chapter is going to be a bit shorter than usual. I just feel that adding anything else here would be a terrible idea and not fit with the vibe. We've got the next 2 chapters of this story available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 18. A/N, here's a chapter to whet your taste buds. Went missing in action for a bit, but this is the life I chose. I really hope you like this chapter. I want to say that it's really good, but I wrote it so long ago that I can't remember. What I can remember is that chapter 19, my most recent work, is really fucking amazing. Stick around for a few weeks till we get up to that, and you'd be in for a real treat. It's already up on Patreon, but don't feel pressured to pull that trigger. Sometimes, the wait is half the meal. Congratulations, Colonel Natsu. I knew you could do it. I never expected anything less, Sung said to me as I walked into his tent after our return and after action report. He said the words, but I could tell they were hollow. He'd expected much less. I was pretty sure that he'd expected me to completely fail and would have turned all of command's attention to me and my failures instead of any possible investigation into him. It was a good plan, all things considered, and there was no way for him to lose, as no matter what happened, there was no chance that he'd lose out. He'd engineered a win-win situation while playing with the mountain and I like puppets in his hand. Why wouldn't you have? Your plan worked. I said to him, trying to confirm my suspicions. Yes. Yes, it did. He said. How did you know the mountain would go after Colonel Shinsuke? I asked him point blank. That was one part of this plan of his that still made no sense to me. An hour or so before we'd set out, a messenger had given me a scroll to pass on to Colonel Shinsuke once we arrived at General Han's camp, but with the proviso that I was not allowed to open the letter. Now that what had unfolded had taken place, it was beginning to become obvious what exactly the letter had said. It was too obvious. The mountain's attack patterns have shown a love for appearing where he'd be least expected. I also knew that he had some form of scouting system that kept him informed on what exactly the various units in the army were up to, and when it would be best to attack each place. He didn't attack us until the night we onboarded an entirely new batch of recruits. It could have been a coincidence, but that also happens to be the night that patrols are least efficient because we tend to mix existing patrols with recruits to let them get a feel for the job and start with their feet on the ground. The only way he'd have known that was from watching us for weeks if not months. So, I assumed he did. I assumed he'd watch you from the day you left the main camp until the day you returned. So how could I use it to my advantage? I made sure you couldn't be too subtle about your plans. I gave you clear orders on who to take, and who to leave behind, and then I made sure you'd start your search at the last place he attacked. He would never be foolish enough to confront those who'd been sent to hunt him down. The High Command had authorized several attempts to get at him, and he left each of them eating their own tails after months on the trail. Instead, wouldn't he be more likely to attack those who'd been left behind? Weakened by the absence of you and your division? He asked, ending the long monologue that had me gaping at him. It all sounded like gambling to me. But didn't you say the High Command thought it wasn't worth it to send anyone after the mountain? I asked, looking at him with suspicion. I lied. He shrugged with the bright smile on his face still in place. But how did you even know for sure that he'd attack? It still sounds like gambling to me, I argued, leaving the admission to be dealt with after I got to the bottom of this. I won't lie. If that was all that I had to go off of, then I'd have estimated that the chances of him taking the bait were 50 to 50. Not bad odds, all things considered, but I had the means to weigh them in my favor, so I did so. Colonel Shinsuke just happens to have what I refer to as a very punchable face, and I put him right next to a waterbender, he said with a smile on his face that got a bit brighter at the end. What does that matter? I asked, genuinely confused. The waterbender bit? The mountain had killed 3 waterbending members of the Healing Corps before you put a stop to his existence. I had it on good authority that he had some form of beef against them. Maybe he views them as traitors. Maybe he just doesn't like their faces. Either way, it was enough to raise the odds that he'd attack to about 75%. From there, the rest was history. He said, looking mighty proud of himself. He had a look that any watcher of anime from my old life would identify as the shadow possession, complete look, the look genius anime characters would get when their plan worked without a hitch. I could see why he'd be proud though. So we were all bait? Even Healer Amara? I asked him. Healer Amara is a soldier in this army just like any other. We must all perform the roles needed of us. For the glory of the Fire Nation and to fulfill the dream of Fire Lord Sozin the Great, he said, looking at me. He was daring me to object. I couldn't. To do so would echo too closely to treason for someone in my family. My father had already placed us in a precarious enough position with the royal family that grandfather was only just beginning to rectify. I see. But now I must ask. Why did you lie? You'll have to be more specific. I told you dozens of lies, Natsu. Each word I spoke to you was carefully tailored to get the optimal effects and reactions from you. He said. Let's start with the biggest one, I said. The lie that the mission was not approved then. As you've probably figured out by now, I wrote to High Command the day after you fought the mountain to a standstill with the idea for the mission to send you to hunt him down. Their permission came with the very same letter that granted you your first promotion. I was also able to negotiate a further promotion for you as a reward for if you managed to succeed, which was approved on the day before you set out. For this lie, the reasoning was simple. I needed to know if I could trust you. It was a test, and one that I'm happy to say you passed with flying colors. You didn't blab about the mission to anyone who wasn't supposed to know, and perhaps most importantly, you didn't try to snitch me to High Command. It bodes well for our future relationship, don't you think so, Colonel Natsu? He asked, standing up and staring up at me while somehow making me feel like I was the one being stared down. There was another reason he wasn't saying. It was a power play. He wanted me to know that I'd never be able to outsmart him because he'd always be the one who held the cards. I just nodded at him before taking the hand that he stretched out in mine and pumping it. He won this exchange. He was the one in power now, but sooner or later, I'd surpass him. He'd be nothing more than a stepping stone on my way to the top. Good. Now we can plan our very next assignment. The conquest of Omashu. He said grandly with a wide, hungry smile on his face. Welcome to Operation Firestorm, Colonel Natsu, he said, and then as if responding to some signal, Amara, Shinsuke, Tall, and half a dozen other officers walked in. What is this? I asked. A plan, Shinsuke replied with a smirk as he walked in and bumped into my shoulder. A plan to change the shape of the war and bring it to an end, Amara clarified, while doing very little in the way of clarifying what the fuck was going on here. Stop teasing him, Gai Sung finally said with a smile on his face. Operation Firestorm is a dream of mine. What if we could bring the war to an end in our generation? What if we could break the Earth Kingdom and force it to its knees while at the same time ensuring that whatever resistance would come from the water tribes is choked and killed in the bud? It was always a tall dream in my mind. Then I saw General Iroh rush out over the Earth Kingdom and make his way to BA-SE. I've gone through the simulations 1,000 times in my mind. If he'd kept the siege going for even a month longer, then the city would have fallen. The soldiers who were at the siege already reported mass desertions among the city's defenders. He might not have succeeded, but the general had shown me that it could be done. While I'm nowhere near as dangerous a combatant as the famed Dragon of the West, I've managed to spearhead a push deep into what had once been Earth Kingdom-controlled territory. With the people here and our allies spread throughout the army and navy, I am certain that the war will come to an end in the next 2 years. He said, looking certain. For the first time, I could see passion in the commander's voice. Actual passion and interest in something. I have no idea if all he'd told me was true or not, but I'd bet good money that most of it was. It was the first time I'd heard him care about a topic or subject matter. The amused apathy in his voice was gone, replaced with a fire that grabbed at me and threatened never to let go. And what does this have to do with me? Because I was certain that I wouldn't be finding out about this unless he had something he needed for me. Like I told you earlier, we'll be taking Omashu next. But that matters to you for one key reason, he said, stopping at the last word, making me stare at him in irritation as he dragged things out rather than giving me the answer immediately. King Bumi is a once-in-a-generation earth-bending prodigy. In the earlier years of the war, they say he killed so many firebenders that his black hair was dyed red at the end of the first assault on Omashu. But that was decades ago. He is an older man, now. But still not one to be underestimated. That is why you will be the one to fight him. We'll pit our prodigy against theirs, he said with a smile on his face that I ached to punch off it. If there was one thing I was certain of, it was that Bumi was a hell of a warrior. I stood no chance. Is that an order? I asked, slightly resigned to my fate. Don't worry. I'm neither crazy nor callous enough to do what you're thinking. All I will ask of you is that you hold him off. Akir, you're quick on your feet. Our scouts tell us that Omashu's army is a shadow of its former self. With reinforcements streaming in from all across the army, we'll be able to take them out with little in the way of difficulty. The only wildcard is Bumi. Just need you to hold him off while we take the city, and then you will have all the reinforcements you need. We'll bury the man in numbers. He said to me, making me let out an unconscious breath of relief at the knowledge that I wasn't being sent on a suicide mission. Merely an impossible one. How the fuck would one even hold off an earthbender of Bumi's caliber? We still have months left to polish the plan, so don't worry, he said, nodding at me before Tall produced a giant map of the Earth Kingdom practically from thin air and we all crowded around it. XXXXX 1 month later. Your shipment is here, Colonel Natsu, an infantryman told me as I walked into the mail tent. I nodded at him before directing 2 other soldiers who had followed me to pick up the giant package of scrolls and tomes. One advantage of being a high-ranked officer in the military was that I could request things to be sent to me from home. I'd taken advantage of it to have scrolls and books shipped over. When I first wrote to the steward requesting for books to be sent on the Earth Kingdom as well as some of the older firebending forms, I'd expected my grandfather to block the request, but the old man turned out to be willing to turn a blind eye to so many priceless pieces of literature leaving the vault. That was one thing I was thankful for. Because I knew that if I was going to face off against a Bumi who actually wanted to fight, then I was going to have quite an uphill battle ahead of me to learn all that I'd need to learn. We'd trained for fighting against earthbenders back in the academy, but all of that had been surface level. Shin was a bastard, but his lessons had been enough to create a foundation at the very least. Apart from that, though, I hadn't done much to prepare for facing off against other forms of benders beyond training my firebending in isolation. That was why the bulk of the scrolls were either on earth, water, or even airbending. The latter had the least amount of scrolls. The only reason we'd even had any was because of the scrolls my great-grandfather had looted during the air nomad genocide. The man had been supreme commander of Sozin's forces, and also a hell of a bookworm. He'd taken everything he could get his hands on. Which was unfortunately not a lot. Airbenders kept their most secret texts behind massive metal doors that needed an airbender to open. Earthbending and waterbending, however. There was a ton to look through. Across centuries, my ancestors had both fought and befriended masters of the elements, and some of that wisdom had been reduced to scrolls. Like how I now knew that when fighting an earthbender, mobility would be both my best friend and worst enemy. Mobility meant I wouldn't just get trapped in quicksand or something, but it also meant I'd never have the time to perform the deep breaths that more powerful firebending attacks would require. The best advice I could find for fighting earthbenders and waterbenders was just to not. The author of the scroll, Lord Sveto, thought he was very witty when he said it. I almost even threw it away after that sarcastic piece of advice, if not for the following sentences. In my long life and friendship with the great Yang Chen, I have seen and fought dozens of benders of the other elements. I do not mean it lightly when I say that an average son of Agni would lose to an average earth or water bender 9 times out of 10. When it comes to the masters, however, true masters like myself and maybe even you, my noble descendant, can flip those odds on their head. First of all, when fighting a water bender, never do it near a large water body. No matter how much power you can generate, you cannot boil an ocean, or even a river. You will lose. Retreat and re-engage when the odds are in your favor. Against an earthbender, you must bring your power to the fore. In my youth, I lost all fights to earthbenders above middling competence. But that was before Master Yang Chen taught me a tale from her youth. Sons of Agni placed in abominable conditions and abused until they could direct their chi through their minds to cause spontaneous combustion of unforeseen levels. The tale angered me, to think that children of Agni could be abused such by inferior benders of mud and stone. But it also came with inspiration. If peasants could manage such a feat, then surely I, a noble son of Agni, could do the same. It makes me proud to tell you that I managed it. Not at the same level or with the same form as the poor tortured souls, but a skill worthy of emulation, on its own. My friend Yang Chen is gone now. I have lived a century and a score more years. My son is not gifted with the flames of Agni. Neither is his son. This skill shall not die with me. You, my descendant, will learn. Chi begins at the chest. In your chest beats the heart of a dragon, a tongue of fire. Pay attention now, let me teach you to draw that fire forth. To be quite honest, I could not believe what I was reading. Combustion bending without any of the torture to learn the skill? It sounded like something straight out of a fairy tale. Maki never spoke much about her experience learning the skill, but I'd gotten to peek at the scars along her back once or twice. They were not a pretty sight, not by any means. But she also wasn't too pissed about them, seeing them as necessary for giving her the skill that made her at least thrice as valuable to the army as the average firebender. Oh, she'd be so pissed when she learned I could do the same thing without any of the sacrifice. I continued further into the scroll, reading my ancestors' messy scrawl with rapt attention, but becoming more and more disheartened as I got closer and closer to the end. Draw out the chi. Twist it, turn it. Remove the fire, son of Agni, and let it explode forth. He directed. What the fuck was this? I saw it now. Why no one had paid any attention to this before me? 1. His handwriting was a mess. 2. These instructions were bullshit. At least with lightning, I had Iroha's teaching from the canon TV series to go off of. Fuck. A/N, and that's the chapter. The next 2 are up on Patreon now, give or take. Chapter 19. A/N I feel, begin with an apology. I am sorry for allowing this to go on unannounced hiatus for so long. I am back to it now. I have a good feeling about sticking to it as well. As for a consistent upload schedule, I will upload the next chapter in 2 weeks, and the next one after that 2 weeks after. 2 releases in a month seem fine to me. Of course, you could skip all the waiting and read the next 2 chapters on Patreon, same username as up here and the links in my bio. Don't feel pressured, though. Everything will come up here soon enough. XXXXXX 2 months before the attack on Omashu. He resisted the urge to curse out loud as he whipped his fingers out and nothing happened. He'd been training at it for almost a month now, and even after writing multiple letters to Maki and getting her take on things, he was still yet to perform even the smallest bit of combustion bending. Maki had said it was impossible. His ancestor insisted that he'd managed it. His ancestor's explanation was also almost entirely useless, but even knowing that it was possible should have been enough for him to manage something. Just the slightest bit of something. That was the only part of his training that was delayed, as the rest of it progressed at the expected speeds. His fire came to him quicker than ever, and it was hotter, too. The training exercise he'd theorized was having great effects after only a month. As he always did after making 50 failed attempts to blow up a boulder with nothing but his mind, he turned to the same boulder, taking a deep breath before stretching both his hands out and bathing it in flames. The goal here was to improve his endurance and firepower. The theory was the firebending would work like a muscle, or even like a magical core. The more he bent his element to his will, the better he got at it. The more times he called on his inner flame, the more readily it came to his aid and answered his desires. But even with the improvements, he was unsure it would be enough to take on the king of Omashu, the strongest earthbender of them all. XXXXXX 6 weeks before the attack on Omashu. Left, right, he heard Toji's voice before he saw him. His friend had recently earned a promotion to the rank of captain, and had now taken the duty of training the recruits in the division's tactics upon himself. Considering they were gearing up for a full-scale assault on Omashu, they'd been receiving a steady influx of soldiers, redeployed from other divisions within the army. The smarter ones among them even found it easy to figure out that something massive was in the works. Those were the ones who were most unenthusiastic about their addition. Major General Sung's division was well known for being a meat grinder that left men dead, maimed or worse. It was a known fact within the army that this was where the action was. That also made it the place people wanted to go to the least. Even the most battle-hungry of firebenders would blanch at the amount of combat Natsu had seen in his few months with the army. The closer they got to their target, the more frequent skirmishes with the Earth Kingdom army became. It was almost like there'd been some form of alliance between Omashu and the rest of the kingdom. That was a possibility placed in the worst-case scenario category. XXXXXX Colonel Shinsuke. So the plan will remain simple. We launch a 2-pronged attack. The first will be smuggling Natsu here to attempt assassinating the old king. When that predictably fails, they will fight, and we will take advantage of the distraction to begin our attack on the city. We strike hard and fast to give the army as little time as possible to adapt to our approach or our tactics. Sung spoke the plan they'd been concocting for months on end now as they stood around the war table for the planning council. I still have some reservations, the boy on whom they intended to hinge. Most of the plan on, spoke up, but he was quickly shot down. I said we'll get you in. Trust me on that. Sung replied. Shinsuke knew that this had been a matter of conflict for the both of them just about since the planning as a whole began. Sung assured them that he had the means to get the boy in for the mission, and the boy wanted something more concrete than that. Shinsuke, on the sidelines, could see where they were both coming from. On one hand, he could understand Sung's desire to maintain operational security and discretion by keeping things on a need-to-know basis. On the other hand, if he was the one being sent in to distract one of the most powerful benders of all time, then he'd definitely want to know every single step of the plan. Scratch that, he wouldn't want to know. If he were assigned with the task of distracting King Bumi the Mad, then he'd have himself sent home post-haste. He knew the boy's grandfather had the resources for something like that, so it was clear that the acclaim he'd got from killing the mountain had got to his head. Yes, Shinsuke had seen the boy train. He knew that the boy could probably wipe the floor with him on any day of the week with 2 hands behind his back. But that wasn't the important part. The old king got that name for a reason. He survived the war from the very beginning. 100 years of war, and the man remained spry with no permanent injuries. When the war had been at its most bloody, in the first 2 decades, Bumi had been on the front lines. Bumi had fought with the best of the best that the Fire Nation had had to offer back then, and killed them all. He ascended to the throne of Omashu with a stairway of bones and bodies. Fighting someone like that, even now, when they were for all accounts, old and senile, was a tall ask for anyone with an ounce of common sense. But he guessed that was why Sung had chosen his victim well. Apart from that, the position of the army needs some clarification, another said, drawing Shinsuke from his thoughts with a sharp jolt. Yes. What I have in mind is a straightforward duel charge. Using the explosives from the lab, we can have a good shot of breaking through the city's walls in one fell swoop. We make our openings here and here. He pointed down at 2 ends of the wall. From the east and the west. He also noted that they were the ends furthest away from the palace, where all the chaos was going to be. All things considered, it was a good plan. And he decided to say as much. It's a good plan, he said. But what he didn't say was that he fully expected it to fail. All this was predicated on a teenager managing to hold off the strongest earthbender in the past 2 centuries. The second that Bumi finished with Natsu and came for the rest of the army, then they'd basically be over and done with. He had expertise in using powerful earthbending to destabilize and shatter whole armies. He'd fought the Fire Nation at its strongest in terms of manpower. What they had now was a mere fraction of the numbers that had constituted the first assault on Omashu. And those numbers had been turned away with their tails between their legs by a pissed-off old king. Perhaps if the Fire Lord himself, or even General Oze were here to lend their greater firepower, then they'd have more of a chance, but as things presently stood, they'd be toast by the end of it. In the absence of any further questions, that will all be all for tonight. Rest well, men. Rise with Agni tomorrow, and by the time he sets, Omashu will be ours. For honor. For glory. For the Fire Nation. The ground shook as everyone within the tent took up the old battle cry. The Major General might have been a quiet man, but he was a clever one who knew how to get the soldiers raring to go. Their camp had marched across the months, straight through the mountains, to where they now stood. They were close enough to the city that they could march the remaining distance in a few hours, but still far enough that the Omashu residents would not deem them enough of a threat for them to deal with. Normally, the usual tactics would have involved luring the army to the field and crushing them there, but Sung had understood things would have to change. They were going to risk a pitched battle in the streets simply because it was better than the alternatives. If Bumi ended up unleashed, he wouldn't be able to just casually annihilate their entire army in one go. They'd also be bringing the civilians into danger, so they'd ensure that the soldiers would have mixed priorities. They'd sacrifice a lot by letting them have the home field advantage of literally fighting in their home city. Sung was certain that the psychological disadvantage of having the wolves in your house would be enough to win them the day. XXXXXX Natsu. It's time, he heard a voice say from outside his tent, and he wasted no time in getting to his feet and putting on the last of his outfit. He hadn't been able to get much sleep in the first place. He felt just like he'd felt on the night before his Olympic debut. Just like back then, this was life or death. He had no misapprehensions that Bumi was going to let him live if he got the better of him. This wasn't a kid's show. It was just the same way that he knew that if he got the chance, he'd put the old man down without hesitation. Avatar's best friend be damned. If Bumi got caught slacking, he'd die. Natsu was aware that the same applied to him. Bumi was one of the most dangerous benders in the world. Natsu was still an unknown. But this would be his chance to put his name on the map. He knew this victory would be huge for him. He knew he'd get a promotion if he survived this. Just the same way that he knew that Sung was also likely to get a promotion if this harebrained scheme managed to yield any results. But that was for the future. A future he was not sure would come. He left the tent and stared out at the night sky. He wondered what Zufu could see now. Were they both looking at the same stars? Unlikely. He knew that he didn't have to do this. Estranged or not, he was still his grandfather's heir. A letter or two would see him posted to a different section of the army in days. But he couldn't deny the excitement. He hadn't been joking when he compared this to his Olympic debut. This smacked with a similar feeling of opportunity. I hope you're ready, Sung said as he saw him, peering down at his outfit with an assessing eye. He'd ditched the standard Fire Nation uniform in favor of a completely black but breathable suit. It was made of a cashmere-like material that assured lightweight and some minimal protection from the elements. He'd decided that flexibility would be more important than armor for today's mission. Best I can be, he said in return. Good enough. Let's go kill a king, he said in reply. Let's, he'd said like he was going to have any part in this sweet mission. I followed the shorter man as we walked off to the edge of the camp. It was still a surprise that the Omashu soldiers hadn't noticed yet, but that would change in time. Just like I was going to be sent after the king in the cover of darkness, the army was going to march for the city at the same time. The only difference was that I was going to leave earlier than they did. Much earlier. The sun had just set, and the night was just beginning. We came across a man at the end of the camp. With the brown skin native to the Earth Kingdom and a grey goatee, he was distinctive, to say the least. He also had a giant cart of cabbages next to him. My brain started to short-circuit as I ran through the implications of what I was seeing. Natsu, meet Pao Genlan the cabbage merchant, he said. My brain was still racing through the consequences, so all I could offer was an absent nod of my head. He will get you into Omashu, under the guise of one of his farm hands. Here is your disguise, he said, passing me an outfit that I quickly put on over my mission suit. Off you go now, Sung said, watching us walk away. I had so many questions about what was going on. First of all, how could the cabbage merchant be a Fire Nation spy? I mean, it explained a bit. Everyone had assumed that the reason the cabbage guy kept showing up where Ong went was because the writers wanted him to have comic relief. But what if the reason he seemingly followed the avatar around was because he was actually following the avatar around? Keeping tabs on the gong on behalf of the Fire Nation was something else. It also explained how he always happened to have a new cart of cabbages. With the number of times his cabbages got destroyed by the gong in their misadventures, one would expect him to have gone out of business pretty quickly. Replacing that much produce so quickly and consistently was well beyond most merchants, I knew. I'll do my part, and you'll do yours, kid. You pretend to be my assistant and carry the cabbages in. When we're in the city, I will guide us towards the palace, and once we get close enough, I expect you to slip off and never be seen again. If any of this gets traced back to me, you won't like yourself, he said with menace in his voice. I merely smiled widely at him, reaching up to adjust the green beret on my head, a carbon copy of his. I understand, I said after he kept giving me an expectant look before I moved forwards and took over the cart. If I was going to pretend to be his assistant, then I had to make sure I sold it as much as possible. Here you go, he said, passing me 3 different strips of what looked to be hair. I took it, and confirmed that it was indeed hair. Black, coarse hair. Cover up that pale skin of yours. Anyone can look at you and see that you're Fire Nation from a mile away, he grunted at me. His voice had an irritable quality to it. Like he was used to being annoyed and expected to be. It was like he went through the effort of being pre-annoyed before anyone actually did anything. Captain. I snarked, beginning to apply the disguise while strongly hoping and praying that the hair had not come from somewhere undesirable. XXXXXX. Name and business, the gate guard asked as we approached, barely even looking up from the list in front of him. He was obviously bored. I would be if I were in his place. Pao Ganlan, the cabbage merchant, with my nephew, Lu Ganlan. Here to restock the store so we can get right on selling cabbages in the morning, the merchant replied quickly, but not too quickly. I made a conscious effort to prevent any of the nervousness I felt from showing on my face as the soldier finally looked up to give us a long stare. I didn't know you had a nephew, the guard said in turn, still fixing us with a gaze. Yes. My sisters got tired of the boy lazing about the house, so she sent him with me so he could get a feel for the family business. The cabbage merchant was smooth, but the guard kept staring at us. I looked around, noting where all the guards were. I was sure I would be able to escape from them if we got found out, but that would put months of planning to waste. The youth of these days, the guard said, shaking his head before slamming a foot down. There was an audible grinding sound as the wall split to make an entrance for us to pass through. Make sure to be good to your nephew, boy, the guard said as we passed him by. I nodded, not trusting my voice not to give me away. Good. We're in. Keep your head down and follow my lead, the merchant ordered. XXXXX. When we got to the palace, it was only a matter of him leaving me alone for a few seconds for me to take off the disguise as I passed right in through the service entrance he pointed out. Once I was inside, it was easy. It was almost child's play to walk into and across the palace once I got in. Considering that it was nighttime, maybe around 9 or 10 p.m. by my estimation, it was reasonable that there wouldn't be that many people hanging about. An empty palace meant that there was no reason for Natsu to waste any time in his approach. He had to be quick, and deadly. He knew that in the next 2 hours, the city would come under attack from his compatriots in the Fire Nation army. He had to be ready to kill Bumi once that happened. He immediately disregarded his original plan of sneaking into the king's bedroom and ending his life while he slept. Natsu was many things, but a murderer was not one of them. There is no honor in killing a man while he sleeps, he thought to himself. Even what he was doing now was dubious enough on its own, but he had to compromise between common sense and his principles. He was working hard, moving around the castle to set as many traps as possible. He hadn't thought about it, but when he left the cabbage merchant, the man had simply passed him a bag. Natsu's best guess was that it was from Sung. The contents were entirely standard-issue military equipment, after all. It was a basic trap-making kit taken to the extreme. And Natsu did indeed take it to the extreme. He prowled the dark stone halls like a predator. His prey slept in the rooms above, oblivious to his machinations. He worked to ensure every square inch of the castle was booby-trapped to his taste. He worked to make sure that when he and the king finally fought, he'd be the one with the home field advantage. Hours passed, and he'd exhausted his supply a scarce few minutes ago as he waited to send the signal to attack. Sung had assured him that the army would always be 2 hours behind. Hey there, he heard from behind him. The blast of fire flew from his fist before he even saw who had spoken as he whirled around with the speed of a man possessed with an ungodly panic. The fire hit nothing but the wall. Testy, testy. Aren't you? The word stopped as he lashed out with an arc of fire from his feet. Once again, the flames met no target beyond the palace's black stone. Little Firebender this time, the voice came from the left, right at the edge of his vision. His flames found no one to feast upon, and he called them forth. Now, he was beginning to understand just what the situation was. The next time he heard the voice, it came from behind him again. This time, he did not bother to attack and just turned to face his opponent. Hunched over in a slouch that Natsu's grandfather would have had me whipped for stood the old king. Wearing nothing but a pair of green shorts that clashed terribly with the grey in his hair, the man looked like no vision of a great warrior. His muscles flexed as he lifted his hand to pick at his ears, exposing a ludicrous amount of underarm hair as an aside. Everything about the king seemed to represent the peak of earthbending if taken to a different extreme than the boulder had been. He was the very definition of lean muscle. Every part of his aged frame was racked with muscle. When he made minor movements, it was like I could hear his bones strain under the weight of all that muscle. His manner was uncouth and rough, in the way one expected earthbenders to be. King Bumi. It's an honor to meet you. I am Natsu of the Fire Nation, I said in greeting. The fact that I was here to fight him didn't mean that I had to be rude about it. I was raised in a manner by the best etiquette teachers in the Fire Nation. I wouldn't bring shame to my breeding. You little brat. What a greeting. Nice one. I'll play along. So what brings you here, Natsu of the Fire Nation? He asked, talking more to himself than me until the last sentence, where his eyes trained themselves on me like a hawk. I'm here to get your head, King Bumi. Please cooperate and don't make this any harder than it needs to be. He burst into laughter. Full-blown laughter took over his body. I saw the opportunity, so I took it. I lashed out with my hands, sending a lance of fire screaming right at him. The fire screamed, but my instincts screamed louder as I jumped away from where I'd been standing. In that exact spot, was a single spike of stone, defiantly lifted towards the heavens at an angle. That spike would have punctured my chest with ease. Where Bumi had been, was nothing. He was back to the little disappearing act. Can we just fight each other man to man? I asked, slightly exasperated and done with the tricks already. No. Fight me man to stone. Bumi's voice came from the left, but by the time I had turned, he'd gone underground again. Fuck this. I turned to the left, and went through the stances at my absolute top speed. When I felt the energies separate as they had under my control over 100 times in the last few months, I lashed out with it. Tearing the sky asunder with a powerful bolt of lightning. Was there a point to that, Natsu the Thunderer? Bumi asked, from right in front of me this time. So you've heard of me? Good. I replied, not answering the question. He'd find out for himself in a few minutes either way. I thought you'd be taller. You're shorter than I am, I said sarcastically. I'm almost 100 years older than you are, boy, he snarked back. Whatever he was going to say next was overshadowed by the sounds of explosions going off as entire sections of the Great Wall surrounding Omashu began to fall down. The walls had been given the epithet great, but they shared little in common with the walls of Basing. The fact that a single bender was able to bend the wall open multiple times a day was a sign that spoke to that. Unlike the Great Kingdom, this was nothing but a mere city. So that was what the signal was for, EY? You people never learn, he said, turning around and showing me his back so he could jump away. My attack was sent before I even made the choice. The bolt of fire was dodged with contemptuous ease as Bumi turned to me with none of the humor that had previously been on his face. Good. We were on the same page now. The spike that was sent for my chest shattered as I lit my fist aflame and punched right at it. It was the consolation prize I had after months of trying to figure out combustion bending. I still could not do what my ancestor had been able to. But I could, at the very least, imbue a shit ton of concussive force in my fists, using fire bending. It necessitated a shift in how I approached combat, but it was nothing I was unable to do. We looked at each other, face to face. Both of us could feel it now. Only one of us would leave here alive. He had to hurry to save his people. I had to stop him to save mine. My fingers twitched, unseen threads coming to life. There was a barely audible twang, and Natsu felt a twinge of disappointment run through his chest as the arrow failed to locate its target. With almost languid movements, Bumi's head moved out of the way in time for the crossbow bolt to sail past his head with no contact. Your traps are cute, the earth-bending master said before he stomped down on the ground. Everything around him shook as Natsu watched all his traps come undone. The ground rose to the old king's will in a way and manner far from what Natsu had ever seen before. The threads holding his traps snapped as they were pushed by stone and unsettled. Natsu thought to use the king's evident distraction to get the better of him as he jumped in the air with a fist of flames held high, aiming right for the old man's old bald head. Bumi moved with speed that completely belied his age as he dove under Natsu's punch and sprang up with a punch of his own. The wall mirrored his motion as Natsu was forced to dive for his life lest his insides find themselves splattered across the floor. When he rolled up again, it was Top Meat the King standing still, watching him. I see that you won't let me leave without making a nuisance of yourself. Bumi said with a smile on his face that Natsu was sure did not bode well for the next few minutes of his life. A resolute look then replaced the king's previously entirely amused appearance. I hope you have said your goodbyes. I did not look forward to killing one so young today. Those words echoed like a sort of starting bell as both men dove at each other instantly. One aged and creaking with decades of experience, while the other was full to the brim with the boring passion of youth. It showed in how they moved. Natsu was quick and agile, while the old king was measured in his approach, but bold. Not a trace of hesitation could be seen in either of their movements. They met with the younger attempting to smash the king's head off his neck with a punch glowing red with power. The old king dodged out of the way with almost contemptuous ease before his hand lashed out. As it moved, the ground rose with it, surrounding the limb in stone and multiplying his striking force. Not anticipating the change in speed, the younger man was caught off guard as a punch he could have previously tracked accelerated beyond his estimation. Years of training allowed him to dive backwards with the punch as it slammed right into his midsection. That same training rang warnings in his head that forced him to dive out of his previous position instead of staying still, curled on himself in pain. Those instincts proved right as spikes of stone rose from the ground he'd let mere seconds after he'd left it. A boulder sent sailing for his head was smashed to smithereens as his red horn fist lashed forwards in a wide haymaker. The dust cloud from the destroyed stone was just what the old king had ordered as he appeared out of nowhere. Like an old god from the mist, he appeared. Cloaked from top to bottom in stone, he looked the part of an old god out for vengeance. His young opponent attempted to lash out with another supercharged punch, but hit nothing but air and found said air knocked out of him as the old king's retaliatory punch hit him dead center. This time, the young man had been unable to bleed off the force with a controlled jump, and had to take the entire force of the punch as it was. He collapsed to his knees, spoiled upbringing not accustoming him to the pain that tore through his body. Hands clutching his ribs, the young man looked prepared to vomit, or to call it quits. The old king, all out of mercy from the thought of his precious city under attack, grabbed a hold of the young man's hair to pull his head up. You know, you remind me of another man I once fought. A pale copy, however. Prince Ajalan had fire that I could feel even behind my stone. Your fire lacks the passion, the heat. Sure, it's explosive, but that's not what makes the element special. It saddens me that I shall be the one to snuff out a flame like yours. The old king said, still lifting his opponent by his hair. He reared back and unleashed a powerful rock-backed punch straight to his opponent's head, sending him flying into the opposing wall. When he landed, the old king watched him for a few seconds. So you managed to survive that, EY? You're not in any state to cause any trouble to anyone, so I'll let you have some time to make peace with yourself before the spirits accept you. Bhumi said, laughing afterwards, stomping his right foot on the ground and converting the ground his opponent lay on into quicksand. He walked off, sure in his victory. XXXX Colonel Shinsuke. If there was one thing he'd learned in his years in the Fire Nation military, it was that no plan survived first contact with the enemy. Especially when the enemy army was made up of earthbenders who were more stubborn and unyielding than the stone they forced to bend to their will. He'd, for some foolish reason, expected this to be the exception. He knew that Major General Sung was a genius without equal. When it came down to it, his plans rarely went wrong. He was just so good at it that it was almost a given that things would unfold just how he intended them to. And for the most right, the Major General had been spot on with his predictions. They'd set off an hour after the brat, marching in the cover of darkness and trusting the false sense of security in the scouts and guards of the kingdom of Omashu, from years without attack to hide their approach. It had worked. Major General Sung had been proven right as they'd made it all the way to the city's walls with no one being any the wiser. Shinsuke supported that the Major General had taken other measures to ensure their success than he'd let on, but it was not his job to question. The brat had sent the signal, and the attack had begun. From the beginning, things had gone smoothly. Whatever members of the city's guard that sought to hinder them did so from an obvious black foot. They'd been caught with their breeches at their knees, and Shinsuke relished in taking advantage of their weakness. Unable to organize into a committed defense, there was little they could do to prevent the Fire Nation army from sweeping through the city. Of course, it was as they took their first major foothold, that everything went to the dogs. Like a vengeful dark spirit of legend, Omashu's king, for who else could it be, landed in their midst, clad in stone from head to toe? Wasn't Natsu supposed to be holding him back? Shinsuke heard one of the men next to him say as the king began the butcher's work. The two men closest to the point where he'd landed were picked up by their heads. As they struggled to free themselves, the earth-bending master smashed both heads into each other, dropping the bleeding and broken bodies immediately after. Shinsuke cursed his luck. This fool plan, trusting an idiot brat to kill one of the most dangerous benders on the planet, had been Sung's idea. But now he was the one being forced to deal with the effects of it. A brave man, an infantryman, ran right at the king with his spear thrust forward. The metal failed to find purchase in the stone that clad the king. With speed that belied his over a century of age, the king snapped the spear and lunged for his attacker. The fist of his stone gauntlet shifted in form to become a blade as he stabbed the man through the head. Shinsuke silently thanked the man for his bravery and marked his face. He would see that his family got their due. In an action that made Shinsuke's heart swell with pride, the Fire Nation soldiers noticed the behemoth that had dispatched 3 of their own with contemptuous ease, and they did not hesitate. They turned right to him, and they swarmed him with bodies. Shinseok credited their bravery, but he would not be joining in that wild charge. He watched as man after man ran at the old king. Whether they did it in groups of 2, 3, 4, or 6, they died all the same. The old man proved why generations of the Fire Nation had been raised to fear him. Eat your vegetables or Bumi of Omasha will come for you. Shinseok remembered being cautioned when he was growing up. Now, he was an adult, and he still felt just as afraid of the specter of death now as he had back then. Slowly, but surely, the tide of men began to ebb. More and more men began to hesitate. Began to slow down as they saw that regardless of what they tried, their comrades had no chance of making it through the king's defenses. It got so bad that the last man to run at the king did so alone. And the punch that killed him echoed across their silent gathering. The sound of the man's chest caving in as he wheezed out his last breaths would haunt Shinseok until his dying day. Shinseok quaked in his boots as, after what felt like an hour of slaughtering, the king turned to him. All around the king's stone form lay bodies. Men who had been his friends, his partners, his subordinates. Men that he had trusted to have his back and who had, in turn, trusted him to do the same for them. Now, they all lay dead. And the man who had done the killing was staring right at him. A/N, I'll end the chapter here. Have fun with this. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 8th of August, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. Chapter 20. A/N I feel, begin with an apology, again. I actually just forgot to upload this. My bad. My fault. Entirely mine. As for a consistent upload schedule, I will upload the next chapter in 2 weeks. Please remind me on the Discord if I mess that up. Here's a link dsco.gg/nhujftnz, remove the spaces, and the next one after that 2 weeks after. 2 releases in a month seem fine to me. Of course, you could skip all the waiting and read the next 2 chapters on Patreon, same username as up here and the links in my bio. Don't feel pressured, though. Everything will come up here soon enough. XXXXX Colonel Shinseok. Shinseok had lived his life on the edge for most of the time since he'd left the academy. His father had been an admiral in the military, and he was trained for years to follow in the footsteps of the great Admiral Ronsuk, scourge of the water tribes. Of course, that didn't come to pass, but he'd been trained for it nonetheless. Trained by a man who had no idea what the word mercy meant, needless of the utility of utilizing it when training one's own son. But for all of that, for all his time at the front lines, nothing compared to facing off with the old king. Shinseok sent 2 powerful bolts of fire, but both of them were ignored as they washed on the stone that covered the older man's form, and just like with everyone else's flames, they did nothing. Nothing at all, failing to even mark the stone. Another powerful blast of fire left his fist as he grunted at the exertion. King Bumi slammed a foot against the ground, creating a powerful effect that tossed Shinseok off his feet. He had no idea what had happened, except for the ground beneath his feet throwing him upwards and sending him sprawling. He struggled to rise as he noted that his opponent was marching towards him. In his mind's eye, he saw the image of the mountain superimposed on the one of the old king. This was the second time in the span of a single year that he was coming this close to death. And this time, he wouldn't even have Amara with him in his final moments. The king marched slowly, taking pleasure in knowing that he was defeated and done for. Shinseok resolved not to close his eyes this time. He would welcome death like a man, and would do his absolute best to not dishonor his family in the last moments. His thoughts turned from them to Amara almost instantly. She was back at the camp, he thanked Agni. This attack would be a failure, but he was sure that whoever had been left in charge of the reserve would have the good sense to retreat once news got back to them that the brat failed to contain the old king. From Amara, his thoughts turned to the brat as the gauntlet of stone around the old man's fist reached down and grabbed him by the neck. It spoke of the earthbender's control that he hadn't snapped Shinseok's neck from that moment alone. The brat had failed. Shinseok had seen it coming because who in their right mind expected a teenager to beat the strongest earthbender in the world? He still cursed the fool boy for the failure either way. Are you the one in charge of this lot? The old king's voice was surprisingly human for a being shrouded in stone. It was light and calm and airy like Shinseok remembered his grandmother's being. It had an undercurrent of persistent amusement in it. This was the voice of a man who laughed, and did it often. The thought of Bumi the butcher laughing was preposterous to Shinseok, and he actually chuckled at the absurdity. It was clearly the wrong thing to do as his opponent, if you could call what unfolded between them a fight, reared a stony fist backwards and prepared to sever Shinseok's tie to this world. Against his will, he flinched, closing his eyes as the fist came for him. That was why he was surprised to still be able to think a second later. Another second passed, and he chanced opening his eyes to find the fist that had been about to kill him blocked by a clear transparent liquid. A watery wall. He breathed a sigh of relief, while cursing Amara for interfering. She didn't belong in a fight like this. Oi! I'm here for my rematch, old man. A voice he'd never expected to hear again rang out. His eyes tracked the source as he stepped into Shinsuke's field of view. The boy looked like shite. His face was purpled, and what must have originally been a clean, immaculate outfit made of the finest materials had clearly seen better days. Mud dripped off his form as he walked forwards, getting closer and closer to the old king. The behemoth clad in stone merely grunted before tossing Shinsuke away with nary a care. He was sure the fall would have killed him if he didn't find himself caught by a watery hand. Once he was sure he wasn't going to die anytime soon, he returned his attention to the confrontation taking place. How did you even manage to survive that? The old king grunted with what Shinsuke would have mistaken for amusement had the voice come from any other source. Suddenly, with no warning, the old king stumbled forwards. How fucking thick is this thing? Shinsuke heard before he saw the reason for Byumi's shift. Right on his back with a spear stabbed into the nape of the king's stone armor stood the Zenin boy. The one who spent all his time around the brat. What was his name again? Jojo? Tony? No. Toto. It was Toto. Toto Zenin. You had a clear shot. How did you miss? The brat shouted up at his friend who remained on the back of the imbalanced giant, struggling to drive his spear any deeper. First of all, you were the one who said there'd be an opening right about here. It's nothing but solid stone best I can see. The Zenin boy said, still straining with all his strength as the old king began to regain his balance, ending his stumbling and beginning to stand up straight. That's impossible. He wouldn't be able to move his head otherwise. The brat disagreed. I'm an earthbender, idiot boy. Why would I need to create gaps in my armor when I could just as easily bend the entire armor to move with me? The old king said, making Natsu pale in a way that Shinsuke had never seen before. Get away from there, Toji, the brat shouted in alarm. Hey, so that was his name. Credit where it was due, the other boy jumped out of the way almost immediately. Still, it was a second late, Shinsuke noted as he saw the blood dripping from the boy's wounds. The armor had shifted form in a split second as 1,000 spikes now littered its form. Go get healed. You can't help much with this guy. I'll deal with him, the brat said. Bold words, boy. Especially considering what happened the last time we fought, not even 2 hours ago. The old king said. I'll have your last words now, Byumi. He ignored the butcher's words like he did not care about them. XXXXXTOJI. Will you now, boy? Come take them then, the old king replied. Toji moved quickly to ensure that he would be in position for when the time came, and he got the opportunity, but he also made sure to keep an eye on the battle as it begun. The old king was the first to move, covering the ground with a boost from his earthbending that meant that he was at Natsu's throat before the man could do more than inhale. Instead of exhaling air, his friend breathed out an actual firestorm that forced the king to stop in his tracks and bend up a wall to block him from the flames. Toji's vision was not blocked for long as the wall was cut in twain with a knife hand from his prodigious friend. Byumi, the crazy fart, was nowhere to be seen. Natsu suddenly jumped into the air, aided by 2 jets of flame from his feet. The ground all around him turned into deceptively still sand. Quicksand, Toji guessed. The king tore through the sand and surfaced with several spikes of stone aimed at Natsu. He angled himself to dodge the attacks as each spear sailed past him with no effect. When he landed, it was with a roll into a flying kick that sent a massive wave of fire at his opponent. Byumi just allowed his stone to absorb the non-concentrated attack with no difficulty. Natsu's fingers twitched as his stance changed for a second. There was virtually no forewarning as in a second, Toji was forced to clean out his ears. Where Byumi had stood was a massive hole that tore through most of the city. It traced a clear path. A powerful lightning bolt. But one that had done nothing to help in the fight in the first place. The next 2 spears sent at his friend were crushed with quick punches. He trusted his friend to have a hand on things as he walked deeper into the city to get a vantage point. He couldn't see the fight anymore, but the whooshing sounds made by massive waves of fire and rocks sent flying at speeds that would put the fastest ostrich horse to shame reassured him that the fight was still ongoing. There was also the old king's insane laughter that had begun after their first exchange and hadn't stopped since then. For better or for worse, Natsu was excellent at keeping the madman's attention on him. Byumi hadn't even looked into his blind spot. A strange choice considering it was an attack to his blind spot that had allowed them to stall him for long enough for Natsu to get into the fight. Toji worked to make sure he was set up as he pulled out the bow and began notching an arrow. This was the second part of their plan. Even though Natsu was confident that he could take the old king now, there was no point in risking it unnecessarily. The fight had shifted in form in the time he'd taken his eyes from there. There was a massive wedge-shaped shield of stone that was being battered down by attack after attack. Natsu was pummeling the king's position with heavy artillery in the form of powerful fire-bending attacks. Natsu made him rethink just how dangerous a bender could be. Barely even old enough to drink and strong enough to put the butcher of Omashu on the back foot. Suddenly, the earth dome exploded outwards in a barrage of smaller stones. Natsu dove at the area where the king had previously been to find nothing. Toji could see the earth shake as Natsu jumped away. Where he had been, a series of spears poked out of the ground. Each of them detached from the ground, and Toji turned to the side to see the old king with his hands raised and body trembling from the exertion. The spears shot at Natsu as one, and he retreated, practically flying into the city to get out of the way of the attack or find something to put between himself and the spear. Toji watched his oldest friend stumble as one of the spears clipped his shoulders, but he kept moving nonetheless. The old king made pursuit, shoved forwards on his raised stone platform that tore apart the ordered cobblestone streets of Omashu as he moved. Natsu jumped into a house but was forced to jump right back outside through a different window as the entire house came crashing down. The butcher of Omashu clearly had no qualms about property damage. Only Natsu's youth, agility, and fire-bending skill allowed him to keep ahead of his opponent as they tore through the village in their fight. Bumi chased him across a corner and was forced to bend over backwards to dodge out of the way of a flame-enhanced dropkick. Natsu landed on his feet and continued his run. His opponent stabilized himself and wasted no time continuing the pursuit. Suddenly, instead of jumping through another building, Natsu adjusted the angle of his jump. His foot planted itself on the windowsill, and he jumped right backwards, aiming for his pursuer. This fake-out was less effective than the first, as a wall appeared in his path. The earthbender didn't even flinch. Natsu used the rock wall as a platform to jump forwards and onto the system of chutes that marked the city. Stupid plan, Bumi laughed and then steadied his stance. Once again, the man's surprisingly old and muscular frame shook as he brought the entire chute system to a halt. And then he cackled further as the carriage Natsu was riding began to reverse its course. This was the best opportunity he would ever get. The man was focused, tired and had sapped most of his energy on grand displays of power. Toji silently knocked the bow. He took a deep breath to steady himself. His aim was impeccable. All he had to do was kill an old man. One arrow to the base of the skull. That was all he needed. He drew the arrow and then exhaled as he let it loose. It sailed through the air with all the force of his strength and Toji let out a breath he didn't even notice he'd been holding as he saw it was about to hit. And then the impossible happened. Somehow, the ground Bumi was standing on rotated itself, and he was face to face with the arrow. He lifted both his hands and clapped down on the arrow. The force made him take a step back, but that was the best Toji was able to achieve. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd try another sneak attack. You're a sneaky one, aren't? His voice cut off with a gurgle. In his celebrations, the old man had failed to take account of his enemy. The left side of Bumi's chest had a hand sticking right out of it. A hand that glowed red hot. Natsu smiled at him from his position and he smiled back. Just like clockwork. Natsu pushed the body off his hand and then fell on his arse. Toji hastened to get to him. Amara hadn't been able to perfectly heal him, and the other small wounds he'd accumulated in his second fight with Bumi had to add up. XXXX Masashi. He'd come to discover over time that he quite liked his job. Working as the cupbearer to the Firebird meant that he had access to some of the most interesting briefings and news. He was basically a god in the palace when it came to access to information. Everyone tried to be in his good graces because he had all the best gossip. He was also watched over by a guard at virtually every instance to make sure he didn't do anything stupid like conspire to poison the Fire Lord. He also, technically, served as the Fire Lord's wine master. Having the person who served the drink take the first step of tasting it was just the kind of efficiency that the Fire Nation would promote. That meant he got to have all the best gossip, taste all the best wine, and walk around like a lesser noble with a guard. All for the small, minor risk of being killed if he managed to irritate the Fire Lord. He was the third to be appointed to the position in as many years, but he'd already lasted as long as both of his predecessors combined. He knew just how to deal with Fire Lord Oze and his moods. He knew how to prevent the Fire Lord from turning any negative intentions on him. The secret, as his mother had taught him, was a combination of honesty and arse kissing in the right ratio. That was beside the point, however. A meeting like this was just what made his job so enjoyable. Other than the healthy salary, of course. So what is the report from Sung's division? The Fire Lord asked, talking to High General Hero. The wizened old man nodded to acknowledge the question and then took a deep breath. He was measured with his words, the High General. He never spoke more than necessary and so was careful to choose his words for maximum impact. The flag of the Fire Nation now flies on the walls of Omashu. Colonel Natsu took the head of the butcher of Omashu. He said, giving the report in a cold tone, like he was discussing the weather and not the greatest military victory the Fire Nation had enjoyed in over a decade. Applause sounded out as the entire command council applauded the news. He walked forward to refill the Fire Lord's cup and noted that he was smiling. Even the Fire Lord was happy with the news. Of course, he was. This was the kind of victory that cemented a reign as a success. Beautiful, he said, ending all the noise with his voice. None would dare interrupt the Fire Lord as he spoke. This is great news. Have it sent out at midday tomorrow, when Agni is highest in the sky. This victory is worthy of celebration. Send it all across the nation, he commanded. The smile on his face was audible in his voice. All the generals and members of the command council were smiling as well. The Fire Lord's mood was infectious. And Zhao's plan? How is that coming along? He asked, still pleased. Now, it was one of the admirals who answered, word is being sent across the military of a massive operation, but the specifics are still kept secret. We are freeing up resources all across the board to join in on the assault. He said. Perfect. Have Sung and half his battalion reassigned to join Zhao. The two of them working together might be just what we need for this to come to fruition. Yes, my lord. I will have it done. Also grant Sung a promotion. Sign it in my name. He has proven himself. He said. And the remnants of General Sung's battalion, my lord. One of the generals asked, while taking notes on the scroll in front of him. Grant a promotion to the one who killed the Earth Savage. He will take command of the force under strict orders to consolidate our hold on Omashu while a governor is assigned for the province. Your grandson is doing splendid work, is he not, Natsu? The Fire Lord said, turning at his last sentence to address another member of the council. Lord Wu. Yes, my lord. He is bringing honor to the family name. Splendid. Maybe if he continues to perform beyond expectations then wedding bells might ring across the palace soon. The old man looked about to have a heart attack from sheer joy. The entire council was silent at that, several of the older lords looking confused. One in particular, Lord Shive, looked mutinous. But no one said anything. The Fire Lord had spoken. It took Masashi a few seconds to parse the hidden message of what had been said and remember the right context. The Fire Lord had just hinted at lifting a punishment placed by his own father. And even more than that, he'd hinted at lifting the punishment with a marriage to his own daughter. That was something else. Something more. XXXX Natsu the Elder. Is there any truth to the reports? East asked. Hesitant and skeptical as always. There is. Numerous sources have confirmed it. He was last spotted on Kyoji Island off the coasts of the Earth Kingdom's mainland. South replied. So the Avatar walks among us again. And in the form of a 12-year-old child. The spirits are cruel to force a burden so large on the shoulders of one so young. North's voice rang out from his position at the table. All the better for our plans, I think. He is not yet fully realized and will be even easier to kill before that happens, he said, offering his own thoughts on the matter. And the prince's position? We had assumed his banishment to be permanent, with the thought that the Avatar was dead and gone. Now, there is a path for his return. His return could ruin all that we had worked for. South put down his cup of tea to offer his concerns. The Fire Lord has no interest in seeing the return of his failure of a son. If Prince Zuko somehow succeeds in the capture of the Avatar, then his reward shall be a knife in the dark, he replied, putting an end to that train of thought. The rest of the room nodded, not particularly surprised with the reality of things. Angela was the presumptive heir as things stood now, and they doubted that Fire Lord Oze would go through all the trouble of training her as such and then abandon her in favor of another for the role. And then there was no reason for him to do so. Zuko was older, but Oze himself had set precedent when he inherited over Iroh, the elder. And then if the matter of Angela being a woman becomes a thing to be mentioned, then he would be the first to point out that Fire Nation had never been barbaric like the other nations on the matter. All children of Agni were equal under him, man or woman. All that mattered was that she was blessed with the gift of fire. None could contest that fact about the princess. The only prodigy he could have compared her to was his grandson, and even then, he had difficulty determining which of them was the greater prodigy as things stood. Surely, she had the blue fire. A great gift from Agni himself. But his grandson had called upon the cold fire. The only one outside the royal family to display the power. It had not been so long ago when Fire Lord Hydeko called upon the cold fire to show the nation that he was the rightful heir and not his grasping cousin. The cold fire was a sign of royalty. The fact that his grandson had shown that gift without any royal tutelage was a sign that their course was the rightful one. It is good to see that our prospect remains active and capable. He shows great promise, West. I am pleased you did not lie to us, North said, fixing him with his gaze. Not a word from these lips were exaggerated. The boy is gifted by Agni. Our cause is a righteous one, he replied. Indeed. To kill the butcher of Omashu at such an age. It beggars belief, East commented, adding his own 2 cents. I agree. But how shall we use that to our advantage? South asked, keen to keep moving forward as always. It is easy in the end. West must impress on the Fire Lord that the present orders are not palatable. Convince him that the boy must expand. He is to take the Earth Kingdom and cover himself in glory while the princess remains here, sheltered. In the end, the Fire Lord will be the one begging for a match to be made. And then our plans can truly begin. I will do my duty, but it will be difficult to convince him to change his mind. Do what you must. I have a feeling that the conquest of the North Pole will not go as planned. Subsequently, intensify your efforts. He will agree with you. Now, our time has come to an end. North said, and so the meeting began to disperse. He was the first to leave, making sure that no one noticed his movements as he left the room. A/N, finished. I sincerely hope that was good. I've agonized over writing this fight for so long. I actually had to rewrite it 3 times, and this is the only version I've been able to say that I am even vaguely comfortable with. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 29th of August, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. Chapter 21. A/N right on schedule. Let's go. As for the consistent upload schedule, I will upload the next chapter in 2 weeks, please remind me on the Discord if I mess that up. Here's a link /330U5, and the next one after that 2 weeks after. 2 releases in a month seem fine to me. Of course, you could skip all the waiting and read the next 2 chapters on Patreon, same username as up here and the links in my bio. Don't feel pressured, though. Everything will come up here soon enough. XXXXXXXX Natsu. It had been a week since he received his promotion, along with command of what had once been Major General Sung's division Lieutenant General now, he supposed. Now it was his. The 1st Division of the Fire Nation Army, Battalion 1 under the command of Major General Natsu of the noble Wu family, was the official name of his command. And his command now held the Earth Kingdom city of Omashu. He held it under the grace of the noble Fire Lord, so he did not have carte blanche to do as he would with the space. In fact, he was actually very limited on what he could do. And so he focused on the things he could do. The changes he could make. He would be turning the town over to someone else in a few weeks or months, so he had no interest in turning it into some developed bastion of the Fire Nation, only for someone else to take the credit for his actions. With that in mind, his changes and policies could actually be loosely considered as sobatage. Well, only if one stretched the definition by a lot. He'd be long gone by the time the effects of his actions bore fruit. His first choice had been deciding to keep things broadly as they were. He'd had the entire kingdom city searched thrice for soldiers, of course, but beyond executing or improving all who bore arms against them, they'd done their best to have as little effect in the lives of the average person as possible. That policy was what led him to his present position. Major General Natsu, they are ready for you, Toji said to him with hidden mirth in his eyes. He didn't feel the same amusement but understood that Toji had a peculiar sense of humor. Good, I replied and walked forward. We were at the steps of Bumi's castle. It loomed over Omashu, and from these steps, one could see much of the city. It was also the perfect place to host events that needed public notice. In this case, it was punishment. He made things business as usual as much as possible, but he did still have a few rules to keep order, and more than a few to ensure the security of his men. The 7 people knelt at the foot of the stairs had undoubtedly broken those rules in one way or another. Lord Confessor. Read out their charges, I projected my voice, making sure that the hundreds of people who gathered to witness the proceedings could hear me. Major General, sir. 3 of these men are of the Imperial Army. They were caught trying to rape a local girl. Toji read out the first charge. I sighed. I already knew this would leave me less popular with my troops, but we'd be heading to the battlefield sooner or later, and as a leader who led from the front, there was no better way to gain favor from one's troops than killing on their behalf. Besides, I killed Bumi. I could suffer a little reputational damage from doing the right thing. And I had made the rules more than clear from the beginning. These other 3 men and 1 woman are citizens of Omashu who were caught attempting to leave the city after curfew. I nodded at the charges. The punishment's clear and wrote at this point. For the would-be rapists, the punishment is clear. All 3 of them are to receive 50 lashes of the whip, and will report to the breaking grounds for retraining, I said. I could already see my men whispering among themselves. Sung had run a disciplined camp but had been more than willing to turn a blind eye and allow the men take their liberties with those we conquered. He punished theft, but little more. Those caught breaking curfew will receive 40 lashes of the whip each, I pronounced. Here, the Omashu citizens were the ones whispering, but to lesser numbers. This was not the first time I was pronouncing this particular punishment for this precise crime. I considered it a victory in fact that there were only 7 who had broken the rules today. On the first day, there had been several dozen. I'd had to spend hours dealing with case by case. Now, I had Toji doing most of the investigating and only those who were assuredly guilty were brought before me. The second thing I'd done, I thought to myself as I walked away to my next appointment, was empty much of Omashu's treasury and spend all the money employing every single blacksmith in the city. The Fire Nation military was the most well-provisioned of them all, but even we had budgetary limits. With the coffers of an entire kingdom at my disposal, I could ignore most of those limits. Each and every single one of my men would be armed and armored to the very max. There was no expense that could not be borne when you weren't the one paying, I'd come to learn. And beyond fixing my army's armament problems, I'd also been working to integrate the new arrivals. Sung had taken about half the army with him on his reassignment, so I was receiving reinforcements from all across the Fire Nation's outposts in the Earth Kingdom. It had quickly become a race among the other commanders to send the worst of their worst to me, as often happened in situations like this. The most undisciplined, unruly, and least skilled across the Fire Nation's military machine were converging on Omashu, and in a few months, I'd be forced to march with these men at my back. Needless to say, Toji only had a few hours a day to spend on his duties as Lord Confessor. The rest of his time was spent with me training these miserable fellows. A fireball splashed uselessly against a boulder to the left. I noticed an even smaller one fly through the air from the corner of my eyes. I spun around. Who sent that? I barked. It did not matter that I was younger than most of them. They all still shrunk in the face of my fury. Entirely feigned, of course. But there was utility to be found in some harmless theater. Me, Major General Sir. A warrant officer stepped forward. I noted his appearance. Nothing more than a boy. At least 2 years younger than me at the very least. What is your name? Warrant Officer Sato, sir. He said with a salute. At least his manners were up to snuff. If only I could say the same for his bending. What was that? A fireball, sir. No, it wasn't. Are you a firebender? Sir, yes, sir. Show me, I said, facing him in my stance. Sir. I said show me, I said again, allowing my impatience leak into my tone. He looked behind him. Everyone else had basically abandoned their training to watch. They'd stay behind an extra hour for the insolence. I don't have all day war. His fireball interrupted me as I spoke. I smiled. Smart. I weaved around the attack with ease. It moved slowly, and lacked conviction. Are you a firebender, Sato? I asked again. Yes, sir. The next fireball was equally pathetic. I stood still and allowed it hit my chest plate and wash out across the metal. My point was clear. A few of those behind had begun snickering. If this was any other bending art, then I might have asked them to stop. But with firebending, they were helping more than hindering. Show me your fire, Sato. Another useless fireball. This time, I stomped the ground and punched forward with a massive blast of flames that shut everyone up and forced him to dive out of the way. Show me fire, Sato. Or die, I commanded. His position on the floor did not change for a few seconds. Someone loudly claimed that he'd fainted and everyone else burst into laughter. He stood up at that. And this time when he faced me, I knew he meant business. Without even taking a stance, he punched towards me with a scream. I called upon my own inner fire to match and redirect his fireball as I forced the fire to part around me. Silence. I broke it by beginning to applaud him. An action that the rest of the soldiers were smart enough to copy. I walked up to the boy. He was stunned and looking at his fist in shock. You are a son of Agni, Sato. So am I. So is everyone here. The fire is yours. You control it. You wield it. It will respond to your rage better than anything else. When you want to bend, remember the feeling you felt just now and use that I instructed. He looked to still be in a daze. I just smiled as I walked off. There was more training to be done. XXXX Masashi, Winter, 99 AC. On days like this, he rather hated his job. The Fire Lord was furious. The entire council was furious, and they were all screaming. There wasn't any headway to be made, just a headache to be gained as each member of the military tried to put the blame on the others. The Navy Higher Command seemed keen to remind everyone that before Zhao had joined the Navy, he was a member of the Army, and that it was the Army that had been charge of his foundational training. The Army, on the other hand, were more than willing to point out that it was the Navy Command that had recommended Zhao for promotion and brought his plan to the Fire Lord in the first place. The Fire Lord was silent. Only the ever-rising heat around his person made it clear how displeased he was. They had lost. And they had lost badly. Thousands of soldiers, millions of bands and resources, hundreds of ships, weapons, and even more were all gone in the same attack. Lost, and they hadn't even managed to conquer the Northern Water Tribe in the end. They'd been beaten back by the Avatar. Masashi wasn't a military strategist, but he had attended one of the finest serving schools in the Fire Nation to prepare him for this role, and he'd learned enough to know that this kind of loss was the kind that could break a nation. Is there any word on my son? That was the first question he asked so far. And it brought the entire council to silence. Part of it must have been the fact that it was the Fire Lord asking, but Masashi would wager that at least part of the silence was shock from the question being asked. In all his months of service, he had never heard the Fire Lord ask about the banished prince. The generals still reported on his whereabouts when it was pertinent, but he never seemed to pay any special attention to it. So it shocked them now that he was asking seemingly out of the blue. Our reports say that he still lives, my lord. Perhaps he has retreated towards the Earth Kingdom. One general said. The others nodded along to his words. They probably didn't have anything to add. So what you are saying is that you have no idea where a prince of the Fire Nation is, the Fire Lord said. Once again, there was silence. His voice was low when he spoke, but no one could fail to recognize the anger within. The Avatar henceforth ceases to be the sole responsibility of Prince Zuko. All Fire Nation forces and personnel are to work to apprehend him the second they catch sight of him. Remind them that the death of the Avatar is not the will of the Fire Lord. I will not fail as Sozin did and allow that cursed cycle to continue and plague my descendants, he said instead. Yes, my lord, they all chorused at once. And now we must begin to look towards the future. Our losses in the North Pole, while regrettable, are nothing we cannot recover from. At least a few admirals seemed to disagree, but they all had the good sense not to express any of that to him. Yes, my lord, they chorused again. Natsuwu remains in Omashu, yes. He asked no one in particular. High General Hiro was the one to respond in the affirmative. He is to expand. Give him whatever resources he needs. I want every scrap of Earth Kingdom land down to Ba Sing Se under Fire Nation control before summer next year, he commanded. Not a single soul spoke up to tell him that the demand was unreasonable or impossible. Have Natsu expand and take Goling. That is to serve as the center of our operations. All other forces within the Earth Kingdom are to report to him and fall under his command. As his division expands, they are all to sweep behind and manage the integration of these forces into the Earth Kingdom. Whatever ships we have remaining are to abandon all previous pursuits and to join the blockage around the Earth Kingdom. No resources are to pass into the kingdom without my approval. He did not stop there, and issued order after order for the continued war within the Earth Kingdom. The princess scared him. She just had that look in her eyes that said she wanted to kill you and take your skin off and wear your skin, and all that weird painful stuff that he shuddered to even think about. Now, she was knelt before her father, but Masashi knew that if she found that he'd done anything to displease her, she'd find him later. Not even the Fire Lord for all his power and glory could stop Princess Agila from expressing her displeasure. Most people agreed that it was better to be in the daughter's good graces than the father's. At least the Fire Lord would satisfy himself by banishing you from the palace. The princess would ensure she kept you close while she exacted her revenge in a million slow and painful ways. I serve at your pleasure, father, she said. Lie, his brain recognized. He had a very technical and complex method for telling whenever the princess lied. It had a 100% success rate to the best of his knowledge. Well done, Agila. I am told that your lessons continue to progress at an astounding pace. Your teachers sing to her praises to me night and day. The Fire Lord could not see her face, but from the angle he occupied, Masashi could spot the reflection of her smile in the polished floor of the throne room. She was pleased with her father's praise, it seemed. Lie, his brain pointed out, and he nodded. All I do to please you, father. To make you and our ancestor proud, Lie. And you are doing so. But there is one task I must require of you to prove yourself as the leader I know you can be, he said. Whatever it is, father. I am your loyal instrument. Ask me to boil the oceans. Ask me to cast down the clouds. Ask me to cleave asunder the walls of Ba Sing Se themselves. Whatever you ask, father. I will do. I will not fail you, Lie. Thankfully, your task will be easier than all of those. Your uncle Iroh is a traitor. Your brother, a failure. I require you to bring them to me for punishment. Is that all, father? There was something in her tone. It sounded like a vague note of disappointment. The fact that he could hear such a thing told him that she was consciously projecting the feeling. She wanted it to be caught. Do my orders somehow displease you, daughter? I thought you served at my pleasure, or did I mishear? There was a dangerous note in the Fire Lord's voice. Masashi was reminded that this was the man who burnt half his son's face and left him both scarred and partially blinded for an implied insult that no one had taken as such. He did not broker insubordination in his children, and it seemed that the princess could hear it as well. She was much slower in her response than he was used to. Usually quick-witted and unafraid to show it, the princess was careful about her next words. No, father. Of course not. I serve at your pleasure, always. But as a good daughter, I wanted to take some initiative. To deal with a problem that has plagued the Fire Nation for a century now. You want Zuko's mission? Yes, father. He has failed. But I will not. I am your right arm. I will take your will to all corners of the world and seek out the Avatar. I will strike him down, father. Just as you will it. The Avatar is a powerful bender who destroyed hundreds of Fire Nation ships in one go. If he could reliably reproduce that kind of power, there would be no Fire Nation anymore. I agree, the Fire Lord said with a nod. And then he appeared to be considering things. Assuming Masashi had not been present at the meeting where the Fire Lord decided to entrust the princess with the mission of hunting down the Avatar, then he would have fallen for the theater the man was putting up. Are you sure about this, Agila? He remains a powerful bender of much renown either way. I am your daughter, father. The blood of Sozin. I was born for this. Then go forth with my blessing. Take whatever resources you need from wherever you need. I want Iroh, Zuko, and the Avatar, brought before my feet in chains. He finally ordered. XXXXXXXXX Natsu. I stood along with the rest of my forces as we prepared to welcome Lord Hiroshi, the one that was to take over Omashu as governor while I moved out to carry out my next orders. Of course, we were not really preparing to welcome him. We'd be leaving as soon as he arrived, and I only waited so long to maintain the thin veneer of civility that guided interactions between the Fire Nation's upper class. He was a former friend of my grandfather. Emphasis on the word, former. He was one of those had not hesitated to cut the old man off once it became clear that the Fire Lord's displeasure was lasting and not merely a passing phase. His actions meant that I didn't hold him in much regard, but leaving before he arrived was a level of disrespect I was uncomfortable with. Even worse, it had potential to be dangerous for the Fire Nation's position in the area. I wouldn't put it past the Earthbenders to start a rebellion of all things while I was gone. If the man arrived to an uprising, then I was unsure of what fate I would face. If the Fire Lord was especially displeased, I could see myself discharged from the military with that action alone. So here I stood, next to an ostrich horse, at the head of a long formation of soldiers as I waited for him. He was late. The sun had already passed overhead. It was midday and there was still no sign of him and his procession. A fact that was very strange because I had received the letter from the naval base that had received his ships about 3 days ago. It was a 2-day journey from that base to Omashu. Adding an extra day for nobles to nobles meant that he should be here by now. Never mind the fact that I had sent out 2 outriders from my own forces to guide him here and they'd confirmed that he was close by. It was only when Toji finally spotted them over the horizon that I realized what was going on. It was a power play. He was going to have me standing around waiting for him as a display of his power over me. I scoffed. What foolishness! I turned to my horse and mounted it. Maki turned to me, wondering what was going on. I've gotten tired of standing. Hiroshi will meet me on my horse. Are you sure that is wise? Purposefully keeping me waiting isn't wise either. If he went to all that trouble to pay me an insult, then there is no need keeping up appearances. I replied to her. She nodded, and then turned to some other member that had come with her from her division and whispered something to her. Both women laughed and I fought down the urge to probe into what she'd said. I needed to be cool. Caring about what people whispered to each other was not the way to get there. I stared down the approaching escort with mounting impatience. Every minute that went by, I could see in real time just how much effort Hiroshi was putting into being disrespectful. He had slowed his march down even further. What his horse was moving at could not even be vaguely considered a canter. I stared ahead for a minute more, working out my thoughts in my head, and then made a decision. Move out, I ordered, and spurred my horse forward. My formation was a long one. Even as slowly as he was moving, Hiroshi would have arrived by the time the last of them were moving on. If Omashu burned in that time, then it was my loss. So what's the plan? Toji asked after I made camp when we'd barely gone more than a few kilometers from Omashu. Our orders were to expand the Fire Nation's hold on the Earth Kingdom and take Basing by the middle of next year, I told him. Yes. I read the scroll just as you did. That means we need to keep a pretty straight path from here, advancing through the kingdom, but such a path puts us in a disadvantageous position, I said, pointing out a spot on the map as I did so. Fong's fortress? He asked. Precisely. Well, I don't know if you've begun falling for your own hype after the Omashu thing, but it's a good thing I'm here to beat sense into your head. It's impregnable. I'm aware, I said, but he continued like he did not even hear me. Not the kind of impregnable that you get when only idiots attempt something. It's really impregnable. It's at the center of a mountain range that acts as a natural choke point. It has access to the sea, so a siege would be fruitless, and the Earth Kingdom soldiers won't hesitate to drop a mountain on your head. Besides, none of the traditional methods of approach work here. None of them, he said. I know that. But I have a plan. I know you do. You tend to have plans, and I do believe that if you beat your head against this for long enough, then you'll manage to do what no one else could and take the damn thing. But we don't have that kind of time. I don't know about you, but 6 months is not a lot of time to me. And that's all the time we've been given to run through the Earth Kingdom and take Basing. We can't afford distractions. Especially this kind. I am not comfortable leaving an enemy to my back, Toji. But we can't do anything about it. Well, you can't. But I can't. Like I said before you so rudely interrupted me, I have a plan. A plan. Let's hear the plan then. No. No. If you're not going to believe in my plan before even hearing about my plan, then I just won't tell you about my plan, I replied. You can't be serious. You will find that I am. Okay then, what are you going to do? He asked with a sigh. I'll be taking Maki and 200 of our best firebenders and impregnating that bitch, I told him. He burst into laughter at that, and I joined him. His laughter was infectious, and I couldn't deny that I'd told a good joke then. A stolen one, but a good one nonetheless. Alright then. I assume you'll be leaving me in charge of this lot. You assume correctly. Make them run drills or whatever. Maki and I should only be gone a week at the most. Is there anything I can say to change your mind? No. Then may Agni light your path, General, he said with a bow. A/N, here you go. Ending this chapter here. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 29th of August, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. Chapter 22. A/N right on schedule. Let's go. Of course, we know that the normal release schedule here is once in 2 weeks, but with some space in my schedule, I should be able to upload the next chapter in 1 week, which is the 19th of September. You could skip the wait and read the next 2 as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. How are we going to approach this? She asked as we walked into the mountain pass that marked the beginning of what was ostensibly Fong-controlled territory. It was called Fong-controlled because he was something of a rogue element within the Earth Kingdom's military apparatus. He acted as he willed and did not necessarily answer to the broader Earth Kingdom hierarchy. Part of it had to do with how remote he is and how it was just too difficult to control his actions, but the other part related to his nature as a person. Fire Nation intelligence had extensive analytical profiles done on the guy. He was a textbook narcissist with an overinflated sense of self-importance. We kept a careful eye on him, simply because of the nature of his outpost. He held the closest unfriendly port to Fire Nation soil. The possibility of him launching an attack was remote, but it was one that was still relentlessly studied. Taking him and his outpost off the board was sure to win me the gratefulness of many an analyst, as they wouldn't have to spend time wargaming attacks from that particular venture. Not like they'd be getting any more leisure time either way. They'd still have a million and more things to work through when it came to the offensive. We were fighting a war on 3 fronts in vastly different terrains and against vastly different opponents. Needless to say, they had more than enough to do. We climb the mountain, of course, I said, pointing at one of the steepest mountain tops. The plan had come to me during our march to this place, and it was just the kind of insanity that was guaranteed to work in a world where things like common sense took breaks early and often. That one? One of the men behind me asked with trepidation in his voice. Of course. Are we not men of the Fire Nation? And women? Maki stepped in. Man and women of the Fire Nation, yes. Thank you, Maki. My words kept the detractors silent, but I could tell they were not convinced of the plan itself. They were shamed into shutting up, so that was enough for me for the time being. We took out our climbing gear from our bags and began to prep the climb. It was a good thing I'd taken all the most skilled firebenders from the main detachment because that also happened to mean that I'd taken the ones who had the best training. The best training that just so happened to include mountain climbing. In my force of 60 men and women, I could count about 40 that I knew had attended the academy. I quickly took my position as the head to nods from Maki and one other and then began to make the climb. Tied around my waist was a length of rope that flowed down to Maki's waist, and then down further until it got to the very last man. The man was that if anyone below me fell, then those above would keep them up long enough for them to regain their grips and continue climbing. For me, I trusted in my physical capabilities enough that I did not need any guarantee as such. I had a hook for attaching to stronger holds as I climbed, but I had barely any need for it. The mountain was tall, and steep, so it involved very little walking and a shit ton of climbing to crest the summit. I did in just under an hour, and those coming behind me were quick enough that I did not get enough time to lose my patience with the whole affair. When the last person had crested the summit, we stood at the top, and gazed down towards the mountain top that held Fong's base. His own mountain being a fair bit lower than this one. So, what's the plan? Maki asked again. Use your flame jets and fly over there, I said, pointing over to another mountain that was still lower than this one, but higher than our target's base. When you get there, blow up that tower, I continued. It was obvious which tower I was speaking about. There was only one tower in the fortress, and it was clearly a lookout of some sort. We'll fly down and attack once you create the distraction. Everyone else will follow my lead. I'll cut through them, and you will follow behind as closely as you can, I said, turning to the rest of the group as I gave my orders. When do we strike? Another person asked. At noon. When Agni is at his highest, our bending will be strongest, I said to them. We only had a few minutes until noon, so Maki used that time to fly over to the next mountain. I'd hesitate to call it flying, however. Maki was a powerful firebender, for sure, but she wasn't a royal or anything like that. It was more like a controlled descent. It was part of the reason I'd waited until noon. Sure, everyone could use flame jets, as it was part of training, but this was an application we hadn't trained much in, and it was very possible that a few of them would run out of juice before we hit the ground. I hoped it didn't happen, of course. But it was a possibility nonetheless. When the time came, I whistled at her, and Maki stared hard at the tower in question. Unlike the show, when a combustion bender used their powers here, there wasn't some easily predictable arrow that could be dodged. Sure, it created a haze in the air as it flew, but it was virtually invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking for it. At this height, I had no chance of tracking the bolt as it flew, but I could see the effects. The bottom left part of the tower exploded in an echoing boom that made my bones vibrate. She'd put a lot into that one. She'd even aimed it well as well. The tower began to lean leftwards as the lack of support took effect. In seconds, it crashed down, landing in the middle of the courtyard that ran through the center of the base. I smiled at the effect before turning to my squad. Victory or death, I screamed as I jumped. My cheeks pulled apart into a smile against my will as I heard all of them echo my words and jump as well. Victory or death, our voices echoed into the ether as we fell. A few seconds down, and I activated my flame jets, blasting leftwards at an angle, and spreading my arms out to give me as much drag as possible. As I flew, I came to the realization that one of those airbender suits from the Legend of Korra show would be perfect for missions like this. It was too late to worry about that though, so I put even more power into my jets, shooting off and leaving my men behind. They followed as best they could, but I'd land with some time ahead of them. Perfect. I could see the chaos within the camp as they grappled with the fallen tower. They tried to locate where the explosion had come from, sending boulders flying into the air on the exact opposite direction of me and my crew. Of course, the closer I got, the more likely I was to be located, and when that happened, I took it in stride. They scurried in shock at the sight of a firebender flying towards them. I smiled. It took 3 of them to send a boulder the size of a small house towards me. I flipped over, allowing my legs to face the attack, and blasted it with a massive wave of fire that slowed down its approach. With my hands, I shot out even more powerful flame jets that made me and the boulder collide at speed. I bent my knees as I made the collision, standing right on the boulder and then beginning to push it downwards with my fire bending. I couldn't see the fortress inhabitants from this angle, but the thought of their panic still brought a smile to my face as I crashed into the center courtyard with the boulder right below me. It shattered with the impact, causing a shockwave that tossed quite a few of those who had been waiting for me to land off their feet. I ignored the twinge of pain on my knees and ran forwards. The first man I reached tried to swing a sword my way. Fool! I ducked underneath the attack and punched him right in the center of his chest plate. The armor dented beneath my fist as he flew backwards and crashed into the wall. Dead or dying, I decided, as I went for the next one. This one was still staring at his comrade's fallen form with shock, so he presented no resistance to the punch I landed on his head that snapped his neck. The next 2 came as one. The earthen spears they sent broke against my fist, and before they could re-evaluate their strategy, I formed 2 long fire whips and spun. I felt no resistance against my whips, but by the time I returned to standing still, their bodies laid strewn across the ground, cut up into pieces. I smiled and kept my whips activated as I moved on to the next. This was fun, I came to realize, after I cut through the 10th man. It was fun fighting earthbenders who weren't fucking legends. If there was one thing to be said about earthbenders, though, it was their fantastic stubbornness. I'd like 10 already, and even more kept coming at me as I cut a swath through their bodies and made my way inside. I had to find Fong and end this. I doubted killing him would make this lot surrender. They seemed to be the types to fight things out until the very last hope, but it would serve other purposes. For one, I'd noticed that they'd become much more organized after a single man, a runner, came out of the fortress and began to whisper orders to different groups. They still tried to keep me busy by coming after me, but it was clear that they were reallocating a significant portion of their efforts towards attacking those with me. A brilliant strategy. It didn't matter how strong I was, I couldn't take a fortress on my own. Not one with competent leadership, at least. It reminded me of the fact that Fong had fought on the same battlefields as the Dragon of the West. He was familiar with strong firebenders, and he knew how to deal with us enough to at least accomplish a few of his objectives. I leaned backwards, allowing the spike that rose up to do not more than cut a few strands off of my fringe. I watched the hair fall to the floor with a breath while spinning around and blasting a fireball straight to the chest of the man who summoned the spike in the first place. I felt the ground around me shake as another explosion racked the fortress. Maki was going above and beyond with her orders, and even though the explosion had opened up the fortress a fair bit and I could now see a straight line path to what I was certain was the command room, but I could also see why it was unwise to even consider it. At least a dozen guards between me and my target. A target that was indoors. Guards that were earthbenders. Situations like this one were what we called impossible in the academy. The strategy I'd have recommended to anyone else was patience. Patiently deal with those around and then approach the command room with a prepared team while ready to take losses. But I wasn't anyone else. I smiled right at the crowd of guards and ran forwards, jumping right at one of the men in front of me. He lifted his hands in a frenzied block. Perfect. I planted my foot on his crossed arms with a laugh and used him as a springboard to jump right into the exposed second floor of the building. Shit, I heard one man say as I landed. He's fucking crazy, I heard from another, and I smiled at the responses, moving in for the kill. The first man wasn't even a speed bump as I weaved into his guard before planting an enhanced punch into his jaw that shattered it in one swoop. He crumpled to the ground, and the other two tried to squash me between the walls as they forced the two sides to slam together. Bending my knees, I shot right at them with jets from my feet. Reaching the first, I transitioned my charge into a roundhouse kick that cut through his shield, and decapitated him in one fell swoop. Enhancing the cutting power of my flames had thus far proven to be more useful against these brunt than it had been against Bumi. The next covered himself in a dome of stone and I smiled before stretching out a palm and covering the dome in firewood. Fire as hot as I could make it. I watched the edge of my flames turn a deep blue even as the center widened with the heat. I ended the stream after 30 seconds as I felt myself about to drop from exhaustion. Whatever remained of the guard team had been forced to take cover from the heat. I shot past them, ignoring their attempts to stop me as I barreled through the door. I found Fong there. He wielded an expertly crafted blade in his left hand and dove at me while attempting to cleave my head from my shoulders. I smiled as I dodged underneath the attack and punched him in the stomach. He flew into the wall and I shot right after him, slamming into his body with my jets activated and used his body as a battering ram to push him through the wall. We shot out of the other side and I made sure to keep underneath me as we fell and used his body as a shield against the unforgiving ground. If my punch failed to kill him, and my slam also somehow failed, then there was no chance the fall had not finished the job. I stood, watching as the earthbenders in the courtyard surrounded me and began to say some things. I could scarcely pick out their individual words as they spoke over each other. There was some vague threat of letting go of the general or something like that. I looked down at the man I was standing atop and noticed that he was teetering on the edge of consciousness. Interesting. How the hell had he survived that? I reached down to him, ignoring how the yells got even louder and picked him up by the collar of his breastplate. No attacks were sent at me as I held onto the man they wanted to protect. I reached backwards with my hand, heated the air around it until it warped into a hazy blue and stabbed straight through the breastplate and into his heart. Chidori, I shouted in my head as I carried out the bootleg version of Kakashi Hataki's signature jutsu. Of course, the second that their boss died, every hand that surrounded me moved to take me out. I would have been more cautious and maybe leveraged the man's life to escape the situation, but I could see something they didn't. Bunched together as they were, over half their number disappeared in a spontaneous explosion they hadn't seen coming. As for the remainder, they would be wishing they'd died soon enough. I pushed off the corpse of General Fong and backflipped over a piece of stone that was sent at me almost by reflex. The man who sent it was too slow with his follow-up, and the wall he tried to raise between us was too little and much too late. It was still at about his knee level by the time my knife hand had cleaved head from shoulders. I did not spend much time on the ground, running and jumping at the next target in almost the same movement. This man managed much more than the others. A boulder and a raised earth spear to be more precise. Neither of which saved him from burning to dead in his armor. For the third, his foolish charge with raised hammers proved to be his undoing. I dodged left to avoid the first, ducked underneath the next, and rose with a hand that stabbed through his meager armor and into his chest. The other three did not get the pleasure of my attention. I watched the men I'd brought with me gang up on them and take them out. Staring around the fortress, it was clear that much of the Earth Kingdom force was dead and gone. Hundreds of men had fallen to a force of 50. Of course, Maki's stunt with the tower had taken out much of their numbers. Collapsing the fortress itself had also killed quite as few. And then there were the numerous explosions she'd fired into their numbers whenever they were foolish enough to bunch up. From her position atop the mountain, she'd killed more enemy soldiers than every single man on the ground. More than me, to be sure. I might have been the one to take Fong's last words, but she was the one who made this whole thing possible. Now, if only the entire third eye combustion bending training process wasn't more likely to kill those who went through it than it was to spit out a success like Maki. She was a prodigy without compare, and that made me even more curious as to how she ended up at the academy of all places rather than either being fast-tracked to the front lines, or being a fixer for the super-wealthy elites of the Fire Nation like Sparky Spark Boom Man. My soldiers began rounding up those who surrendered and binding them in chains while I surveyed what remained of the outpost. I would have to write a report on this victory, and it wouldn't do to fail to convey the state of the fortress. Especially since I was certain that forces would be sent from the mainland to take custody of the fortress, and they'd need the information to know what exactly they'd be working with. Surely, someone at Central Intelligence would write me an ode one of these days. A/N, last bit of the chappie. Love it. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 19th of September, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next two, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 23. A/N right on schedule. Let's go. Of course, we know that the normal release schedule here is once in 2 weeks, but with some space in my schedule, I should be able to upload the next chapter in 1 week, which is the 3rd of October. You could skip the wait and read the next 2 as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Victory. But at what cost, I wondered. Of the crew of 45 men and women, brilliant firebenders one and all, I had lost 17. 4 had died in the jump down the mountain. In retrospect, that was probably more risky than it should have been, and I really should have explored less risky means of achieving the same objective. The remaining 13 had found their deaths in the fighting. It was a lower number than should have been expected because I'd done such a good job of drawing all the attention and firepower to myself. Cutting through the earthbender ranks like a hot knife through butter meant that there was space for my soldiers to get in behind me, and when the earthbenders turned to face me and attack, my firebenders could take them out from behind. It was an effective system, at the very least, and one that meant that I hadn't just led everyone into a pointless slaughter. Regardless of that, I'd still lost over a dozen of my best benders. I had hopes of training the rest of the army up to that level, but it stung. This was the first operation I was truly in charge of from start to finish, and that meant that each of those 17 deaths was on my head. Not a single man had died while I fought on the ground with them, but the second I jumped inside to face Fong, the earthbenders had wisened up to the others and teamed up to levy their greater numbers on them. That had led to 13 deaths between the second I stepped in and when I shot out with Fong's body beneath me. A large number, to be sure. Especially considering that in much the same way my presence had disorganized the earthbenders, my absence had done the same to my own men. It exposed a lot to be improved on, and that was what I needed to know. We will be leaving soon, I told Maki as she walked into what remained of Fong's command center. I'd commandeered it and the writing materials within to write the after-action report on our activities here, as well as take inventory of what remained of the fortress. I figured. Doubted you'd want to stay in this shithole much longer, she said. It's not such a bad place. Fong ran a tight ship, and most of the damage here was caused by us, remember. Doesn't change the facts. The troops have been trying to find any spoils of war to keep, but apart from a middling treasury that you've ordered us not to touch, there isn't much to go off here. Find me a messenger hawk to send these off to the mainland, I said, ignoring the statement. The treasury. I've made my orders. They're stupid fucking orders. These people just saw their friends die. At least allow them to walk away with something. We aren't Earth Kingdom barbarians. We fight for honor and glory, and the Fire Nation, not for gold and silver. _ fight for honor and the rest of that shit. Most of these people just want to make enough to retire before they lose an arm or something. Fair point. Thank you. Now, the treasury. Let each man take as much as they carry. There should be enough in there for that. And your share. As you just said, I fight for honor and the rest of that shit, I said, getting a chuckle out of her as I moved to seek out one of the messenger hawks we'd brought with us. We returned to the camp as conquerors. Weighed down by something as ridiculously plebeian as spoils of war, we took a much longer time to get back to the army than it had taken to get to our target in the first place, but there were few complaints. At the back of our procession, we had a caravan that contained the urns I'd filled with the ashes of all the men who had died in our attack on Fong's base. Thinking of it now, I was forced to accept that it was not just the desire for treasure that had slowed us down. The urns had come from Fong's treasury, but the ashes themselves had been a bit more difficult to secure. For those who had died on the base grounds, it was simply a matter of buying their bodies, and for those who failed to make it there in the first place, it was a harrowing 2-day search to find each of their bodies. It was actually almost impressive that we'd managed to locate all the remains. Not a single one of them looked pretty, but I guessed it was a good thing that the Fire Nation preferred cremation over any other form of burial. And it wasn't even just the bodies that had met gruesome ends from the fall, but those who had died against the earthbenders. If I had wondered what someone killed by earthbending would look like after the body got some time to decompose, then I had had that question well and truly answered before the cremating. On one hand, it was a gruesome sight, on the other, it was just the kind of thing my men needed to see to truly put their hearts into the fight. We'd captured about 46 members of Fong's camp. Some of them had even been non-combatants. Cooks and the like. Ordinarily, I would have been fine with integrating them into our forces or otherwise leaving them beyond to be someone else's problem, but just looking into their hard eyes told me all I needed to know. They had been hard men and women who would never have submitted to Fire Nation rule. To my rule. So, I had to deal with things in one way or another. Transporting them to Omasha would have been risky, but it seemed the only reasonable choice in the end. Making them someone else's problem was also appealing. But then the logistics of keeping dozens of earthbenders in line with my comparatively smaller force was impossible to work out. Sure, they had surrendered, but there was nothing stopping them from picking up arms and fighting again beyond their honor, and months on the front lines had taught me that Earth Kingdom soldiers did not have much honor in them. So I asked myself WWSD what would Sung do? And that gave me an idea. I could never order my soldiers to kill prisoners. It might have been permissible since we were at war, but the stain on my honor would never have washed off. It was not a price I could pay. So I never gave the order. I just hinted in conversations here and there that I would not mind it if the number of prisoners was drastically reduced. I never actually found out what happened to them. All I knew was that between those conversations and the day we were to leave, I heard nothing. And on that morning when I'd asked Maki to see to it that the prisoners were readied, she just lifted an eyebrow at me and asked, "What prisoners?" X. Eastwards, I noted. We continued east. The journey to BA-SI was going to be a long one, and every possible second would count, especially when I was certain that the defenses of the city would be prepared to resist us if we tarried. I was not going to assume that the city was as unprepared as it has ended up being in the cartoon show. There was nothing here that gave the impression, and considering that the Earth Kingdom military still hosted in this world, then they had to have some sort of presence in the city. Sure, they were disorganized, indisciplined and predisposed to failure, but that didn't make them a non-factor. In fact, the only reason I'd have an easy time with what I was doing was the presence of multiple Fire Nation armies in the Earth Kingdom's territories. They needed to have forces all over dedicated to stopping us on all fronts, and for a military force that was barely anything to write home about in the first place, it was proving to be a task too difficult to consider. So we'll get to Goling in about 2 weeks, and from there, we should have a pretty straight shot at BA-SI, Toji said as he rode by my side. I turned to him and lifted an eyebrow. 2 weeks? Where'd you get your math from? I've been looking at the maps. At our present speed, we'll take about 16 days to get there, hence 2 weeks. No, we won't. We'll only take a week at the very most. Do you plan to suddenly grant us the power of flight? The men might worship the very ground you walk on, but don't let that get to your head, Natsu, you aren't one, he said with a chuckle, almost like he found the very idea ridiculous. No. We're just going to take a straight path. A straight path? Yes. A straight path. From here to Jailing, I said while making a gesture with my hand like a missile traveling straight through the air. As the crow flies. A straight path crosses over the foggy swamp. So. It's going to be hell to go through. My boots are going to be soaked for days. Add to that the fact that the bloody cartographer himself lists the foggy swamp as an area to be avoided unless highly necessitated by the most precipitous of exigencies. He said, adopting his best impression of stuck-up lord at the last part of that to make it clear that he was quoting the map maker. I chuckled at the comedy of it all. Shiro the mapmaker might have been a once-in-a-generation talent who the Fire Nation had still never managed to replace even if he'd been dead for close to 3 decades now, but all that talent did nothing to hide his snobbish origins. Pretty certain he was a cousin of yours, I pointed out to Toji. Go back far enough and everyone is a cousin of mine one way or another, he replied with a shrug. We're still facing the swamp, so do get ready to get wet. Fuck. The difference between the foggy swamp and the rest of the surrounding earth was night and day. Perhaps that should have been the first sign that told us that this was not a regular fixture. Perhaps it should have been the first thing that pointed out just how fucked we were and just how much trouble we were about to be in. But it didn't. Nothing could have prepared us for what was coming, no matter how stubbornly I might have thought otherwise. We stopped at the edge of the swamp just as the sun was cresting the horizon. We set camp here tonight, I had told them before drifting towards my tent and falling asleep without a word to anyone or anything. It was when I fell asleep that the first sign that things were not as they were came to be. I still could not remember what she looked like. All I knew was that my every sleeping moment was haunted by the same woman. A woman who was my mother even though I could not see her face. I felt her hands trail across my skin and jolt me to wakefulness. Taking it as nothing but the dreams caused by a restless mind, I tried to go to bed again. Again and again. After the 4th time, I'd given up, and now here I was, sat around the fire with the men who were to keep watch over the camp while the rest of us slept. It was one thing I'd taken from the way Sung ran his army. He had multiple scouting detachments out at every sleeping or waking moment while still making sure that the most disciplined of men were assigned the duty of watching over the camp itself and ensuring that everything was in order. It had come about after the mountain had been able to slaughter all our scouts that night that felt like years ago and move in almost undetected. Now, they'd be here to both present some sort of first line of resistance to any attack as well as an emergency warning system to those sleeping. So General, sir. What do you think? One of them, Horokashi, turned to me to ask. I felt myself jolted into attention on hearing the title that I was forced to hear more than my own name these days. I racked my mind to try to find what they'd been talking about and thanked Agni that some part of me had been listening to it. I prefer my women tall and strong. The size of their breasts doesn't matter much to me. As long as they are beautiful enough, then I will be satisfied, I said in answer to the question. I watched as the men looked around themselves and then as coins swapped hands between Mori and Jinpi. What's that? I asked them. Just a bet. Mori thought you'd be the type to like women with small breasts, he said in reply. And why is that? I asked, genuinely intrigued. Well, if you look at all those noble type women, it's usually really small, so we thought it was a preference kind of thing. I see. I see your point. But it's probably that most nobles have other things in consideration when picking a spouse, that by the time the size of her chest comes up, there aren't even many suitable options in the first place, I said after stroking my chin in thought for a minute or two. It was a fair observation, and even as the military training urged me to demand they get back to work, I was enjoying the conversation around me too much to even consider ruining the fun. Other things. I can barely think of things more important than that, Jinpi commented, prompting the only woman in the lot to launch an elbow into his side. Oh, don't be like that, Tonfa, Mori said, stepping into his friend's defense. Tonfa is right, there's lots of things more important than a woman's chest. Her dowry, for one. Her family history, family fertility, number of firebenders in her family, personal firebending skill and potential, and more things. I said, to blank looks from those surrounding me. I agree with the first part of what you said, General, but I thought for sure you'd have mentioned her personality or something. Now I don't even know who is shallower between the two of you, Tonfa said, making those around her burst into laughter. We ended up spending the rest of the night cycling between topics as we spoke on all varieties of things. I learned about them, their lives, and their families, and was struck with the fact that I had been a very terrible leader. Before today, I hadn't even known their names. It had taken what was essentially a random nightmare for me to learn that Tonfa had only joined the army to avoid jail time for stealing bread from some army supply depot, or that Mori and Jinpi were cousins who had run away from inheriting a family farm to join the army and try to build a better life with their pay from here. Horokashi was the one with the most stereotypical reason. Just like me, his whole family had been in the army and had even served under the now-defunct Blasting Jelly Corps. Considering the man had lost his arm while arming an explosive made of the material that gave his corps its name and he'd been one of the lucky ones, it was no surprise that the corps did not exist anymore. The last of the group of 5, Kai, was the most interesting. He'd apparently been using firebending to entertain people at a market for pay and had run into Zhang Zhang, who had immediately sponsored him into the army. The fact that the both of us had Zhang Zhang in common was a common point of bonding, but I did make sure to say loudly and often how much I wanted to catch the man and toss him in prison for desertion. After the night came the morning, and with the morning came the need to face our next challenge, actually crossing the damned swamp. A/N, Chappy done. Chappy a bit choppy but say la vie. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 3rd of October, for the next chapter, or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 24. A/N. Yeah, this is coming ahead of schedule. A whole week and 1 day ahead of schedule even. Of course, we know that the normal release schedule here is once every 2 weeks, but with some space in my schedule, I should be able to upload the next chapter in 1 week, on the 3rd of October. You could skip the wait and read the next 2 and continuous updates on Patreon right now. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. The first steps came easily enough. The next few after them, however, were tedious, messy, and difficult. It felt like with every step, his ostrich horse would find itself caught in something, and then he'd have time to slow down to remove whatever reed or vine or greeny obstruction hard hindered his movements before continuing on. If it were just him with the difficulties, then perhaps his displeasure would have taken a while to hit the tipping point. He had patience for days, after all. But it was not just him. He had to deal with muttered complaints from thousands of men at the same time as they all tried to make their way through. In the first few minutes of entering the swamp, whatever they had that seemed to even resemble an organized movement had been washed away, leaving rank chaos in its wake. The caravans had already broken down in 15 minutes of entering, and then they'd had to slow down to allow some men fix the wheels before they could keep going. 30 frustrated minutes in and he'd had enough. Dismount. Dismount, damn you all. We continue on foot. Guide your ostrich horses by the reins and try to avoid us getting caught up even further in this mess, he said this time, and his orders were heeded quickly. Abashed, he released that he had not said his orders, but screamed them. Not even an hour in, and the swamp was already beginning to get to me. I don't want to hear it, I snarled at Toji as he stepped right next to me. Yeah, I have the good sense to save I told you so's for after we get out of this mess. I just wanted to tell you that 2 of the caravans have broken down again. He wanted to scream. Wisely, Toji stepped backwards, but he did not lash out in his anger. He allowed it to flow through him and then released it from his nose in the form of steam. He felt calmer. Cooler and calmer. He wiped off a line of sweat from his forehead. The humidity of the damn swamp wasn't doing them any favors either. In the plains, they had the benefit of a cool land breeze to help them weather the beating of the sun, but here there was nothing. He couldn't even gain the pleasure of the sun beating down on him because the damned foliage canopy was in the way. When his fingers left his head, he saw her. Not even her. Just her hair flowing around the tree as she darted behind it and began to move. Hey you, stop there, he shouted and began to move after her. Lost in his chase, he ignored Toji's attempts to call out at him. He ran deeper into the swamp, searching her out. She surely had something to do with this, he knew. Perhaps a spirit, maybe the face stealer or something like that. A spirit that had plagued his sleep and was now plaguing his campaign. All he had to do was reach it, he thought. He stared down at his fist and nodded. He remembered the show. Humans had received bending to allow them to fight spirits on an even footing. That meant bending could hurt them, and when it came to making things hurt, there was no element better than fire. And when it came to firebending, there were few better than he was. It was not a boast. No longer bogged down by his mount, he practically flew through the swamp's foliage. He ran across a wide vine that ran through a small pond's worth of water, and then jumped the rest of the distance to land on the ground before jetting off again. Spotting a loose vine attached to a tree, he ran almost vertically across another tree before jumping and grabbing a hold of the vine before swinging with it across a dozen feet before he landed on the ground. Again, he could just make out the back of the woman he was chasing as she banked left. He followed, turning left on a dime. Only his continued flexibility and dance training prevented him from spraining his ankles with the movement. Finding no easy path after her, he ran along one tree before reaching its first branch and then running along that until he landed on the next branch of the next tree, and so on. Now, he could make her out as she ran across the ground. He smiled on sighting his prey. This was finally over. He ran the last few feet of the branch he was on before he jumped and boosted his flight with his firebending. She never even managed to react in time until he had landed right on top of her. And then as he reached down at her, the body beneath him disappeared. Looking around himself as he stood up, he realized that he'd somehow managed to head himself totally and completely lost chasing this damned thing down. Fuck. He screamed to the heavens. This time, he did not even bother with resisting the urge or trying to find a more healthy outlet for his frustrations. Fuck, he screamed again, realizing how good it felt. To just let loose with no restraint and caution. He didn't have men here that he needed to see him as anything more than a kid who'd gotten over his head. He didn't need to be anything for anyone for perhaps the first time in his life. Fuck, he shouted, and this time, he could not help himself. He fell down on his arse and began to laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. What did it say about him that he felt like he'd found himself the most while being lost from anything and everything that mattered? Surely, your grandfather raised you with better language than that, Natsu my love. The voice cut through his laughter like a knife through butter, and he whirled around in shock to look at the person who'd addressed him. Mom? He asked instinctively on seeing the face he'd only ever got to see in portraits at home. Portraits that he'd lost access to after he moved out. My sweet sweet boy, she said, in way of greeting, taking a step forward. No. This couldn't be her. She was dead. I lifted my fists in her direction. Don't come in any closer, I said, cursing myself for the stutter. It was a legacy of my old life that I was sure I had left behind, so why was it rearing its ugly head right now of all times? You have nothing to fear from me, my son. My love. My boy. She stepped closer still. The voice in my head urged me to attack. To do something, attack her or run. But it was screaming at me to not let her get close. Maybe it was the tiredness that came from lack of sleep, maybe it was the swamp, maybe it was a million different things, but I did not move a single step as she covered the distance between us and then grabbed onto my face. My sweet summer boy, Natsu. You have been so very brave. So strong. So strong without your mother. You can rest now, she said as she took me in a hug. How is this possible? I found my voice, and muttered into her shoulder. The foggy swamps are a very spiritually charged environment, my son. Here, spirits that have lingered close to the veil between worlds can cross over if someone from this side pulls them over. You pulled me here, Natsu. You wanted me here, my love, my boy. But how? You're lost, my boy. You've lost your way. I have. But rest now. Mommy is here. You don't have to fight anymore. I don't have to fight anymore, I said, and then I felt myself freeze. I like fighting, I said this time. What? I like fighting. It's the only damned here that matters. It makes me feel alive, real, makes my actions matter. I said. It felt like I was talking to myself, and that was the truth. I felt myself as I was being enclosed in the vines of the tree and tried moving my limbs only to find that they weren't responsive. They were bound pretty tightly, but my head wasn't. I took a deep breath in, and I bathed the vine that was forming around me in fire. I turned my head, and allowed the fire to spread all around me until every bit of green around me was ablaze. I fell to the water below with a splash and just sat there for a second, breathing heavily. I'd come close to dying just now, I knew. If that spirit had taken me, then that would have been it for me. Stupid. So fucking stupid. I cursed at myself even more intently as I scrambled out of the water. Where were my men? Toji? Maki? There was a spirit in this swamp, and I'd left them chasing after the damn thing. XXXXXX. I found Toji slashing and stabbing at vines as they tried to reach out for him. Maki was already nearly fully covered, and several of my troops were in even worse positions. I announced my presence with a sweeping arc of fire that cut through several of the vines reaching for Toji even as it cut half of those holding Maki in her position. Burn it all. Burn the whole fucking swamp, I shouted at no one in particular as I landed and began to do just that. Wide, sweeping arcs and fire blasts left my arms and legs as I danced around whatever vines managed to reach out for me. This spirit was powerful, but something told me that it drew its power from the swamp itself, and that was what I attacked. Those around me followed my lead without question. Even though I'd essentially abandoned them, they were still willing to follow my command. I silently promised myself that this would be the last time I would prove myself unworthy of their loyalty. The foggy swamps were a staple of the Earth Kingdom's geography, standing as long as the famous Si Wong Desert and being just as relevant, but even as great as it was, there was little it could do in the face of over 1,000 firebenders unleashing their wrath at the same time. This was unlike any of the previous burnings I'd witnessed when we had to clear out forests or sections of forests for logistical advantages. Those had been organized affairs which were strictly monitored to prevent uncontrolled forest fires. This was the exact opposite of that. We burned, and we did it indiscriminately, and fire did what it did best, it spread. We moved through the entire thing, setting every single bit of greenery on fire as we walked through. If we were anything less than a Fire Nation army battalion, we might have found ourselves in some serious trouble with all the burning we were doing, but we were well placed, and even better equipped to deal with the effects of our own fires. It took what felt like hours to run through half of the entire swamp and raze it down to the ground. In the time since my first anger-driven command, we had settled into some sort of organized system. The army moved in several rotating circles with a shuffled series of firebenders at the circumference of each circle to do the burning. The non-benders, few as they were in my division, stood at the center of the circle, and helped to direct the firebenders and keep them on task. The healers managed the rotation, keeping a careful gaze on each bender and swapping those who were tired out before they flagged and fell to exhaustion. Maki out. Natsu Inamara commanded with a noticeable edge in her voice. She was not a fan of this indiscriminate destruction. But just as I knew the sun would rise in the east tomorrow, I knew she would do as she was told. Her loyalty was beyond reproach. I took Maki's place and began sending the sweeping arcs of fire forwards as we came towards the massive tree at the center of the swamp. This was the center of the swamp, I knew. And burning the tree was sure to destroy whatever the fuck that spirit had been. That spirit that had been bold enough to use my mother's face in its sick game. Aim at the tree, I commanded, forcing my voice louder than ever so I could be heard above the roar of the flames. I took a stance and sent my most powerful stream of flames at the tree. And then suddenly, there was a wall of water covering the tree from all sides. Our flames washed against the water, quickly beginning to boil some of it. Hold, I commanded, but it seemed those towards the east had either failed to hear me or hadn't the endurance to keep their streams going on for long. Once the fire to the east shut off, the entire arc of boiling water was sent streaming right at me in my position. I felt my life flash before my eyes before the water suddenly parted before me like a scene out of the fucking Bible and crashed down around me. I looked at Amara, and found that she'd lifted both hands with a look of concentration around her face. I couldn't keep much of my attention on her, and it was snatched by the screaming from all around me as the men without a water-bending healer in their midst were forced to take the full brunt of the boiling water attack. Leave this hallowed grounds, and never return, firebenders. The tree's massive vines parted to reveal an eclectic group of humans. Waterbenders, I deduced. The foggy swamp tribe, to be precise. There were about 200 of them, I estimated as my mind began to form plans. And why the hell would we do that? We outnumber you, quite overwhelmingly. In fact, Shin began. I allowed the arsehole hold their attention by being himself as I began to think of a way to deal with his without losing a good portion of my men. We weren't in the best of conditions for facing down skilled waterbenders, knee-deep in the substance as we were. We also weren't rested, or even mentally prepared for this kind of resistance. Your numbers mean little. We are the foggy swamp tribe. The great swamp spirit herself is on our side, and she has commanded you to return from whence you came, or find your lives turned to nutrients for the swamp. The great swamp spirit? You are clearly insane, and I demand to speak to someone with some control over their faculties. Oh, bless your heart, Shin. I subtly adjusted, moving away from the water to stand on one of the upraised roots along the ground. I watched Toji as he did the same. Your arrogance will be your downfall, Firebender the chief, or at least the one I suspected to be the chief, spoke with a sense of finality. Before we begin, I have a quick question. This great swamp spirit of yours. What is it? A good question. I will enlighten you so you understand what you face. The great swamp spirit is the spirit of this very swamp. She is the one who gives us our power to bend water within the swamp here and has guided our people for millennia. Perfect. Now, do all of you talk to her. As the chieftain, I am the great swamp spirit's envoy. Her voice on this plane. What is the purpose of these questions? Nothing much. Just wanted to know which one of you would be the first to die. What? The confused expression would be destined to be frozen on his face for eternity as I sent him flying to the ether with a single bolt of lightning. I reached down to blow at my smoking fingers as I relaxed the stance I'd assumed in a second. Anyone else? I asked with a smirk that I really wasn't feeling. Regardless of whether I was in it or not, I still ran down the length of the route and jumped onto another and then another in quick succession as I worked to close the distance between the water benders and I. Large, sweeping attacks would not work if we were in their midst, I calculated. I spun into a backflip that took me right over a cutting scythe of water. The rush of water aimed at my midsection was met with the hottest flames I could muster on short notice that evaporated the whole thing into steam before it could hit. And then I was among them. What I'd realized in the first few seconds of this fight proved true. The way they'd frozen with the death of their chief. The way they, even now, hesitated as they tried to figure out what to do next. These people, they weren't fighters. Not truly. That was why I felt no pleasure as I leaned out of the way of a sloppy punch and retaliated with another that sent my opponent flying into the distance with a crushed ribcage. It was why I heard no drums in my ears as I forced myself into a split to dodge two attacks from opposite directions and retaliated with a wide sweeping arc of flame that cut two down at the knees and forced another backwards. Their lack of experience was why they turned all their attention to me, who was among them, and paid no attention to Toji until he'd landed with a spear right in the neck of one of the older-looking women. It was why their ice shields were too brittle to stave off the knives that tore through them and a bit into their necks. It was why, with one blast, Maki had torn their entire group asunder, and given Shin the space to jump in with his own powerful sweeping arcs. It was why in the face of organized resistance, the quality of which they'd never expected, they began to surrender. The first one to raise their hands in that motion had done it too late, and I'd stabbed a hand through the left side of his chest before I even recognized the motion for what it was. The next, made sure to accompany their actions with the right words. In one fell swoop, whatever resistance they'd sought to muster was dead and buried, and they'd surrendered. It was a victory. Undoubtedly so. The kind of victory that could earn me a commendation. Uprooting a secret water tribe and defeating and capturing them all in one fell swoop was a victory worthy of a tapestry. Then why did it taste like ash in my mouth? Maybe it was because I'd heard nothing since this fight began apart from the wails of the woman who had stood by the chief's side after his body had fallen over right in front of her. A/N, will Natsu become a better person after this? Of course not, growth is never so linear. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 3rd of October, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next two, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 25. A/N Yet, this is coming behind schedule. 2 days behind schedule, in fact. Why? Because I actually forgot that I promised to update ahead of the regular 2-week update cycle this week. Just got reminded by one of my patrons, so here I am with it. Next chapter will take the full scheduled 2 weeks, so expect it on Thursday, the October 17th. You could skip the wait and read the next 2 and continuous updates on Patreon right now. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Don't do it were the first words she said as she walked up to him. He stared her down, but she did not even flinch as she met his eyes. He sighed. Reached up to pinch the bridge of his nose. He wanted to ignore her and just do as he wished, but this woman had saved his life. She was more important to his war effort than 99% of his army on an individual level. The only person other than himself who was more mission critical than Amara was Maki herself. Even Toji would fall to the wayside when compared to the value of the waterbender healer. A value she'd shown by saving quite a few of his men from certain death. I have no idea what you're talking about. He tried to avoid the entire conversation in the first place. Don't play me for a fool, Natsu. I know what exactly happened to Fang's men. I know what you'll allow the men to do to these waterbenders the second we leave this accursed swamp, she accused, and he shrugged her words off. It was a question he'd been considering already. What to do with the captured benders? This was not as easy as with Fong, where they'd all been Earth Kingdom army soldiers. It also wasn't as easy as with any other village for the simple reason that they could not leave them here. It would be foolish to leave an enemy to his back, and especially one that was made up of benders as endangered as water benders. What happened to Fong's men will not happen to these people. I promise you that, Amara. That's not enough. I need to know what you plan to do with them, she probed again, and he buried the urge to send a blast of fire in her direction. So many questions. So many fucking questions. Everyone had a question about every fucking thing, and it was like they did not realize that he was just as they were. Just as human. Just as flawed, and just as fucking clueless. He had no idea what he was going to do to them. But he also couldn't say that. He was the general. In charge. In command. It was his duty to decide what happened here, and he could not fail in that much. When we arrive at Jailing, word will be sent to the Fire Nation Command as to what we have discovered here, and they will decide our next steps regarding these people. But if you want them to make it all the way there, then you will play your role. What role? Divine the waterbenders among them. Point them out. See to it that the men break both their arms. What? She screamed at his words. Amara, this is a battle camp, this is a division of the Fire Nation Army. Every single piece of our camp is mission critical. Every body we lose to attempted escapes is one less that will be jumping over the walls of Jailing in 2 days. Every man we have to dedicate to guarding these folk is one less for absorbing and deflecting fire from Earth Kingdom catapults. The truth of the matter is that we cannot spare the men. If you don't want these people dead, then you will do this. You could heal them in minutes, could you not? See to it that each break is as clean as possible. Just a little bit of pain to keep their lives intact. Worth it, right? As he spoke, he stepped closer and closer to her until he was moving her hair away from her face and wiping the few drops of tears that had fallen down her cheeks with his thumb. This is for their own good, he said to her, making sure to emphasize the words and let them sink in. She nodded at his words. He nodded at her, and then took his hand back before turning towards the tree as it was being searched by his troops for anything of use or value. Give that to Toji, he said as one man began walking towards him with a ceremonial bow and a quiver of arrows in his hands. The man nodded and smoothly moved towards his second in command. When the tree was searched and stripped of everything of value, he and his men opened fire once again. This time, there was no protection for the tree as it caught on fire and began to burn. They stepped past the still burning tree, ignoring the wails from their prisoners at seeing their home so casually put to the torch, and moved on to the second half of the swamp. With the giant tree on fire, there was precious little burning that still had to be done, so they covered the distance in only a few hours and then found themselves at the other side. When he turned around, it was clear that the foggy swamp would never exist again. Juxtaposing this sight, and the sight of the once mighty swamp he'd dared enter into almost a day ago, felt like comparing the moon and the sun. They were polar opposites. We'll make camp here. Standard scouting procedures. Make sure we don't get ambushed. He ordered Toji and then began working to set up his own tent. For the road, he'd abandoned Sung's practice of having a command tent since it was too much effort to set up and took too long to pack up. He preferred quick starts and stops, so he favored the same tent he'd used when he'd been a mere captain. He chuckled at that. It made it seem like his introduction into the army had been a lifetime ago. Every so often, it felt that way, to be honest. Like who he had been at the academy, and who he was now were thoroughly different people even with less than a year between them. Part of me doesn't even want to ask if you have a plan for Jailing. Toji said, moving his ostrich horse to my side as we rode down the distance that separated us and the Earth Kingdom city. To be honest, part of me didn't even want to think about it. My plan making so far hadn't been the nest of things after that mess up in the swamp. Losing a fourth of my men to long-term injuries or death while trying to cross a swamp of all things was probably going to kill a lot of the goodwill I'd been building at Central Command. Of course, there was the thought of not reporting casualties until after we had taken Jailing, and then reporting everything as a lump sum. It was the kind of smart accounting that I would have derided when I was younger. One's failings and successes should be equally regarded as learning opportunities, I'd thought, and while I still agreed with that and even had a bias towards failure for the successes therein, using something as a learning opportunity and allowing it to derail your career were two different things. Two fucking different things. Would a direct storming of the wall be unconscionable? I asked Toji with an assessing look at the city's wall in the distance. We were still 2 hours or so away, but I was sure that by now word of our presence here had spread thoroughly. After this, I knew the Earth Kingdom military would be able to ignore me no further, and that meant I should probably be trying to minimize casualties. On the other hand, I didn't have the equipment for a long siege against earthbenders with a wall in front of them. If the kingdom's military met us here in the middle of a siege, then I had little hope of anything other than a quick death for me and my troops. Looks strong, but I bet I can go over. So could you. Maybe another 200 of the soldiers could make it across in time to be useful. How many do you think they have over there? At most? 1,000. It's a big city, but it's no Omashu. We've also never really taken them before and been content to just ignore and march around them, so they probably don't have any experience against Fire Nation aggression, I said, beginning to come to terms with what I was about to order. A good portion of those who made it over the wall first would die. I'd be there leading the charge, but even the Dragon of the West lost men when he fought, and I doubted I was as good a fighter as the mythical General Iroh in his prime. I think we could do it, Toji agreed, also realizing what I was planning. Good. We march there. We set up camp like we're going for a siege and strike by noon tomorrow, I said in reply to him. Well, let's go get ready to kill ourselves some earthbenders. At least these ones will be able to fight back, he said, and I nodded. Just like me, he wasn't completely comfortable with what we'd done at the swamp. Those people. They hadn't been fighters. They didn't sign up for this. And yet, I'd killed and captured them all the same. Of course, the preparations turned out to be moot. They arrived at the walls of Jailing. They sat down and began to form their camp in preparation for a bloody storming of the walls after a brief night's rest and some hours of strategizing. They had no useful maps of the city's interior to speak of, but that was an inconvenience, not the death blow that it would have been if it had been Omashu they were preparing to storm. Jailing was not a massive city. Some things would just reveal themselves in time, or with common sense. Like how it didn't take much thinking to suss out that the large tower that stuck out above the walls from the middle of the village was the city's command center and central administrative building, so it would be one of the places they took first. It all ended up not mattering one whit as the city's gates opened and a soiree of men poked out before riding towards them. 17 men in all, he counted. Toji had already moved to stand next to him in case this was truly a trap or assassination attempt. He shot his friend an annoyed look at that. He could take care of himself. All he received in turn was a shrug of his shoulders, as Toji did not really care how he felt on the matter. Maki herself had already taken her position at his other side. As they got closer, it became clear what they were supposed to be. They stopped at half the considerable distance between the Fire Nation camp and Jailing, and one of them dismounted his horse to stab a pole into the ground, another moved next to him with a white piece of cloth, and in a matter of seconds, all 17 of the Earth Kingdom nationals were stood behind a peace flag that blew in the wind. He looked at Toji, and his friend shrugged, not sure what to do either. XXXX. Okay, who are you and what do you want? He chose to be the one to start the negotiations, seizing power from the beginning. I am Kinvara, the 7th mayor of the city of Jailing. With me are several of my advisors and counselors. And who are you? Nuh-uh. My question had two parts. What do you want? Ideally, we want you out of our city's territory, but we understand that might be a tall ask. Instead, we seek a peaceful resolution to this conflict. Jailing surrenders, he said, stunning my half of the negotiation group. Even I found myself speechless at his words. Surrender? Just like that? Surrender wasn't new to me, but that only happened in weaker towns that lacked walls and fighting men. Jailing did not seem to be lacking in either. Why? I asked. Why? Surely, you are not a parrot, Mayor. You heard my questions. Now answer them. We don't have the fighting men to oppose you. We have seen what remains of the foggy swamp and shudder at the thought of a similar fate befalling our homes and our peoples. So we have decided to submit ourselves to your mercy with a quick surrender and hope that you will leave us in peace, he said, and I nodded at his words, feeling the honesty within them. Well, if that is so, then kneel. I commanded, noting with pleasure that it only took the mayor and those with him a few seconds to accede to my command. I, Major General Natsu of the 1st Battalion of the Fire Nation Army, do hereby accept your surrender and pledge to protect your peoples and properties as if they were my own, as you yourselves now are. Welcome to the Fire Nation, Kinvara, I said with a serious tone that belied the smile on my face. The reminder of the foggy swamp was not the best of things, but taking city this big without any men lost would be one hell of a coup. The kind of coup that got promotions. I'd never forgotten my basic goal of becoming a general in time to prevent the Fire Nation from losing the 100-year war. And now the only thing standing in the way of that was the grandest jewel of the Earth Kingdom, Ba Sing Se herself. I'd take her. I knew I would. Now I just had to write command of this victory and request further reinforcements if I were to be marching on the three-walled city. Sure, there were a few settlements between me and her, but I will be taking over your administrative quarters, I told the mayor. Ready the city for my entrance, I said, feeling a million thoughts run through my head at the same time. The camp took the news that we would not have to assault the city very well. Almost too well, in fact. I stared at all of them in suspicion for a while, wondering if I'd been given an army of cowards without ever noticing. Of course, my thoughts were turned to more useful endeavors in no time. The gates of the city would be opened for us by noon, and we were to ride into the city. It was an opportunity for a trap to her pulled, Toji had pointed out, and I agreed. It would give them a chance to betray us, but I judged the risk to be worth it. It was worth it because even if we were betrayed, then it just meant we'd have to do what we came here to do, and even then, with the advantages of already being within their walls and not having to worry about taking said walls. If the fools were daft enough to invite firebenders into their home with intention to betray, then we'd show them why the Fire Nation army was the greatest singular military force on the planet. I made sure my soldiers were ready in case it did happen, and I myself rode at the tip of the spear, ready to cut down any earthbender who tried to betray my trust at this moment. Toji and Maki rode side by side behind me. And behind them were Shin, Amara, and Tall. We rode into the city like that, and noted the way the civilians all got onto their knees as we passed. Good. A truly subjugated force. XXXXXXXX. You could be out there with them, you know? No one would begrudge you a night of pleasure. Amara was the one who said this as she strolled into my office. Even though she said the words with a casual tone, there was recrimination in her voice. I sat in the central office of the mayor's building, writing letter after letter, requesting this or that from the high command while updating the other battalions of my progress and movements. The hawks would fly in the cover of the dark, so I had to be sure to complete the letters before I went to bed. Outside, there raged a party. Someone had started a bonfire. There was wine aplenty as I forbade drinking during the march, and they'd somehow convinced the locals to join in on the partying. My duties do not permit me such opportunities. And my personal moralities mean I abstain from such pleasures, I said in reply to her testing words. Personal morality? I never knew you had such. What do you want, Amara? So you know what they're doing is wrong? She asked, voice beginning to rise. No one is being raped, I pointed out tersely, feeling my irritation rise to match her own. But your mind wasted no time in going there, did it? It might not be rape, but it certainly does smell like it, she replied. And what do you expect me to do about it? I made my rules. None of them are being broken. The women there, they're not being forced to stay. If any man raises a hand at any of them, I'd be the first to cut that hand, but that isn't what's happening. No, instead the women are being asked out of their homes by armed soldiers who make no threats beyond the threat that is unspoken in their very presence. That is enough, Amara. I have greater problems to deal with. But... Get out, I said finally, and she humped before twirling around and slamming the door behind her. I sighed, feeling as much disappointment in myself as I did anger in her. I was finally a popular leader with the troops. I could not risk it by outlawing something that most in my position would have never even had a problem with. It was the curse of leadership. There was a time to take a stand and a time to stand aside. This was the latter. I sighed and signed off the last letter before placing it on the out tray for the orderlies to deal with while I retreated to the bedroom I had set aside for my own use. A/N, breathe. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 17th of October, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next two, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between pa and trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 26. A/N 4 days ahead of schedule this time, guys. Be pleased, and do give me applause if you love it. Next chapter will take the full scheduled 2 weeks, so expect it on Thursday, the October 31st. You could skip the wait and read the next two and continuous updates on Patreon right now. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between pa and trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Note, please do subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly, instead of the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. XXXXXXXX. The Boulder. The Boulder is not the biggest fan of this plan, he said, making sure to get his objections heard before they all ended up killed at the end of the day. Gecko, as always, was silent. So were the Gopher and Headhunter. Cowards the lot of them were. I agree. He killed King Bumi himself. I don't think we can do this, Lin said, and the Boulder made sure to nod his thanks at the man who constantly took defeat after defeat to hype the crowd up. The Boulder could appreciate a good performer, and the self-styled Fire Nation man was one of the best in the business. Shut your mouths, Xin Fu said, the greedy fool. We have lured him and his army in. The mayor has plied them with alcohol and women. By nightfall, he will be completely exhausted and asleep. All we have to do is use already existing tunnels to infiltrate the place and capture him. Once we have him, we negotiate with his army his freedom for their lives. The man explained like it was so easy. Like the Fire Nation army were well known for their mercy and their ability to stick to their word. Like they would not just sooner set fire to the entire city and sift through the ashes to find their leader. This plan will work. And you will be hailed as heroes for this success. Each of you will receive your weight in gold, a voice said, reminding him that they were not alone here. Lao Bafong stepped into the spotlight with an easy smile on his face. The boulder knew his kind well. Hated them. His former employer had been just like this. Too cunning for his own good and sure that his money would save him from whatever situation he went and got himself involved in. Of course, that had turned out to be far from the truth. The man had failed to learn the lesson before he died, and the boulder was beginning to get the feeling that a similar fate would befall Lao Bafong. There are 8 of you here. 8 of the strongest earthbenders in the whole Earth Kingdom gathered to take out one man while he sleeps. Surely this is not an impossible task to ask of you. The mayor was the one who spoke now. Earth Rumble wrestling was supposed to be illegal within jailing, so it itched at his senses, being so close to the foremost legal authority in the city, but neither Xianfu nor any of the real veterans seemed to care. Of course he was in on it. Let's just get it over with. Where are the chains? Gecko finally asked in that deep baritone of his. XXXXXXXXX. Night gathered, and so their mission began. They fluttered from shadow to shadow until they were outside the mayor's office. From there, they followed the map given to them to the hidden tunnel. The boulder figured that this tunnel would be closed and redrawn after they succeeded here today, but that was none of his concern. They followed the path in the darkness, trusting their hearing and sense of touch to guide them through until they could reach their destination, the room they were assured that the Fire Nation general was sleeping in. Gecko was the first to go in. Headhunter followed afterwards, and once the rest had gone in, the boulder brought up the rear and closed the tunnel behind him. First things first was putting the general out. He was pleased to see the poison dart already sticking out of the man's neck, so it was smooth sailing from here on. Or at least it was supposed to be. They removed the covers, and the boulder felt the urge to gasp at just how young the boy was. Not even in his second decade, and already a murderer known all across the world. What was it with children of this generation and being insanely overpowered? It reminded him a lot of that new blind bandit kid that was rising up the ranks and taking down people with no delay. He was expected to face her in a few months to ride out the tension, but he was already beginning to see that she would be more of a challenge than previously calculated. Sharply, he shook his head as his turn arrived, and he moved to bind the boy's arms together. The chains continued downwards, connected by a single length to another set of cuffs that Headhunter used in binding his feet together. Having secured him, they moved to pick him up and begin their exit. Of course, that was when the wrench in their wheels appeared. She slammed the door open with none of the respect that one would have expected for a commanding officer's personal chambers. Natsuyu said. The brown-skinned woman with long hair froze as she looked at them. He was ashamed to admit that he also froze on looking at her. His life seemed to flash before his eyes, as he had no illusions that they would be making any sort of escape if the alarm was sounded at this moment. The mayor would disavow them in a blink. As you were, then. I saw nothing, she said, turning around and closing the door. Gecko turned to him. He shrugged. Xianfu just clicked his teeth and opened up the tunnel again, and so they began their retreat. This time, they could not move as quickly, trying to avoid jostling their hostage too much. It was a powerful sedative, but they had already been warned that firebenders tended to have a higher resistance to poisons than others, and this was one of the most powerful of his kind, so he could wake up at any time. They followed the bending and winding route, covering the distance until they reached the exit. The boulder breathed a sigh of relief at the way the fresh air felt across his skin as they entered the next stage of their plan, escaping the compound without being caught by the partying Fire Nation. It seemed to be going well, Gecko and Headhunter acting as scouts, while the rest of them crawled across wide spaces as soon as they gave the all clear. Of course, it could not last forever, as only Lin's reflexes saved his life. The self-styled Fire Nation man pushed him out of the way of a spear that landed right where he had been standing. He traced the man who had tossed the spear to the far end of the compound. Quite a distance away from them. The fact that he had even been able to toss the spear with enough strength to bury it into the ground from that distance was already a bad sign. The fact that he was running at them so quickly that the boulder was struggling to follow was another bad sign. Pulling on that power in his gut, he stomped his foot into the ground and forced the earth to bend, shifting the ground behind them into a very loose mud that was guaranteed to slow that one down for a bit. And then next, he lifted a massive wall of pure stone behind them. Turning back around, he was unsurprised that the others had kept moving. He ran even faster to catch up to them. The alarm within the compound had already been sourced, so there was no need for stealth. They just had to be quick enough to make it out and into the city's wider tunnel system, where there was virtually no chance of them being located by this lot. Of course, he still had fears about what would happen even if they did manage to succeed with the kidnapping, but he shut off that part of his brain since it was offering little in the way of useful help right now. With the firebender on his shoulder, Xianfu struggled to move as quickly as the rest, and they were being forced to slow down for his benefit more often than not. The alleyway they could disappear down was only a few meters away, but they were quickly beginning to be surrounded by firebenders in all directions. Give him to me, he said, and Xianfu wasted no time to toss the limp body over in his direction. Stronger than the old man by quite some margin, the boulder was able to handle the firebender's heft with ease. Skinny little bugger, isn't he? A warm one as well, he thought to himself with a chuckle as they ran across the straightaway. They were going to make it, he thought. So focused on the glimmer of victory, he was that he never even noticed the body on his shoulders heating up every few seconds. He never noticed it until the body got to the level where it hot to touch, and just like a child who had picked something hot up, his body obeyed his instincts without thinking, and he dropped the package. All their eyes snapped down to their intended victim, and the boulder could have sworn that they all sucked in a collective breath once his eyes snapped open and those coal black orbs regarded them almost absently. He struggled to narrate what happened next. In a second, Gecko was on the floor and their victim had a chained foot on his colleague's neck. How? Xianfu moved quickly, trying to close the distance between them. He wasn't fast enough. The Firebender general turned away from him and instead jumped over Headhunter's attempt to trip him up. It was a smooth backflip, the kind of thing that defied gravity with the chain on him. At the apex of his flip, he seemed to stop, hands on Headhunter's shoulders. In seconds, those same hands had moved in such a way that the chain was pressed against his colleague's neck. When the general landed on his feet, Headhunter slammed into the floor a second earlier. He rolled to the side to avoid a boulder sent at his head, and that was the boulder's own reminder to move, but just as he took his eyes off the man for a second to force the earth to move, the man was at his side in that second. The heat on his throat gave him no illusions as to what was going on. Perhaps seeing his chances of escaping this alive dwindling in the sunlight, Lin began to run. The Fire Nation man fled the kingdom he was paid handsomely to pretend to support, and this general allowed it with an amused chuckle. Xianfu was a different sort of man. A harder one. That's why he did not flee. That was why a spear of pure stone flew at the boulder's position and he knew precisely what was being asked of him. Stay still and this will pass through you and kill the man behind you, the attack almost seemed to whisper. But he had not survived this long by making sacrificial plays. His hand moved while being careful to keep the rest of his body still. Still enough that the Fire Nation man at his back would not think him a threat. The spear shattered against his fist as he brought his own power to bear and forced the earth to bear. How interesting, he heard whispered against his ear, and then a kick to the back of his knee forced him to bend before he felt 2 fingers against his neck. And then unconsciousness. XXXXXXXXXX Natsu. The last one did not put up too much of a fight, even as chained up as I was. When my army finally managed to catch up, it was with Toji at the helm, and to the side of me slumped against the piled up bodies of 3 unconscious men and 1 dead one. The split second I'd woken up after that dart had been shot into me had proven to be their undoing. It hadn't taken much to tell that I'd been poisoned, and it also hadn't taken much to know what to do. My many times great-grandfather had married a woman with a penchant for poisoning after all. He'd done it to claim her family lands and wealth, so he ate every meal with the expectation that it had been poisoned. That expectation was valid on more than one occasion. That led him to developing one of the most interesting fire-bending techniques that I had come across from my ancestors. He called it overheating. By forcing our internal fire to burn hotter while never giving it an outlet, we could make it flow around our bodies. That technique served as the basis of my enhanced strength and speed techniques to a large extent, but using it to get rid of poison was a whole different ballgame. An exhausting ballgame as well. It felt like I had run a dozen marathons with boulders tied to each limb as I tried to take deep breaths and cool down naturally. XXXX. So what have you been able to find out? I asked Toji as I took a sip of the tea that Amara had so graciously made me to celebrate my almost capture and aid my recovery. She'd been worried when I explained the technique I'd used to survive the poisoning to her, but since there wasn't anything immediately wrong for her to point at and she didn't have the data on how overheating could affect children of Agni like myself, she had relented from her worry and prescribed a simple ice bath before bed, and now there was the cold tea she'd recommended. Not much. Also haven't been able to ask much as we've been spending the time keeping them unconscious until suitable accommodations can be found. He said. We have wooden carts, do we not? Sure, the ones we use for food and provisions. Add some chains and lock them in separate carts. Close enough that they'll be able to hear each other scream when the real fun starts, but not so close that they start talking and plan an escape. I told him, and he spent a second giving me a look to verify that I was being serious before he nodded and left the room. I hummed, focusing on my inner fire while I drank the tea. Another thing I'd noticed since waking up was that it felt like my fire came easier to me now. Maybe it is the practice of essentially dropping into a meditative state to overhear yesterday, but a fire had never felt so close to my skin before. It was like I could. With a thought, I'd breathed out a blast of fire from my lips. The dragon of the Wast was definitely going to have some competition coming his way. X. So who hired you? I asked, looking down at the muscular one. He was one of the last to be interrogated in this first round, and just like the others, he kept his lips sealed. I wondered how long this state of affairs would continue for. It turned out the answer to that one was not long. After the first set of questioning we returned to the first one. The one with the green mask and lithe frame. Step 1 was taking off the mask. Since I didn't have any members of the interrogation corps with me, It was up to Toji, Shin, and I to get information out of him. A matter that was causing no small amount of stress. My idea to burn them until they spoke had been tossed out almost immediately for being needlessly cruel. Toji's idea to play them against each other with mind games until someone spoke wasn't tossed out, but was placed on the back burner for later because Shin's assertion that he could get the information out of them with only a few minutes was too tempting not to try. So that was what led us here. Standing in front of a man while Shin knelt in front of him and dragged the blunt edge of a carving knife across his naked thigh. Even knowing what was going to happen did not prepare me for the screams when Shin made the first cut. He hadn't even asked a question yet. Who hired you? Shin finally asked after the man had begun to sob. The skin running from his knee to his pelvic area had 2 long smooth cuts running through. 2 cuts that stopped right at the edge of the most important limb that his men had. The mayor. The mayor, he said after keeping silent for a few minutes and making Shin pull the surface of the blade across his penis almost teasingly. Only the mayor? I need a list of everyone involved, I said. It was just him. Him and Bafong and Xianfu. But you already captured Xianfu. So what was your plan? This time, he did not even bother with trying to keep silent. We wanted to capture you and use you to blackmail your army into leaving. He explained, and I actually face-palmed. I knew the people of this kingdom were not the brightest, but what truly was going on in their brains? Hostage or not, the Fire Nation army would rather burn this city to the ground than do something as dishonorable as surrender and leave a village they'd already conquered. Whatever threat was placed on my life, they would be sure to double in the city's burning while they dedicated it all to Agni. In the end, we found that this one knew very little, so we moved on to Xianfu, the head of this ragtag group. He was a much harder nut to crack, but Shin's knife seemed to have the ability to ferret out all sorts of secrets. Unlike with the other guy, Shin hadn't been able to stop at just a few cuts into his thigh. The psychopath had actually used the knife to flay some skin off the other man's penis. The look Toji gave me while it happened made it clear that we were both going to be giving Shin a second look moving forwards. In the end, the information we received placed a lot of things into context and helped confirm the words of the first man. First of all, the mayor and Lao Bafong had indeed hatched the plan. But the plan had first of all been Lao's idea. It had also been in the works even from before we set camp at their walls and showed that the mayor had lied to us from the very beginning. A problematic situation. A very problematic situation indeed. A/N, here you go. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Thursday, the 31st of October, for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 27. A/N. Hey guys. So this one is coming a bit late. Good news is that real life stuff got in the way in the best of ways. I graduated from uni at the beginning of this week. This means I have a lot more time to dedicate to my writing, so I hope that translates to an uptick in quality. There's so much shit I want to explore and have fun with, and now I get to do that. As for this story, expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and REA the next 2 chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Note, please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. You could just ignore it, you know? No need to act. Their plan failed, leave it at that. Amara was the first to speak after I briefed what had become my command team with Sung's departure. They were basically the ones who had led the planning of Operation Firestorm that led to us taking Ba Sing Se, with the notable additions of Toji and Maki, who both got side looks but had nothing addressed to them. I was the leader now, and while these people were loyal to the Fire Nation just as I was, I could never avoid the risk that their primary loyalty had been to Sung, and not me. That was why I needed my friends around me. I could trust them, and they could trust me. I gave Shin a significant look at the word that had just left the waterbender's mouth, and I could practically feel the way he sighed internally. After questioning their motives and intentions, it was only normal for us to look into exactly how they had snuck in. And the fact that a member of my own army had spotted them making their way with me and not sounded the alarm was the kind of thing that had me feeling a bit unsafe in my position. Somewhat foolishly, I'd promised Shin not to act without thinking and giving him an opportunity to come to some defense for her. His arguments were good, not to disparage him or anything. He had made the very good point that she was a waterbender healer that had saved the lives of dozens, perhaps hundreds within this very camp. Losing her would lose me lives in both the short and long term. There was also the possibility of a mutiny, and I had heard the silent threat he'd made of joining the mutiny himself. It was not a threat that neither Toji nor I had appreciated, but one we had been forced to consider. In the end, she was too useful, had too much backing, and perhaps most importantly, I'd have to kill Admiral Ronsuk's son to get to her. Impossible. We will need to leave the city sooner or later, and leaving an enemy to our backs would be foolish. Shin shut down her idea and received a short nod from Toji that made him breathe easier than he had been. If the situation had not been so serious, it would have been comedic. The way Toji had practically become considered as an extension of my will. If only they knew how far that was from the truth. He obeyed when he wanted to, and threaded the line when he didn't want to. It was why instead of partying with the others, he'd been scouting the territory even despite me ordering him to take the night. Of course, that had saved my life. A fact he never hesitated to remind me of. Colonel Shin is right, and even regardless of that, we must be seen doing something. The men witnessed some of the attack. Even strict information control hasn't stopped word from spreading that the general was attacked by earthbenders. Sooner or later, the more zealous of them will begin attacking the civilians to show their loyalty or whatever you men call it, Maki pointed out, and I nodded at her words. Something had to be done. And it had to be seen done. The mayor has to go, that is beyond question. Now convince me on why Lao Bafong's head should not join his, I said to the room, taking a page from Sung's book and asking them to essentially play devil's advocate. XXXX. When Lin was the only one to return from the mission, and the fact that he was empty-handed told him all that he needed to know. The man's report had been useless in the end. A successful mission for the most part, and then the Fire Nation general waking up at the very worst moment and taking out 5 men even while having his hands and feet bound was the kind of mess that only he could find himself in. He'd attempted to hope that the men would not break under interrogation, or even that they would have ended up dead before being questioned. That hope also proved useless. He woke up one day to find that whatever guards he relied on had been discharged on the order of the general and replaced by firebending guards. It was obvious, the intention. He was going to be killed sooner or later. But the fact that it had not happened yet was giving him what he was ashamed to say was a feeling of hope in his chest. His attempts to send secret messages to Bafong, asking for a rescue, had so far proven unsuccessful. Well, either that or his oldest friend had abandoned him as a lost cause, and while both he and Lao had done the same to dozens of others, he refused to believe that the same could happen to him. They had schemed and plotted for decades to ascend. Lao on the merchant side, rising to become the richest man in Jailing, and he himself, rising to become the mayor, and thus the most powerful. They were closer than brothers. He would not be abandoned. No, it was clear that the Fire Nation general had co-opted his servants to his will, and they were redirecting his messages and pleas for help. They were all encoded so he had no risk of incriminating himself or Lao, but he'd nevertheless made the decision to stop. Stopping the letters meant boredom. Unofficial house arrest had left him with few things to do, except for thinking how the one they called the Thunderer would choose to kill him. Hello Mayor, he barely prevented himself from jumping out of his own skin with the surprise that shot through him. General Natsu. What do I owe the pleasure? He asked, barely remembering his manners and executing the proper bow. Every part of the young man's bearing screamed nobility. Even the hair that clearly longed for a haircut had been pulled into a neat ponytail that neatly framed the rest of his aristocratic features. High cheekbones, soft face, and eyes so black they seemed to suck in whatever light strayed too close to them. Just like when he saw him the first time, Kinvara felt nothing but hatred for this man. Oh come on. You know why I'm here. I received your gift a few nights ago, he said, making Kinvara smile easily as he slipped into a persona that he'd worn a million times before. I have no idea what you speak of, General. Major General. What? He asked, wondering what was going on. Your people keep calling me General. I am a mere Major General. That means I have 2 promotions left to secure the hallowed rank. Do you think they'll give me one when I send your head back home? I doubt a humble mayor from Jailing would matter much for such a purpose. Especially since I peacefully surrendered the city to you and have ceded all administrative authorities to you upon your arrival at the city, as I have no doubt you have reported back to your people. The hawks fly quite brilliantly, I must say. Such proud creatures. And yet, 5 men made an attempt on my life 2 days ago on your orders, he accused. Kinvara was no stranger to this game. Deny, and deny some more. What men? Why have I not heard of this? I am so sorry for the attack, General. I do hope you managed to avoid any harm from such dishonorable traitors. Rest assured, I gave no such orders and will, in fact, work with you most ardently to see these miserable rogues and their sponsors brought to justice, he said instantly. And yet, I find myself staring at one of those very sponsors. I assure you that you are mistaken, General. I would never attempt such. Did I not peacefully resign my positions to your rule and that of the Fire Nation? There is none in this city more loyal than I to your cause. My people already view me as a traitor for my surrender. Our fates are intertwined. He did his best to make sure no tells gave away his dishonesty even as he knew that he was done for. This was probably the last performance of his life, and for some reason the knowledge of that fact made him feel even more secure. He would die when this was done, for sure. But let none say he went without note. He'd perform so ardently that every man would doubt his guilt in the end. You're lying. You know you're lying. I know you're lying. The question you should probably be asking is why I have not killed you, the general said, lifting the heat of the building with his accursed firebending. Kinvara could see no outward signs of it, but he was no fool. The day had been pleasantly chill before his arrival, and now Kinvara was struggling to get cool air through his clothes and into the sweaty form beneath them. I am no fool, General. Kill me now and you will never have jailing. These people are my people. Their problems, my problems. They bent the knee to you because I told them to. You did not conquer this city, Thunderer. Sure, you have the military force to handle the city, but do you have the _time_. He pressed, relishing in the way the boy's eyes shifted. He was disciplined for one so young, but a player of the great game he was not. Kinvara lived, breathed and shat the game. He knew right then and there that his suspicions were valid. Time? I have all the time in the world. I have this city. I can take care of this city as I wish. Let your people rise. They will rise, and they will burn in short order, he riposted, but his heart wasn't in the threat. It was almost painfully obvious. Really? And then when are you going to get around to basing SE? He sang the last 3 words of the sentence, making sure the threat landed just the way he wanted it to. Of course, that proved to be a mistake. Kinvara had relaxed into the situation. He saw a verbal spar and began to feel at home. He forgot the first rule of the game: know your enemy. His seat went fling out from under him, and before he could process that, a hand had grabbed a hold of his head and slammed it into the table. Whatever temptation he felt to move dried up quickly as he felt the heat pressing down on his eyeball. How do you know about basing SE? The question made his bones vibrate, such was the way it was screamed from the general right into his ears. If it had not been so loud, he might not even have heard it over the sound of his heart beating in his ears. His life was flashing right before his eyes in real time, and he had no idea what to do. This was the kind of situation that he had not foreseen, but should have. He was kicking himself for the foolishness, all the while trying to do his best to figure out an escape from what seemed like an impossible conundrum. I don't. I swear I didn't. I just had a theory, and you confirmed it. He tried to push as much honesty into his voice as possible, but was hit with the sinking feeling that his earlier lying had bought him little trust when it came to that respect, and there was every chance that he was being disbelieved as a matter of principle. A theory, hey? Tell me more. He almost sighed in relief at being allowed to keep speaking. Because it meant he was not going to be killed now. It meant he had a few more minutes left of breathing in him, and the longer he got to keep breathing, the more chances he'd get to keep things that way for the long run. You took Omashu, and sat on it for a month. And then out of nowhere, your forces get split up, most of the army across the kingdom send the better parts of their forces towards you, and you begin to march down east. You burn through the foggy swamp rather than going around it like literally everyone else would have. And then you come here. From every sign, your presence here is going to be temporary, and if I were a gambling man, I'd guess that you'd be continuing eastwards. There's only one thing you could be going after. The great slayer of Bhumi himself. There exists only one prize worthy of your attention. The walled city herself, basing SE. The more he spoke, the more he felt the pressure forcing him downwards reduce in intensity. He was clearly doing something right. It seems you have me all figured out, Mayor, the general said while standing up straight. Kinvara waited a few seconds to make sure he was not being baited to his death and then lifted his upper body from the table while taking care in rising to his feet, one after the other. But now that you know I don't have the time to waste, here's an opportunity for you. You write a letter. You confess to the assassination. Say that Lao Bafong used his wealth and influence to manipulate you in going through with the attempt and that you are very sorry, blah blah blah. Your people never much liked Bafong, I suspect. So you use him as a patsy, I place you under official house arrest, and you get to live as you just have. Kinvara held his breath all through the offer being given. It was a good offer, he knew. A better deal than he would have given in the general's place. And what happens to Lao? Well, a head needs to roll, does it not? A/N, small steps, light steps. Political steps, or non-political steps. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 28. A/N. Hey guys. Here's the new chapter. Expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and read the next 2 chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Note, please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. It was quite impressive, in the end. That Kinvara felt so loyal to his friend that he was going to refuse the chance to get away scot-free. Of course, he would not have. The offer was a smokescreen because I would never really have allowed the attempt against my life to go so unpunished, but the fact that he could say no to that almost made me want to keep him alive. Almost. I nodded at the guards on the compound's outer walls and made my way within. Looking up at the sun for a few minutes told me it was only an hour or 2 past noon, so that meant I would probably be interrupting lunch. Just as expected, I walked into the manor and ended up being guided by a servant to the family's dining room. Major General Natsu of the Fire Nation, Governor of Jailing, the servant announced as I walked in, and I inclined my head at her in thanks as she skittered away. Even the serving class here knew to fear the Fire Nation. Hopefully, that would change in time. Major General Natsu. What a surprise. Please come join us, Lao Bafong looked almost like he did in the cartoon. A thin man with a long mustache and no other facial hair to go with his long black hair. The composure he'd worn with ease in the cartoon was nowhere to be found. Just like with Kinvara, I'd had his guards replaced with Fire Nation soldiers, and that seemed to be a state of affairs that affected him more severely than his counterpart. By his side, his wife remained quiet, but she had put both arms around their young daughter, Toph. I gave the young girl an assessing look. A powerful bender. She would be the Avatar's tutor in a different life, maybe even in this one, if my plans failed. Thank you. I do hope you are adjusting properly to the changes. Yes, Major General. Poppy, please take Toph and excuse us, he answered me, and then turned to his wife to deliver orders. The woman made to leave, but I coughed deliberately. Please do not let me interrupt your lunch. I won't be staying long, so there's no need for that, I said. But please, General Natsu. Let them leave so we can discuss, he was practically begging. No. Whatever we say will be said in front of them. I said to him. Now sit, I turned to the woman, Poppy, as I spoke. I could already see Toph's fists tightening. She could attack me here, I realized. It would be stupid, though. I'd kill her if she tried it, and kill her family as well. She had potential to be a great tool for my purposes, but I had no use for one without the brains to identify a lost battle. Whatever you want, I will do it. I promise. Please. Just don't hurt them, Lao said next after I allowed the awkward silence to stretch for a few seconds. I was beginning to feel sorry for him. I have not come to kill non-combatants, I said, with my eyes on Toph's clenched fists. I had to make sure I was ready to move the moment she did. Letting her get the first attack in uncontested could mean my death because of the surroundings we were in. Please. I will do anything. Of course, my words did little to convince him. I gave Kinvara an offer. I will give you a similar one. You will publicly confess to the assassins you sent for me. Poppy, his wife, interrupted my words with the way she wailed on hearing them. Even Toph looked shocked. I guess she hadn't seen that one coming. And you will confess the mayor's involvement? You will lie and say that it was all his idea, and you were pressured to using your finances to secure the assassins. He will be sentenced to death, and you will prevent any rebellions, uprisings, or anything of the sort from the general populace using your influence, and you will forfeit 2/3 of your wealth to my war effort, I told him. It said a lot that it was only the last demand that made him shake. Of course, you could always say no, I said, eyes still on Toph. I knew exactly what he would interpret my actions to mean, so it did not surprise me that he was falling over himself to say yes in no time. Especially when his wife turned to him with fire in her eyes. Now, go start writing your speech. I want to speak with your daughter. No, no. Not my daughter. She is frail and blind and cannot even understand what is going on here. She can't offer you anything. Please. There was real horror in his face. His wife's arm had tightened around Toph so much that if the girl were truly as frail as they thought, then she would have already been screaming in pain. But she took it all with nary a flinch. I do think she can offer me quite a lot. It is not your place to tell me either ways. Almost impossibly, Poppy's grip tightened, and she let out a sob. Lao looked both scared out of his mind and disgusted at the same time. I replayed the sentence in the context again, and I realized just what it seemed like I was requesting. I resisted the urge to facepalm, but just barely. It made me shudder at the thought of the kind of rumors being spread about my people across the kingdom if they were so willing to believe I'd be interested in defiling a blind child with literally no evidence to support the assumption either. Even the way Toph had stiffened showed that the concern felt by her parents had begun to bleed into her. I took a deep breath so none of my aggravation would leak into my voice when I spoke next. Lao, Poppy. I have no intention of harming your daughter. I do just want to speak with her, and I feel that your presence here would be counterproductive to that goal, but if you do want to stay, then I will not push the point, I said, yielding the point to them after thinking for a bit. Even the whisper of a rumor that I did things like that could taint my honor for decades. The worst part was that there would always be those, even among Fire Nation nobility, who would believe such a rumor without a second thought. Sure, the taint would be a minor one, but it would one persistent. Even till date, tongues still wagged of what exactly Admiral Ronsuk had done to the waterbender women he captured. The fact that the rumors had come to me through word of mouth, and I'd just taken them as fact and allowed them to soil my opinion of the man showed me just how careful I had to be. Then we will be staying, Major General. The man spoke for both himself and his wife. Toph. The name is Toph, right? I asked her. Yes. She is named after my... Shut up, Lao. You are here for your peace of mind, but do be silent. This is a conversation between benders, I said. The man wanted to reply instantly, probably going to spout some schmeal about how she was barely a bender, but he thought better of it. Like I was saying, Toph. Do you know I was around your age when I first bent lightning for the first time? I used it to kill a man. He had paid a grave insult to my family, and had caused me a severe injury that even threatened my life. We fought in Agni Kai, and I won. That was when the Fire Nation acknowledged what I'd known for years. I was a master firebender. More talented than the lot of them, and just plain better, I said. Her body language was still. Almost like she could barely hear the words I spoke or didn't care for them, but that was only on first appearances. I knew what a bored Toph looked like. The conversation before word had turned to assassinations had bored her. No, she was enthralled with my speech. That was why she did not move. Of course, I've only gotten better since then. Just as you'd call yourself the greatest earthbender in the world, I'd call myself the greatest firebender in the world. Except unlike you, it wouldn't be a mere boast. Her head snapped to mine. I smiled. Bait taken. You have no idea what I can do, she instantly riposted. She hadn't even bothered attempting to deny being as good as I presented her as. Of course, she could probably read my heartbeat and tell that I was certain about her. I don't. You're right. But I did fight the greatest earthbender in the world, and I beat him. I can already tell you don't compare. Not yet, at least, I said. I'm the greatest earthbender in the world, she asserted. From this little shithole of a city? Of course you are, kid. Let's be honest with ourselves. You haven't fought the best. You haven't crushed the rest of the world beneath your feet. Me, I fought the best the world has to offer, and came out not just alive, but victorious. That is what separates the two of us. All the while I spoke, I pinned Lao to his seat, making sure his foolish mouth did not open and remind her that he and his wife were here and that she had a persona to uphold. I wanted to speak to the real Toph Bafong. The girl who had been tamed by Avatar Ong was just as much a caricature as the one she played here. No, she was just like me. I could feel it. I could feel the ache in her blood. I could hear the drums. I could hear her blood cry out to mine. I know what I can do, fast heart. She finally said. Care to make a wager then? Hook, line, sinker. What type of wager? She asked with an eager smile on her face. I beat you, and you join my army. You report to me. I take you all around this kingdom, and we get to see how you stack up against some of the best, and if after that, you find yourself victorious, I will personally crown you as the greatest earthbender in the whole world, get you a championship belt. And if I win? She asked. It was clear she didn't care much for the first possibility. Probably didn't see it as likely. What do you want? You and your people leave jailing with no resistance. You leave Dad and Uncle Kinvara alone as well. She spoke, and I inclined my head to show her my agreement. It was an easy deal to arrive at. Why? Because I would not lose. I could not. Time and place? I asked. I watched the way she turned her eyes to her parents, who sat shivering with fear as we spoke. Whether it was far of this Jew side of their daughter that they'd clearly never seen before, or fear for the blind one they'd loved from birth, or even some unholy combination of both of them. Here and now, fast heart, she said, and I smiled before standing up as well. Good to see we think alike. I have heard tell of quite an impressive garden along the lines, and it's been a short eternity since I last got to see one. We shall cross fists there, I said, as I took her hand and pumped it twice. XXXX. I had no idea what I expected in the end. Okay, that wasn't wholly true. I did know what I expected. I expected a fight with one of the greatest benders in the world. But in the end, that was not what I got. Watching the show had clearly made me underestimate just how much Toph had gained in the fighting pits of Jailing. Fighting pits that had been closed for months in response to my actions in Omashu and waning interest in the face of the wolves at the literal door. Instead, she'd gotten only a few fights under her belt. I leaned out of the way of a massive pillar that threatened to smash me into paste and then cut a boulder in twain with a neat kick that sent forth an arc of superheated flames, as I reconsidered my assessment. She was still a good earthbender. Great, even. What she lacked wasn't bending related. No, it was even more fundamental than that. She was a great bender, but a middling fighter. Good instincts, but little else. In the face of a person who had spent years sharpening himself against the best of the best that the whole world had to offer. First at the academy, and now for close to a year on the march. She just felt blunt. Blunt. That was a good word. I skated across the ground with my fire jets and neatly avoided every pillar she raised in my way until I was forced to shatter through the whole thing when she gave up and just formed a fence around me. The massive obelisk she tore out of the ground hinted at her rising frustration, but got little more than a raised eyebrow from me as I ran right at it as she sent it flying at me. Right before we clashed, I jumped into the air and began to run across the stone structure and right at her. Her blind eyes gave nothing away, but I could see it in the way she stilled. She lost her connection with things when they left the ground. That meant she could not feel them anymore. A failure. I sent out an arcing flame punch that produced a fireball that curved through the air, bending around everything to take the long way around to her. I kept a close eye on her as I noticed she knew none of what was coming for her. Just as the fireball was about to hit, I shot off the obelisk with a blast of flame and landed right next to her and caught my own fireball in my grasp after being sure she felt what had almost happened. Surrender? I asked with an involuntary smirk and chuckle. Stubborn as the element she wielded, she rejected the opportunity to yield with aplomb and burst into movement. I jumped into the air for a second and then separated my feet to land on either side around the spiked top of the earth she'd raised where I just stood. Snarling, she punched at the spike I stood atop and sent it flying deeper into the garden. A simple backflip later and I was standing safely atop a set of hedges. I turned to look at her father, Lao Bafong, and watched him watch the fight with a panicked expression even as his wife watched with narrow eyes. Bingo. I knew a personality such as Toph's could not have come from thin air. Once she noticed my attention, her expression shifted to a suitable amount of panic, but it was already too late. I tapped my nose even as I was forced to run along the hedge to avoid more of her daughter's attacks. Do you truly believe there to be some point to this? I asked as I backflipped off the hedge to avoid another boulder and thanked her for the opportunity to practice my flexibility since there was little place for such on the battlefield. The more attacks she sent, the greater my excitement grew as I backflipped, cartwheeled, and otherwise acrobatically contorted myself to avoid each and every attempt she made to turn my body into paste. Even her attempt to turn the ground around me into mud failed in an instant as I cooked the mud into a solid clay with fire from my feet while barely stopping my movement for a second. In the end, the fight stopped on my terms and not hers. A second. All it took was a second out of step for her. Breathing in to rest for a second too long. The next attack coming in a second too slow. And I was in her space. I lashed out with my feet against hers and dropped her to her back with a muffled scream and then forced her to yield when I pressed the heat of my fire blade against her neck. Once she did, I wasted no time in standing up and helping her up as well. You're good. But I wasn't even trying just now. There are dozens of people in the world on my level. If you can't stand at that same level then you have no right calling yourself the greatest earthbender, I told her seriously and relished the flame that seemed to build beneath empty eyes. And if I join you, you'll train me? She asked. Toph Bafong, if you join me, you and I will make history together. I stretched out my hand for a handshake. A/N, progress. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next two, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 29. A/N. Hey guys. Here's the new chappy. Expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and read the next two chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Note: please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. He stared out from the balcony as he watched his men move in unison and then execute each step of the complex kata flawlessly. It was the work of days of effort aimed at a single goal, getting his men ready for what was coming. Against all odds, Kinvara had managed to send one message out before my arrival in this city. The fact that I only found out about it when I ordered his things searched after ordering his execution gnawed at me. Without that order, it was more than likely that I would have never found it out at all and then wasted what was going to turn into a very valuable resource in the end. Sure, having both Lau and Kinvara getting away with their roles in my almost kidnapping gnawed at me, but it was nothing compared to the benefit I was about to incur. It turned out Kinvara had guessed at my intentions even before my arrival and written to a General Jinpi with word that I was going to take the city and advance towards Basing Se. He had not received a response in time, and so had decided to make his own plan to surrender and then order my kidnapping. I had wondered what he intended to do about my army even if he succeeded in capturing me, and the answer turned out to be pretty simple: the Earth Kingdom military. The full might of the Earth Kingdom was moving down upon Jailing to crush me and by extension the Fire Nation advance in one fell swoop. This General Jinpi had written to instruct Kinvara to delay me within the city as long as possible and then engineer my departure to match their arrival. They would be marching day and night to secure this. The plan was a simple one, but one with all the potential to become a great victory for him if it worked out. Allow me leave at the perfect moment and then engage me close to the city's walls. The city's defenders would then take us on from behind. A classic hammer and anvil approach. Risky, but oh so rewarding when done well. Of course, the letter had ended up saving Kinvara's life. I had him right back, acceding to all the general's plans as I began making plans of my own. Knowledge of the Earth Kingdom's military might told me that even without the city's defenders on his side, Jinpi would have me heavily outnumbered. Of course, his people would be tired from being marched day and night, and that was the whole point of the tactic with Kinvara. Without that, the fight would be much more even. At least, it would have been if I opted for a straightforward confrontation. If my only goal was winning, then that would have been fine. But I needed not just to win. I needed to win so thoroughly and completely that I had enough of an army left to challenge and eventually take Basing Se. Overwhelming victory or evasion were two ways to achieve that goal. Evasion had been the option that most of my council had leaned towards, but Toji had been patently against the idea, and so had Maki. Perhaps for different reasons. Toji disdained the thought of running from earthbenders. Maki feared being chased from behind and then being hemmed against the walls of Basing Se. Needless to say, once she spoke of that possibility, most of those recommending evasion were quick to change their tunes to something else. Most of them. Shin had it in his head that we could dodge the pursuing Earth Kingdom army and then somehow take Basing Se before they could catch up to us. It was a bold plan. The kind of plan I actually was a fan of. If we were fast enough, we'd have the advantage of Basing Se's walls working in our favor, and with that on our side, we'd slaughter the Earth Kingdom army at our leisure. Still, we didn't have much in the way of concrete plans to take the walled city, and when I pressed Shin on that, he'd shrugged and simply said, "I thought you had something up your sleeve, taker of cities." While I'd chuckled at the title and associated implications that I had some sort of plan that would make us take the most protected city in the world in a matter of days. I have concepts of a plan, but nothing that would bear fruit in the time period needed for us to get into the city to avoid General Jinpi. "We will take them here, and crush the Earth Kingdom," I remembered saying in reply to Shin and as a final word on the debate. "It's not working," I heard the raged shout from behind me and calmly turned around to see the little girl bent over a piece of metal trying to get it to move. "What do you mean / you can't feel anything?" I asked as I walked to stand over her. Metal bending is just one of the things I had TOEF working on at present. It was what was going to mark her as the greatest in the world in time, and if it was going to happen, then I wanted to be sure it happened under my roof. Father of Metal Bending was going to be a useful title to add to the list I was already cultivating for myself. Nothing at all. I can tell it used to be stone, but I just can't do anything with it. The earth within doesn't move, it's dead," she said with a frustrated look on her face. "Oh. All right then. How about we come back to it later, and instead we go do some practice outside?" I offered with a small smile. A smile that widened into an ear-to-ear grin as she instantly accepted the offer. I reached out to pull her off and felt my smile widen when she pushed off from the ground on her own and slapped my hand to the side. XXXX. I rode my ostrich horse with my head held high at the very front of a long line of Fire Nation soldiers. They marched in unison, one and all. I had put my helmet away and instead of having Toji next to me as usual, I had a standard bearer. The Fire Nation insignia proudly waved in the air above me as we left the gates of Jailing. The goal here was simple. Draw as much attention as possible to this segment of the army. Under the cover of darkness last night, both Toji and Maki had snuck out of the city with about a couple of hundred men each and would be the linchpins on which the success of this plan depended. They had all the most powerful firebenders with them, while I rode with the infantry of non-benders and lesser benders. Needless to say, I was the distraction. The bait. We rode with nary a care in the world. I did not bother sending scouts out because I knew exactly what was waiting for us. Jailing was a city on a hill, and that meant there was only really one way to ambush my army as we left. The hilltop was flat land, and that was where the city itself was built. There was quite a lot of excess flat land that we traveled across, and then we approached the crest, the area where the hill began to slope downwards. The base rank and file were not aware of what was coming. In fact, the only person in this unit who knew what was coming was me. So we walked into the belly of the beast with wide smiles and open eyes. Now the sound heralded total pandemonium. Arrows flew at us from all directions, even as most of them were stopped in their tracks by the heavy plate favored by our infantry. Another set of arrows were launched, and this time, I actually had to move to avoid two that would have nailed me in the neck and one that came close to killing the horse beneath me. Form up! Form up, you dirty bastards, I screamed into the air. Hedgehog! Hedgehog, I shouted the name of the maneuver over and over again, and slowly but surely, my men listened. They turned around, forming a circle of wide shields that ensured we were protected on every side. Rush them, I heard the shout from the opposing group, and suddenly had to grit my teeth to avoid wincing from the sound of thousands of men rushing in at us from all directions. On top a horse, I could see above the shields of my soldiers to tell that we were heavily outnumbered. Hedgehog, I shouted again, making them implement the last bit of the strategy, as each man with a shield now had a man with a spear behind them, poking the spear out from behind the wall of shields. XXXXXX. It was different, taking part in a battle from this angle. That of the commander. Instead of being at the very front, taking the brunt of the enemy attention and cutting a clean swathe through them, I was instead relegated to the center of the formation, giving orders for men to swap out over time as I noticed frustration or tiredness begin to build. For both sides, the fight had turned into something of a slog. They pushed on us from all sides and we pushed back. But annoyingly enough, from my vantage point, I could tell that they were yet to fully commit. This General Jinpi was smart. He had a healthy reserve with him that she kept back from the messy meat grinder that was our hedgehog formation. His earthbenders were also with him, I knew. This was one thing I was quickly coming to learn about pitched combat in this world. Benders were a minority. In every nation other than the Fire Nation, less than 1 in 10 people was lucky to be born a bender. It was why you could have entire villages with only a single bender to speak of. In the Fire Nation, things were different. We were blessed by Agni. For every 10 men, 3 were blessed with the spark. That meant we had more benders in our army than the others. It was also what probably forced this Jinpi to keep his men in reserve. Hedgehog advance, I barked at the top of my voice, and watched in pride as my men executed the maneuver flawlessly. Those with the shields suddenly pulled in before pushing out with their shields, while the spears lashed out and impaled the men who had been previously pushing in on the shields in whatever vulnerable areas they could find. Those men fell dead, and the hedgehog suddenly advanced in all directions by 1 step. Men near the center with me pushed out to plug whatever holes had opened in the formation smoothly. There was a lot that could be said about Fire Nation discipline, and from my perspective, all of it was positive. Sure, the training to become an infantryman was more grueling than it had any right to be. But it did make it easier than I'd imagined to beat complicated positions like this one into their heads. The synchronicity, the organization, the sheer tactical awareness. It was almost, _Roman_. Advance again, I ordered, and the next set of Earth Kingdom soldiers fell to the same fate as their colleagues had just had. I watched Jinpi's position. He had 2 choices now. Retreat or commit. I watched as he seemed to consider his options, but his choice had already been made for him. His men rushed across the space that separated them and the hedgehog. The earthbenders, with their iron hats, seemed to glide along the ground. I stared at the sky for a second and took a breath. In another, I had my fingers pointed straight up, and my lightning cleaved the clouds asunder, casting the entire field in the day's harsh light. 1 foot after the other, I moved from sitting on my ostrich horse to standing on her back. Hedgehog hold, I commanded, and then pushed off the horse in a jump that carried me right over much of the space, and landing right on top of one of the layers of my hedgehog. As you were, good man, I told the surprised fellow as I used him as a stepping stone to jump over those pressing against him and land well outside the horde of pressing men. Outside the first group, that is. The reserves were running right at me, it seemed. I took a deep breath and took my stance while keeping an eye on the earthbenders towards the back. The first man who reached me died before he could even lift his weapon. The second managed to swing the warmer at me but was confused as my fire dagger cut his weapon at the head and suddenly left him wielding a stick with the metal weight gone. His shocked look would be frozen for eternity as I caved in his chest with a tap of my fingers. The more I experimented with it, the more I found I could channel strength through my body by simply manipulating heat. The heat within me, the heat around me. All of it. I pulled the heat around me into myself, and it was like the world slowed down all around me, even if it didn't. The next group of 4 became dozens as I formed my fire whips in my hands and waved through like I was a performer. They were cut to pieces without even feeling a thing. I lifted my head at a sudden abundance of noise and noted both Maki's and Toji's squads appearing out of nowhere to run down the Earth Kingdom soldiers. They hadn't come from all directions, only the east and the west. That left the enemy 2 options to retreat towards. Uphill towards jailing, or downhill and away. Uphill was going to be another slaughter as I'd left a healthy garrison under Shin's command, and downhill. Well, I wouldn't want to be one of those who retreated downhill. I looked into the mayhem that had once been a surprisingly organized battle and found myself drawn to the fight that was presently unfolding between Toph and 3 of the Earthbenders. They exchanged attacks at pace, but it was easy to tell that she was beyond their level. Every move they made, she countered with ease, while taunting them to see more. I turned away from the fight to search out my target. As expected, he'd somehow managed to gather close to a dozen men, and they were beginning to quickly make it downhill. Toji, I shouted to draw my friend's attention even as I began to run them down. XXXX General Jinpi. You know you're my first. They say everyone remembers their first. I really do hope I remember you, Jinpi. You were interesting for a short period. That's more than I can say for most people. In truth, he tried to ignore the bastard's words as the boy spoke to him. He silently wondered what the reaction would be. When the brass found out that the great Natsu, the thunderer of the Fire Nation, the undefeatable slayer of King Bumi, was nothing more than a boy. A boy barely old enough to even get his pecker wet. That was the part of his defeat that grated at him the most. He'd been tricked and played by this zygote. Not going to say anything? This is usually the point where people start begging for their lives or begging not to be tortured, or even just begging for their troops. Begging for anything really. Silence is new, he said next. Jinpi was not a patient man. Not an even-tempered one, either. But he did have one thing going for him. He knew when he was beaten. And this zygote had beaten him, so what was the point in begging? To the victor goes the spare, and just as he would not have shown the boy any meaningful mercy if he had won, he did not expect the boy to show him any. He was not a child, and had not been one for a while. Well, if you're really not going to say anything, then I might as well leave. But really, though? No questions. Not even going to ask how I beat you. Kinvara turned traitor, his lips moved without thinking. He did not enjoy the insinuation that he was so dim-witted that he had not been able to understand the terms and circumstances of his defeat. That one of his oldest friends had betrayed him was a surprise, but it should not have been one. Kinvara and Lao were always too clever for their own good. When they'd been kids who meant they were always the ones who came up with genius ideas that kept their friendship group fed, with Jinpi himself acting more as the muscle of the team, but the fact that that same cleverness had led them to kowtowing to the Fire Nation of all things just made him grit his teeth in rage. Yes, he did. In his defense, he didn't want to. But once I turned Lao, there was naught he could do in the end but save his own skin at your expense. Lao. Of course, it was Lao. So I was right then? The earthbending girl that made my men look like fools. That was Lao's daughter, was it? He seemed genuinely curious. Yes, it was, he confirmed. Could have sworn the girl was blind the last I saw her. She still is. What? The laughter of Natsu the Thunderer echoed through the camp at that. A/N, first time writing a pitched battle. I probably fucked this up a lot, but I'll get better with time. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday next week for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 30. A/N. Hey guys. Here's the new chappy. Expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and read the next 2 chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. Important announcement, changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. So BASING hey. Toji asked as we rode next to each other. Toph was to my other side, having a uniquely terrible time. I'd told her she couldn't just walk the distance because it would slow us down, and being on a horse meant she had no way of seeing her surroundings. It was a unique weakness that I was doing my best to eliminate. Indeed. The big one. The one we've all been waiting for. I said. So how are we getting there? I know most of this lot haven't bothered looking at a map, but I have. That tells me we're going the wrong way. Topha's head whirled over to look at us at that. Please speak louder, Toji. The spies haven't heard you yet. Spies. Jailing knew we were coming before we even left Omashu. Someone is slipping information to someone they shouldn't be, and that means we need to be careful with our information. You sound paranoid. Are you sure you're okay? Sleeping all right? Toji said, giving me an assessing look. To answer your question, we are heading to a handy village that should have the port we need. I said. I see. And I assume we're not taking the land route because of the giant desert between us and the walled city. Precisely. So you have ships waiting? Or are we going to be waiting for them once we get there? Take the city and hold it until we get support. He asked. What do you think the letters I sent when we took jailing were for? I said. So if this was always the plan, then we didn't need to face General Shithead and lose several hundred men. No. Jinpei would have chased us this way regardless. I just didn't correct the assumption made that we were going to follow the same route General Iroh did, tracking through mountain after mountain to arrive at our destination. I see. The others will be pissed when they figure it out, he said. I'm sure they will find it in their hearts to forgive me, I replied sarcastically. XXXXXX. In the end, only a few members of the planning team had even bothered to make their dissatisfaction with my deception known. The rest had just moved on. It was clear to even the most unexposed of infantry members that we were taking a different route than they would have initially expected when they got their first glimpse of the coastline. Already, we had begun taking advantage of the coast to rest the horses more and give them room to drink water without risking our supplies during the march. The journey to Chen village ended up taking about 8 days. It was an easy march. I did not force the troops to hurry, I even encouraged taking spontaneous breaks. It got me some looks of suspicion from the few infantrymen who could tell that this was probably too good to be true. They were right. This was essentially going to be the last rest the men would get for a long time. The second siege of Ba Sing Se was going to be the biggest Fire Nation military action in decades. Might even the biggest thing the military would have ever done in its history, simply because unlike Iroh had, I would fucking succeed. When we had breaks, I spent the time with either Toph or Toji. Surprisingly enough, Maki was still pissed at my decision to essentially recruit a child soldier into the army and at the fact that said child soldier didn't care that she was being used to fight a war against what were ostensibly her own people. It was a piece of sentimentality that I hadn't seen coming from my friend, and so had not been prepared to deal with it. My answers when she questioned the decision that been far too blasé, an afterthought. How do I move fast like you? Toph suddenly asked as I watched her make earthen structure after earthen structure and tear them apart one after another. It was one of the few ways I could help with her training, improving precision and pointing out when there were lapses in her concentration. Well, first of all, your model of Toji is highly flawed, but to answer your question, I do it by concentrating heat. Heat? At the end of the day, all fire is concentrated heat and nothing more or less. I don't bother with the fire. Instead, I feel for my chi within me and heat it up. I send that heat all across my body and somehow that makes me faster, stronger, more flexible, shit like that, you know. I said, explaining it to her. It was strange, to explain how I did something that had begun to come so naturally to me that it might as well have been second nature at this point. But that was the nature of being a teacher. Or a father, I realized, staring at the girl that I might have accidentally adopted. So it's not something I can replicate then, she said with a twist to her lips. No. No, it isn't. But maybe one day you will be able to draw upon the concept of earth and stillness to make it so no one can make your body move. I have heard myths of there being an earth-bending technique that could let one become immortal even. Bullshit, she said instantly, and I winced while looking around to make sure Maki had not heard that. What did we say about language like that, Toph? You use it. I face-palmed. Yeah, it was going to be a while before Maki forgave any of my misdeeds. Enough about that. How does the metal feel? I asked. Still dead. Metal bending is impossible, Natsu. I know you think there's something there, but I can tell you there isn't. She said in reply. I just nodded. It had come to me while I bathed at the stream earlier today that the reason Toph was having difficulty with the metal itself was because she hadn't started out with metal in canon. She'd started with the space rock. That got her sensitivity to smaller particles of earth to a high enough level that she could feel the earth within metal. When she'd been stuck in a metal cell with Katara at an earlier point, she hadn't been able to do anything. There just wasn't enough experience in her yet. Since I had no idea how to get said space rock, Toph and I were definitely going to have to move to something else. What do you think about lava? I asked her. What is lava? She asked instantly back, rolling the unfamiliar word across her tongue as it, testing the taste of it. I just sighed and changed the cloud I was looking at while I tried to come up with a description for lava that would make sense to a blind girl. Well, it's what you'd get if you heated a stone until it became a sludge-like liquid thing. Like molten rock. I said to her. Like metal in the forge. She asked with an adorable twist to her lips. Precisely. Precisely like that. So what happened to it? Do you think you could bend it? I don't even know what it really is, she said, and I nodded in understanding. A description would not be enough. I had to actually get her to experience or rather feel it for herself. Thankfully, the Fire Nation had no shortage of active volcanoes. A leave for a brief holiday with my daughter after taking BA Sing SE shouldn't be that hard. Especially since taking BA Sing SE itself would mean an end to much of the war. It would leave the Northern Water Tribe and a few smaller cities in the Earth Kingdom as the last bastions of resistance. It was shocking that we were at the precipice of achieving Sozin's dream. Fair. Just keep practicing your bending then. I want to spar, she said instead. You'll lose. I'll make you eat those words, she said, making me chuckle and push myself to my feet. Let's go then. XXXXXXXXXX. In the end, we didn't even need to reach Chen's walls for me to be certain that my plan had worked. Out from the city rode a small company of men, flying the Fire Nation insignia on a banner above them. Toji, Maki, Lin, come with me, I ordered as I spurred my own horse forward to meet them halfway. I could see Toph pouting at being excluded, but I had no desire in flaunting her in the face of a military officer who could possibly outrank me and who I would definitely not know. The risk was too great. We met the other force at the halfway line, and I was smiling before the leader even took off his helmet. General Sung, it is a pleasure to meet you again, I said to him. Not as much as it is to see you alive, well, and so successful, Natsu. Or I guess that would be General Natsu now, he said, taking out a scroll from his satchel and tossing it at me. I caught the scroll in midair while my heart beat rapidly. Had my plan worked? It seemed like it had. But there was always a chance that something had been added in to make it a Pyrrhic victory. I practically tore open the scroll seal to read the words within. My eyes scanned through at a rapid pace. By the order of His Royal blah blah blah, in recognition of, blah blah Menzior, charges you to, confers upon you the rank of General of the Fire Nation, and grants the command of the vanguard in the siege of Ba Sing Se. I read with a smile blooming across my face. Pleased with the news, then? Sung said with a sarcastic tone, and I looked up at him with my wide smile still in place. Yes indeed. It always pleases me to serve the Fire Nation. Now I trust that everything is as requested, I asked him. Yes. I have brought the ships. A dozen Imperial carracks to ferry you and your army across the Earth Kingdom right to the gates of Ba Sing Se, he said. And the rest of it? Well, I wouldn't know about that, but word is that High General Hero himself will be journeying down from the Fire Nation to take command of the siege. With him around, I doubt you will find your forces lacking for anything. I took a breath and nodded. Right from the beginning, I knew the only chance there was that the Fire Lord would allow me full command over a siege of Ba Sing Se was if he expected me to fail. And if he expected me to fail, I was unlikely to get access to the tools and resources needed to prove him wrong. Instead, I had to follow the lessons my grandfather had given me, even if I still remained estranged from him. I needed to turn the Fire Lord into an ally. That meant I needed my successes to become his successes. After Omashu and the insult from its new governor, I figured it wouldn't hurt to have friends in high places, and so had made sure to include a letter to the Fire Lord with my letters to command when I took Fong's base. It had been nothing special. Just a piece of drivel that I had taken the fortress in his name and a request that the mountain base be renamed Oze's Fist when the Fire Nation eventually rebuilt and resettled it. The letter after jailing had been the real one. Dedicating the victory to him was only the first step. The second step was requesting his guidance and wisdom in my mission to take Ba Sing Se, and including a draft of my plans but made sure to phrase. The hope was that he would leave the plans basically untouched but would be more likely to back them since he would feel like he had some level of ownership over them since I had asked his advice first things first. It was a very transparent attempt at manipulation, and that was why I had hope of it working. That's good then. So we're cleared to move? I asked Sung. Yes. Let's get going to Sozin's Landing. He said, gesturing to the city behind him. What? Our CO chose the name, he said. CO? Who commands a general of the Fire Nation? I asked. There's quite a few ranks above general, you know. He replied with a smirk. I just lifted my eyebrow at him. Few people belong to those ranks, and I think if any of them were in that town over there then I would know. At least I hope I would, because wouldn't make sense at all for that not to be the very first thing to come up in our conversation. I said. Well, the princess is in that town. The princess? I stuttered the words out. Princess Agila, daughter of Fire Lord Oze. He elaborated with a smile that just rigged of smug. All right then. The princess is there. I assume you will be in charge of leading me to her, and your men will ensure that my people get situated. I said. Actually no. The princess will dress you and every commissioned officer in your unit at the same time. The rest will wait outside the town hall while that happens. That's new, I said. She gave very specific orders, he said in reply. As we began to put things in order to go into the city, I did my best to keep an eye on Sung while Toji took charge of things. The second I saw the men next to him ride off to a different area to ask some questions, I approached him. Am I about to be fucked? I whispered to him. It was the only reason I could see for the strange approach. Strange meant new, and new was dangerous. The princess does tend to be sharp with her words. Use your head, and you'll be fine, he said, as if that was somehow enough advice. XXXXXXXXX. Princess Agila, I greeted on bent knees. Because what else could I have done? Sung was an asshole for springing this up on me the way he did. Like it was an afterthought. The presence of a princess was not something that one mentioned as a lesser matter. The royal family were not for giving off insults, and from what I knew of the princess from canon, she was not the most stable of individuals. Even for a daughter of Agni, her sanity left a lot to be desired. But in the end, what could I do other than bend and scrape to her whims and caprices? General Natsu of the Wu family. I have heard a lot about you. They say you are a prodigy of the likes the Fire Nation has never seen before. In the capital, they whisper that you are the second coming of the Dragon of the West himself. Omashu, Jailing, and even Fong's fortress. Now you have set your sights on BA-SI. She said the words with no emotion behind them. There was no question within them as well. With anyone else I would not respond, wait for them to get their point. But something told me that the princess did not react well to such. All I do in the name of Fire Lord Oze, and for the glory of the Fire Nation, I said to her, head still bowed and facing the ground. I could feel Toji's restlessness from my side. We had not been asked to rise, and so we could not do so without paying insult, but a bow this long was unusual. Our families were nobility that could trace themselves back to the formation of the Fire Nation itself. Toji's ancestors had been kings in their own right before they bowed before Fire Lord Kuzan the Unifier. Yes. Yes, you do it in his name. But was it his name that led your grandfather to seek my hand in marriage for you? I did not move. I remained almost painfully still at her words now. This was a crowded tent. Not just my forces, but multiple generals were in the room. Next to the princess herself sat 4 other generals I could recognize. Speaking like this in such a public forum? There could be only one purpose for it. My humiliation. Now just what had led the princess to wanting to put me down? My grandfather's actions are his own, princess. We might share a name, but we do not share a brain. I winced as the words left my mouth. Especially with the way Toji froze by my side. Too caustic. Completely unintentionally, I might actually end up paying an insult to the royal family by the time I was done here. I see. Tell me, General Natsu, what do you think your role here is to be? She asked, switching topics. The orders from the Fire Lord command me to take command of the vanguard. I expect to be the first one over the wall at any breaching and to lead my men to claim glory for the Fire Nation, I said simply. Oh, just the vanguard? I would have thought someone with your pedigree would need command over the entire force. There is none more worthy to lead the siege than the princess herself, great-granddaughter of Fire Lord Sozin, who won the war's greatest victory with the annihilation of the air nomads, I said plainly, praising a genocidal warlord with a smile on my face. What did I care for airbenders who lived a century ago? What did I care that even in the praise I had included what they were, nomads and pacifists who had been no real threat to the Fire Nation? I agree. Now rise, General, and come take your seat by my side, she said, gesturing to a place 3 seats away from her on the long table. Important announcement, changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. A/N, that's the chappie. Yes, Oze sends Agila to take the glory of taking BA-SI because it wouldn't do to have someone else immortalized for that. On the other hand, this plays into Natsu's plans because it ensures he doesn't get fucked. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday next week for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 31. A/N. So sorry this is coming about 4 days late. Haven't had the best week and this story has arrived at a really stressful point in its plot here. I can't afford to get anything wrong. Expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and read the next 2 chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. Important announcement, changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. XXXX. So, what are we going to do about our healing friend and her lover? Toji asked as he swaggered up to stand next to me as we watched the boats be loaded for our journey. For reasons beyond my understanding, ATLA had deemed it necessary to make the journey here, but had still not waited for my army to prepare itself to leave for her to make her own exit. She'd left on an impressive galley that flew the insignia of the Fire Nation, except that instead of red, the flame was a bright blue to mark itself as her personal standard. Only the royal family got to do something like that. To adulterate the symbol of our homeland in such a manner. I have bigger problems to deal with, I replied almost instantly, still watching the ships be loaded. No. No, you don't. You think you have to deal with the princess insult? That you have to find some way to pay it back or to get your revenge? You don't. You can let it go. You should let it go. He said, almost begging with the way he pressed every word. You were there, Toji. You heard her. You heard the others afterwards. She humiliated me, and for what? For succeeding in a war her family has struggled to win? Or for my grandfather doing what every noble lord in the bloody nation did? I seethed as I turned to him, sure my eyes were blazing as the memories of the event came to forefront again. That had been my first introduction to what qualified as the higher UPS of the Fire Nation military. 6 generals, and half again as many lieutenant generals had sat around that table as ATLA paid me that insult. When I tried to make connections afterwards, I could see it in their eyes. The mocking. They dared to mock me. And I also know your pride is nowhere near this fickle. So tell me what's really bothering you, he said instead of answering my question. I have no idea what you're talking about, I replied instantly. Sure you don't. But I don't really care much. All I do care about is that you tell me you understand and that you leave this alone. I've heard you, Toji. And as for Amara and Shin, I see little to do beyond a warning. Fuck that, he replied instantly. ATLA has already made her displeasure with me clear. Losing a healer of all things on the word of an earthbending assassin is just the kind of shirt people lose their heads for, and I have no desire to bet my life on her restraint. I replied. Then we find a different way to punish her. I turned to see the look in his eyes as they narrowed in thought. This was the side of Toji that few ever got to see. The truly evil impulses in his head. She spoke out for the swamp tribe benders, he said, spotting a baggage train that contained the prisoners. She did. Probably out of some misguided sense of filial loyalty. Waterbenders one and all, I said in reply. How many did we capture? He asked. Close to a dozen. I replied, not completely certain. How many men? 3. This, I knew for sure. We all know how things work in the Fire Nation. The women are useful prisoners. They will birth a new generation of waterbenders loyal to the Fire Nation. The men, however, they're collateral. What say you we make her be the one to get rid of the collateral? He said. That's one way of punishing her, I pondered the suggestion. It's going to hurt her a lot. She's soft. She'd probably never get over it for as long as she lives. It's the kind of thing that stays with a person for life. Killing unarmed prisoners? I won't be surprised if she has nightmares for decades. I said. That's what makes it a perfect punishment. It loses any hope of having her loyalty, though. You never had it. She would have let you be captured or killed or worse. That means she betrayed the Fire Nation, and you by extension. We cannot punish her too overtly without risking a mutiny of the men, but I foresee that while she deals with the mental effects of this punishment, she will quickly find herself becoming less and less popular with the men by her own actions. It's just a waiting game till her death can be arranged and we can move on from this and request a new healer for our division. He said. We cannot afford any division in the troops. Not with ATLA being as she is, I said instead of commenting on the plan. Allow me to handle it. Not a thing will go wrong. No, I was the one harmed. I will swing the sword in this case. Thank you for the idea, Toji. Have her meet me in my tent. XXXX Amara the healer. She stared at the floor, sure that she had misheard. General Natsu. She asked again, silently demanding that he repeat the order he had just given her. The men from the foggy swamp. Kill them, they are of no use to the Fire Nation. Those are my orders, he repeated them obediently with a smirk on his face. Why me? Spirits know that you have 1,000 cold-blooded killers in this army of yours. She could not argue against their deaths. It was military focus. Men were not as useful as women for the Fire Nation's future, and in situations like this, it was settled practice that men captured in such situations were not to make it to the motherland unless they had some strategic value that was worth their survival. It was barbaric, but it was the way of things. What she didn't understand was why she was the one being chosen as the executioner. She had made her peace with it, but could not do it herself. Because you betrayed me, Amara. She felt her skin become colder as all her blood flowed straight to her head. She felt her palms as they began to gather sweat. She felt for her water skin. If he wanted to kill her, she knew what kind of fighter General Natsu was and knew she would not win, but she could at least go down swinging. For mother. I have no idea what you speak of, she denied. Even as she held a tight grip on the water in the skin and prepared to make the first move. You were there. The night I was almost taken. You saw it happen, and you left. You left me to my own devices. Rest assured, I won't be killing you. This is to be your punishment and I hope that after this, we can work together for the good of the Fire Nation. She stared at him. Just this? No other punishment? It seemed too good to be true. Thank you, General Natsu, she finally said, no longer fearing for her life. Get it done. XXXXXX. In the end, she finally had the chance to realize that the punishment was a cop-out. It was a way for her to be punished without truly being punished. For all the love she held for her fellow waterbenders, nothing equaled the love she had for her own life. It was why she had regretted her decision to allow Natsu be taken on that very day. Sure, causing a scene against so many earthbenders would have brought an unhealthy level of risk to her life, but there had been nothing stopping her from warning Toji afterwards. Nothing but her own anger. But she had made a promise to her mother. She'd promised to live, and that promise alone ought to have been worth more than whatever anger she felt. It was a stupid action, and one she regretted to her core. She had first of all been certain she would never have been found out, but that Ha died with time. The way Natsu never quite met her eyes when she sought him out and the way Toji watched her every movement sometimes had given up the game. She'd been sure that her execution had been coming sooner or later. And felt like everything had hit the boiling point when she was called into the tent. But now, she had been given a lifeline. Maybe this intended punishment would be enough for those who needed her punished. She hoped it would be. Anything but her life was fine. She could give anything but her life. That was the one true treasure she had, the promise she had made all those years ago. She looked at the three of them. Perhaps Natsu expected her to struggle to drag them from their cells to where she would end them, but all she had needed to do was ask the guards to hand the men over to her, and they had done her the favor of escorting them all the way to her medical tent. Now it came to the time to decide. They were quiet and sullen. She expected that they would be. They were barely even conscious at this point. The reality of having to secure waterbenders in captivity meant that they were practically starved of water. The amount of water that Natsu allowed into their wagon was severely limited. The amount that each of them got to drink was even more limited. Please. One of them managed to murmur out at her. She remembered him easily. He was the one who had cursed at her when she healed their hands in such a way that they could not use the limbs. He had called her a whore, a Fire Nation slave, and a dozen other things that she could not repeat even in the safety of her own mind. She looked towards the jug of water off to the side of the tent. She would have feared them taking a hold of it and springing some form of escape if they were any more lucid. But there was no chance of that in their present state. She left them sitting on the bed, chained to one another, and walked to her working table. The herbs she needed were at the bottom of her pouch and she took no time getting them out and beginning to mix. Medicinal supplies had been in short supply since they'd taken Omashu, and Natsu had had her working with the natives to see what could be used from the Earth Kingdom's natural flora for their purposes to replace the supplies that should otherwise have been coming from home. She tested them using prisoners or disposable locals that were compensated for the sacrifice, of course. Natsu viewed his soldiers as being worth too much for experiments like that. That was why she knew that this particulate combination of herbs was fatal. Fatal in the short term, as well, which was rare among natural occurring substances. Both herbs grew entangled around each other like lovers in an embrace, making them likely to be consumed in tandem. Grinding them together and mixing them with the water gave the liquid a subtle sweet smell but did nothing to affect the appearance of the liquid. She bent out a glob from the jug she'd used for the mixing and separated it out into 2 cups. The first cup she took to the one who had asked for water. She allowed him to drink his fill, emptying the cup in no time at all. She saw the way his eyes began to snap to alertness. In that time, she'd gotten the second cup and fed the other 2 men with smaller gulps of the liquid. They wanted more, and she bent even more of the poisoned water into the cups to give them their fill. The one who had cursed her was the first to gain true lucidity. Half-starved as he was, the water in his system gave him enough vim to rush to his feet. The others were pulled along by the chains connecting them and one of them even fell to the floor shamefully. "You're dead," he snarled out at her, and somehow the water in the drum rose and began to move towards her. How? She wondered for only a second before she saw that he was making gestures with his feet. Bending with his legs, hey? How innovative. Still, she reached out to the water and shredded whatever hold he had on it before returning it to the drum in one piece. You bitch, he snarled, and then he began to cough. It was fascinating, the poison. If asked for an official name, she would call it the Strangler. He coughed even more and then his coughs began to get stuck in his throat. She watched as he struggled to lift his broken hands up to cradle his throat. He turned to her, levying begging eyes at her, and she just raised an eyebrow. He had been so willing to kill her not even a second ago. Pathetic. The other men, still weaker, began their own coughing fits in no time at all. From what she had been able to tell from autopsying a few subjects, the poison made the muscles in the throat swell. It blocked the airflow from within while irritating several other body parts. Hives broke out across the body. A cold sweat formed around the armpits and forehead. The pubic areas developed pus-filled boils in no time. It was a painful, unsubtle thing, and it ran its course in no time. She stared at the 3 dead men, trying to feel something, anything. But she did not. Not for them. They were men, after all. They deserved it. XXXXXX the Dragon of the West. He stared at the letter he'd just received and felt his inner flame stoke itself into being separate from his will for the first time in years. He brought it all under control once again, even as he silently admonished himself for failing in his discipline. Natsu the Thunderer. He was going to put a wrench in the plans the White Lotus held so dear. Their first plan to see Zuko bring an end to the war with his ascendancy to the throne had been accelerated by the return of the Avatar. With the bridge between the 2 worlds among them once again, the goal then became to have the Avatar himself defeat Oze and end the century-long war. Iroh could not deny that the Avatar's return had brought no small amount of peace to his heart. Before, he'd been weighed down with the knowledge that he would one day have to turn his fist against his brother. That was the only way to secure the throne for Zuko. He would challenge Oze to Agni Kai, and then after killing his brother, his nephew would take the throne and banish him as the first action of his rule. It would have consolidated the Fire Nation under Zuko for decades. But the thought of a banishment and having to kill his own brother had not been things he'd looked forward to. The Avatar came on that August day and everything changed. Now, things were changing again. The word was that the Earth Kingdom would fall. There was no doubt about it in the hearts of the White Lotus. Natsuwu had taken Omashu, Jailing, a dozen smaller towns, and now had his eyes on the city of walls herself. He remembered the boy. How could he not? His father had spoken of him with no small amount of pride. A prodigy, the Wu general had named his son. He'd thought it an exaggeration. Every father would be proud of their son. Most would overestimate and overstate said child's attributes before others. Even more so before a prince. And then the boy had called forth lightning with no training in the matter. They called him the one blessed by the cold fire. If not for his father's actions, Iroh knew that Oze would have formalized a betrothal between him and Agila immediately. But then the ruling of Agilan had stood in his way. The ruling of Agilan was the only thing that the White Lotus could count as still working in their favor. He had hated to see a man he called friend made into a cripple for nothing more than words spoken in anger, but he could not deny that the rest of that ruling was working in their favor now. If Agila and Natsu were to marry, the war would never end. Zuko could take the throne, but the Wu family were old, wealthy, and well-connected. They would support Agila's claim, and as a former member of the military, Iroh knew well enough the loyalty that the Fire Nation army held to their own. Half a dozen generals had pledged to disobey Agilan's will and declare for him in just 2 hours after his father passed. He knew more would have declared and pledged their support with time. And that had been against Oze, a popular prince. Zuko was banished. An exile. No, the Wu bloodline could not be allowed to join Oze's. That could mean the end of the world. Uncle, are you okay? His wonderful nephew called out to him, and he schooled his expression into a calm one. I am. Just smelled something foul about the tea. He said, nodding at the shopkeeper who pocketed the letter he had just been reading and stood up. How do you feel about working on the 13th kata once we get on the road? Important announcement, changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. A/N, Amara is just as psychotic as the nation she serves, in the end. An Iroh POV to add to it. That's the chapter. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday next week for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 32. A/N So sorry this is coming about 4 days late. Haven't had the best week and this story has arrived at a really stressful point in its plot here. I can't afford to get anything wrong. Expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and read the next 2 chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. Important announcement, Changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. XXXXXX. I ducked underneath a boulder sent for my head and cut through the next two before jetting across the ground that separated the two of us. Just as I moved, she did the same. Her feet shoved themselves into the ground and the very earth itself dragged her farther away from me. I landed where she had just stood with a smile on my face. That's a good one, I said, bringing an end to the brief spar. Yeah, I knew you'd say so. Needed a way to keep up with your dancy feet. She said. I smiled in reply and walked forward and stretched out a fist. She met my fist with hers. We'll be heading out tomorrow, I told her. You want me to go hiding again? She asked. She had not appreciated being kept out of the view of the princess, even if it had been for her own good. To her, it felt too much like cowardice, and so she had been pissed. No. Tomorrow, you will ride at my side. I said, getting a bright smile from her. It was difficult to see when watching the show, but now that I lived with her on a daily basis, she felt just like a child did. Before you do, though, there's something we have to talk about. I'd delayed the conversation for too long. What's up? She asked and I smiled at the phrasing. There was no one I was more unguarded with than Toph. And because of that, even more phrasings from my first life had been shared between the two of us. The young blind girl picked them up with ease and seemed to have a fun time trying to figure out the meaning of phrases I used from the context and nothing more. So far, she had an impressive accuracy rate and was getting better with time. So the Fire Nation soldiers and generals outside of those under me will have a way of reacting to you. A way that you must be prepared to deal with. You mean they're going to be mean? I'll beat them up if they're mean, Natsu. I won't take it lying down, she said. I smiled at her and reached out to ruffle her head before I reached into my pocket and handed her a token for getting that one right. Knew it, she whispered to herself as she pocketed it. I'd never ask that. Anyone who disrespects you was asking to be dealt with, and you should feel free to do so. Anyone but the princess, I mean. But I doubt you'll get much of her attention with a siege of all things going on. No. What you might not realize is that when I took you in, I needed a way to protect you. Standard procedure for captured benders is for them to be sent to breeding camps. What are breeding camps? She cut in and flushed once she realized what she'd done. I stretched out my hand, and she passed the token back and I slipped it into my pocket. Nothing important for now, I said quickly. So quickly that I knew that even without the ability to hear my heartbeat, she probably knew that I was lying, but I didn't care. I would not be giving Toph the talk. That's cap. So? That's not the critical bit. What you need to know is this: I adopted you. Adopted me. I mean, as far as the Fire Nation is concerned, you're my daughter. This doesn't affect your life in any way, and you will, of course, be free to return to your parents whenever you want. Oh, okay then. So why are you telling me now? Because you being my daughter makes you technically Fire Nation nobility, and you will need to be ready to deal with the reactions people have to that fact. So I have to learn stuffy noble stuff. Just basic manners and nothing more. I said, trying to get her to agree quickly. What's in it for me? Not making a complete fool of yourself. I tried. Nuh-uh. Me making a fool of me would make a fool of you. That means we're at an impasse. Fair point. Didn't get the word, though, I said, making her facepalm before she brightened up as I continued. What do you want? Be reasonable. Move my curfew back by 3 hours. Nice try. You'd be much too tired the next day for the lessons to have any effect. 30 minutes. That's barely anything. Manner lessons will cut into my day, so I need to be contemplated for the extra time. 3 hours 30 minutes. You mean compensated, not contemplated, for 1. For 2, your negotiation is terrible and that's not how it works. 45 minutes. Thank you. I won't take less than 4 hours. That's not how any of this is supposed to work, I said, palming my face. XXXXXX Long Feng. He stared at her. To his eyes, there was only one thing she seemed to represent. That was danger. Danger of a sort that could scarcely be compared. She had surrendered, as had the majority of her forces. He had them dead to rights, but still somehow he felt like he was not the one fully in control of the situation. It was the paranoia from his training, he told himself. The Dai Li were the best in the world at what they did, and with the remnants of the Earth Kingdom army acting as willing tools, he was more than enough to contend with the best that the Fire Nation had to offer. And yet, she still maintained that smirk. Like she knew something he did not. I could kill you, you know. March you out of here and behead you before the sun goes down, he said finally, resorting to threats when his preferred tactic of waiting in silence for his opponent to speak had proven ineffective. Maintaining the staring contest with the girl any further would have done nothing to move his goals forward. I strongly doubt that. For one, whatever power you think you have will not last long. If you touch even a single head on thy hair, the full force of the Fire Nation army will land on your shores. They will tear your walls down brick by brick and your city in the walls will burn. It will be nothing but ash in no time. Have you not the slightest idea who I am? Princess ATLA of the Fire Nation. Yes, we had more than enough opportunity to hear you give orders to your men before we sprung our trap. He replied with a sigh. Just like he'd come to expect from nobility. Spoiled and useless. Speaking of that trap, I just want to know. How did you get the jump on us? She asked with a gleam in her eyes that he could not quite place. My people have been watching your people from the very beginning. It was not a matter of how, but when he said, enjoying the way she frowned at his words. His predecessor had had a true talent for saying words and never making it clear what he meant by them. That was the same talent that he was using to his advantage here. XXXXX. Are you sure about this, General? Long Feng did not much like General Kali, but there were a few things the woman had going for her. She was a powerful earthbender, she had a no-nonsense approach to training her troops so they were easily the most well-trained unit in the Earth Kingdom's military, and perhaps most importantly, she was the only one that still commanded anything that looked even similar to an army on the side of the Earth Kingdom. All the others had done good jobs of either getting themselves killed or captured. Jin Pi was only the most recent in a long line of idiots to fall before the might was the Fire Nation war machine. As sure as anything. The princess and her generals surrendered without contest once they saw just how outnumbered they were. This man? I have studied his every action. What spies we have in the Fire Nation have reported of his time in the military academy. Every single piece of information we have about him tells us that he's the type that will not surrender. What does that matter? We just kill him then. Wrong. He's dangerous. He killed Bumi, and that alone should be enough to make you fear him. Fong might have been an idiot, but he and his men were well trained, disciplined as all hell, and dangerous. This man made short work of them. A survivor from that massacre testifies that he saw him cut men in twain with no blades held in his hands. No, it is simply too dangerous to give him the room to cut down dozens if not hundreds of my men to capture this one fucker. He gritted his teeth at the tone being directed at him but did not dispute her words. She was the warrior here, he would trust her strategy, even if he did have reservations that had to be handled. Not the least of those reservations were the significant amount of resources being shunted into this project of hers. And so your fear of him necessitates this? He asked, waving his hand around them to indicate the construction going on. They stood atop a wall that was at least a dozen feet high and had not existed there a scant few days ago. It was just his luck that Ki was such an idiot. Very few of his predecessors would have failed to notice such a massive project taking place right at the outskirts of their city. Large as BA-SI was, it was not so large that whispers would not have made their way to the palace in any other administration. At least with this one, the staff of the palace answered to him above all else, and those who would have considered bypassing his authority had been weeded out with ease. Ki ended up reporting them himself more often than not. Yes. I will see his ships sunk before he even manages to land. I will see his army ended in the sea before it can be a scourge to us over land. She declared, looking at the massive trebuchets being constructed with a fire in her eyes. The fire of a zealot. The fire of a true believer. That was what Kali was, a true believer. And when I do see his threat ended, I expect you to fulfill your end of the bargain, she said. Like I told you earlier, the Earth King has no interest in meeting a general with no victories. Rid BA-SI of this threat, and you will find him more than willing to give you an audience, he said, lying through his teeth just as he had been taught. The second this General Natsu was dead, he would be ridding himself of this woman and what she represented. He saw a pathway to finally saving BA-SI. He would end the Fire Nation Army's bulk of veterans and skilled soldiers here. And then he would use the princess as a negotiating instrument. He would trade her life for a treaty that would ensure the city of the walls would not find itself disturbed by this pesky war any further. Peace in his time. Long Feng could almost taste it. XXXXXXXXX Natsu Wu. The ships cut through the water like a hot knife through butter. He just thanked his gods that he was not motion sick. He chuckled at the sound of his apprentice retching over the ship's edge. She did not take well to their present conditions at all. For one, like all the other ships in the Fire Nation Navy, this one was made entirely of metal. That meant she had no chance of feeling vibrations to sea. Of course, I'd seen this coming and hoped that it would serve as a training opportunity for her. She was one hell of a talent and in canon she figured out sand after being tossed in the deep end, so I just hoped this turned out to be a terrible thing. She's still not getting used to it? Toji asked, moving to stand next to me at the helm of the ship. Not even close. She's barely been able to get any sleep either, so sooner rather than later, I might have to have Amara take a look at things. Good idea. He asked. She's been punished already. And my daughter or no, I doubt she has it in her to harm a child. Killing those 3 men probably scarred her for life, I said in response to the question he left unasked. If you say so then. How do you feel about a spar? I'm more than ready. That's why you came up here, isn't it? I asked with a smirk that he easily returned. In the gap between 1 second and the next, he had tossed one of the sticks he was holding at me. I caught it and twirled it around a bit to test the balance. It was well made. Made by him, I suspected. The one he wielded was eerily similar. Just like the training spears with no tips we'd used back when we were boys at the academy. Of course, spear training was one aspect of our scholastic careers that Toji far outshined me in. I came second to him in those classes, but I would have been lying if I called it a close second. It was almost like there was no contest between us when I had my bending put off the table. Of course, I had come a long way from there and now there was no true way for my bending to be out of the picture. Not since Heat became my friend. I took a hold of either end of the staff and tested the balance again, tossing it in the air and catching it at its center before spinning it on that point and then catching it once more. You ready? Show off. Toji asked with a chuckle and I nodded. I took a breath in, heating it up and spreading it all across my body. I barely moved my staff in time to block Toji's first hit. The second came to the left, but I ignored the feint and blocked the real attack that came from the right. His staff surged out for my feet, but I danced out of the way with a chuckle. He joined me and I struck first this time. A powerful overhead blow forced him to lift his staff to block it. I repeated the blow twice, and on the third, he spun out of the way and my staff hit the steel deck. It was out of position for only a second but Toji took advantage of it and landed a powerful blow that walloped me across the face. Thwack! The hit sounded in the silence that the ship had fallen into. I took 2 steps back and lifted my hand to check at the wound. It wasn't bleeding. It just hurt like a motherfucker. It was going to bruise, I knew almost instantly. I stepped back again, and looked up at Toji's smirking face. I could see Toph behind him listening to the whole thing with rapt attention. I wondered what she could tell without sight and vibrations to lead her through. I held the staff on either end and brought it down to my knee in a sharp movement, breaking it in half. I'll help you make a new one, I told Toji even as I tested the grip of my new weapon, or was it weapons? He neglected to answer, instead moving in on the attack. I ducked underneath an overhead sweep and pounced on him with my weapons. First I came from the left, forcing him to block, my right stick lashed out and struck his knee, forcing him to grunt and take a step back. That step backwards ended up being the one that decided the spar because he'd essentially given the initiative to me and I would not be returning it. I attacked almost faster than even I could think, acting the part of a storm better than I'd ever done at being a human. Every time I forced him to block, my other weapon was striking somewhere unguarded. Of course, I only ended up being able to land half a dozen clean hits before Toji adapted. Now, he pushed against my attacks to give him the time to move his staff to block the next one. When it came to fighting, he was a genius with little in the way of equals, and I enjoyed hacking him on the back foot. In the end, my advantage did not last long. I pressed down on him with both sticks from above for a few seconds and right as it seemed I was about to break through his attack, I was forced to take a step back to avoid a staff that struck where my head had just been. You too? I asked with a faux irritated tone that failed to reach my eyes. Couldn't let you boys have all the fun, Maki replied before charging right at me. I sighed and prepared myself. XXXX. What is that? I asked, passing the telescoping eye back to Captain Hero, the one charged with ferrying my army down to Ba Sing Se. A wall, General. Yes. But not a wall that one would expect to see this far out from the city. They've walled off the entire beachhead. I said with a scowl. Any chance of us sailing around it and getting them from behind? Nope. The beachhead is the only place ships have any hope of landing. And if you look over there you can see that those are Fire Nation ships parked there. That means the princess is there. That means we must sail right ahead into this mess. I said with a scowl. Of course, it was just my luck that the second I spoke, all hell broke loose. Important announcement, changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. A/N, finally finished the chapter. Added some slice of life stuff just because, and to deepen the relationships between the characters just a bit. That's the chapter. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday next week for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 33. A/N. So sorry this is coming about 4 days late. Haven't had the best week and this story has arrived at a really stressful point in its plot here. I can't afford to get anything wrong. Expect the next update on Wednesday next week, and know you could skip the wait and read the next 2 chapters as well as continuous updates on Patreon right now. Since I now qualify as an unemployed member of society, all subscribers on my Patreon are much appreciated. If you enjoy my writing, then please don't hesitate to support it if you can. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between pa and treon and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Please subscribe to my Patreon using the website directly instead of using the iOS app. It's cheaper on the website. Important announcement, welcome to December, guys. Happy holidays. For the entirety of this month, both annual and monthly memberships on my Patreon have been put on discount. Feel free to support me now with 20% off. Changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. It was perhaps a blessing that Toji's senses were so much better than mine. Because if I had been the one to spot a massive boulder flying right at us almost too quickly for us to truly see, I had no idea how I would have reacted. Perhaps I would have attempted to destroy it head-on. I would surely have sought out Toph, the young girl who had grown so precious to me in the time since I'd taken her from her family. Toji worried about none of that. He saw the boulder coming and simply shouted, "Get down!" He dove on top of me, forcing me to the deck as the rock flew right over our heads, destroyed part of our ship before landing right in the helm of the ship behind us. I looked up after that, noting the damage. "Get some order in this bitch," I screamed at the captain as everyone began running helter-skelter. Our presence had been anticipated, and that meant they were ready for us. Even more rocks came flying by, and while 2 of them managed to strike 2 more ships in our fleet, they missed mine by a fair margin. We were miles from the wall. A considerable part of my flagship had sustained damage already, and the fleet I could boat only had 3 unharmed ships. 2, I amended as another boulder found its mark. This was going to be a slaughter. There were no 2 ways about it. "Where is Maki?" I barked out. If there was any time to need combustion bending on our side, it was this one. She was helping Toph try to get some rest. "They're both below deck," Toji replied. "Get her here now," I ordered, even while knowing that by the time the order would be obeyed, it would probably be too late. This was a classic failure of intelligence. They'd known we were coming. We never sent any scouting parties out. We were on ships that we had no idea how to man in naval combat, and we were sitting ducks in the face of their offensive. The next boulder I saw did not manage to complete its arc before I struck it down with a bolt of lightning, but I knew that would be a delaying measure at the very best. Those were earthbenders out there. There was no limit to their ammunition, and I could already tell that the ship had stopped moving. The engines had stalled. Probably because of the damaged exhaust. By damaged, I meant non-existent at this point. There was very little chance of this ending well for me. I could see it all falling apart. My hopes of the war. Whatever plans I'd had for the Fire Nation afterward. My desires to bring honor to my family name. I'd forever be known as the blunderer of BASing-SE, or something equally ridiculous. I struck down another boulder even as I considered my options. There was no chance of success, but there could be honor in going down with the ship. Of course, that would mean the end of my family name. It was one of the few things that meant anything to me in this world. If I died here, so would the Wu name. So would Toji, and Maki and Toph. No. That wasn't an option. I struck down a 3rd boulder, already finding myself lost for breath. Lightning bending was dangerous, I reminded myself. I'd almost burned out my inner flame using it. But what choice did I have now? A 4th boulder fell before me, and this time I did not even feel my body give out. Suddenly, I was on one knee and struggling to breathe. I wasn't tired. I knew I wasn't. It was just that my body could not take the influx of positive and negative energies that came with channeling and using lightning. It was fine in small doses, but 4 lightning bolts in quick succession was probably more than anyone else would even have been able to attempt. Still, the failure stung. Especially when 3 boulders flew on over me like my previous efforts in striking them down had meant nothing. To be honest, it probably had. Nevertheless, I was stuck. Another one of my ships had been hit in the latest salvo, and all I could hear was the sound of my soldiers dying. These were my men. They'd fought for me, bled for me, and now they would die for me. "Abandon ship," I screamed at the top of my voice, even as I knew that most of the men were far ahead of me when it came to that. I turned to the men next to me. They were the ones I'd shared a campfire with all those weeks ago. "Jump in the water," I ordered, and credit to them, they hesitated. "Jump." I rose my voice to drive the point home, and they did as bid. I tried pushing myself up to my feet, but was only able to stand by leaning heavily on the ramp. Another set of boulders flew overhead. They weren't bothered about accuracy anymore. It made sense, I realized. Dozens of escape boats had left the ships behind and were now rowing in a dozen different directions. My men were deserting. And I could not even bring myself to blame them. Had I not promised them victory above all else? This wasn't victory. If I was breaking my end of the deal, so too, could they? Of course, I was not allowed to wallow for long. Natsu Toji screamed, hoisting a bleeding Maki over his shoulders. I did not hear his next words, my attention fixated on the drip-drop sound of her precious lifeblood as it spilled across the deck. What happened to her? I yelled without even realizing that I was yelling. She got impaled on some metal that got dislodged in the first hit. Toph was able to bend it out, but we need to get her medical attention, and we need to get her out of here. Toji's words were barely out of his mouth when I suddenly found myself flying through the air. I flew, dislodged from my position by the impact of one of the boulders that I'd thought had gone overhead on the back end of the ship. I didn't feel it when my body struck the ship again after the ship's mast moved in a rush of screeching metal to prevent me from entering the water. I didn't feel it either when I landed on the deck, fully losing consciousness seconds later. When I came to, the world was spinning around me. A concussion, I diagnosed in seconds. One advantage of my body in this world was that it was basically superhuman. I pulled at my inner flame. That heat that distinguished me from the rest of the world and brought it to the forefront. I let out a breath that I knew would probably have steamed in the air outside. I did not open my eyes. That would hurt. I'd learned that lesson early on. Instead, I tried to think about what had led me here. Concussions were usually marked with short-term memory loss. I racked my brain and could barely avoid screaming Eureka when it came to me. I'd been on the ship. BA-SI. They had a wall on the beachhead. They'd fired on us with trebuchets and probably sunk my entire makeshift fleet. That brought another question. Where was I now? It was moving just like a boat would, so that meant I was still on the water. That went against my first theory that I'd been somehow captured by the Earth Kingdom. But it didn't mean necessarily that I was safe. What made me make the decision that I probably was the fact that I could feel my headache reducing. It was also marked with a feeling that I had become more than familiar with Amara's chi when she healed. I tore my eyes open and was gifted with the sight of the waterbender leaning over my body as she worked. "Welcome back, General," she said with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, and I nodded at her in reply while increasing the heat that ran through my body. In case she'd poisoned me, it would be best to burn it out now rather than risk it becoming a thing later. "Oh good, you're awake. You can talk some sense into this lot," was the next thing I heard. I turned my head to the door of the room I was in and found Maki standing there with an irritable look on her face. "What's going on?" I said, making to rise. I waved off Amara's attempts to help as I felt my legs almost give out as I took my first step and just reached out for the wooden wall of what I was now certain was a boat. A non-Fire Nation boat, to be precise. "Where are we?" I asked next, not even waiting for her to answer the first question, as the second seemed far more pressing at the moment. "You're on my boat, General," another voice said, coming into the room next after pushing his way past Maki. He had said the word general with a mocking tone, but that did not offend me very much. Instead, I was more focused on trying to figure out just who was standing before me. He had brown skin and hair tied in a long ponytail that made it all the way to his back. He wore simple clothes, a tunic and trousers. Simple but well-fitting. And well-made as well. That meant a skilled enough seamstress in his service or enough gold for clothes that fit perfectly. Could be both. "Who are you?" I asked even as I tried to place the features. He didn't have the square jaw that was common in the Earth Kingdom, and that skin was much too brown to even be considered Fire Nation. That meant Water Tribe by process of elimination, but that was not a certainty. "The name's Kai, Captain of the Wicked Wench," he said in an accent that was neither here nor there. "Captain Kai then," I said, taking the title with ease. "Your people said you'd pay in gold. For keeping you here and letting you heal," and all he said, making me narrow my eyes at him. He was making an effort to speak in a more colloquial tone. It just sounded artificial and forced. Of course, he misinterpreted my narrowed eyes and put his hand on the hilt of the blade he wore on his lips. To his credit, he managed to avoid me laughing openly in his face because I had the feeling he would be useful in the near future. Especially since I didn't have the clearest picture of what was happening. "Worry not, Captain. I am General Natsu of the ancient Wu family. Those words might mean little and less to you, but trust me when I say that if you do as I will, you will be rewarded with enough gold to buy yourself a fleet of ships and even fill them with wicked wenches," I said, noting that the nod and smile he rewarded my words with did not quite reach his eyes. "What's going on?" I turned to Maki next. "Toji and Toph want to assault the city of BA-SI all on their lonesome," Maki said, and I almost chuckled. That sounded just like the little firecracker that I'd made my own and the man I called my best friend. "You need to go show them you're awake and talk some sense into them so they don't go riding off to their deaths," she said next. "Of course. Tell me all about what's been going on while I've been unconscious." "As we walk." "Nothing much. The hit that took you out took out much of the ship as well. Toph managed to tear off enough of it for us to remain afloat until Toji found us an escape ship and our lovely healer Amara. The Earth Kingdom kept firing until they'd sunk the entire fleet and most of the escape vessels. We managed to skirt the entire thing thanks to some clever water bending from the healer. After that, we were adrift for a bit before we came across this vessel. They're smugglers of a sort. Pirates, my dear Maki. We're pirates. Like I said, they're smugglers who are going to be moving some very illegal alcohol into the walled city. Toji and I were able to negotiate with them to allow us aboard and give us the medical supplies necessary to get you back on your feet. Can't lie, you were in a bad state when they found us, so we needed the help. Toji promised gold from his family's coffers. She said in reply. And they just believed that and agreed to help. I couldn't deny being curious. They took both your armor and Toji's as collateral to ensure you paid up. It was then that I actually thought to question the lack of the familiar weight of my chest piece on me. I had noted that I had woken up in only a pair of trousers but hadn't thought too much of it. But now that I knew that my armor had been pledged to pirates of all things, I could not say I felt pleased about it, but I swallowed the feeling. Better alive than slightly dishonored. Besides, I would be receiving my armor in no time. All it would take would be a letter back to the homeland, and this man would be swimming in gold. I just had to make sure news of the disgrace did not spread far. Not like it mattered, in the end. I was a general in name only. My army. It was gone. The largest, most well-trained force in the entire Fire Nation army. Wiped out in one fell swoop with no casualties imposed on the enemy side. Iroh had quit the siege of Ba Sing Se after losing his son. I never even made it to his shores. That didn't even add to the fact that there was a princess of the Fire Nation missing or dead in this mess. I wondered if the White Lotus would take me for a moment. My family had committed great crimes, but surely if I turned cloak early enough, I could even deliver Omashu to their war effort. Bumi was dead, at my own hand, but what did that matter, so they were short one powerful bender. I could come with 3, and a non-bender that would give Piandao a run for his money. That was one hell of a military force. Wasn't Ong big on forgiveness as his shtick? I could spin house arrest for grandfather. He's an old man who poses no significant threat on his lonesome. It was doable. Of course, it grated at me to give up everything I'd worked for. Also, turning traitor would see my family in the dumps for a generation or 3. I could marry Maki. She didn't have the right blood, but she had power aplenty. Maybe combustion bending was something in the blood. Children with that kind of power would be good for family. As for my children, wedding them to Toji's or even just a merchant family with a good enough background would be permissible. My grandchildren would be well placed to return the family to prominence. But it felt like failure. It wasn't just the feeling. It was failure. Failure of the kind that I was not even close to being used to. But what were my other options? Getting a princess killed did not bode well for my future with the Fire Nation. Even if I took Ba Sing Se with this lot, there was no chance I was going to live that down. Ba Sing Se was the jewel of the Earth Kingdom, but it was not worth a princess. Not Oze's princess, at the very least. I finally made it up to the deck and noted the positions of everyone in it. Toph was next to Toji, holding on to him like a lifeline. It was then I noted that we were on a wooden ship, of all things. She was probably only a few steps away from freaking out completely. If a metal ship had been bad, then this was probably a nightmare. Good to see you alive, Natsu, Toji said as he noticed me step into the light, and I hurried the few steps that separated me from them as I noticed Toph had gotten up and was beginning to seek me out. Before she could move more than a step, I'd gathered her into my arms. I heard you figured it out, I said. It was another thing Maki had mentioned. Toph could metal bend now. I thought you were dead, she said instead, sounding so small and tiny. Never, kid. Who's going to be here to make you do the impossible if I went and got myself killed? I said in reply, drawing a smile from her that I returned even if I knew she would never see it. So what's this I hear about a fool plan of assaulting Ba Sing Se? I asked. Important announcement, changes made to my Patreon structure mean it's now cheaper to read the very next chapter with a lower tier subscription. I'll be placing a discount on yearly memberships for a week or so to support this. A/N, sometimes you lose, and it isn't even your fault. That's a lesson Natsu needs to learn. He doesn't live in a vacuum. Here's a fun bit of trivia. The Wicked Wench was the ship Jack Sparrow originally had before it was sunk, and then when Davy Jones rose it from the depths, it was rechristened the Black Pearl. That's the chapter. Like I said earlier, you can either wait till Wednesday next week for the next chapter or skip the waiting and read the next 2, as well as continuous updates as I write on Patreon, same username as up here, link in bio. Both are equally valid actions, so no rush. For Patreon, you can remove the hyphen between Pa and Trian and Google it, then search for my username Oghenevwogaga. Or you could copy the link in my bio and remove the spaces before pasting it in your address bar. Chapter 34. Pre-chapter A/N, Happy Holidays everyone. Here's this week's chapter right on time for your enjoyment. The next 2 chapters are up on Patreon as always. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. Nice way to support this story, and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Tell him what you told us, Toji said, turning to Captain Kai of the Wicked Wench. I turned to the man as well. I heard whispers that Long Feng and General Kali captured some Fire Nation big shot and numerous generals. They got plenty of soldiers as well, he said. My ears perked up at those words and I just knew that Toji had been thinking in the same direction as I had. He knew what this news could mean for me and my future. All our futures if I was being honest. You think the princess? Well, if she surrendered then that would be the only way to explain them taking so many soldiers as prisoners. If the Fire Nation princess had been killed in battle or anything of the sort then they would have fought to the last man. Honor would have nothing less from them. I agree. But then it's a jump from assuming she was taken alive to assuming she remains so. Well, there's only one way to find out. But I also bet that she is. If BA-SI wants to survive after perpetrating the greatest act of mass slaughter that the Fire Nation army has ever been dealt, then they will need a bargaining chip. So that's what you think the princess is being used as? A bargaining chip? I asked. It makes a lot more sense than them killing her, he said, and I nodded at his words. He did have a point to his words. Long Feng is a smart man. He would see Agela's worth. So your plan is for us to rescue her and then the soldiers and somehow use this to take the city? I asked, and he nodded instantly. Toph as well, bless her heart, nodded from her position pressed against my stomach. Of course. I feel a plan coming, I said, making smiles spread. Do you know where the princess would be held? I asked, turning to the pirate captain. Definitely not in that makeshift complex. It would be within the city, for sure. She's a valuable hostage, and they probably intend to trade her back to the Fire Lord, so there's no reason for her not to be in the Earth King's palace. He said. I nodded at his words while thinking on my own. Lake Laogai. The Earth King didn't even know there was a war going on. Long Feng would not risk having the princess of the Fire Nation in such close quarters. Agela herself was a dangerous threat, the kind that also presented opportunity. The Dai Li had brainwashing facilities. And those were in Lake Laogai. If I was Long Feng, that was what I'd do. That was certainly what I'd do, now that I thought about it even more. There was no other option. And the soldiers themselves? The rank and file? I asked. They've made cells that run miles deep to contain the entire army. Word is that they surrendered without a fight, so there's a lot of them alive for now, he said in reply. Are you aware that helping me, moving forwards, would expose you to betraying your countrymen? I would see this city taken and placed under my rule, I told him. The pirate shrugged with an easy smile. You said enough gold for 10 ships, I won't mind retiring after that, he said instead, and I nodded. Gold was one hell of a motivator and I had it aplenty. It made sense that this man and his crew would capitulate in face of that. So, what do you want to do? Toji asked. I closed my eyes for a few seconds. Agela was beneath Lake Laogai. Everything in my body told me that was the truth. We could not waste time infiltrating the palace for disappointment. That meant we had to head straight there. But then how would I explain that away? It was at that moment that a thought hit me. You told me a man named Long Feng oversaw the defense of the city and was the one that captured the princess. What role does he serve? Is he some sort of general in the army? No. He's the head of the Dai Li. That's the Earth King's secret police. Not very secret if we know about them, then, I said instead. Natsu, your plan? Toji asked again, beginning to sound impatient. I've read about this Dai Li. My ancestors had encountered them in their dealings with the Earth King before the Great Schism started, lying through my teeth, but certain none would question me. I had already discussed it with Toji, and his ancestors had not kept journals, and he was not a big student of history, so all he had to go off on were my words. The others were similarly afflicted with ignorance. They have a headquarters separate from the Earth King's palace. I don't think a powerful bender like the princess would be imprisoned in the same space where the Earth King eats and sleeps. They'd have put her somewhere else. My gold is in this headquarter. I said, and breathed a sigh of relief when the response to my words was not a unanimous call of bullshit but approving nods. Yeah, but the problem with this plan is that we have no idea where this headquarters is, unless your ancestors happen to know where their headquarters is. They wrote about a place called Lake Laogai. I assume you're familiar with it, I said, replying the pirate captain. His eyebrows were lifted, and he seemed to be thinking to himself for a few seconds before he nodded. There's nothing there, but I don't think we lose anything by giving it a shot. It's in the agrarian zone, so it's not like it's going to be well guarded by any means. So that's your plan, then? Make it to this secret headquarters and rescue your princess. Not even close to it. The plan needs as many prongs and moving parts as we can spare. I don't just plan to free Princess Agela. I plan to take BA-SI. To achieve that, I require an army, and thankfully we know exactly where I can find one, I said to him. Where's the rest of your crew? I asked him next. Below deck with the cargo. I run a tight ship, so there's only 4 of us. Ming wants nothing to do with you lot, but will take her share of the gold to keep quiet. Ping and Ling don't care much, gold is gold, and work is work to them. They won't fight earthbenders for you, though. None of us will, he said. You will do whatever is necessary to get your gold, Captain Kai. That is the kind of man you are, or did I see wrong? I said, squinting at him. Yeah, you've got me. But if you want us to fight for you, we'll take double the rates. He replied, instantly beginning to haggle. Don't worry about that. I won't need you lot to win this. I have all the firepower I require, right here, I said, tapping Tofa's head from where the little girl had still yet to let go off me. I knew part of it was comfort, and part of it had to do with her discomfort from being on a wooden ship of all things. Okay then. He said with a shrug. So what do we do, Natsu? Toji asked. We wait. I'm not yet at 100%, and I'd prefer we take the time to recover rather than rushing in and getting ourselves killed. For how long? 2 days. Subsequently, we begin. We split ourselves into 2 groups. Captain Kai, Toph, and I will head to Lake Laogai and free the princess. You, Maki, Amara, and the rest of his crew will infiltrate that prison camp they have outside the walls and free as many loyal men as possible. Amara can heal those who need it to get as many of them battle-ready as possible. I will see the gates of BASing-SC opened from within and the city will be ours, I said, and Toji honored the incredibly basic plan with a round of applause that I will not admit made me blush. XXXXXX. Toph was antsy up until the second she put her feet on solid ground once more. The second she did so, she was almost jumping in joy. Her sigh of relief at being able to see again made me make a decision that as much as it could be avoided, I would not be subjecting that child to the torture of a wooden boat ever again. So, how do we get into the city? I asked our escort, who so far had proven reluctant to let go of the secret of the time we'd spent aboard his ship. I'd allowed him his secret because I was certain that even if he ended up disappointing us, Toph and I were more than enough to make our way into the city. It was the early evening, just a few hours before the sun would be replaced by the moon. The perfect time for sneaking around. Instead of replying with words, the pirate captain walked up to a section of the walls that looked much the same as any other before pushing against one of the bricks seemingly at random. Here it is. This section of the wall is hollow. If your earthbender could do us the favor, he turned to me, and I turned to Toph. Happy enough to be back on the ground, Toph did not even question the orders, and instead just stepped forward and planted her hand against the wall. Just tease it open, nice and gentle. If you affect any of the other sections, he was cut off as the entrance parted before us in a rush of grinding stone. I smiled at Toph and gave her a pat on the head as I walked into the city. Kai followed, and she brought up the rear while closing the wall up behind us. So who made that? I asked. They say it's existed for as long as the walls themselves. I wouldn't know about that. All I do know is that some smugglers I used to run with showed me how to use it. One can't do it without an earthbender, and since Ming wanted nothing to do with this, it's lucky that yours is so skilled. I just nodded at his words as we began to blend in with the crowd and make our journey to the agrarian zone. Amara had proven to be a skilled seamstress as well as a healer, and she and Toji worked together to amend some of Kai's clothes to fit Toph and I. For Toph, a pair of trousers had needed to be cut almost at the knees to fit her, and half the fabric in the tunic had to be taken out. That was good. The extra cloth had been used to expand Kai's clothing to fit me. He was broader at the shoulders than I was, but I stood over a head and a half taller than he was. Come, the agrarian zone is this way. He began leading us to the other side of the city. XXXXXX. I told you there was nothing here. He said as we walked into the gorge that held one of the city's many internal lakes. BASing-SC was not a city. Not by any definition of the world. I had no idea why we had to stick with the convention that it was. For all intents and purposes, this was a kingdom on its own. That's why Iroha's siege had accomplished nothing. They had farms that spanned miles, as well as nearly a dozen internal lakes, to ensure that all the water and food needs of the city were satisfied for the long and short term. Even when it came to trade, the city was self-sufficient. As Kai told us while we made the walk, almost everything the city demanded was produced within the city itself. In fact, the only things not produced in the city were the things that the Earth King had banned, and that was where pirates like him came into the picture. The man spoke a lot, and that gave me a good picture of the city I was about to take. Especially because he'd been very useful for explaining how the city's walls worked. They were one single large mass of rock that was nigh impossible to bend in any area that did not include the designated gates. But on the brighter side, BASing-SC had been in a period of de-escalation and disarmament since the siege, so the actual guardsmen were few. Toph, if you would, I said to my little apprentice, and she stepped forward and slammed her foot on the ground, lifting a little land bridge that led up to a hatch. And you were saying? I asked with a smirk back before we moved to the hatch. Even for the headquarters of the Earth Kingdom Secret Police, the Lake Laogai base was quite dreary. The place was barely lit by a sort of luminescent crystal that had been spread along the space in sparse qualities. Enough to see where one was going, but not enough to qualify as well lit. Of course, the darkness worked to their advantage as much as it did to their detriment. While Kai and I were essentially blind, none could compare to Toph in terms of visibility in this space. We walked past a corner and the blind girl merely drove her foot into the ground with vim, and a man that neither Kai nor I had been able to see before then sunk into the ground up to his head. I smiled at her before walking forward and stomping down on his head with my full strength while he was still struck mute by shock. I was unaware if he was unconscious or dead, but the lack of reaction from Toph hinted at the former. The rest of his body sunk into the ground a second later, to avoid someone running into him and sounding the alarm. I nodded at her in pride, and it might have been a trick of the sparse light, but I could have sworn she sent a full-blown smile my way in return. We continued to make our way into the base. Toph's senses were of the utmost utility as they were what allowed us to pass several locked doors without any difficulty as we did not need to stop to check who was within. She would be able to tell the princess apart from empty rooms or even rooms with other prisoners. I had her take note of those rooms, just in case we needed to know where to open if we wanted to create maximum chaos. We ran into 2 other Dai Li agents before we arrived at a doorway. There's a lot of them in there. And there's a prisoner in the middle. Someone lightweight, female, facial features like yours, Toph said, and I nodded at her before turning to Kai, who gave me a nod in return. There had been no doubts in my mind that we would end up fighting our way out of this place, but I had at least hoped to have ATLA in my custody by that point. Still, what did it matter? All who stood in my way were just dead bodies that hadn't been told yet. I pushed the door aside and walked in with my head held high, almost like I was taking a leisurely stroll. It was a complete lie, of course. Within my body, my blood was practically boiling as I concentrated so much heat within myself. The room was better lit than all the others, and so that meant it was easier to spot ATLA from where she was, chained to a pillar. It also meant I could easily see both Long Feng, and the woman who had to be the Earth Kingdom general that had almost put an end to my military career by handing me my first defeat. All around the room were Dai Li agents dressed in their customary outfits. What is the meaning of this, Long Feng? The woman asked, turning to the man who, I assumed, was her partner in all this in anger. While your plan was good, it ran the risk of losing the Fire Nation general at sea. That could never be tolerated. Why would I let a tool with such potential go to waste? No, instead it would be much better if I took such a tool into my own hands and used it to secure the future of BA-SI. That is the role the princess here has already begun to serve. Is that not so, my dear ATLA? He said next, and as if that were a cue, the chains around ATLA fell away and the girl's head snapped up in full awareness. Yes, father, she said, and I resisted the urge to facepalm. Of course. Of fucking course. Murphy's Law in full fucking force. I turned to my side, not even slightly surprised to see Kai unsheathing his sword and leveling it at me. Surrender, General. You are surrounded and outmatched, Long Feng said, and I could just smell the smug in his voice. Toph. I called. Yes, dancy feet. Don't hold back, I told her as I rushed forward. Kai's attempt to swing his blade at me failed as I ducked underneath it and stomped on his foot with my full strength. Distracted by the pain, there was nothing he could do to stop me from folding my body around his and cradling his head between my hands. A sharp tug snapped his neck and I heaved and tossed the body so it landed right at Long Feng's feet. 1. I wonder how many shall die before you realize how stupid you've been, I said. A/N, well, I think this was a good one. We're entering what I expect to be one of the most divisive parts of the plot yet. As always, the next 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Chapter 35. Pre-chapter A/N, Happy Holidays everyone. Here's this week's chapter right on time for your enjoyment. As always, the following 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. It's a nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. The Dai Li fought like police officers. In the show, I'd been so awed at how skilled they appeared. With their signature rock gloves that they used in apprehending targets. Now that I thought about it, they were probably the inspiration that Toph had leaned on in creating her elite metal-bending police force in the Legend of Korra canon. But all that did not matter because police officers were police officers more suited for capturing and chasing criminals than fighting for their lives in a battlefield. They were fast, but not fast enough. They were efficient, but not lethal. I jumped up, spinning into a backflip to avoid a salvo of rock gloves. I landed right next to one man. He turned to me, and I cleaved his head from his shoulders in the same movement and spun his body around to allow it to take 2 rocks fists for me before I kicked it onto the man next to him. They were well trained, but not used to seeing their counterparts fall like dominoes. The more I defeated, the easier it became. Death was new to them, while I was an old hand at dealing with it. Monster 1 managed to cough out as I speared a heated hand through his left lung. The blood that splattered on my face instantly began to boil from the heat on my skin. That word stuck with me as I spun into a kick that sent an arc of white-hot flames that cut through 3 men too slow to get out my way. Monster. That was probably what I was. I'd grown up watching this show. This world. They never slaughtered themselves with the same abandon that I did. The more time I spent here, the more I killed. Did Iroh even ever kill this many? I was beginning to doubt. I heard laughter, and it hit me that it wasn't coming from me, but from Toph. She wielded her power with all the subtlety of a bull in a tea shop, but I could see the signs of my tutelage in the way she fought. Every movement was efficient and led to the next. She stomped one foot, creating a row of spikes that stabbed through a few agents before she slid that same foot on the floor, making the earth the spikes had risen from rise into a wall that moved at a rapid pace, slamming into a few more agents. She was a killer now. A killer, many times over, but she didn't seem to care. Had I done that as well? Did it even matter that I had? It was my mother's voice, I realized. The one that screamed in my head as I kicked a man and felt his ribs give way to my force. Agela's entrance to the fight was marked by an arc of blue flames. I had wondered whether Long Feng would remain content to hold her in reserve while he watched his men get slaughtered around him. That would have suited my purposes perfectly. As I cut through her flames and prepared myself to face one of the strongest firebenders of this generation, I cursed myself for not learning how to redirect lightning. It was a failing that could bite me in the back here. The only thing I had going for me was that I knew I would be able to use the lightning faster than she could. So if I saw her preparing an attack, I would be able to strike first, even if I started later. That would surely kill her, so it was a last resort. Losing a princess would be a bad look, but it was preferable to losing my life. I dodged another arc of flames and shot at her like a cannonball from a cannon. She barely managed to roll out of the way in time, and I took the chance to call up my fire whips and dice the men who had been behind her into pieces. She took her stance and kicked a lance of flames in my direction before her foot returned to the ground and advanced as she sent smaller lances from her fingers. I almost chuckled as I took a deep breath and cleaved the first lance in two, allowing either side to pass me by, and then I called on my inner flame and met each of her smaller lances with fire blasts of my own. She pushed both her hands forward, sending a massive swathe of blue fire in my direction, but she was not even close enough to catching me with such a slow attack. I jetted around the room, taking a longer path to approach her from the side. She spotted me coming and cut off her massive blast to turn around and face me. She lifted her leg to send a blast my way, but I rolled underneath it, and then I was in her space. I held back on the punch I landed on her face, but it was still so satisfying. To her credit, she remained conscious and still continued the fight. She stepped back, dazed for a second, and then tried to punch at me with fire in her fists. My head flashed backward, moving out of the way, and in the same movement, my left leg flashed outward to kick her in the shin. She almost tripped over herself in her stumbling to regain her footing, and I slapped her in the face twice. A forehand followed by a backhand in quick succession. There were tears in her eyes, but she still couldn't recognize me, so I kneed her in the midsection and then knocked her unconscious with an elbow to the back of her head. Thankfully, she was a princess of the Fire Nation. Even if she remembered this, she would be the one in the wrong for allowing herself to fall so low as to be a tool of the enemy. The moment she lost consciousness, I extended my awareness to the rest of the room and was not surprised to note that Toph had dispatched the vast majority of whatever Dai Li agents had escaped my attention. In the middle of all this stood Long Feng and his general. Said general was glaring at the man, even as the man seemed to be almost awestruck at the events that had unfolded before him. I began walking forward, but the woman just raised both her hands and went to her knees. I am General Kelly, daughter of General Lin, granddaughter of King Bumi of Omashu. I surrender myself into your custody. She said, and I nodded. Even during war, there were some niceties that had to be observed among nobility, and even shocked as I was about her alleged identity, I could not deny her said niceties. Toph? I think metal chains will do for these two. When Long Feng similarly went to his knees. She slammed her foot against the wall, and with more concentration than I've ever seen her use in her bending before, she dragged her hands backwards and the chains followed her movement, wrapping around Kelly before moving to Long Feng. In a series of movements that belied his age, he pushed himself backwards into a roll and began to flee the room. I sighed and shot through the air, moving after him. He barely managed to make it 3 steps away before I landed right upon him, smashing his body into the ground. Where the hell do you think you're going, coward? I asked, and I felt him swallow beneath me as he felt the heat of my body above him. XXXXXX. I wish I could say the taking of Ba Sing Se was some complex fight worthy of a song. It was not. All the things worth anything had happened in that cavern. Kai's crew had attempted to betray Toji and Maki while they were sneaking into the prison complex holding the Fire Nation army ATLA had brought with her. That proved to be a mistake that hurt the BA-SI defenders more than it hurt my people. Toji was a fighter who was difficult to stop on his worst day. Yesterday was not his worst day. He was said to have fought dozens of men in a running chase, while Maki took advantage of their clumping together to brutalize them with explosions. By the time they had managed to get their wits about them, Amara had secured the release of enough of the Fire Nation generals and officers that the tide was turned. From within the city, I had done my part. The gates to the outer gate had taken no time to fall. The inner gates posed some challenge, but between Toph and I, the gates had been opened. Now, I sat at what had once been Longfeng's desk in the Lake Laogai base. The Earth Kingdom army had turned out to have gained some common sense towards the end of the battle. They'd retreated in good order and cooperated with the palace guards to turn the place into a fortress. What say you, Sung? I asked my war council, a collection of the generals who I had seen freed. Only the ones that had not shown too much amusement when ATLA had paid her insults. For those who had openly laughed, or secretly done so without enough discretion to prevent word from reaching my ears, I delegated the busy work of pacifying the city populace. They would not gain any glory in what was to come. I had freed them. Honor and common sense commanded that they take my orders as law until the city was taken. I say the palace will be costly to take. It was already quite defensible, but with the efforts of the Earth Kingdom army to transform the steppes into a killing field, we will lose dozens for every inch of progress we make. We cannot afford that loss. And yet, we cannot afford to leave the princess in the hands of the Earth King. General Ho said, tossing in his 2 cents. He was an old man. The kind of old that emphasized that his worth as a general was more tied to his power as a strategist and not his worth as a combatant. Will you be volunteering yourself to lead the charge to save her then? General Aki, a broad man whose appearance had more in common with that of a peasant than a noble. He was a bastard son who had risen high on his own merits. He was also very popular with his men for not wasting lives. Of course not. Do not be ridiculous. The infantry is plentiful enough, he replied, sounding actually affronted. They won't be if you put them through that meat grinder of a castle. General Aki again, easily reposting the point made by the older man. Looking around at the generals, I could already see that it was a nearly even split between those who wanted to take the castle, damning the cost to lives, and those who would rather take a more measured approach to things. I mentally noted who belonged on which camp. It was a line with which I could play them against each other. I was their equal, but I presently had the upper hand so they would submit to my will. That was only for now, though. They would seize authority from me the second the chance presented itself. We must also consider the city. We have barely enough men to hold the city as it stands. If we lose even a third of them in taking that castle, then our hold becomes even more precarious than it already stands. This is a city made to house millions, and we have scarce thousands of men dedicated to her. We can write for reinforcements, but those are at best a fortnight away. General Aoi said next, bringing up an excellent point. The city's wealthy class in the inner city were the easiest to pacify while the outer rings had already erupted in rioting once today. I had no doubts that another would come. The inner city had been shielded from the war. If there was no war in BA-SI, then nowhere was that statement more true than in the inner city. The outer city had people who had immigrated here from outside the city. The ones who had been touched by the war. The ones who had seen the Fire Nation destroy their peoples and places dear to them. They were the ones most opposed to our presence here, and if we lost our military might, then we might find ourselves run out of town in time. ATLA had done it in the canon universe by supplanting the Dai Li. The only problem with that is that I'd killed the most of them. Not me, but Toph, my little psychopath, if I was being honest. But the facts remained the same. How would I pacify a city without an elite crop of secret police officers? We'll give it another 2 days. We'll maintain a presence around the castle. Surround it. Make sure nothing goes in or out. Hopefully, time spent a prisoner in his own palace will convince the Earth King to come to the table, I said finally. So we just sit and twiddle our thumbs? Ho asked with a derisive snort. No. We will be consolidating our hold on the city in the intervening time. And you and the men you lead will be using the time to move the siege engines from your ships to the inner city. Might as well be ready to storm the castle if it becomes necessary, I said with a smile. A smile that brightened as I could hear him beginning to grind his teeth. I wondered if he would challenge the thinly veiled orders, or my authority to do so. He looked over my shoulder for a second, and then sat ramrod straight. I wondered what Toji had done from my blind spot, but knowing my best friend, it was probably a thinly veiled threatening gesture. I loved Toji like a brother, but he wasn't the most subtle of creatures. With that, the meeting came to an end and I ushered the rest of them to begin their journey back to the surface. Using the Lake Laogai base as my headquarters had come with more than a few advantages. First of all, it meant that no one was suspicious of the time I spent here. That would have been a much more difficult thing to achieve if I stayed topside and would have had to sneak down here as needed. I walked out of the room with Toji on my tail, and after a few turns and doubling back twice to make sure we were not being followed, we arrived at a wall that looked just like any other. I knocked at the wall for a second, and the wall became a door as it shifted aside to permit us entry into the large room. The large room that presently had 5 occupants, an unconscious ATLA, a bound Longfeng, and an alert Maki, Toph, and a focused Amara. With the exception of Amara, the people in this room were what I considered my inner circle. As for the healer, well, she would not be betraying me with Toph on the lookout for it. So how's the progress? I asked. I haven't managed to get a peep off him about how the brainwashing stuff works. I've had Amara look into it, and she says it reminds her of some healing stuff that her mother had told her, but nothing concrete. Our best guess is that the brainwashing itself is older than this generation of Dai Li, and they've just been using it to their advantage but didn't actually develop the method themselves, Maki said, and I nodded, walking deeper into the room, towards Longfeng. Not a peep, hey? I guess we'll see what happens by the time I'm done with him, I said, and the old bastard had the audacity to chuckle. The Dai Li trained to resist all sorts of torture, boy. You won't get anything from me, he said instead, and I just chuckled. I wondered why people always felt the need to brag about their resistance to torture. Surely, that did not make them any less likely to get tortured. Like, no one goes, "Welp, I guess since you say so," and just gives up on trying. Maybe it was some sort of affirmation thing. Still stupid. Torture? No, I would never torture you. Let's call this an enhanced interrogation. I said to him, telling a joke he would never get to understand, before finally turning away. Toph? Please come over here. I need you to help me make sure he isn't lying. I said to my apprentice first. And it might have been the inner psycho in me, but there was something cute about the way she hurried on over to help. Toji, I need you to help me place him on this board and tie him down. You secured the supplies, right? I turned to my best friend next, and he just smiled while pointing over at another end of the room. Good. Let's work on it. Toji picked him up and moved him towards an elevated wooden platform. Wood, not stone, because I did not want Toph to feel his heart rate for what was going to come next. Turn him around, his head must be lower than his body, I said next as the arrangement went wrong the first time. Toji, if you would pass me the rag, I said, taking a hold of the cloth and covering his face with it. His hands and legs were already bound with chains, but we went the extra step of binding him to the platform. I held out my hand, accepting the picture. So what is going to happen is that I will begin. When you have had enough, you will scream the words, "Hail Oze," and I will release you if I believe you. I accepted the picture from Toji and took a deep breath before I began to pour. In the end, he lasted 2 minutes before he sang like a canary and only needed to go under the rag 4 more times. 1 for trying to lie, 2 for trying to obscure some information from me, and the last for calling Toph a bitch when she pointed out the lie. A/N, the fight progresses as fights do. But is it really a fight? More like a slaughter. Furthermore, as for the waterboarding, 3 minutes is a lot. Apparently, even 90 seconds is quite impressive. That's the chappie. I hope you loved it. As always, the next 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Chapter 36. Pre-chapter A/N, Happy Holidays everyone. Here's this week's chapter right on time for your enjoyment. As always, the following 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. It's a nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. I wasn't a good person. I had no doubts about that. I was selfish, power-hungry, and far too prideful to even be vaguely considered as a good person. So maybe that is why I did not hesitate when I was given the power to do as I wished. Brainwashing. The power to change the memories of others. It was one hell of a trump card to have in the deck. The Dai Li had kept it in reserve but still used it indiscriminately to take and maintain control of the city. After Longfeng had delivered the secrets of brainwashing, he delivered even more secrets to me. Things like how the Dai Li had kept the city pliant and in control. He had given up names and places and dates and amounts and 1,000 other things that he used to keep his reign in order. Upon understanding the scope of what he had at his disposal, I had my decision made, and it was not one that I had seen coming, or even one that Maki was very approving of. So you want just to use the brainwashing on both Longfeng and Princess ATLA? Toji asked with a smirk on his face. Toph was crumpling a piece of metal between her hands, feeling out the material and trying to get used to it, while Amara hovered over the princess, doing her work to keep the royal unconscious and unaware of our discussion. I do. Longfeng would be useful as a tool for keeping the city in order. You heard all the things he said. There are 1,000 things keeping this city in order, and to be honest with ourselves, we would fail to keep them all in check, I said in reply, even as I spotted Maki tighten her clenched fist at my words. He gave his secrets to us, we have as good a chance of managing it as he did. His Dai Li agents are gone for the most part, so what is even the value of one old man to us, Maki said, bargaining into the conversation. We both know that isn't true, Maki. He still has undercover agents across the city. The Ju Li Corps are still a valid instrument on the table that we can only use with his help. What if the brainwashing doesn't take? What if he has some defenses against it? We already confirmed that it will, and he doesn't. There's no way to defend against it, in fact. And the princess? She asked next. We need to undo what Long Feng did to her, and he already did confirm that that was the only way to get all the brainwashing solved, I replied. And that's all you'll do? She asked, eyes flickering between Toji and I. I wondered when this mistrust had built. Oh yes. It came when I recruited a child and turned her into my own personal murder bot. Having her as a witness to Long Feng's torture had probably also been a bad idea. That's all we'll do. Believe me, I would never want something as ridiculous as brainwashing the Fire Lord's daughter on my head, I said with a smile while I lived through my teeth. Behind Maki, Toji looked to be having the time of his life as he tried to prevent himself from erupting in hysterical laughter. Alright then. I'm going topside. I want no part in all of this, she said as she left without turning around. She hadn't believed me. What a shame. Not a surprise, though. You're usually a better liar than that, Toji said once Toph had closed the door/wall behind Maki's exiting form. Only an absolute idiot would fail to take advantage of the tools open to him. The princess had shown no small amount of hostility towards me for no just cause earlier, so why not use the opportunity to make things square? I said. This was to be my revenge against ATLA. My revenge against Agelan for placing the unjust punishment on my family in the first place. My revenge against Oze as well for using my grandfather as a tool and leading the old man on with false promises. Agela would be my tool in the end. Fair. Now, when are we getting started, he asked. There's no better time than now, I replied with a shrug. Amara, are you capable of placing them in the requisite trance? Long Feng mentioned that they use a combination of drugs and hypnotism to replicate the skill, but that it had been won from the water tribes initially, I asked, turning to her. I knew she would not betray me now. I could read people as well as I could read books, and Amara was a coward. She wouldn't mess this up because I would be able to trace it back to her, and she knew she wouldn't have a choice if I decided I wanted her dead. I can do it. Good. Get on it. Toph, I understand if you don't want to be around for this, I said. Are you kidding? This is going to be so cool. I've never met a spirit before. She said with a wide smile. I nodded at her enthusiasm and reached out to ruffle her hair. Let's move out, I finally said. Toph created 2 floating platforms for each of our targets and we began to move through the base. Long Feng's brainwashing was so much more complex than what the series had made clear. For one, it was not technology that made it possible, it was something beyond true comprehension. We arrived at the dark cavern and with a flick of my wrist, I provided lighting for our journey, a strong orange flame that lit up our immediate surroundings but failed to go further. Almost like the darkness of the cavern was fighting the light of the flames. We walked deeper and deeper in, and when we found it, I could barely resist the urge to retch. It was bound by rusted iron chains. Chains around what looked to be its wrists, ankles, neck, and chest. What looked to be, because its appearance was constantly shifting to my senses. Almost like my brain could not entirely understand what it was seeing. All I could tell was that it was terrible. I saw Toph move to a corner to quietly throw up and made the decision to ask her about what the spirit had felt like to her senses. It must have been something terrible to provoke that kind of reaction from a girl who was otherwise one of the strongest teenagers I had ever had the pleasure of acquaintanceship with. Ka the Dreamweaver, I said as an introduction, and the form before me shifted in recognition as it recognized its name. Now, I had its attention. Its attention, I thought with no small amount of revulsion. I could feel the weight of its interest upon me and it was making me want to cover up. Want to turn and hide. Want to run. Onatsu Wu, or should I say, XXXX. I felt my body freeze at the words. That was my name. That was my name from my first life. What in the actual fuck? It was in my mind. Yes, I am in your mind. Minds are easy for me, you see, it began, and I did not even wonder why his voice sounded so wrong to my ears. It was like the sound of nails on chalkboard. Yes, that must be quite uncomfortable. It was still in my head. Fuck. Shut up, I growled out. I don't quite feel like it began. I flashed my flames out, making them brighter and enjoying the way it cringed away from the fire. Longing, rusted. I had barely begun the sequence when the spirit began to scream. Oh fuck you. Fuck you. You won't make me, it wailed. 17, Daybreak, Furnace, 9, Benign. I continued, ignoring its protests. Please. Please. Please don't, it was begging now. Homecoming, 1. Ah. Doom, I said the last word and the spirit locked up, going still. Command me, Master, it said instead, in an audibly mechanical tone. I nodded, pleased that it worked as expected. All the while, Toji watched with a tilted head. Have you got him in the right state? I turned to Amara and asked. She nodded, struck dumb for some reason. What? Cat's got your tongue. When she didn't reply, I scowled but turned to the target. Long Feng's eyes were glassy and empty. Just like he had described that they would need to me for the brainwashing to work. I wanted to ask Toji to handle the next step, but looking at him told me that he would not be pleased to do it. He'd obey, of course, but I was not that type of leader. I struggled with his weight for a few seconds but managed to lift him with ease when I sent the heat running across my body. As I did so, I felt my head clear itself for the first time since I'd stepped into this cavern. It was the darkness, I realized. Even trapped and overcome, Ka's influence still stretched over the cavern. It was nothing overt. It was almost insidious with how subtle it was. It didn't make me any less myself. It just made me more prone to feeling string emotions and allowing them to dictate my actions. That was why I'd felt panic when he'd said my name and not just fear. It was an amplifier of emotions. How fascinating. I dropped the Dai Li leader at the foot of the spirit and pushed it closer. Assume the position, I ordered with a blank face, repeating the words as Long Feng had offered them. This was a statement he'd attempted to deceive me on no less than 4 different times. I tossed Toph a fond smile that she would never see, but she had really more than earned her keep with me. Not like she ever needed to, but the point stood. The spirit's form shifted as it wrapped its body around Long Feng. Its form suddenly began clearer. It was like it had a pocket in its midsection like a kangaroo's, except it opened from the bottom and not the top. The pocket enveloped Long Feng until there was nothing visible of him except his feet. I felt the urge to recoil from the sight but stood tall. Long Feng was never truly loyal to the Dai Li. From the day he was recruited, he worked to undermine the organization, until he met General Wu of the Fire Nation. He instantly became friends with him and swore to serve his family in perpetuity. He wished he could have helped the general with his siege and mourned when the siege was called off by the Fire Nation prince. Upon General Wu's death, all his love and loyalty, which is so intense that he would rather die than betray him, transferred over to General Wu's son, Natsu Wu. I dictated, and the Dreamweaver began to do its job. Like Long Feng had said, the Dreamweaver could rewrite memories to affect the emotions held by a target on any subject whatsoever. Vague instructions that had emotions tied to them were better, as they gave the creature the room to tell a fitting story. It was also why I had not included myself in the narrative until the end. He was going to receive memories of building a relationship with my father. Those memories would be unfalsifiable because it wasn't like he'd ever mentioned something that he'd expect me to know. The room seemed to stand still as the Weaver worked his sorcery. It took about half an hour for the Dreamweaver to finish his work, and when it did so, it retreated from Long Feng's form, leaving the man stationary and covered in some sort of goop. I returned him to Tofa's platform, trying to do my best to prevent getting any of the liquid on me. Without asking him, Toji stepped forward to pick up Agela's body and place her down where Long Feng had just been. I nodded at him in thanks. At least not having to do it twice made things better. It also brought me some reassurance, the fact that Toji could overcome the influence of the aura that made one recoil at the spirit. Assume the position, I ordered again. This time, the spirit covered the girl from head to toe. I nodded at the sight before clearing my throat and beginning to give the long list of instructions that would unravel Long Feng's own brainwashing and replace it with my own. What did I brainwash her to do? Nothing complicated, to be honest. Just for her to remember falling in love with the idea and person of Natsu Wu from the first time she heard of him. It made me feel a bit sleazy inside, but Toji and I were in agreement on this course of action. This was the best way to secure our futures in the Fire Nation. Besides, if I thought about it and compared it to her fate in canon, this was a noticeable step up. She'd rule beside me as Lady of the Fire Nation instead of being relegated to spending the rest of her life in prison after watching her less deserving brother take her rightful place on the throne. This was mercy. A part of my mind whispered that mercy seemed to very neatly coincide with my interests, but I shut it up quickly enough. Agela's brainwashing took even more time than Long Feng's, and when the spirit was done, Toji moved to return her body to the platform. Toph had gotten bored and left the cavern earlier, which was probably for the best. I turned to the spirit once its work had been done. I'd spent the time at work debating with myself. This spirit knew the truth of me. Sure, only Toph, Toji, Amara, and I even knew about this place in the first place, but that didn't matter when one took the level of risk that the reveal of that information presented. The likelihood of the event had to be weighed along with the danger posed by the event. Even a 10% chance of complete and utter destruction was unwelcome, to say the least. The secret of who I was, what I was worth everything. Everything. Long Feng had said everyone who knew about the spirit other than himself was dead, but he did admit that Dai Li agents were still out there. What was the guarantee that the others had not mentioned it to them without Longfeng's knowledge? The only counter-argument I could make against destroying this threat now was the potential for brainwashing the Avatar. But was that even possible? My first instinct was no. But then again, KOH, the face stealer was a legitimate threat to the Avatar, so why would the Dreamweaver be any different? The counter-argument to that was the fact that it's the fucking Avatar. Do you think this would work on the Avatar? I asked Toji, turning to face him. He just looked at me like I had said something extremely stupid. It was the kind of look he had when I first suggested we go cliff diving some years back. He'd ended up becoming a true believer in the end, but he'd thought it was quite stupid and risky in the beginning. It's the Avatar, he replied like he was speaking to a child. Yes, but he's a man as well. A child even, if the reports from Sung and the others are to be believed. We know that this spirit has worked everyone that the Dai Li have tried it on. The texts say that Kurik himself fell to spirits in the end and that Yang Chen had lost to a few in her lifetime. That means the Avatar isn't immune to spirits, so why not? I ventured, playing devil's advocate. Island. They. Avatar Toji was not interested in playing ball and arguing the merits and demerits of my plan with me, it seemed. I nodded, accepting the logical counterpoint. Fucking with the Avatar seldom went well for all involved, and being on this side of things, I could see the Avatar in a completely different light. He had escaped a prince of the Fire Nation on multiple occasions, and unskilled or not, Zuko was still beyond 95% of firebenders out there. Then there was the debacle at the Fire Sage's temple that had been hushed up for a while but had leaked heavily in the aftermath of the botched North Pole invasion. He'd dealt our nation the greatest defeat in our history and was still a child. Needless to say, most of the Fire Nation military wanted to have nothing to do with the Avatar, and Toji shared that opinion. I turned to the spirit next. It was too risky to leave as a threat on the chance that I would need it one of these days. I didn't even consider something as brain-dead as brainwashing Oze or Iroh. They were too dangerous to be taken alive. No, don't please, Ka snapped out of its dazed state for a second, sensing its doom and dove right at me. It was too late, I'd already pointed my palm at it and let loose. I'd been circulating my inner flame all around my body when I started, so it took a second for my power to concentrate itself, properly. But once it got going, it really got going. The darkness fled the cavern like it was chased. The heat that I'd been allowing to build within my body asserted itself into reality with a snap. I watched the color of my flames shift as it darkened in the center, shifting from orange to a light blue, and then lightened all the way back to white. All the while, I grit my teeth and ignored the screams that sounded out in my mind. Toph had collapsed to the floor. Toji was holding his head and Amara had fallen unconscious. It was too late to stop now, I thought as I pushed even more power to my fire. I felt the screams cut off abruptly but kept the fire going. Something told me it wouldn't be that easy, and I was right. I felt my left leg seize up and almost give out on me, and then my right hand, the one I wasn't using, began to inch up my body of its own accord. When it grabbed a hold of my throat, I ignored it and kept feeding all I had into the flames. My own hand began to choke me out, but I kept my attention on roasting this creature out of existence. I hadn't even begun feeling the effects of the lack of oxygen when the screams returned to my mind. The cavern had become a boiler in the minutes since I'd begun. I turned to Toji after he managed to make it to his feet again and gestured with my head to get the others out of here. Credit to him, he hesitated. But the heat became too much for him in time as well. The fact that I was being choked was actually working to my advantage. I could just hold my breath and focus on the flames even as I felt all the oxygen in the room be used up in the fire. It was when the stones behind him began to pop and crackle that I finally felt the feeling of being unable to continue. I pushed through the first signs of exhaustion. I couldn't allow this thing escape here. No. This was it. Toji took the others out and I felt myself roar even with my hand around my neck as I channeled more of myself into the flames. From white at the center, the flames darkened once more. I felt it within me as they shifted to a burning green. A familiar green. The screams amplified in my head, becoming even more desperate until they gave out. This time, I felt my hand return to my control as my leg did the same. I returned some of my weight to it cautiously for a second before I fell to my knees as the flames cut off against my will. Where the spirit had laid, there was just a mass of ash that began to dissolve right before my eyes. A/N, that's the chappie. I hope you loved it. As always, the next 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Chapter 37. Pre-chapter A/N, it's here. The last chapter of the year, for some of us. Some of us are already in the new year, so happy new year everyone. Here's this week's chapter a tad bit earlier for your enjoyment. As always, the following 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. It's a nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy! Note: the holiday discount on Patreon runs out on the 2nd of January, GMT, so hurry while stock lasts. In the end, the plan was simple. It was a variation of what had actually happened in canon. Angela's memories had been altered so she remembered being knocked unconscious after being taken captive, but nothing afterwards. Instead of springing her up out of nowhere, which would have caused no small amount of suspicion to be sent my way, I'd had Long Feng smuggle her into the Earth King's palace of all places. The army was still going to be necessary for pacifying the city and the rest of the kingdom, so I was not keen to toss lives into the meat grinder that was the palace at this point. Luckily, there was another way to handle things. So this man of yours, he's trustworthy? The old man asked for the 7th time today, and I could just barely refuse the urge to sigh in irritation. Yes, General Ho. I trust him. And like I said, I'm more than willing to take the risk of moving into the palace alone with my people, I offered, seemingly magnanimously. It was an offer that they unsurprisingly rejected. I had opened the gates and freed them from captivity. I was already the hero of this entire affair. That meant that they would want their own share of the renown that would come of this. The only place any of that would be gained was from the taking of the palace. So that meant I had to deal with creating a plan that would appeal to these people while still being effective enough to work without me placing my hand on the pulse and keeping control over everything at all times. Sure, I could probably go at it alone. I had enough leverage that none would refuse me. But that would be counterintuitive. Depriving them of the glory of taking the palace was just rubbing salt into the wound and would gain me more enemies than allies. XXXXXX. In the end, it took another half an hour of talking before all of them capitulated and agreed with the plan. They still didn't trust Long Feng as far as they could throw him, considering they were a collection of lanky and frail generals. That wasn't very far to begin with. Something about the thought of someone betraying their nation, even if to help us, just didn't sit right with them. It pressed home just how deeply the nationalistic spirit went when it came to the Fire Nation. A pro, and a con in some ways. Still, they finally relented, and now I stood with a collection of troops. I'd lost the bulk of my men in the attack, but in the time since taking Ba Sing Se, I'd had people scouring the surrounding landmass and wreckage. Only dozens remained from my thousands, but those dozens still formed the core of the men I'd be taking into the palace. Each general had been allowed to bring their 3 best, and I'd brought 12. A not so subtle way to drive home the impression that any glory gained here would be by my will and no others. I took a breath in. Long Feng poked his head from the ground and opened up a tunnel. I took a breath out and began to walk in with the others. As always, I led from the front. We'd placed Long Feng through a series of tests to ascertain his loyalty after the brainwashing, so I was confident that he was my man through and through. Still, a part of me screamed out that this man was an enemy. Not just any enemy, one half of those who had come close to defeating me. General Kelly, his partner in that, had since perished. I'd given her the best possible accommodations while maintaining her status as a prisoner, but it should have been no surprise that part of the army had taken things into their own hands in dealing with her. I still had no idea who exactly had killed her. I never even got a chance to interrogate her claims about being related to Bumi of all fucking people. She'd just been stabbed through the heart with nothing to show for it. Toji was investigating, but I didn't have much hope that he'd get anything. Especially since I couldn't raise much of a stink and definitely couldn't push for enhanced interrogation of suspects at this point. The tunnel wasn't lit, but I was a firebender. A flick of my wrist had a steady flame floating above my palm. A steady orange flame, interesting enough. All my attempts to conjure the green fire again had failed. I hadn't yet attempted anything too grand and was saving that till I was more established in my control over the city. Taking the palace would be a good first step in achieving that goal, at the very least. The wall opened up at a nondescript point and we were in the palace proper. Lead them to the throne room, I ordered Long Feng while I turned to seek out the princess with my own troops. Toph widened her stance and stabbed her hands into the wall in the motion she used when she wanted to extend her senses as far as possible. "I've found the princess," she said next. "Good. And the commander of this mess?" I asked. "Yes. 4 floors above us. Give Toji the precise directions, please. Toji, take Hiroshi, Aiko, Kenji, Yuki, Sakura, Mizuki, and Amara with you. I'll take Toph and the others," I said, and began turning in the direction Toph gestured the princess with. My original group of 13 was quickly cut down to 4. Just Toph, Takeshi, Maki, and I would move to rescue the princess. We made it down 2 hallways unmolested, and by the time we had turned into the 3rd, the alarm had been sounded. Either Toji or the generals had played their hand. My money was on the generals. Well, this had never been intended to be much of a stealth mission in the first place, I thought with a smile, as I erupted from the tapestry I'd been hiding behind and punched through one of the passing guards while kicking the other's weapon out of his grip. The commotion that came from the clattering spear was sure to draw more people to our direction, but I found that I did not particularly care. Subterfuge and sneaking around was not my strong suit. This was. Battle sent my heart beating in a way nothing quite did, and now those drums in my ears were louder than they'd ever been. The next person to move in my field of vision was a serving boy that was passing by and decided to run away. I allowed him leave and chuckled internally as Toph made the ground beneath his feet shake a bit and made him almost lose his footing and fall. We continued the journey to the princess room, but this time we moved at what seemed to be twice the speed as before, as we did not care much about being noticed. Maki and Takeshi were content to leave the fighting to Toph and I as we cut through all those who stood in our way and made to the princess door. I tried opening it, only to note that it was locked. Nice one, Longfeng, I thought with a sarcastic smile. Give me some space, guys, I said before stepping backwards and aiming to slam into the door with my leg. Of course, as I pulled back and lashed out, my leg hit nothing but air. I turned to Toph and the girl was laughing. Turning to Takeshi and Maki, I noticed that neither of them would return my look. Takeshi had his hand over his mouth, and Maki wasn't even bothering to do as much as he was to hide her laughter. I hate you all, I muttered as I marched through the hole in the wall Toph had opened by bending the earth and moving the entire door frame to the side. Princess, General Natsu here to rescue you. XXXXXXTOJI. He stared down at the body as his spear protruded from its back. Another one dead, he thought with a sardonic smile. Natsu was his best friend, and he could not even think of life without him, but the man was terrible at watching his own back. That was what left Toji with this burden. This burden to act to defend him from the threats he refused to see. That was why he'd killed the Earth Kingdom general that had almost cost him his friend's life. Natsu cared little for revenge, but Toji had learned from childhood that the only mercy one could give oneself was ruthlessness when it came to others. When he had begged for help, for scraps of affection, or failing that, even the barest recognition of his existence, he had received nothing but scorn. His father had wanted a firebender. His mother was chosen purely for her bending potential. Two powerful firebenders from two powerful firebending families, and they had given birth to a non-bender as their first son of all things. It would have been humorous if it hadn't meant a childhood of abuse. It never got physical, not with the adults of course, but they had been more than willing to turn a blind eye when his cousins made him the butt of the joke over and over again. The abuse had toughened him. He'd learned to fight from those days. Eventually, he became so good that even his bender cousins could not touch him. When physical means of showing their dominance failed to be an option, they moved to words. They tried to break his spirit by seeing how much pain they could force him into with their insults. That had hurt for a time, and then he had learned to ignore those words. After that had come the isolation. He was shunned by one and all for years and expected much the same when he got into the academy. Only for Natsu of the Wu family, a prodigy so famous that even Toji had heard of him, to look at him like he was everyone else. To look at him like he was human. Natsu was more than family to him. That was why he did not mind taking on burdens like this to help him when it was clear he needed it. The body that had once been Amara still had twitching fingers, but he was sure the waterbender was dead. He was no stranger to death to killing. Neither was Natsu, but the man could make nonsensical decisions at times. Letting Amara live was one of them. He knew that Natsu himself knew he was making a mistake, but he saw the usefulness of a waterbender and weighed it against the potential threat she held as a proven traitor and found that her usefulness came out victorious. Toji would have supported the decision had it related to anything else, but there was a crucial part of the calculation that Natsu had gotten wrong. His life was not worth less than the war effort. Natsu's life was worth everything and more. That was why he could not let the betrayal stand. She had put Natsu's life in danger. She had almost cost him everything. There was no chance he would be taking that lightly. He had given Natsu the chance to get his own revenge, but when his friend showed mercy, he had known that he would have to move to deal with things on his own. All he'd needed to do was find the opportunity to move against her without garnering suspicion. Done with looking at his kill, he got to work, moving the dead bodies of the Earth Kingdom guards that had ambushed them into position to tell a story. Natsu would never investigate, it was not his nature. He trusted Toji wholly just as Toji trusted him wholly. It was how things were meant to be. He took a step back when he felt he was done. It told a tale of a surprise attack, which was what he would tell Natsu. Amara had been stabbed from behind before either of them had even known what was going on, and he'd killed them for their audacity. ___ the waterbending master. How was it? She asked, staring at him as he came out of the hole in the wall that he'd been using for his training. Just as always. Kyoji spends as much time teaching as she does scolding, Miong replied. She turned away from her stitching to stare at him. To really look at him. In the months they'd traveled together, Ong had completely transformed from the boy she'd found in the iceberg. If she knew what the world would hold for them, she would have never left the South Pole. She would have had Ong grow out his hair and hide his tattoos and swear never to bend again. She would have made the same oath if she'd known what elevating to the level of waterbending master would mean for her for them. Ong looked like he had aged decades. Like the century of time that he had spent in the iceberg had come down on him all at once. It had cracked him, she felt. The news. Their victory at the North Pole had not mattered when weighed against what Ong had lost. What they had both lost. Omashu had fallen, Ong lost the one human link he had to the time before the iceberg, his best friend. She had lost even more that day. Hakata, chief of the Southern Water Tribe, was dead, and the world would never be the same. Sokka was all she had left now, and he had taken the loss even harder than she had. He didn't sleep, barely ate, and tried to spend every possible second training. Revenge was his goal, and it was telling that Ong did not even consider talking him out of it. General Sung of the Fire Nation would pay, she thought. Sokka might have been the one who spent day and night talking about it, but she was the one who truly had the will and the power to see it to fruition. She knew the man that had seen through her father's best strategies, as Bato had told them, and thoroughly outwitted them to the point that her father's only choice was surrender, would be a tough nut to crack. Sokka could make his plans and train with his boomerang, but when they found Sung, it would be her ice that would take his life from him. But she teaches at least? That's better than Roku, she put forward, trying to see some sort of silver lining in their present situation. Yeah. It is. I wish she could convince him, but it's not like all my past lives get to talk to each other. Apparently, their only link to reality comes from me, and when I draw on one of them the others are blinded. They come together when I'm in the avatar state, but that's too much of a blended mess of all of them for a conversation to take place, he said with a sigh before stomping both feet on the ground and pushing up an earthen stool. She smiled at the sight. Ong never really understood how much of a genius he was. It had peeved her back when she had felt like she competed against him to learn waterbending, but now that she was a master in her own right and she could see just how useful his talents were. They needed to defeat the Fire Nation as quickly as possible, and the key to that was making sure the Avatar was ready to fight the Fire Lord and bring balance. To do that, he needed to know all elements. They didn't have the decades that Ong said it had taken Roku and Kyoshi. They didn't even have a tenth of the time, and they needed him to be just as strong as the other avatars had been. It was a lot to ask, she thought. She drew water from the very air, coalescing it into a bubble tea she boiled with an application of her will to remove whatever impurities might exist before cooling it down again and floating it over towards Ong's mouth. He looked up at her in thanks and opened up for the water to float in. The entire procedure had taken her a minute and then some, she thought with a smile. Progress. Boiling water had been hard when Sokka had first theorized it, but now it was getting easier and easier. Maybe she'd even be able to use it in combat at some point, she thought. Have you heard from Bato and Sokka today? He asked her after chewing on a biscuit that she passed him. Still the same, just talk about how we need more allies to join us to assault the capital, but nothing about how to actually go about getting anyone other than the water tribes to pledge support. And anything about the Fire Nation general. While the Fire Nation had dozens of generals, there was only one that the world had come to refer to as the general and nothing else. Last we heard, he was off assaulting Ba Sing Se, she said, and she saw the way he puffed up to speak. Yes, I agree with you that we should be helping them, but this is more important, Ong. We could put an end to the war in one swoop. I still can't firebend Katara, he sounded so tired when he spoke. Ending the war is still far away. But these are real people we could be helping right now, he said, and not for the first time she didn't have a reply to what he said. A/N, ended with a Katara POV to show just a few of the ways that the world around the Avatar has changed. That's the chappy. I hope you loved it. As always, the next 2 chapters are up on Patreon. There's a handy little December discount on both monthly and annual plans. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Chapter 38. Pre-chapter A/N, Happy New Year. Here we go with the first chapter of 2025. Lovely to have you all here, and I hope you enjoy this one. If you do, feel free to head over to Patreon and read the next 2 chapters. I update there on a daily basis, so there's always something for you to read. It's also a new year, so this is probably the best time to buy an annual membership on my page, if you're the kind of person that would do well with one. Have fun. It had been a month since Ba Sing Se truly came mine, and in that time, it still felt like I was flying by the seat of my pants. Amara had died during the raid of the palace, and I'd been forced to come to terms with the fact that my orders were suboptimal. Ordering a healer into an invasion force was a brain-dead move. The other generals had healers of their own, so that meant the army wasn't particularly stranded, but the fact that I lacked one in my personal unit was a blow. Of course, I had a plan to handle that one. I'd had Toji monitoring the other healers to find the one that was most skilled and seemed to have the most common sense for ATLA to requisition into what was quickly becoming our forces. Are you still looking at those papers? You know I could burn them for you, right? The girl asked, spread languidly across a couch in the office that I'd claimed within the palace. It had formerly been the Earth King's personal study, but considering how the man was presently having his mind blown in his own palace's dungeons, I hadn't faced much resistance in claiming it as my own. It was almost funny how the Earth King's ignorance of the war until the last possible minute had morphed into a stubborn refusal to believe this was anything other than some massive practical joke. Perhaps allowing him to keep the bear would have been good for his mental state, I thought with a smile. Yes, I am, Princess Agila. And these papers are what inform me about the state of this city, how much food is being produced now that half the workers are on strike, how much water we still have after 2 reservoirs were blown up with blasting jelly last week, that sort of thing. Without these papers, we'd be in an even worse state, I explained with a sigh, while pulling the reports closer to myself to deter any action. She had actually followed through on the threat to burn the reports to get me to train with her last week, so I was wary of a repeat performance. Call me Agila, as I've told you 100 times before. And what I am hearing you say is that the rebels are what are keeping you busy, so I should deal with them, and then you'll have more free time to spar with me, she said, and I felt my heart skip a beat at the thought of Agila of all people hunting down the Earth Kingdom citizens causing the present unrest. But that was just the initial reaction. She wasn't a practitioner of senseless violence. She could be cold-blooded, but it wasn't like she was just going to set all the homes belonging to Earth Kingdom natives on fire. And as I've told you, Princess, doing that would be terrible for keeping my head on my shoulders in the long term. You are right, however. But it's not going to be so easy to deal with them. I'd kill anyone who even tried. And good. I don't like easy tasks, she said, waving her hand like my objection did not matter. I already assigned Longfeng with rooting them out, so he should have something for me in a few days, I said, taking a different approach. Good. I'll go hurry him along then, she said, boosting herself up to her feet and leaving the room. Do you want to go keep an eye on her? I said to the only other person sat in my office. No chance. She gives me creepy eyes, Toph instantly refused. You can't even see her eyes, I replied with a sigh. Her body language is more than enough, I tell you. Every so often it feels like she sees me as a threat, and then other times it's like she sees me as someone to cherish and protect. The even more disturbing fact is that both those moods can switch at the drop of a hat, she said, turning to me at the end of the sentence, and I just tossed her golden coin. We'd switched to coins because she had asked for an allowance to spend at the stores within the city, so I was making her earn the spending money instead of just giving it to her. The concept of earning money was new enough to her that she was enjoying every extra golden coin earned. Yeah, I get what you mean, I said, before returning to my work. Perhaps I should have seen this coming, I thought to myself while pinching the bridge of my nose. Could I even deal with this? I silently wondered, did I even want to? Part of me said yes, but the rest of me was going to be staying far, far away from this whole thing with all I had in me. Longfeng had managed to infiltrate the rebel movement, and Agila had begun planning some form of sting operation that involved her infiltrating them disguised as a peasant girl and getting close enough to their leadership to assassinate them from within. She insisted that she had the skill to do it, and Longfeng assured me that the plan was likely to work. I looked at both of them. Longfeng's face was placid. He really didn't care whether I approved this or not. He had admitted to having more than a few alternatives in his mind already for if I said no to this plan, so it wasn't like it was going to leave him high and dry. On the other hand, Agila was practically hopping from one foot to another. It was a point in my favor that she was willing to take down her guarded personality in my presence, but it made it much harder to say no when I could see how badly she wanted it. You know what? Go ahead, I said. Agila technically outranked me as the one in nominal charge of this city, so it wasn't like I could refuse her even if I wanted to. Moreover, there was the fact that there was no need to get on her bad side or reduce the level of affection we had managed to build. If she got caught, she'd learn a lesson in acceptable risk. I doubted any of them would manage to kill her. The fact that they hadn't managed to cause any lasting major damage to the city's infrastructure or resource pool had me assessing them as a minor threat, but still an irritant nonetheless. If this didn't take them out, then whatever harm they caused Agila would be the excuse to levy the weight of the entire Fire Nation army upon them without the generals viewing me as a tyrant. Thank you, Natsu. You are the best, she said before rushing forwards to place a peck on my cheek and then leaving the room. I watched her leave with a raised eyebrow, never having expected that. I knew she was assertive and never shy about taking what she wanted, but there did tend to be an order to things, I thought with a chuckle. So I will be proceeding with the plan as relayed, General Natsu, Longfeng said, acting like he hadn't just witnessed that. Yes, please see to it. Thank you, I said to him before turning back to the papers on my desk. We had finally received the response from the Fire Lord, and it was easy to see that he was not entirely pleased with the way in which we had taken the city. He had congratulated me on taking the city and named Agila as the temporary governor, as expected, but he had unexpectedly chosen to dwell on the casualties like he actually gave a fuck about the lost lives and wasn't just using it to take me down a peg. He had ordered us to stay put and consolidate. A parade would be organized in the Fire Nation to celebrate the victory in 6 moons, he wrote. The timing was suspicious, and I wondered what the wait was for, but there was little to do about it. All it meant was that I had the time to see to it that the rest of the Earth Kingdom was flying the flag of the Fire Nation. XXXXX the water-bending master. She closed her eyes and felt at the ocean beneath her. The ocean was a massive reservoir of water, the size of which no mind could ever imagine. She had tried to get Ong to describe what it felt like to merge with a being that powerful, but he had been too out of it to remember anything but the call for vengeance that had moved the ocean spirit to open itself to the avatar and hijack Ong's position as the bridge between the spirit and physical realms for his own purposes. They had never thought much of it until Avatar Kuruk had explained to Ong how massive the faux pas had been. Pulling at the small bit of it she could control, she sent their ship flying forwards even faster than Ong's winds in their sail. The airbender lurched in his position on the deck, and she smirked as he turned around to look at her in surprise. There was an instant fire in his eyes that had the potential to rival the childlike excitement he had once been known for. She felt her heart quiver as the fire died out almost instantly, and instead of taking her implied challenge, he dropped to the floor in a meditative pose. He had been doing that more and more since they'd left the lion turtle. Without the massive creature's inherent spirituality to his advantage, Ong had an even harder time communing with his past lives, and Avatar Zeto was an unwilling counterpart most of the time, with the knowledge that whatever he taught would be used against the nation that he had abandoned the other 3 nations to support. Needless to say, they were searching for a different firebending master while still trying to use what little Zeto had been willing to part with. Land ahoy! She heard Bato's voice from near the helm, and she nodded before reaching for the water beneath them and slowing their advance so it was not too obvious just what she was and what their ship was. They flew white sails instead of the blue that the Southern Water Tribe favored to avoid drawing attention. While the Fire Nation Navy lay broken, their army had never been more dominant, and it would not do for someone to spot them at this point, in this place. In no time at all, they made shore. Bato proceeded into the town to search for the man that Master Paco had told them would be waiting for them here. She had no idea how the waterbending master from the North Pole and the most infamous traitor to make it out of the Fire Nation had become acquainted, but she thanked the spirits for it all the same. Avatar. You would have me teach you again? Zhang Zhang asked the second he stepped onto the ship, not bothering with pleasantries. He did not even look at Katara, Sokka, or their crew of tribesmen. All his eyes were for Ong, the same way all Ong's eyes had been for him the moment he stepped into range. Yes, Master. I apologize for my previous failings, Master. I will not disappoint you this time, the man huffed at the words. We will see about that in time. I do believe we are off to a great start, nonetheless, he replied. They had returned to the lion turtle and Ong's training had continued in essence. Now, his days were split between contact with his past lives and the time he spent learning under Master Zhang Zhang. The former Fire Nation Admiral was a harsh taskmaster, seeing to it that every single basic that existed was covered before Ong began to bend in earnest. The time being wasted had grated at her in the beginning, but Ong had borne it all with a monk's patience. She had enjoyed the stupefaction on Zhang Zhang's face, however, as Ong beat every expectation he had and then some. She had mourned the loss of her light-hearted friend as he began to be replaced by the avatar that the world needed, but she could still feel pride at how far he had come as a person and as a bender. Zhang Zhang was running him through a kata, and Ong followed with ease, keeping up with every one of the old master's movements and executing them perfectly. In the end, the man sighed and reached out to touch Ong's shoulder. I don't say this often, but you're something else, he said with awe in his voice. I haven't seen anyone learn these katas so quickly since. At that, his voice cut off as he realized something. That drew Katara's attention almost immediately. Since whom, Master Zhang Zhang? Ong asked immediately. Since the last person I trained, Natsu Wu. He said, making both of them freeze. General Natsu? Ong asked. The one and only. You trained that monster? She hated the way rage made her voice crack as she cut into the conversation. That monster, as you so affectionately refer to him, was once a boy. He was a gifted boy, yes. The kind of prodigy that you heard stories about but never saw in real life. What was he like? It was Ong that asked, as she could not find the words to reply the tone that the old master had taken. He sounded so melancholic. He was sharp and hard-working and focused. He never hesitated to work at anything you asked him to, and once he put his attention into something, it was only a matter of time until he mastered it. He is the first firebender outside the royal family in the modern age to bend lightning, and he learned it without a teacher or tutor in the subject. He said, still sounding sad as he looked back on it. It sounds like he was a good student. He was the very best. The kind that any teacher would have been lucky to have. Then why do you sound so sad when you speak of him? He reminds me of a time long past and a man long gone. I trained him with the knowledge that he would be one of the best to ever wear the Fire Nation crest, and now I must bear the weight of his deeds on my conscience. The damage he has done, the people he has hurt, they all weigh on me like I did those deeds myself. He said gravely. But Master Zhang Zhang, you said he was a genius. I think he would have learned what he learned and done what he has done without your training, Ong said. That is a nice sentiment, Avatar Ong, but I have trained 2 men as personal apprentices in all my life. One of them, Zhao, killed the moon spirit, and the other, Natsu, has become the scourge of the Earth Kingdom. At some point, the blame will have to leave the students and extend to the teacher who armed them with the knowledge they used to cause the harm in the first place, he said. Well, if you care so much about it, why haven't you stopped him yet? She hadn't even heard Sokka's approach, and from the firebender's face, he hadn't either. Ong just smoothly stepped aside to allow Sokka space inside their circle as they spoke. He was my best student. He had no father in his life at the time, and I cannot deny that some part of me grew to care for Natsuwu as a son. The year I spent training him was one of the best and most peaceful of my life. He made me a better man in numerous ways, he said. So you don't truly regret the monster he has become, Sokka challenged. The men, women, and children that he kills wherever he goes mean nothing to you then. Watch your tongue, boy. I care. Of course, I care. But what could I do? Even back then, Natsu had been a generational prodigy, a pool of unlimited potential. I have no doubts that he has since surpassed me at this point. But not the two of us together this time. All four of them turned in shock at the voice. When had he gotten here? How? Before them stood Zuko's uncle, with Master Pakku walking behind him. Neither man was smiling. XXXXX Natsu the younger. The eclipse is coming, I told myself as I stared down at the ranks of firebenders as they trained. In canon, the Avatar and his people had used the eclipse as a tool to attack the Fire Nation capital and assassinate the Fire Lord. That was a possibility this time as well, but a feeling in my stomach refused to be settled by that fact. We had a month until it came, and I had begun to obsess about keeping the non-bending arm of the army up to snuff, as well as training the firebenders to fight without their weapons. They probably thought I'd been hit over the head or something, but I was fine with the looks I received if it meant I didn't find myself with egg on my face when the eclipse came. I myself had begun to train with the spear without my heat to enhance me, and it had been far from easy going so far. There you are, Toji said as he landed on the roof I was standing on. Here I am, I replied with a raised eyebrow. It's time for more training, he said. We already did our session for today, I said. Yes, and I've been thinking. To be honest, you're kind of shit with the spear. I lifted an eyebrow at his words but did not dispute them. Sure, in a month you'll probably be able to take on the average soldier and win, but I doubt that's enough for what you have in mind. Just give your pitch, Toji. Archery, he said instantly. A/N, making progress with this. We get to see a lot of pieces in motion in this chapter, beginning with Katara and the gong. In this world, the siege of the Northern Water Tribe went a tiny bit differently, so you will notice a few things that seem strange. Here, the attack had massive losses on both sides. The Fire Nation Navy is gone, but the Water Tribe was devastated. As always, the following 2 chapters are up on Patreon. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page so you get to read each chapter after I finish it and not necessarily the daily updates available with a regular Patreon membership. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Chapter 39. Pre-chapter A/N, Happy New Year. It's still groovy to say that, right? We're only 2 weeks into the year. Either way, I hope you're all still keeping up with your New Year's resolutions. I'm just getting started on mine. Here we go with the second chapter of 2025. Lovely to have you all here, and I hope you enjoy this one. If you do, feel free to head over to Patreon and read the next 2 chapters. I update there on a daily basis, so there's always something for you to read. It's also a new year, so this is probably the best time to buy an annual membership on my page, if you're the kind of person that would do well with one. Have fun. I took a deep breath in and then exhaled as I let go of the bowstring. It snapped into place, sending the arrow flying and right into the stomach of my straw target. I twisted my lips at the sight. Especially as Toji began applauding. I'd been aiming for the head, I said with audible disappointment bleeding into my voice without my input. And just a day ago, you'd been missing the whole body. It's progress. Good progress. I have just a month to master this, Toji, I pointed out. No. You have a month to become good enough to defend yourself. And for that, you don't need perfect aim. A shot to the stomach is just as fatal as a shot to the head, so what does it matter? I'm clapping because you're making progress, and some progress is better than none, he said with wisdom that had me taken aback. A month to know how to defend myself, then I muttered the words as I reached for the next arrow. I doubt it will come to that, though. Your suspicions about the eclipse are just that, suspicions. If there had been any risk of anything really concrete happening, then we would have been warned to keep an eye out. The letter from the High Command only specifies that we are not to panic when we find firebending to be non-operational. When did you become so wise? I asked while drawing the arrow. He was right, of course. At least as right as he could be without the knowledge I had. In canon, they'd taken the opportunity to attack the Fire Lord. I just hoped that I hadn't changed enough to make them seek me as a target instead. I'm bored, Angela's voice whined out as I breathed out and loosed the arrow. It flew right over my target's shoulder, sailing into the empty field behind it and planting itself into the ground. I turned to the princess with an annoyed expression that I could feel grow in intensity as she smirked and shrugged at me, not even bothering to show any remorse for causing the miss. Surely, you do not think that was my fault. You miss often enough without me that you cannot possibly be blaming me for this one, she said, and I sighed, feeling my shoulders slump as I agreed with her. Of course, I said, putting down the bow and reaching around my shoulder to take off the quiver and hand it over to Toji. That's it for me today, I think, I whispered to him as I prepared to attend to the bored princess before she decided to take her entertainment into her own hands. The last time I had ignored such a complaint, I'd been left dismantling an illegal underground fighting ring made of Fire Nation soldiers who had suddenly got it in their heads that fighting to the death was the best way to prove their worth to the princess. She denied having anything to do with it, but considering that I'd broken into their venue and found her given pride of place while she cheered at the blood being spilled, I doubted that a lot. Let's go spar, princess, I said to her as I walked past. I did not need to turn around to know the joy that showed up on her face, I could practically smell it at this point. Everything that I'd thought I'd known about ATLA from canon told me that she would be the sort of person who would be aggravated at being bested at the thing she was best at, but for some reason, she enjoyed being beaten by me whenever we sparred. We made our way through the palace, collecting no small number of stairs. I knew that by the time we made it to the inner rock garden where this spar would be taking place, word would have spread around the palace, and we'd probably have an audience in a matter of minutes. Governing the city left me with a lot to do, but not having any war to monger left the bulk of the generals with little and less to do day after day. I'd given Sung the charge of the vast majority of the army and charged him with ensuring that any outpost, village, or town within a 60-mile radius was flying the Fire Nation flag or destroyed. Whichever he chose did not matter. All that mattered was that I refused to be hemmed in, cut off, and besieged in this position. Turning all my attention to governing the city ran the risk that someone would do to me what we had initially planned to do to BA-SI. Ready? ATLA asked from her position across me. Hold on, I said, reaching up to my tunic to take it off and expose my upper body to the crowd. The wolf whistling made my cheeks flush and my eyes squint, but they quickly died out as ATLA stared daggers into everyone who whistled. I couldn't blame them, to be honest. I knew my body looked good. Anyone else who had seen as much war as I had would be a mess of scars, but there was not a single scar to be found on my body. A combination of Amara's prodigious healing ability and my skill in the battlefield meant that I got to enjoy war-toned musculature with none of the common war scars. If I belonged to a lesser culture, then the lack of scars would have been a weakness in and of themselves, but here in the Fire Nation, it meant strength. That was why when Oze sought to punish his son, he did so by scarring his on his face. A readily visible symbol of his dishonor for all to see. I wondered how he had managed to rule in canon with such a glaring weakness to be targeted. ATLA shrugged off her own over-jacket, exposing a toned midriff. Her sensitive areas were covered in a bra top that did a good enough job of preventing every man here from getting a view. She shot into motion, and I settled and waited. At first, our spars had been easy for me to win. She was a prodigy, yes. But she had only ever fought her trainers in structured matches. I was a war veteran. Slowly, however, she had begun to make me work for it more and more. She was getting better at a consistent pace. She reached me and attempted a high knee aimed straight at my head. My hands rose and blocked the knee as well as the blue flames that followed it. She landed on the floor and tried to sweep my legs out from under me. I jumped over the attempt and used the force of my flames to boost myself into a backflip that took me well out of her range. I took my stance and punched out in an exaggerated movement, sending a truckload of fire at her that made the crowd gasp in amazement. From the flash of blue that appeared in the middle of my flames as they were about to reach her, I guessed at her plans and shot from my position right towards her. She came out of the fire, unharmed, after cutting through my flames. I attempted a roundhouse kick once I got close enough, and she dodged underneath it, having learned the hard way not to try blocking my attacks. She tried to stab her fingers into my midsection, and I danced out of the way smoothly. If only Ty Lee knew how much attention ATLA paid to her chi blocking exercises. That had been one hell of an awakening when she'd used it a week ago to briefly gain the upper hand in one of our spars. Her next attempt to send fire rushing at me failed as I countered with my fire. Red and blue struggled for a minute, but then red overcame blue and forced her to jump away from the fire blast that hit a statue of some Earth King long past and blew it up. Another one, she sighed, and I resisted the urge to chuckle. The private rock garden in the Earth Kingdom Palace contained multiple statues depicting past Earth Kings. When we chose to use this for our spars, we'd not expected them to last long, but the present rate of destruction surpassed even my expectations. Still, I took advantage of her inattention and forced her into running as I sent multiple powerful fire blasts at her in quick succession. She danced around them, cackling all the while, and while I did not notice it then, Toji would later inform me that I had been smiling from ear to ear as the spar proceeded. XXXX the waterbending master. So you mean in less than a month's time, every firebender will become unable to bend? Defenseless? Sokka asked, a fire burning in his gaze as he interrogated Zuko's kind uncle. The fact that the old man had always been kind to them and never seemed to care that much about Ong made it easy for them to accept him into their number after Masters Paku and Zhang had both vouched for him. The fact that the lion turtle had allowed him onto its back was another point in his favor, according to Ong. Katara did not quite understand that, but she trusted her friend. Defenseless is a bold term, but in some meaning of the word, yes. All firebenders will lose access to their bending. That would be the perfect time to hold an attack on the Fire Nation capital and end the Fire Lord. Does Zuko know you're here, planning on killing his father? Ong sounded so dejected when he spoke and asked the question. She could see it now, she thought with a shaking heart. Ong had been betrayed by the elders he had looked up to during his time in the Air Temple when they hid his identity as the Avatar from him. Of course, he would see something wrong with Zuko's uncle going behind his back. Oze is my brother. I love him just like any brother would love their own, but that creature on the throne. The one who commands the commission of so many atrocities. That is not my brother. That is who you must end. You must put an end to the Fire Lord, so a new era can be born in the Fire Nation. That is where Zuko will come in. He and you will teach the Fire Nation to become more than we have been for the last century. The two of you working together will change the fate of the Fire Nation, but for that to happen, we must do away with the old warmongering era and those who perpetuate it, he said, taking a deep breath and a sip of his tea. But does he know about all this? Zuko knows all that he must. Rest assured that when the time comes, he will play his part. All that remains is that you play yours. And what is our part to be? Bato asked, stepping closer to the general, taking a position between the old firebender and Ong. During the eclipse, you must assemble a team of whatever size and invade the capital nation. That will be the distraction. While you do that, the Avatar and his closest allies will attack the Fire Lord at the point where he will retreat to during the eclipse. So he will not be in the palace. No, he will not. This is not the first eclipse in Fire Nation history, and we are not the first to think to take advantage of it. For that reason, there is a general procedure that lays out the points to which various key members of the nation's governance, including the Fire Lord, are to retreat to prevent the country falling into disorder. He explained, taking another sip of the tea. She hummed and mirrored his actions, noting that the tea tasted surprisingly good. You give us the information, and I will see to it that it happens, but what about your plan for General Natsu and the Earth Kingdom? The independence of the Earth Kingdom can only be achieved by putting an end to the Fire Nation occupation of Basing, liberating the conquered city, so to speak. The city is under the command of Princess ATLA, but my sources tell me that it is General Natsu who gives the commands. The general spoke. Part of why I am here is to seek Zhang's support. ATLA is a dangerous bender, and Natsu is much of the same. The best of our non-firebenders shall be occupied in the attack on the capital, so my plan is for the two of us to confront them immediately after the eclipse ends. At that point, most of their forces would be disoriented from the eclipse's pass, and we should have an easy enough time isolating them. But to what end? We're going to be taking out the Fire Lord, so what do you need to bother them for? Won't the war end once Oze falls? Zhang laughed at Ong's question, while Iroh took another sip of his tea as he prepared to respond. Maybe if the war was against the Earth Kingdom or one of your water tribes, the man chortled, receiving a glance from his older compatriot. What Zhang means to say is that contrary to what it might seem like from the outside looking in, the Fire Lord is not absolute. There are basically four major powers in the Fire Nation: the noble class, the military class, the merchant class, and the Fire Lord himself. The Fire Lord is more politically powerful than any single one of the other classes, potentially even two of them working together, but when the three of them come together, even the Fire Lord can be overruled. That is the problem here. Why? Basing is under control of General Natsu of the noble Wu family. He is a bridge between the noble and military classes, as his family has a long history of serving in the military. I even served with his father, General Agni, back in the day. His lieutenant and second in command is Toji of the Zenon family, a merchant family. And then they have the Princess ATLA, who the Fire Lord has more or less recognized as his preferred heir. If my brother were to abdicate today and anyone put Zuko on the throne, we would have a civil war in weeks. That is what Zhang and I will be aiming to prevent. He said. Civil war. Sozin did not begin this war for no reason. He had been facing the threat of a civil war for years, and the second he started the war, he got the power and excuse to send those who he perceived as threats to the front line. My people are not a united one by default. Without a war to strengthen our nationalistic spirit, we squabble and fight over scraps until we devolve into war. He's right, Ong said next, drawing eyes from everyone present. I didn't know you were familiar with the inner workings of the Fire Nation, Paku questioned with a raised eyebrow. I once served as the chief administrator of the Fire Nation, working closely with the Fire Lord, and had to prevent no less than a dozen coups. When Ong spoke this time, there was a weight to his words. Looking closely into his eyes, she was able to notice that they'd gone blank, and then the blank eyes began to glow with eldritch power. The Avatar state, she thought with a gasp. Avatar Zeto Zuko's uncle whispered with awe, and Katara was left gaping as the man fell to his knees in seconds and assumed a full bow in front of Ong. Both Zhang Zhang and Paku joined him quickly, and she exchanged a stare with Sokka as Bato began to join the bowing. You must not allow the Fire Nation to devolve into civil war. If you fail, dragon will fight dragon, the sky will bleed red, and the world will burn. The voice that came from Ong's mouth was definitely not his. It wasn't even what he usually sounded like with the Avatar state, with his voice being echoed by thousands of others. This was just another voice coming from his mouth. An older, deeper, graver voice. XXXXXX Natsu the Elder. How does it fare, North? The Fire Lord remains paranoid and incensed. The coming eclipse does little for his mood at this point. It makes everything seem much more threatening, I think. Is he still keen on punishing your grandson for those lost in the taking of BaSing-Se? He remains set on that foolish course of action, but I have been able to stall him from making a final ruling until after the eclipse at this point. And are things in place for when he can no longer be assuaged? Initial reports that said the princess held foul feelings towards Natsu have proven premature. My tools tell me that they are often seen in each other's company and have taken to sparring at least once every other day in full view of parts of the army. Good. A marriage will happen and quickly once Oze oversteps and needs to be replaced. And the tools for setting him aside. His cupbearer is my man through and through. A subtle enough poison has been procured from the Ember Islands. The Fire Sages have offered their support for when we are forced to attack. Not in so many words, I imagine. Of course not. Those fence-sitters would rather die than give a straight answer, but they will overlook anything suspicious about the death of this Fire Lord, just like they overlooked all that was wrong with the death of his predecessor. Then I feel that is the best we can hope for then, South, he said, bringing the topic to a close. And how fare the merchants now? They are champing at the bit to sell their wares in BaSing-Se, and are eagerly awaiting a grant of trading leave for the region. With that, he allowed his mind to drift off from the conversation that was unfolding. A/N, and that's the chapter. As you can probably tell, the eclipse will be the point where everything comes to a head. Will also mark the end of this arc of the story. Presently torn between continuing here or having a sequel. Sequels tend to be terrible for retention though. As always, the following 2 chapters are up on Patreon. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page so you get to read each chapter after I finish it and not necessarily the daily updates available with a regular Patreon membership. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy. Chapter 40. Pre-chapter A/N, I think we're at the point where it is officially no longer cool to say Happy New Year. Either way, I hope you're all still keeping up with your New Year's resolutions. I'm just getting started on mine, still. Here we go with the 3rd chapter of 2025. Lovely to have you all here, and I hope you enjoy this one. If you do, feel free to head over to Patreon and read the next 2 chapters I update there on a daily basis so there's always something for you to read. It's also a new year, so this is probably the best time to buy an annual membership on my page, if you're the kind of person that would do well with one. Have fun. And this is the very last one? You are completely certain? I said, turning to Toji, even while I addressed the question to Long Feng. It is, Natsu. This is the last one of the rebels who went through the actual joining ceremonies. All the others are mere sympathizers who never officially joined the organization. And how useful was the princess in dismantling organization? I used the word very loosely. There were chaos creators and terrorists, but organized was a word I was reluctant to use in describing them. In truth, they had been little more than pests of the annoying variety. Extremely. She proved surprisingly adept in infiltration, espionage, and information extraction. My gaze left Toji and returned to ATLA, who was looking oh so pleased with herself. Of course, she was. After the first extermination, when the rodents had ended up going to ground to survive, this was the first time I was certain that the minor threat posed by the terrorists had been dealt with. Good. Now I will offer you a warning ahead of time. In 2 days, an eclipse will come. In that time, both I and the others like me will not be able to tap into our firebending. That means that a good percentage of my army will be powerless. I will have to rely on you to keep this city under control as well as ensure our safety from those who would seek to bring harm to me and mine, I said, stepping around the table to place a hand on my former enemy's shoulder and look him in the eyes. I need you, Long Feng. Can I count on you? You can always count on me, Natsu. I swore it to your father to see that you had a successful career and that you would remain safe to enjoy old age, he said. Thank you, I replied, even knowing that he was spitting complete nonsense thanks to the brainwashing I put him through. The rest of my preparations for the eclipse consisted of ensuring that the non-benders in the army were the ones posted at key locations on the day of the Black Sun. Hiding the eclipse itself would be beyond the realm of possibility, but that didn't mean I could not hide its effects as much as possible. Long experience with people told me that not much was known about bending and benders by people who didn't have the gift. Even at that, earthbenders knew little about firebending, the same way that firebenders knew little about earthbending. I'd been trying to remedy that with Toph here, expanding my horizons so to speak, but the average person was basically clueless. That meant that as long as we did not make it obvious that the eclipse meant anything to our power, then no one would be any the wiser. No one except the Avatar and his cohorts of course. I hadn't heard anything about them going into the desert, and Long Feng hadn't seen any bison up for sale even with keeping an eye out, so it was possible that they wouldn't know, but I would not count on it. The second stage of my preparations related to my own personal security. Mine and Agela's if I were, to be honest. Agela would have a rotating guard of the most skilled non-benders in the army for the whole day, so that when the eclipse came, she would be more than secure. She also had her own ability to fall back on just in case. As for me, I'd be spending the day in my office with Toji and Toph nearby. With the both of them, I was basically guaranteed to be safe. Nothing short of the Avatar and his team would manage to take out the both of them in the 8 minutes that the eclipse would last for, and even that was a toss-up. Sure, there was a chance that they would be overcome, and he would be killed, but he had his doubts that they would manage that, especially with just how much progress Toph had made with her metal bending in the last few months. Lava was still a fair ways away, but metal had become close to second nature at this point. She was still not yet at the smooth level of metal bending that was the norm in the Legend of Korra series and the metal bending police, but I could see the signs there. For one, she no longer needed physical contact with the metal to make it obey her will. She still needed to sense it, so no pulling airships out of the sky just yet, but all would come with time. And how goes the unification? I asked Toji once I signed off on the last bits of my plan. The people are still resistant, but we feel we have given them enough of a waiting period that they won't get aggressive until it's really close by. I still can't see why you'd want to do this, he said. Good. BA-SI only requires a single set of walls for its security. The other walls are there to divide the classes, and that is what I have an issue with. If I were going to be staying to rule as governor, then maybe I would be forced to play nice and maintain the status quo for a bit longer, but the aftermath won't be my business. You're still going to piss off whoever gets the city. They'd thank me in the long term. What passes for upper class in this backwater does nothing to contribute to the local economy. They just sit and hoard wealth across generations. If we force them back into closer quarters with the middle and the lower classes, they'd have to spend some of that money or find some other way to move it around. Or it would all get stolen, he interrupted. And the thief will spend it, thus stimulating the economy, I replied with a shrug. Nothing good comes from wealth being hoarded. You seem to be forgetting just who our families are, Toji replied, and I shrugged. Hypocrisy wasn't a crime, was it? In the end, the day of Black Sun came like any other. The sun rose from the east, and seemed like it would set in the west. The birds chirped and sang from rooftop to rooftop, and the food still tasted like absolute arse. One would wonder if the Earth Kingdom has never heard of spice before, I said, making the last spoonful I could shove down before pushing the plate away. I have no idea what you're talking about, this is delicious. Toph leaned over and dragged my plate towards her with one hand even as she tore through her meal with the other. I have to agree with Natsu on this one, Toji said, also pushing his plate away. Are you going to finish that? She asked him, pointing at the plate, except that her spoon was pointed a few feet away. Still he got the message. Knock yourself out, he replied, and she wasted no time in reaching out and grabbing the bowl of broth and bringing it towards her. Yeah, just have fun with that, we'll be in the office, I said as Toji and I got up. Is everything in order? I asked as we walked. Yup. The firebenders have been briefed to not panic and not draw attention to themselves if they find themselves unable to bend at any time during the day. Good. And you made sure to not mention the eclipse or link it in any way. I'm not stupid. Never said you were. I'm sorry, this is just a lot for me. No one is going to attack us. No one would dare. That's oddly confident of you. You have the Dai Li, the Fire Nation army, and then both Toph and I here with you. You are as safe as can be. We both know it's not my safety I care about. Losing BA-SI would lose us everything. Then it's a good thing we'll be losing nothing today. Let's get to the office so you can bury your head in more dusty scrolls, I chuckled at his words. Someone, most likely Toji, had authorized an expedition into the shipwrecked remains of my fleet and been able to rescue a substantial number of scrolls and tomes. I had thought them lost, so their sudden appearance yesterday had thrown me for a loop, but I was oh so grateful for their retrieval. For one, there was the chance that they'd help me figure out combustion bending finally. Thank you, Toji. You've never needed to. Don't start now, he just replied. Too late. I already did, I said, walking ahead of him to get to the office. The afternoon came without much fanfare. Toph finally managed to drag herself away from her ever-growing pile of poorly seasoned meat to join us in the office, and she and Toji decided to strike up a game of chess. Pai Shou existed in this world as opposed to chess, but very early on in life, I'd made the decision to never play the dreadful game and to burn every set I came across. The old man had managed to swindle a dozen wins in a row out of me with the game's nonsensical rules, but once I'd invented chess, we found ourselves in a slightly more even situation in that he managed to beat me once in every 5 games. In school, I'd introduced the game to my friends, but Toji had been the only one to ever take to it with the same interest and passion that I did. I'd been a passable player in my first life, and so that meant that beyond explaining the rules and a few basic opening principles, there was little I could do to accelerate the game's development here. Toji already won against me more often than he lost, and considering just how much trouble he was having with Toph already, the girl was something of a prodigy in the making. The fact that they played with stone pieces would probably be Toji's defense for the close win he was about to secure, maybe accuse the girl of some subtle cheating with no heat behind it. Of course, I knew she was actually cheating. Her bishop and knight had switched places when my friend wasn't looking. I could have called her out on it, but I wasn't the one playing, and when it came to morality, I much preferred to teach her to avoid getting caught rather than to be some unimpeachable bastion of morality like most adults would expect from their children. She would make her own mistakes with time. What was important was that she had the right set of frameworks to overcome and deal with things as they came. Of course, that thought had not even completed itself when the day suddenly began to darken. I gasped as I felt my hold on my inner flame slip for a few seconds before reasserting itself and then slipping again. "It's time?" Toph asked, as I nearly fell to my knees from the internal loss. "Yes. Yes, it is," I replied even as I walked to the balcony with lead feet. I stood and watched as the moon moved to completely cover the sun from view as the day seemed to turn to evening in just a few seconds. Whatever precarious hold I'd managed over my inner flame had disappeared like it was never there. Even without trying, I knew that I would not be able to generate even the smallest wisp of flame. Internal firebending was also impossible. To put it succinctly, since the day I entered the academy, I had never been so vulnerable. Even that version of me, soft as a cloud and raw as red meat, would have had an easy time killing me in my present state. I instantly took a step back from the balcony as I realized that I would never be able to react to an arrow in time without heat enhancing my internal speed and reactions. I returned to my seat, even as Toji and Toph stared directly at the eclipse. With any luck, this would be the last one I ever experienced. I turned to my hourglass, specially created to run for 8 minutes for this exact purpose, and flipped it. Like that had been a signal, there was a sudden knocking at the door. I turned to Toji and lifted an eyebrow as he picked up his spear and went towards the door while trying to use sign language to communicate with Toph to ask questions. "She's blind, you idiot," I pointed out, and he facepalmed as he realized that there was no chance anyone had taught a blind girl how to speak sign language. He leaned towards her and began to whisper instead, and his smile died when he got the answer he was looking for before he marched towards the door. He opened it, and 2 of the remaining men in my division, Lin and Yang, walked in with 2 men behind them. "General Natsu, sir, Prince Iroh of the Fire Nation royal family insists on seeing you," Yang said as he walked in and stepped aside for the 2 men behind him to step forwards. I stared at them, and then turned to look at the sun as it presently stood, covered by the moon. My hourglass seemed to have about 7 minutes of time left in it. Finally, my gaze turned to the 2 idiots. "Do you know the men you have brought to me?" I asked, feeling a headache building. "The Prince of the Fire Nation, sir." "And the man with him? Do you know who that is?" I asked, rubbing my temple. Toji already had his spear pointed at our guests while Toph was adopting a more relaxed posture but seemed to also understand what was going on to some extent. "No, sir. Look at him closely, really look. Nothing's familiar about that hair and that face." I asked, even as the men who had basically barged into my office seemed on the verge of laughter. "Ah. Lin, it's Zhang the betrayer," the larger one said, turning to his partner. "There's no way it could be him," the thin one replied, before looking even closer and exclaiming in shock. "What's Zhang the betrayer doing here?" Yang asked his fellow, and before more foolishness could ensue, I cleared my throat. "Get out!" I snarled at the both of them, patience at its last straw. Turning to the traitors, I pointedly asked, "And what the hell do you 2 want?" "Now, Natsu my boy, I'd expected a much more agreeable welcome than this," the old general spoke out. "It's General Natsu to you, Prince Iroh," I instantly replied. "General Natsu, then. I assure you we just came to talk. Why else would the 2 of us, Firebenders one and all, come at this auspicious moment?" he said. "And what stops me from having my companions kill you where you stand?" "Me?" Zhang said. "I have no idea what you might think, but I am not so attached to you, my former teacher, that I would ignore the chance to do my duty to my nation," I said with a scoff. "Not that, of course. But last I checked, you've never beaten me in a spar before. Will you truly have others do the act for you when you could wait a few minutes and get the chance to collect my head yourself, with your own 2 hands? He argued, and I knew then that they had come prepared for me. I had a strong feeling that I was stronger than Iroh and Zhang put together, but how would I ever test that if I missed this opportunity that stood right in front of me? Toji turned his head to look at me, and I could already see the rage building in his eyes as he thought about the order I was about to give. Toji, Toph. Bring me their heads, I ordered, even as everything within me rebelled at the thought. Zhang Zhang looked too surprised to move in time, but the old general was wise and wily. He grabbed a hold of the other man's arm and jumped backwards, smashing through the door behind them with a row. Well, I can admit that I didn't see this one coming, he said, voice echoing behind him as he ran down the hallway. Toph stomped her foot on the ground, making a wall that blocked their continued path. What the Toph began before being silenced as a geyser of some sort shot through the wall, and it gave space for two men, one dressed in the classic water-style parka that made him stick out like a sore thumb, while the other was dressed in the same casual trousers and tunic combination that had been popular among the upper class when I had left the Fire Nation for war. Paku, and Piandao, I concluded. The water smashed through the boulders that Toph sent their way, while Piandao jumped in front of his firebending friends and blocked the stab of Toji's spear that had been about to make Iroh a very dead man. We could have decided this all over tea, you know. Iroh said, even as Toph lifted a wall from the ground to block a series of icicles that threatened to turn the both of us into a pincushion. Decided what? I yelled back, slightly curious. The terms of your surrender, of course. He replied blithely, and I could not help it, I burst into laughter at that. We've won, old man. The Fire Nation has won. The war is over. The only part of the world that isn't under our flag is the Northern Water Tribe, and I wonder how long they will manage to hold out when one of their foremost masters loses his life miles away from home in Ba Sing Se, of all places. Just as short-sighted as your father, my boy. I am here. Where do you think the Avatar and my nephew are right now? One way or another, Zuko will sit the throne by tomorrow, and the war will come to an end. The only thing that is in question is what happens to you after that, he said, and the fighting seemed to freeze as both my companions processed his words. Iroh, sensing his opportunity, spoke here, surrender now. Return Ba Sing Se to its king, my nephew will pardon you of your crimes, and you can retire to a long life on your family's lands, he said. A/N, I debated it for a long time whether to have Natsu do the logical thing here or not. He wants to fight them himself. He wants to fight them more than he has probably wanted anything in his life, most likely. But I had to look at his values. Natsu values logic and common sense even while he might not exhibit those traits all the time. I think he'd do the sensible thing here and move on them while they have the eclipse. By the way, in case you're wondering, the White Lotus plan was for Iroh and Zhang Zhang to find Natsu and keep him distracted while the others moved in and delivered the killing blow. As always, the following 2 chapters are up on Patreon. If you just want to read complete chapters and not my work in real time, then feel free to purchase this story as a collection on my Patreon page so you get to read each chapter after I finish it and not necessarily the daily updates available with a regular Patreon membership. Nice way to support this story and me while you're at it. Enjoy!